In the vast and boundless world of Saha, where countless sects exist and powerful beings abound, a young man named Wang Rui, once the esteemed heir of the Dominator sect, faced the annihilation of his sect and the destruction of his family 1,000 years ago, left all alone. A millennium later, he seizes a chance to possess a new body, merging with a mysterious immortal egg and commanding a world-shocking divine beast. From that moment on, he soars to the heavens, embarking on an invincible path of revenge, crushing the talents of all realms who can rival him. Watch as Wang Rui embraces breathtaking beauties, becomes the divine king of all realms, laughs in defiance of the heavens, and lives a life of eternal freedom. Chapter 1. The Immortal Beast Egg. I, Wang Rui, have truly been reborn through possession. A full 10,000 years have passed, on an old wooden bed. Wang Rui's eyes widened in disbelief. Two streams of blood tears flowed from his eyes, mixing with the salty taste in his mouth. Endless past events, like dreams and illusions, surfaced in his mind one by one. Unbearable anger, heart-wrenching sorrow. I hate it. The dim light of the oil lamp illuminated Wang Rui's once handsome, now twisted and furious face. His chest heaved erratically, and a sweetness filled his throat as a trickle of fresh blood surged forth. The Spirit Beast sect was one of the 7 dominant immortal sects that shook the Saha world. Renowned for raising and controlling spirit beasts, it dominated hundreds of life planets and countless resource planets in the Saha world. The number of disciples was incalculable, with countless experts capable of shattering the void and living eternally. Wang Rui was the young master of the Spirit Beast sect, yet now, the sect was destroyed and his kin were gone, leaving him as the only survivor, like a lost dog. He never expected that the collaboration of the 6 immortal sects to annihilate the Spirit Beast sect was solely for that legendary Immortal Beast Egg. A tale of the Immortal Beast Egg had long circulated in the Saha world. Whoever obtained it could conquer and rule over all star domains and sects in the Saha world, even enter the realm of immortals. Wang Rui recalled his parents, masters of the eternal life secret realm, and the 100,000 core disciples, who simultaneously self-destructed within the Great Spirit. Beast formation to buy him a sliver of hope. His eyes turned red, and he was filled with fury. He swore to avenge this grievance. After a long while, a fierce light flickered in Wang Rui's eyes, and he suddenly laughed maniacally. Damn the heavens. In this life, I, Wang Rui, will never let down my parents, nor will I let down the Spirit Beast sect. In this life, the 6 immortal sects, I will destroy your lineage. In this life, I will be eternal, forever ruling the Saha world. As Wang Rui's fierce and domineering words echoed, an icy, sharp, murderous aura instantly filled the entire room, causing the flame of the oil lamp to flicker and shrink, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Having been reborn through possession, filled with confidence and fervent vows. In an instant, however, Wang Rui shook his head with a bitter smile. On this day, 10,000 years later, his soul had just awakened from the dark chaos, possessing the body of a weak, dying boy. Both were named Wang Rui, sharing the same name but differing in essence. This boy had an extremely poor innate constitution, weak and sickly, let alone possessing any spiritual veins. Once the young master of the Spirit Beast sect, an ancient millennium genius of the Saha world, now he was a waste among ordinary people. How could he take revenge? How could he avenge the hatred? Wang Rui trembled as he touched the meteorite Shumi ring hanging around his neck. The meteorite Shumi ring, made from mysterious extraterrestrial meteorite material, was refined over a millennium by the 10 experts of the Spirit Beast sect's eternal life secret. Realm.it was one of the sect's immortal artifacts. Though it had no offensive power, it could not be destroyed by the great calamities of heaven and earth, possessing infinite space for storage, with areas suited for various spirit beasts to thrive. The ring was sealed with profound secret methods. If one could not break through to the Tai Chi profound realm, they would never be able to open the important space within. He didn't know what treasures his father had placed inside, but since his father was an expert of the eternal life secret realm, there should be plenty of good treasures inside. Except for one thing, which was hastily placed inside by his father before self-destruction. Wang Rui used a specific incantation to explore, and, with a flash of white light from the ring, he held an egg the size of a goose egg in his hand, its shell dark and profound, and a single glance could seem to swallow a person's soul. Wang Rui's parents obtained this egg during an adventure in an ancient ruin on an unknown planet, resulting in the annihilation of their family by the other 6 sects. Could this egg truly conquer and rule over all star domains and sects in the Saha world? Could it even lead to the realm of immortals? With a determined heart, Wang Rui raised the egg to smash it. He wished to shatter it immediately. It was because of this that the spirit beast sect was annihilated. Suddenly, with a crack sound, this egg, which seemed like a fossilized, lifeless object in his previous life, had, after 10,000 years, bizarrely cracked open, revealing something inside that was moving and pulsating. Wang Rui knew that the egg in his hand seemed about to hatch something. His expression changed as he looked at the egg, filled with both fear and anticipation. Whether he could destroy the 6 major sects, dominate the Saha world, and reclaim everything that belonged to him, depended solely on this immortal beast egg. Suddenly, a mysterious aura filled the room, and an unusual feeling surged in his heart. He understood that the life inside the immortal beast egg was about to be born. With a series of cracking sounds, the shell of the immortal beast egg shattered completely, and a small black creature suddenly appeared in Wang Rui's palm, creature with a human head, sheep body, lion tail, large eyes under its armpits, a huge mouth like a blood basin, and tiger teeth with human claws. Utterly bizarre. Just as Wang Rui was beginning to see what it looked like, the little monster suddenly kicked off with its legs, slipping smoothly into Wang Rui's slightly open mouth. He felt something slide down his throat, and his heart ached as if it were being cut with a knife. Panicking, I didn't expect it to be a man-eating monster. Just as he was in a daze, a clear, childlike voice rang in Wang Rui's mind. The ancient holy beast, Tao Tai, has hatched, recognizing its master and beginning to merge with the target, which is a wise human. The innate quality is extremely poor. Battle power value is 1. Master recognition and fusion successful. Memory inheritance begins. Not knowing how long it had been, Wang Rui, now the master of the holy beast Tao Tai, was deep in thought. Through the monster's recognition, Wang Rui realized that this egg was indeed a genuine immortal beast egg. The ancient holy beast Tao Tai can devour all things in the world. It is not merely capable of eating. It is a holy level divine beast, renowned alongside the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise in the immortal realm, capable of absorbing countless energies. Through the great devouring technique to enhance its master's power, it can also devour heavenly materials and earthly treasures, hatching various divine beasts below the holy level for its own use. This egg was lost in the Saha world during the Great War of the Immortal Realm many eons ago, for reasons unknown, and was fortuitously obtained by Wang Rui's parents. Wang Rui chuckled. You eat so well, I'll call you glutton from now on. The Tao Tai little monster in his sea of consciousness wagged its tail, drooling, making a cooing baby sound, seemingly quite fond of this name. Master, should we cultivate the Tao Tai golden body? Glutton asked. Wang Rui was taken aback. What is the Tao Tai golden body? A chill ran through his heart. Did that mean he would also have to transform into the appearance of that monster? With a rumble of thunder, a dark and deep vortex suddenly appeared in the room. Continuously swirling in the vortex, the phantom of the holy beast Tao Tai, with a human head, sheep body, and lion tail, slowly emerged, emanating a faint golden glow, extraordinarily magical. Though the appearance of Tao Tai was bizarre, its voice was as cute as that of an infant. The Tao Tai golden body not only makes your physical body strong, greatly improves your innate constitution, and enhances your consciousness. It also allows you to use the Xiantian soul devouring armor, greatly boosting your power. The day you fully achieve the Tao Tai golden body is the day you reign supreme in Saha. However, to truly become the Tao Tai golden body, you must continuously cultivate. The golden body will grow stronger as your power increases until it reaches perfection. For now, I can only expend the essence within me to help you initially form the golden body. You are my master, so you can cultivate the Tao Tai golden body. But you will need to endure the most brutal pain and trials of a mortal world. Can you withstand it? Chapter 2. The Gluttonous Golden Body. Good. No wonder I am the master of the glutton. The gluttonous creature shouted excitedly, praising continuously. It immediately opened its huge mouth and sucked in, instantly swallowing Wang Rui whole. Wang Rui felt a darkness before him, which was suddenly replaced by a bright light, as if he had entered a dazzling golden furnace. The furnace was 2 people high, and countless mysterious runes flickered on the golden walls. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Streams of golden liquid rushed out from the densely packed holes in the furnace wall, slowly submerging Wang Rui completely. This golden liquid was so magical. While in it, he could breathe freely. Just as Wang Rui was astonished at being submerged up to his head in the golden liquid, the gluttonous creature comforted him. Master, don't be afraid. This golden liquid is the essence of all my strength, capable of reviving the dead and transforming you. As soon as the words fell, suddenly a blazing golden light poured down from the top of the furnace, instantly igniting and boiling the golden liquid, releasing billowing steam. Is this like being put in hot oil? So hot, so painful. If I can't endure this little pain, how can I destroy my enemy's lineage and dominate the world? This is truly a strong medicine. Otherwise, with this useless physique, I wouldn't be able to take revenge even in 1,000 years. Good, very good. I, Wang Rui, will definitely endure. Suffering through hardships is the only way to become a superior person. At this moment, Wang Rui was overwhelmed by pain. The steam surrounded him, and his body was completely immersed in the boiling golden liquid, burning as if all 36,000 pores were on fire, experiencing excruciating pain that no one could imagine. Such pain could only exist in hell. I must not lose consciousness. Otherwise, I will be cooked into a pile of mush. Wang Rui understood that he had to hold on. He could not relax even for a moment. Master, I will assist you. 3,600 great powers. The Great Devouring Technique. Devour, devour. The universe has 4 stages: birth, existence, decay, and emptiness. When this world decays, one is reborn in another realm. And when that realm decays, one is transferred to another place, and so on, returning. The gluttonous creature's childish voice became increasingly urgent and faster, resonating loudly. As the glutton taught the Great Devouring Technique, Wang Rui suddenly felt a dark, vast world appear in his mind, within which a massive sacred beast, the glutton, emerged. Towering over everything, surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars spinning endlessly. Streams of dazzling golden light moved across its enormous body, eventually converging in its wide mouth. The glutton suddenly let out a fierce roar, opened its mouth, and sucked in everything. The sun, moon, stars, and even the entire extraordinary world, all disappeared into the glutton's mouth. Devoured whole. The entire glutton transformed into a blinding ball of golden light, exploding violently, countless worlds and celestial bodies shooting out. Like a flash of lightning, it shattered the numerous barriers in Wang Rui's heart, and in an instant, he touched the edge of the Great Devouring Technique. At this moment, Wang Rui's eyes were slightly closed, his body curled up like a fetus floating comfortably in the golden liquid of its mother's womb. The skin on his body was being burned away layer by layer, flesh peeling off, bones and tendons slowly fracturing, which should have been unbearably painful. But it seemed Wang Rui had temporarily forgotten the pain of his flesh, opening his mouth wide and continuously swallowing the golden liquid, which tasted so sweet and fragrant. Incredibly refreshing. The skin was burned off layer by layer, then reborn, flesh peeled away, then restored to its original state, bones and tendons slowly fracturing, then slowly reassembling, gradually carrying a hint of gold within the muscles and bones. Comprehending one of the 3,600 great powers, the Great Devouring Technique. It seems that although the master's current physique is of low quality, his previous extraordinary genius soul is indeed remarkable. He can comprehend the Great Devouring Technique so quickly. Wang Rui, in the depths of his being, seems to be someone with great fortune. The gluttonous creature praised to itself. Time passed, though Wang Rui could not tell how long had gone by. Gurgle, gurgle, the golden liquid in the furnace kept rolling, as if stewing meat, fiercely boiling Wang Rui. But now Wang Rui's breathing was long and deep. Although his body was crimson, he was no longer shedding skin or flesh, as if simply soaking in a hot bath. His body began to emit a faint golden light, muscles swelling, tendons and veins rapidly expanding, transforming from a single lane into 2 lanes, then 4 lanes. Strands of black filth were expelled from countless pores in Wang Rui's body, releasing an unbearable stench. Just as the impurities within his body were expelled, suddenly a strange musk fragrance spread out, and Wang Rui felt an immense sense of comfort and relaxation within, as if his internal organs had been ironed. Every part feeling cared for, all 36,000 pores feeling as if they had eaten ginseng fruit, none feeling discomfort. The gluttonous creature was overjoyed. Good. The gluttonous golden body is initially formed. Now the master's physique is also considered genius level, equivalent to an initial level innate martial artist. If he uses the mystical soul devouring armor, his strength will be equivalent to that of an initial level great master. In the world of Saga, there are 6 major realms of martial arts. Warrior. With a combat power of 50 points for initial level warriors, Martial Master, with a combat power of 100 points for initial level Martial Masters, Innate Martial Artist. With a combat power of 300 points for initial level Innate Martial Artists, Great Master, with a combat power of 1,000 points for initial level Great Masters, Martial Saint. With a combat power of 2,000 points for initial level Martial Saints, Human Immortal, with a combat power of 5,000 points for initial level Human Immortals. Above martial arts is the Taiji Mystical Realm, with combat power exceeding 10,000 points. At this moment, the gluttonous creature opened its mouth wide, and Wang Rui fell naked to the ground, his clothes having been boiled away. Wang Rui sprang up like a fish leaping from the water, full of vigor. With a casual punch, the air exploded, a faint thunderous sound echoing. Not bad. I'm no longer a sickly weakling. My muscles are filled with power, hard and bulging like steel, soft and flat like water. The combination of hardness and softness, the sound of my punches like thunder, I am an initial level innate martial artist. Possessing the Great Devouring Technique, inherited from the Spirit Control Sect's Grand Spirit Technique. In the Saha world, there are 3,600 great powers and 84,000 methods. The more great powers and methods one masters, the more formidable one becomes, with the hope of eternal life. The Great Devouring Technique ranks third among all great powers, only behind the Great Causality Technique and the Great Destiny Technique. Most of the great powers have long been lost. Previously, the Spirit Control Sect was only able to control various spirit beasts with the Grand Spirit Technique, which ranked 10th among the great powers, becoming one of the 7 great sects of the Saha world and dominating a region. Wang Rui changed into clothes, and by now, the sky was bright. As an innate martial artist, his senses were sharp. He faintly heard familiar footsteps approaching from a distance. Chapter 3, The Great Identification Technique. Creak. Wang Tianda gently pushed the door open, holding a steaming bowl of black medicinal liquid, instantly filling the room with a strong herbal scent. Father. Wang Rui looked at the little old man before him with a complex expression, filled with mixed feelings. Wang Tianda, at the age of 40, was in his prime but had white hair, deep-set eyes, and a face full of wrinkles, making him appear to be 60. This body of Wang Rui was born from a difficult delivery, and unfortunately, his mother passed away. Wang Tianda raised Wang Rui with great effort, having stayed up for countless days and nights to care for the severely ill Wang Rui, doing everything a father should do. Wang Rui's mother, the Lei family, was a concubine born in the Summer Ning Marquis residence, of low status. Moreover, she had already died, and with her gone, the family's assets were gradually swallowed up by the strong members of the Lei family. Once a wealthy family, now only this large mansion remained, relying on pawning and borrowing to get by. Wang Tianda felt immense guilt every day, exhausted and rapidly aging, perhaps due to the influence of the body, or perhaps because of the broken family. Wang Rui unknowingly transferred all his admiration for his biological parents to Wang Tianda. In this life, he absolutely could not let his father down. Rui, why are you up? Wang Tianda hurried forward to support Wang Rui as he got out of bed. He pounded his chest fiercely and sighed. It's all your father's fault for not being capable enough to cure your illness. I heard that the Refining God Palace is going to start selecting outer disciples again. There are immortals in the Refining God Palace. If Rui goes there, he will definitely recover, then rise to prominence and bring glory to our family. The Refining God Palace. Upon hearing this name, Wang Rui's eyebrows shot up, and he clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh. One of his enemies from 10,000 years ago, and now he heard it again. His anger flared. Wang Rui calmed himself and smiled, saying, Father, don't worry, I will definitely enter the Refining God Palace. But your illness? It's fine. Look, I'm much better. Wang Rui picked up the bowl and drank the medicinal liquid in one gulp, wiping his mouth. Suddenly, a crisp baby voice echoed in his mind. The medicinal liquid contains the ingredients of the nether fruit, which has been absorbed. It can hatch the nether master, the mount of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the divine beast Ting. The hatching of the divine beast has begun. Do you want to hatch it? Wang Rui was startled. Not having time to think more, he focused his thoughts on hatching. Hatching started. Severe deficiency. Hatching failed, unable to obtain the divine beast Ting, but gained one of the 3,600 great divine abilities, the Great Identification Technique. At the same time, a small white jade tablet suddenly appeared in Wang Rui's mind, with the image of a majestic divine beast that had the head of a tiger, the body of a dragon, the tail of a lion, and the feet of a qilin flashing briefly before dimming and slowly disappearing. The divine beast Ting can identify the truth and origins of all things in the world. This great identification technique, I wonder if it lives up to its name. Wang Rui secretly used the Great Devouring Technique to introspect, and details about himself instantly appeared in his mind. Wang Rui, identity. young master of the Yuling sect. Son of Wang Tianda. Initial stage, innate warrior. Combat power value 300 points. Special skills. Gluttonous gold body. Xiantian soul devouring armor. Great devouring technique. Great Yuling technique. Great identification technique. Special treasure. Meteor iron shumi ring. Heaven and earth fortune. Unmentionable. He was an initial stage innate warrior, and his combat power value had changed from being worthless to 300 points. To know that an elite soldier fully armed in the Saha world only has a combat power value of 5 points. The great identification technique is indeed miraculous. In the future, knowing oneself and one's enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. Heir. Wang Tianda saw his son in a daze for a long time and hurriedly called out a few times. It's fine. Father, look, I'm very strong. Wang Rui leaped up and vigorously waved his arms, startling Wang Tianda. Why does it feel like Heir is different today than before? A father knows his son best. Wang Tianda murmured in his heart, but seeing his son looking very spirited, he felt extremely happy, smiling broadly. Bang! Wang Tianda, get out here. Boom, bang, come out. Suddenly, shouts and sounds of smashing came from outside. Wang Rui hurriedly walked with Wang Tianda to the hall outside. Bang! With a loud noise, the long-neglected wooden door was smashed open, half of it falling to the ground. Dozens of arrogant figures rushed in, led by Li Tianming, the steward of the Summer Ning Marquis' residence, followed by a dozen or so blue-clothed servants. Bang, bang, bang. The group smashed the already old and simple furniture in the hall into pieces. You clearly stole my Wang family's property, Li Tianming. Don't you know that I am? Wang Tianda's face was filled with shame and anger as he trembled and pointed at Li Tianming, but he was interrupted before he could finish. Li Tianming's face twitched, spitting saliva, arrogantly shouting, debts must be repaid. Do you think you're still Wang Leoi? Forget it. He pushed Wang Tianda hard. Wang Tianda was caught off guard and was directly pushed to the ground, hitting the corner of the table and bleeding from his head. The other 7 or 8 servants also began to shout wildly, with spit flying everywhere. Debts must be repaid. That's only right. This old man is interesting. He still thinks he's the master. No wonder he raised such a worthless son. Useless old father, and a useless son, just a family of waste. Wang Rui thought about the great identification technique, and while he was deep in thought, he discovered that his father had been pushed down by a servant. Furious, he shouted, "You rodents, do you dare to do this?" The group of servants burst into laughter, and Li Tianming laughed so hard he nearly fell over. Ha ha, the famous waste of Shengjing City is so proud? Oh, isn't this the famous waste young master of Shengjing City? Finally getting out of bed today? If he weren't a waste, could our marquis treat them like this? Wang Tianda, holding his bleeding forehead, hurriedly got up and grabbed Wang Rui, urgently comforting him. Rui, don't bother with these servants. At this moment, many onlookers gathered in front of the open gate of the Wang family's residence, increasingly whispering among themselves. Stealing someone else's property and still asking them to pay back. It's outrageous, truly hard to believe. Poor Wang Tianda, lost his wife, has a son who's a waste. And now his property is gone. It's all his son's fault. I heard not only is his foundation poor, but he's also extremely dull and foolish. The Marquis naturally doesn't like him. Miss Lei from the Lei family is a true genius. Already entered the legendary Refining God Palace to become an immortal. That steward Li Tianming from the Lei residence is an innate warrior, able to take on hundreds of people, extremely formidable. At this moment, a fierce look flashed across Wang Rui's face as he gently held his father's hand and said firmly, "Father, don't worry. I swear, starting today, no one can bully us." Great identification technique. In the depths of Wang Rui's dark eyes, a momentary appearance of something similar to a fly's compound eye emerged, densely packed with countless small images, each one observing and analyzing Li Tianming from different angles. Li Tianming, identity, steward of the Summer Ning Marquis' residence, peak innate warrior, combat power value 900 points. Special skills, none. Special treasures, none. Heaven and earth fortune, none. Probability of victory, 90. Chapter 4, Initial display of talent. Li Tianming stepped in front of Wang Rui, spitting saliva and waving his fists in provocation. "What do you waste want to do? Do you want to hit me?" He was in his prime, tall and strong, while Wang Rui, clad in a faded green shirt, wrapped around a frail body, was obviously not in the same league. "Go ahead, hit me. Useless. Go ahead, hit me." Wang Rui turned his head, disgustedly saying, "Did your mother not tell you that you have serious bad breath? You brat." Li Tianming was furious. Suddenly, a scream accompanied by Li Tianming's shriek. A thunderous sound echoed as Wang Rui's slender fist struck directly at his chest. Li Tianming was sent flying, rolling on the ground. "You brat." He quickly jumped up, cursing. The sound of the fist was like thunder. An innate warrior. Who would have thought this waste was hiding his strength? "Die." Wang Rui. Li Tianming was incredibly pleased, as if he could already see Wang Rui dying under his iron fist. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged dozens of blows, with Wang Rui not taking a step back. Devour, devour, great devour. Streams of innate blood essence and energy surged from Li Tianming's body into Wang Rui's. Li Tianming's face turned pale, filled with terror. Impossible. Why is my energy getting weaker and weaker? In an instant, after another 10 or so exchanges, Li Tianming's combat power value dropped from peak innate warrior 900 points to peak martial master 100 points, losing his value for devouring. A crisp voice echoed in Wang Rui's mind. Ah, a monster. A man-eating monster. Li Tianming suddenly screamed in terror, turning to flee. Humph. With a cold snort, Wang Rui's eyes flashed with fierce light, his body bent like a bow, arms like arrows, and fists like a vajra pestle. With a thunderous sound, he struck Li Tianming in the chest and abdomen. Li Tianming was thrown out like a sack, crashing heavily against the big door with a loud bang, causing the other half of the door to fall to the ground. He slowly slid down from the door frame, collapsing on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Pointing at Wang Rui with one hand, he groaned intermittently. You dare to hit someone from the Summer Ning Marquis's house in Shengjing City? What if I hit you? Are you not satisfied? Wang Rui looked at Li Tianming with disdain. So what if he was a peak innate martial artist? He had just completed his gluttonous golden body. His bone structure and talent were those of a martial arts genius, and his physical strength was that of a beginner innate martial artist. He possessed the great devouring technique, the great spirit control technique, and the great identification technique. All 3,600 great divine abilities. Could he not handle a mere steward? Several servants nearby saw Li Tianming fall and exchanged glances, suddenly screaming and charging at Wang Rui with murderous intent. They were all worthless martial masters. Wang Rui exhaled like an arrow, his power erupting, and with a fierce stomp. A loud bang echoed as his figure shot forward like a released arrow, crashing into the crowd of house servants. The air exploded like thunder, and the shadows of his fists overlapped, enveloping several servants like a net. The sounds of fists breaking through the air were incessant as one after another. The servants were blasted away, each spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. In a flash, the house servants around Wang Rui were already lying on the ground. A pungent smell of blood spreading in the fresh, cold morning air. At this moment, Wang Rui felt invigorated, absorbing countless innate vital energies from Li Tianming, continuously merging into his muscles and blood vessels, with 36,000 pores wide open, feeling extraordinarily refreshing, advancing to the peak innate martial artist. Ding! The Master's combat power value rose from 300 points as a beginner innate martial artist to 900 points as a peak innate martial artist. A crisp voice echoed in Wang Rui's mind. The surroundings fell silent, and the onlookers seemed like clay sculptures, each staring blankly, suddenly exploding in astonishment. Was this a dream? Or were their eyes deceiving them? This was the so-called useless young master of Shengjing City? Gulp! Many in the crowd swallowed hard, realizing they could no longer call him useless. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand his blows. Wang Rui's expression turned cold as he clenched his iron fist, glaring at the blood-spitting, rolling servants, and shouted, "Get lost!" The 10 or so servants on the ground trembled in fear, their faces filled with terror, struggling and helping each other as they stumbled away. Among them, Li Tianming had a face full of resentment, muttering, "You wait. I will definitely tell the second young master beside him." Wang Tianda's face flushed, his chest rising and falling sharply, repeatedly murmuring, "I must be dreaming. Is this real? I don't believe it. Yuner, did you see that? Did you see? Our son has succeeded." Wang Rui narrowed his eyes, watching the departing figures of the servants, fully aware that they would not let this go and would definitely seek revenge. The Summer Ning Marquis's house had even the steward as a peak innate martial artist, and the house servants were martial masters, indicating the depth of their strength. He must quickly improve his own power. If it weren't for his insufficient strength, he could have killed those servants with a single punch instead of holding back. However, he had the Holy Beast Glutton, the third-ranked Great Devouring technique among the 3,600 Great Divine abilities, as well as the Great Spirit Control technique and the Great Identification technique. One day, they would all pay the price and turn to dust. Hee. Wang Rui couldn't help but feel excited. He must become strong as soon as possible. The Summer Ning Marquis's house was eyeing him. If he enjoyed comfort, how could he destroy the enemy's path? When could he achieve eternal immortality and dominate the Saha world? "Father, I must strengthen my power," Wang Rui said firmly to his father. Wang Tianda trembled, tightly grasping Wang Rui's hand, and said in a trembling voice, "Are you going to leave?" Seeing his father's worried expression, Wang Rui felt a pang of guilt in his heart and gently comforted him. "Father, don't worry. You've seen my strength. I'm no longer a clay figure or tofu that anyone can squish." "All right." Wang Tianda didn't say more and immediately went into the house to start packing their belongings. Unbeknownst to them, dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Boom! Thunder roared down, and blinding lightning split the clouds as a torrential downpour surged as if water was being poured from a basin. In less than a quarter of an hour, the two of them, carrying their bags, braved the rain and left the Wang family's courtyard, heading east toward the city. Chapter 5. Xiantian's soul-devouring armor. 10 days later, at the Kangming Mountain thousands of miles away from Shengjing City, a huge black stone fortress stood at the foot of the mountain. Wang Rui stood before the dark entrance of the stone fortress, as if facing the terrifying maw of a man-eating monster, an eerie and sinister aura hitting him head-on. His body involuntarily trembled slightly, and with a flicker of light in his eyes, he lightly stepped forward and entered the dark entrance of the stone fortress. Suddenly, everything went black, engulfed in swirling black mist, rendering him unable to see. A sudden sound of a raging wind filled his ears, and he felt his body tremble as a powerful force enveloped and pushed him, throwing his entire body toward the dark ahead. Wang Rui's vision suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, and in the blink of an eye, he passed through a white light barrier and entered the stone fortress. It was broad daylight outside, but inside the fortress, it was exceptionally dim and eerie, with the air feeling damp and cold, clearly 3 times thicker than in Shengjing City. This was a large square made of blue stone, with an invisible white light barrier overhead covering the entire area. The square was about 1 kilometer in diameter, with neatly paved blue stone slabs. In the center stood a towering stone tablet several dozen meters high, with the words Yuyao Fortress written in bright red, faintly exuding an infinite bloody aura, making one feel nauseous. Under the stone tablet was a circular teleportation light gate, several meters in diameter, dazzlingly bright, continuously swirling like a vortex. A thin, emaciated old man, barely clothed, sat cross-legged beside the light gate with his head bowed, resembling a skeleton, motionless, his status unknown. Surrounding the stone tablet were several dozen uniquely decorated stone houses, built in a circular formation, each displaying banners and plaques, with people occasionally entering and exiting. Spirit Marshal Pavilion. 10,000 Things Pavilion. Heavenly Treasure Building. If told, no one would believe it. The rumored terrifying Yuyao Fortress actually had so many shops. It appeared to have everything. The Yuyao Fortress in the Saha world was built by the 7 great immortal sects, connected to a mysterious maze through the teleportation gate in the square, filled with countless monsters. It was said that passing through this maze could lead directly to the most mysterious evil place in the Saha world, the Valley of 10,000 Monsters, but no one had ever confirmed this rumor. The shops in the square were all established by the 7 major sects or powerful factions, purchasing various monster materials and inner elixirs, while also selling precious items such as spirit pills, talismans, weapons, and armor. The Saha world knows no bounds, vast and infinite, with countless star domains and innumerable planets. The main star of the Saha world is Saha Star, where Wang Rui resides. And the most powerful country on Saha Star is the Huaxia dynasty, with its capital being Shengjing City. The current 7 great overlords of the immortal sects in the Saha world are the Taqing sect, Shijiazong, Langyao Academy, Divine Weapon sect, Spirit Sword Peak, Refining God Palace, and Tiangong Hall, all possessing terrifying strength with countless masters of Broken Void and Tai Chi mysterious realms, even immortal saints who live long lives. However, 1,000 years have passed, and the world has changed. Among the 7 great immortal sects today, only the Divine Weapon sect, Refining God Palace, and Tiangong Hall are Wang Rui's former enemies, while the other sects have either declined or disappeared in the river of history. In front of the vortex light gate in the center of the square, people were coming and going, bustling with activity. Wang Rui's expression was stern as he surveyed the teleportation gate, resolutely stepping into it and entering the monster maze. Upon entering the teleportation gate, he felt the world spinning, and after a moment of dizziness, he opened his eyes to see that he had already exited the teleportation gate. This place is a massive stone cave, about several hundred meters in size, exceptionally dim, with strange rocks looming overhead and a thick layer of extremely damp sludge on the ground, crawling with countless unknown small insects, emitting waves of foul odor. The surroundings are eerily silent, occasionally pierced by the terrifying roars of unknown beasts from afar. Within the visible vicinity, there are only dark, oddly shaped stones scattered haphazardly across the ground. Among the stones grow various peculiar plants of different sizes, emitting a faint glow. At least several hundred people are scattered across these stones, seemingly the ones who entered the monster maze earlier, resting here. Occasionally, a few people glance at Wang Rui, their eyes filled with disdain and curiosity. How does it feel like this young man is an innate martial artist? Can anyone just come to this monster fortress and make a fortune? A group of innate martial artists can handle first-level monsters, but what about him alone? Heh, if others want to die, why should you care? Wang Rui turns a deaf ear, having no intention of getting close to these lowly people. He squints slightly, staring at a few dark, enormous passages ahead. The entrance to the passages is shrouded in a faint white light. After surveying them briefly, he casually chooses one and walks through the white light barrier, entering inside. The passage is 7 to 8 meters high, filled with dim mist, relying on the occasional appearance of strange glowing plants for illumination. Even with Wang Rui's peak innate martial artist vision, he can only see about 50 meters ahead. Beyond that is a chaotic, gray blur, indistinguishable. Wang Rui furrows his brows, takes a deep breath, and feels fortunate that his Taotai golden body has just formed, allowing him to use the Xiantian soul-devouring armor. Seeing that there is no one around, Wang Rui's mind stirs slightly, activating the Xiantian soul-devouring armor. Instantly, a faint dragon roar sounds, and a suit of armor resembling gold and jade forms over his skin, clinging closely and comfortably as if a small baby is nestled in its mother's warm embrace. Truly a delightful sensation. The armor envelopes his entire body, causing him to emit a faint golden light, like an invincible war god descending from the celestial realm. Beep. The owner's combat power value rises from 900 points. Peak innate martial artist to 1,900 points. Peak grandmaster. What a powerful strength. Is this the power of a peak grandmaster? Wang Rui's eyes shine brightly, filled with excitement. He squeezes the armor again. The protective capability is quite good. It seems that a peak grandmaster cannot pierce through it with a single strike. The Xiantian soul-devouring armor, transformed from the divine power of the sacred beast Taotai, merges with all of Wang Rui's essence blood. With a thought, it instantly envelopes his whole body. The soul-devouring armor is equivalent to the Xiantian's spiritual treasure, automatically enhancing one's strength by 1 level, allowing free flight. Impervious to water and fire. Most importantly, it exerts an extraordinarily strong suppression effect on all beings with souls, including spirits, monsters, demons, and humans. As long as one is not at the level of transcending tribulation to become an immortal, they will be affected or even have their souls devoured, leading to deceleration, weakness, and defense breaches. Even human immortals cannot break through the constraints of the body, soaring freely with too low maneuverability, unless one breaks the void and transcends to the Taiji Xian realm. But how many experts exist in the Taiji Xian realm? However, the soul-devouring armor allows oneself to fly freely, with speed dramatically increased. The Hall of Craftsmen can create various extraordinary battle armors, enabling flight and greatly enhancing combat power. With these battle armors, the Hall of Craftsmen can dominate a region, becoming one of the 7 major sects of the Saga Immortal Path. The surrounding stone walls of the maze passage have many directional markers made by predecessors. Wang Rui glances at them briefly, lightly tapping his toes, and unexpectedly soars into the air, not coming down again. With a surge of energy within, he transforms into a beam of golden light, instantly slicing through the air, disappearing in a flash. Chapter 6. The Dragon Sun's Dominance. While flying, Wang Rui focuses his mind and activates the Great Identification Technique. In the depths of his dark pupils, countless small images appear like a fly's compound eyes, displaying various scenes within a radius of several hundred meters. At this moment, one of the images shows a fierce and terrifying demon tiger. He remains calm and continues to walk nonchalantly along the dim passage. Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoes through the dark passage, splitting the clouds and shattering rocks. A fierce and violent evil wind carrying an overwhelming stench rushes toward him. Wang Rui is already prepared, his figure like lightning, flashing several meters away. Focusing his gaze, amidst the faint glow emitted by the strange plants, a half-human tall striped demon tiger appears, with a large Wang character on its forehead, its body covered in dense black and white stripes, its tail like a whip, and its blood-red eyes glowing ominously, exuding a chilling demon aura. Demon Tiger, Identity, Demon Beast Clan, 3rd level Demon Beast, Combat Power Value, 2,600 points. Special Skill, none. Special Treasure, none. Heavenly and Earthly Fortune, almost none. Victory Probability, 80%. A 3rd level Demon Beast. Wang Rui's heart jolts, and he becomes fully alert. A team of innate martial artists can handle a 1st level Demon Beast. Several Grandmasters can kill a 2nd level Demon Beast, and as for 3rd level Demon Beasts, weaker ones require a team of Grandmasters to hunt, while stronger ones cannot be killed without a martial saint. Fortunately, the Xiantian soul-devouring armor has a strong suppression effect on demon creatures. Otherwise, he would have to run away quickly. The demon tiger suddenly presses its forelimbs down. An inky demon aura surges forth, the sound of wind intensifying, shooting like a phantom toward Wang Rui's throat. An incredibly terrifying speed. The demon tiger's body moves so fast, it is almost invisible to the naked eye, just as it seems Wang Rui will be struck down in an instant. In a critical moment, the soul-devouring armor on Wang Rui activates under the surge of demon aura, emitting endless golden brilliance, covering a radius of several dozen meters. Xiantian's soul-devouring. Deceleration, weakness, defense breach. In midair, the demon tiger is illuminated by the golden light, its mind spinning in dizziness. Its soul stirring as if wanting to escape its body, and the demon aura suddenly stagnates. Beep. The demon tiger's combat power value drops from 2,600 points to 1,300 points. Speed and defense halved. Wang Rui's arms shine with golden light, striking like lightning, firmly holding down the two tiger claws in midair. A flicker of anger flashes in the demon tiger's eyes. Its massive mouth suddenly opens, and a demon aura as large as a bowl shoots out, directly blasting toward Wang Rui's chest. Damn, playing dirty. Seeing that Wang Rui has no time to dodge, a hint of triumph appears in the demon tiger's eyes. The Xiantian soul-devouring armor suddenly shines with golden light, and that dark demon aura vanishes in an instant like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun. The demon tiger, seeing this, shows a hint of fear in its eyes, starting to have thoughts of retreat. Want to escape? Wang Rui's sword-like brows stand upright, and he lets out a fierce howl, like a thunderclap in the clear sky. Rippling invisible sound waves that make the demon tiger dizzy and its body tremble. The air bursts, and an indistinguishable golden iron fist instantly strikes the demon tiger's waist. With a loud bang, the demon tiger is sent flying. Huh! Wang Rui urges his energy, his figure enveloped in golden light, soaring into the air, instantly appearing beside the mid-air demon tiger, twisting his body, and striking down with his right leg like a whip, delivering a critical blow to the demon tiger's head. With a rumble, golden light explodes blindingly, the demon tiger's brain matter splattering as it is deeply embedded into the stone wall, causing the wall to shake and crack. With countless fragments falling, Wang Rui rushes forward, his palms each containing a black vortex spinning rapidly, pressing down on the demon tiger to devour it. The demon tiger's body slowly shrinking, strands of demon beast's spiritual energy gradually entering his body, then dissipating. Why can't I devour this demon beast's demon power? Wang Rui's face turns ashen. Tao Tai explains, Master, demon beasts inhale and exhale the essence of the sun and moon, constantly cultivating to gain demon power. And you are merely human. How can you increase your power by devouring this demon beast's demon power? Then how do I enhance my strength? Why didn't you remind me when I entered the maze? Wang Rui is furious, his hopes dashed. Isn't this a matter of life and death? This is the way of heavenly secrets. It cannot be spoken of. The gluttonous Tao Tai mumbles mysteriously. I don't believe it. I will definitely succeed. Wang Rui mutters unwillingly, his expression changing constantly, and the speed of devouring becomes frantic. In the blink of an eye, the demon tiger is nearly completely devoured, leaving only a third-level demon beast core on the ground. Suddenly, a crisp, childish voice rings in Wang Rui's consciousness. Ding dong. Devouring the third-tier demon tiger. Obtained 300 points of spiritual beast flesh. Congratulations, Master. You can now hatch the dragon offspring Baza. Required spiritual beast flesh. 300 points 20,000 points. Ancient stone tablet 01. At the same time, after the shadow of the divine beast listening to the truth appeared in Wang Rui's mind, a pattern shone brightly, depicting an incredibly clear and mysterious divine turtle figure, with a dragon head, turtle body, dragon tail, and a huge stone tablet on its back. Next to it were several rows of flamboyant words. Son of the dragon, Baza, enjoys heavy burdens, capable of moving mountains and seas, as strong as diamond, and cannot be harmed by innate spiritual treasures. Wang Rui was stunned. After all, he used to be the young master of a major sect in the immortal path. And with a quick thought, he understood. It turns out that this demon beast maze is not without benefits. It has great benefits. However, the holy beast Tao Tai cannot violate the laws of heaven and earth and reveal these secrets in advance. One can only rely on oneself to discover them. Otherwise, there will definitely be changes. The dragon is the national beast of the Chinese dynasty. It can be large or small, can rise or hide, soaring in the universe, controlling clouds and rain, with immeasurable divine powers. Just thinking about the dragon offspring Baza feels immensely powerful. The divine beast listening to the truth did not successfully hatch, but gained great identification skills. I wonder what will be obtained if Baza successfully hatches. I must hunt and devour demon beasts to hatch Baza. Wang Rui looked forward to it endlessly. Upon entering the maze, he killed a third-tier demon beast and obtained 300 points of spiritual beast flesh. It seems that he will soon gather 20,000 points. Wang Rui was happy and full of confidence, continuing deeper into the demon beast maze to hunt beasts. Ding dong. Devoured a first-tier bat demon. Obtained 10 points of spiritual beast flesh. Required spiritual beast flesh for dragon offspring Baza. 310 points 20,000 points. Ancient stone tablet 01. Ding dong. Devoured a first-tier demon chicken. Obtained 10 points of spiritual beast flesh. Required spiritual beast flesh for dragon offspring Baza. 320 points 20,000 points. Ancient stone tablet 01. Ding dong. Devoured in second-tier demon chicken. Obtained 100 points of spiritual beast flesh. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Spiritual beast flesh. 3,620 points 20,000 points. Aside from the lucky encounter with a third-tier demon beast when he first entered the maze, the rest were all first-tier, and second-tier ones were rare. Wang Rui felt a bit gloomy and encouraged himself to hold on. Great things start from small beginnings, and a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. This is training. This is cultivation. One must persevere. On the third day, in the maze passage, a swift golden figure was hunting a group of second-tier scorpion tiger beasts. The scorpion tiger beasts were gray-brown all over, with tiger heads and scorpion bodies, their scorpion tails flashing with sharp dark light. The sound of clashing was incessant. As the poisonous tails of a dozen scorpion tiger beasts transformed into phantoms, repeatedly striking that golden figure, but all returned empty-handed, unable to pierce through. Beep beep. The battle power of the second-tier scorpion tiger beasts dropped from 1,000 points to 500 points. Speed and defense halved. Huh. Wang Rui let out a soft shout, and countless dazzling golden fist shadows appeared out of thin air, densely encircling the group of scorpion tiger beasts like a net. Chapter 7. Golden-haired stone ape. Like rain hitting banana leaves, the sound of explosions was incessant, and in an instant, the bodies of the scorpion tiger beasts burst apart, yellow bodily fluids spraying out, collapsing to the ground, filling the entire passage with a strange, foul smell. Wang Rui activated the great devouring technique, the vortex between his palms growing deeper and darker, spinning rapidly, and the corpses of scorpion tiger beasts on the ground gradually decreased. Ding dong. Devoured 8 second-tier scorpion tiger beasts, obtained 800 points of spiritual beast flesh. Required spiritual beast flesh for dragon offspring Baza. 4,620,000. Ancient stone tablet 01. This group of second-tier scorpion tiger beasts was delightful. A full 800 points of spiritual beast flesh. It would be great if there were regularly second-tier demon beast nests. But thinking about it, one knows that it is impossible. Second-tier and above demon beasts are not so easy to encounter. This maze is winding. Who knows where high-tier demon beasts are? Efficiency must be improved. If this continues, he would have to stay in the demon beast maze for 10 days or half a month, and he feared something might happen on his father's side. Wang Rui walked deeper into the maze. He didn't know how long it had been when he arrived at a small cave about 10 meters in size. In front of the cave, there were 3 passages. After a moment of contemplation, he prepared to walk into one of the passages. However, a glance from the corner of his eye unexpectedly revealed several decayed corpses lying in a corner of the cave, leaning against each other in disarray. Wang Rui was startled. Walking closer, a strong smell of decay rushed to his nose. Covering his nose and looking, he found that these people were all naked, stripped clean, with shattered necks and broken limbs, their deaths extremely tragic. Judging by the degree of decay, they seemed to have died not long ago. It seems this demon beast maze is not peaceful. Wang Rui's face twitched slightly as he continued toward the passage ahead. Huh. Wang Rui's eyes displayed images of several figures approaching from hundreds of meters away in the darkness. They definitely had not discovered him. Wang Rui frowned and leaped, hiding in a huge stone stalactite above. When he passed under these people, Wang Rui clearly felt that they were enveloped in black energy, not good characters. Everyone, work hard. Regardless of whether they are human or beast, they must be killed without mercy. The whereabouts of the golden-haired stone ape must not be discovered by outsiders. Is there really a golden-haired stone ape? Of course. After those people walked far away, Wang Rui jumped down. Golden-haired stone ape? That is a spiritual beast ranked in the top 20 of the world. Could there really be a golden-haired stone ape? Humph. I must get a share of this good fortune. Great identification technique. Wang Rui narrowed his eyes, focusing on the several people ahead, following them from a distance. The group took many twists and turns deeper into the maze for half an hour, stopping to meet with dozens of others. And Wang Rui vaguely heard them discussing how to capture the golden-haired stone ape, how to seal off the surroundings, kill people to silence them, preventing the news of the golden-haired stone ape from leaking. Otherwise, the major immortal sects would definitely mobilize, and they would have no part in it. Huh, what is that? Wang Rui's eyes displayed a scene ahead that revealed a vast stone forest, with strange rocks everywhere and countless black demon apes playing joyfully among them. In the dense crowd of demon apes was a very small young ape, shaking a black broken furnace and playing happily. It was about the size of a few-month-old child. And strangely, it had no mixed hairs, only golden fur, shining brightly. Could it really be the golden-haired stone ape that his father mentioned from time to time? Great identification technique. Wang Rui focused on the golden-haired little demon ape. Golden-haired stone ape, identity. Earthly spiritual monkey, born within the earthly spirit stone, can transform when matured. Understands yin and yang, controls the sun and moon, shrinks mountains, with immeasurable divine abilities. Special skill, none. Special treasure, broken furnace. Heavenly and earthly luck, present. Winning chance, temporarily 100. There really is a golden-haired stone ape. Is the broken furnace a special treasure? Wang Rui was surprised, feeling both joy and worry. His face turned alternately pale and flushed. The joy was knowing the whereabouts of the golden-haired stone ape. And the worry was that according to the records in the Spirit Beast Codex of the Spirit Control Sect, wherever there is a golden-haired stone ape, there must be a 5th tier or higher demon ape king. A 3rd tier peak demon beast cannot be hunted without a martial saint, and as for a 5th tier demon beast, even if an immortal comes, it would be tough. If it were a 6th tier demon ape king, it would be comparable to a master in the Tai Chi Xian realm. Even with the soul-devouring armor, he might not be able to escape. How can I obtain this golden-haired stone monkey cub? Looking at how vast this stone forest is, there must be other passages connecting here. According to the Spirit Beast Codex of the Spirit Control Sect, stone forest demon apes love fresh blood and flesh. Why not? Wang Rui, using the great identification technique, found an inconspicuous small passage in the maze scene displayed in his eyes, cautiously bypassing the dozens of people in front, successfully arriving on the other side of the stone forest demon apes. Crack! Wang Rui broke the neck of a demon wolf, his eyes shining with fierce light. This demon wolf meat would make a good bait. Gently twisting, he took off a wolf leg and stored the rest in the meteor iron dimensional ring. Wang Rui held a freshly severed demon wolf leg, blood dripping, his gaze locked onto 2 demon apes at the edge of the stone forest. Slowly advancing step by step, 200 meters, 190 meters, 180 meters. The 2 demon apes at the edge of the stone forest, previously playfully wrestling with each other, suddenly released their grip, their noses sniffing in all directions, and quickly fixed their gaze on Wang Rui's direction, charging towards him like arrows released from a bow. They have indeed come. Wang Rui was overjoyed. The stone forest demon apes, classified as a type of demon beast, were 3rd-tier demon beasts with a combat power value of 2,000 points, no special skills, no special treasures, and almost no luck from heaven and earth. The chance of victory, 80%. Great. Wang Rui's heart raced with excitement. He didn't expect that even 2 random demon apes from this nest would be 3rd-tier demon beasts. No, those aren't just demon apes. They are 2 large piles of spiritual beast flesh. Ha. The 2 demon apes, upon spotting Wang Rui, immediately became excited at the sight of such fresh prey, growling softly, their murderous aura rising as they lunged towards him from the left and right. Xiantian's Soul Devour. The soul-devouring armor emitted endless golden light, enveloping the 2 demon apes. Beep beep. The combat power value of the stone forest demon apes dropped from 2,000 points to 1,000 points. Their speed and defense halved. The 2 demon apes trembled violently. Their faces filled with terror, and they turned to flee. Wang Rui secretly praised. Indeed, ape-like demon beasts had high intelligence and knew to escape immediately. But it was too late. How could he let the meat slip away? He urged the energy beneath his feet. Golden flames shot out like stars. His palms like eagle claws, dazzling with golden light, striking like lightning, firmly grasping the heads of the 2 demon apes and smashing them together. A black vortex appeared, spinning rapidly, and the bodies of the demon apes slowly shrank, leaving behind 2 3rd-tier demon beast cores. Ding dong. Devoured 2 3rd-tier stone forest demon apes. Gained 600 points of spiritual beast flesh. Dragonchild Basya requires spiritual beast flesh. 5,000, 220,000, 10,000 year steel 01. Not bad. Continuing. Wang Rui began to lure more monsters. Ding dong. Devoured 1 2nd-tier stone forest demon ape. Gained 100 points of spiritual beast flesh. Ding dong. Devoured 1 3rd-tier stone forest demon ape. Gained 300 points of spiritual beast flesh. Chapter 8. Hunting the demon ape with a black back. Unknowingly, a whole day had passed. Wang Rui focused on the white jade slip. Dragonchild Basya requires spiritual beast flesh. 9,900 points, 20,000 points, 10,000 year steel 01. At this rate, It wouldn't be long before he could devour enough spiritual beast flesh to hatch Basya. He had devoured dozens of second-tier and third-tier demon apes. And although he had attracted too many demon apes twice, with the great identification technique, he could discard the beast flesh in advance and hide, posing no danger. This stone forest was truly the best treasure land for devouring spiritual beast flesh and hunting demon cores. On the 6th day in the demon beast maze, Wang Rui had become increasingly skilled at luring and hunting demon apes, with efficiency greatly increased. The points of spiritual beast flesh had risen to 15,300, and he had hundreds of demon cores. With success in sight, Wang Rui was exceedingly happy. Hundreds of demon cores were also a considerable fortune, with a first-tier demon core worth at least 100 taels of silver and third-tier ones starting at 1,000 taels. Suddenly, he frowned. Should he kill that demon ape leader? Wang Rui focused intently on the image in his eyes from the great identification technique, which showed a demon ape with deep black fur, 1.5 times the height of an average third-tier demon ape, with a broad body, walking sideways, causing other demon apes to avoid it in fear. Thinking of this, Wang Rui felt an itch in his heart, his eyes only on this demon ape leader. After a long while, he made up his mind. Since he was already tempted, it was better to take the plunge. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. The blackback demon ape, after patrolling the stone forest, slowly sat down on its designated seat, a large flat black stone. Several female apes diligently helped it pick off lice nearby, since recently entering the 4th tier. With its intelligence beginning to awaken, the king had named it Blackback, becoming the king's right-hand man. However, it had recently been somewhat troubled, having not smelled fresh meat for many days despite never lacking blood food. Although it was fine not to eat, it still felt quite greedy. Humph, it's all those humans' fault. Just a few dozen of them, the strongest only at the martial saint realm, daring to covet Little Jin's territory. It's simply seeking death. It turned its head slightly, kindly looking at Little Jin, who everyone liked even though it had popped out from a stone. What a fragrant smell, such fresh food. The king said not to leave one's post when going to the 10,000 Demon Valley. It should mean not to leave the stone forest casually. A quarter of an hour later, Blackback impatiently waved its arms, driving away several female apes. Blackback now loathed the 4th-tier strength it had once been proud of. Look, all the other 2nd-tier and 3rd-tier companions around couldn't smell this fresh food, but only it could smell it from afar. So fragrant, so tempting to take a bite. Half an hour later, it was extremely anxious, unable to sit still, circling around the big black stone. The demon ape leader, Blackback, thought of this, grinning widely, stomping its foot, and in an instant, transformed into a streak of black light shooting into the passage where Wang Rui was located. So much delicious food. In the middle of the passage was a large pile of fresh meat, and Blackback drooled as it pounced in, grabbing a demon fox leg and devouring it. So fragrant. So delicious. Wang Rui clung tightly to the top of the passage, 7 or 8 meters high, watching the enormous demon ape gorge itself, devouring meat and bones. Wolfing it down. Demon ape Blackback, identity, demon beast clan. 4th-tier demon beast, intelligence, just awakened, combat power value of 3,600 points. Special skill, 100 cracks ape claw. Special treasure, none. Luck from heaven and earth, almost none. Chance of victory, 70%. A 4th-tier demon beast. Although he had been mentally prepared, Wang Rui was still shocked. He couldn't afford to slip up. Wang Rui sneered inwardly. So what if it was 4th tier? Could that scare me? Cutting through thorns and thistles, seeking revenge, and settling scores, mastering life and death, was no joke. No matter how superior your strength or how cunning like a ghost you are, you'll still have to drink my wash water. But this demon ape leader's intelligence was not ordinary. It could endure such a long period of temptation. Watching it acting as if it were facing a great enemy while pretending to happily eat was really quite amusing. Eat. Enjoy your meal. After a long time. While gorging itself, Blackback's eyes gradually relaxed as it lowered its guard. It seemed there was no danger. It boldly continued to eat, the tense muscles in its body slowly relaxing. Blackback couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp, slowly raising its arms to stretch. Just at that moment, Wang Rui's face turned fierce, and he unleashed a powerful surge of energy. A faint dragon roar echoed, Xiantian Soul Devour. The Xiantian Soul Devour armor shot out a blinding golden light, enveloping the demon ape Blackback. Blackback felt dizzy, its soul stirring as if it wanted to fly out of its body with the golden light, and its form suddenly trembled slightly. Beep beep. The combat power value of the demon ape Blackback dropped from 3,600 points to 1,800 points. Its speed and defense halved. A golden figure fell from the sky, delivering a fierce blow to Blackback's enormous head midair. Buzz buzz buzz. Blackback felt as if a water and land temple had opened in its mind, with gongs, bowls, and cymbals ringing incessantly, and its eyes filled with stars. Huh! Blackback suddenly let out a piercing howl, its entire body shrouded in dark, demonic energy, incredibly ferocious. Its claws glinting coldly like two sharp forks aimed at Wang Rui's throat. Wang Rui's heart leapt. That demon ape's roar displayed an image in his eyes, showing countless demon apes in the stone forest rushing towards him, and in the blink of an eye, he would be overwhelmed. Would his efforts go to waste? No. He was all in. Wang Rui did not dodge or evade, his golden palms like lightning, tightly gripping the demon ape's head. Blackback felt overjoyed. This human was doomed. Caught in its 100 cracks ape claw, certain to be dismembered. Clang clang. Two loud sounds echoed as the indestructible sharp claws of the ape pierced the soul-devouring armor, sliding off and leaving only two deep marks, almost piercing through. As the claws slid away, the soul-devouring armor, transformed from the divine power of the Tao Dai, visibly began to automatically restore itself. Dai? Wang Rui's eyes shone with divine light. His whole body surged with energy, and his golden palms radiated with golden light as he violently twisted the head of the demon ape. Crack! With a light sound, the neck bone of the black-backed ape shattered, and everything went dark as its massive body fell like a collapsing mountain. Wang Rui quickly gathered the demon ape's corpse, which instantly transformed into a golden meteor, shooting into the dark passage and disappearing in an instant. Countless demon apes arrived at the death site of the black-backed ape, stopping in confusion. Clearly, there was the aura of the black-backed leader here, yet nothing was found. In a small cave far from the stone forest, Wang Rui was devouring the demon ape leader, the black-backed ape, as a dark and deep vortex spun rapidly, slowly shrinking the demon ape's body until only a four-tiered demon beast inner core, radiating dark light, remained. Ding dong. By devouring the intelligent four-tier stone forest demon ape, he obtained 1,500 points of spirit beast flesh. Spirit beast flesh required for the dragon sun Basya, 16800-20000, 10,000 years stone tablet 01. Comfortable. 1,500 points of flesh. Wang Rui couldn't help but shake his fist, grabbing the four-tier demon core, focusing intently on the demon core. A huge demon ape with jet black fur suddenly appeared in his mind, leaping and bounding, its sharp claws dancing up and down, demonstrating the technique of the 100 cracks ape claw. Good, good. Just as in my previous life, this has its benefits. The inner core of a four-tier demon beast condenses the essence and techniques of the demon beast. After learning this 100 cracks ape claw, I can definitely sell it for a good price. Chapter 9. Seizing the golden-furred stone ape. An hour later, Wang Rui had already mastered the 100 cracks ape claw and was ready to continue hunting and devouring demon apes. Damn, these demon apes are quite clever. Wang Rui couldn't help but complain. After eliminating that demon ape leader, the entire stone forest demon apes became wary. They remained still until they moved en masse, resulting in Wang Rui losing a lot of demon beast flesh without even getting a single strand of ape fur. If surrounded by the demon apes, the densely packed creatures would definitely crush him to death. Looks like I need to change places, Wang Rui muttered. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, causing Wang Rui to feel dizzy. What a powerful demon beast. At the end of the stone forest appeared a massive dark figure with a tuft of golden fur on its head, radiating overwhelming demonic energy. It suddenly thumped its chest. Dark demonic energy surged wildly, and with a wave of its giant arm, countless demon apes charged forward, seeking an opportunity to seize the golden-furred stone ape. The demon ape king, King Kong, was furious. His little brother, the black-backed ape, had vanished, and many of his clan members had disappeared, all within just a few days of his absence. These greedy, detestable humans. They should all die. Like a bolt of lightning, he dashed through the crowd, slaughtering indiscriminately. Screams echoed, and blood sprayed everywhere. How could a martial saint stand against him? Not a match at all. I'll fight. Wealth is sought in danger. Wang Rui steeled his heart, vigorously urging his energy, transforming into a dazzling golden light, instantly slicing through the air, and darting straight toward the golden-furred young ape in the stone forest. The distance of several hundred meters was covered in an instant. As the Xiantian soul-devouring armor shone with golden light, the sound of dragon roars erupted, enveloping a radius of several dozen meters, causing all the demon apes to momentarily freeze. Wang Rui's golden arm scooped up the young ape, tossing it along with the broken black furnace into the meteorite Shumi ring, and turned to escape, with endless furious roars behind him as countless demon apes pursued closely. With a swoosh, a golden figure soared into the air, slicing through the dark mist of the passage like a phantom. Immediately after, several fierce and bloody dark shadows shot out from the black mist, leaping and soaring, quickly closing in on the golden figure ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was several black demon apes, their claws like sharp blades, fangs bared, incredibly ferocious. Leading them was a massive demon ape with a tuft of golden fur, radiating immense demonic energy. It suddenly thumped its chest, letting out a series of furious roars. Dark demonic energy surged wildly, and its enormous body suddenly flashed behind Wang Rui, its knife-like claws plunging directly into Wang Rui's back. A chilling and bloody demonic energy assaulted from behind, but Wang Rui coldly smiled, his form unchanged, continuing to charge forward. The razor-sharp claws of the demon ape, enveloped in endless demonic energy, were about to pierce Wang Rui's heart when the soul-devouring armor suddenly erupted with blinding golden light, with faint dragon roars echoing. The demon apes behind him were enveloped in golden light, momentarily freezing in place, the dragon roar ringing in their ears, causing several demon apes to shake and nearly topple over. Wang Rui's form was like lightning, vanishing in the dim passage in an instant, as the furious roars of the demon apes echoed behind him. After being pursued for half a day, Wang Rui finally shook off the demon apes. He wiped his sweat, feeling a lingering fear. Without the soul-devouring armor, 1,000 Wang Ruis would have perished. Fortunately, the leader of that demon ape nest was only a 5-tier demon ape king. Demon beasts at the peak of the 3rd tier can only be hunted by martial saints. As for 5-tier demon beasts, even if an immortal came, it would be difficult. If it were a 6-tier demon ape king, it would definitely possess the strength of the Taiji Xian realm, and he didn't know if he could escape successfully. That broken furnace had no abnormalities. How could it be a special treasure? Could it be that the great identification technique went wrong? Wang Rui used the great devouring technique for inner sight, and his details instantly appeared in his mind. Wang Rui, identity, deputy master of the spirit control sect, son of Wang Tianda, peak innate martial artist. Combat power value 900 points. Special skills, Taodai golden body, Xiantian soul devouring armor, great devouring technique, great spirit control technique, great identification technique, 100 cracks ape claw. Special treasures, meteorite shumi ring, broken furnace. Special spirit beast, golden furred stone monkey, young. Heaven and earth fortune, cannot be spoken. Upon checking the white jade slip again, the spirit beast flesh required for the dragon sun Basya, 16800-20000, 10,000 years stone tablet 01. Wang Rui's eyes shone brightly, feeling extremely excited. The harvest from hunting demon apes in the stone forest was substantial. However, he could no longer return to the stone forest, and had to go elsewhere to continue devouring demon beasts, quickly gathering enough spirit beast flesh required for Basya. A day later, in a dim small cave, Wang Rui used the great devouring technique to consume the corpse of a gigantic illusion python. Ding dong. By devouring the 3-tier illusion python, he obtained 300 points of spirit beast flesh. Spirit beast flesh required for the dragon sun Basya, 20,000 and 20,000. 10,000 year stone tablet 01. Finally, he had enough spirit beast flesh to hatch the dragon sun Basya. Wang Rui couldn't help but dance with joy. The biggest gain this time was seizing the golden furred stone ape, ranked among the top 20 spirit beasts of the Saha world. He obtained a total of 500 or 600 demon beast inner cores ranging from 1st to 3rd tier, and a 4-tier inner core with demon beast techniques. These inner cores were of too low a level and not very useful. They could be exchanged for a large sum of gold and silver. And his family's estate also needed renovations. His father, Wang Tianda, was also unwell and needed someone to look after him, allowing him to focus on cultivating martial arts. Next, he had to devour a 10,000-year stone tablet. Spirit beast flesh was easy to obtain, but this 10,000-year stone tablet seemed hard to find. Where would such an ancient stone tablet be? It might have turned to dust long ago. Wang Rui's forehead furrowed into a big character. Forget it. The boat will naturally go straight when it reaches the bridge, having not eaten or drunk anything for so many days. Although he could replenish his energy while devouring demon beasts and didn't feel hungry or thirsty, it was time to leave the demon beast maze and search for the 10,000-year stone tablet. Wang Rui urged his energy, and the golden flames erupted, shooting like a golden comet toward the entrance of the maze. At the stone cave entrance of the demon beast maze, many people looked at Wang Rui with astonished and suspicious eyes, discussing among themselves. Hey, isn't that the young man who entered the maze a few days ago? An innate martial artist? He's still alive? Keep your voice down. Maybe he is a hidden peerless master, not an innate martial artist. No wonder. He must not be an innate martial artist. Upon entering, Wang Rui was slightly taken aback. The hall was spacious enough to accommodate dozens of people without feeling crowded. The blue stone walls were embedded with countless unknown gems, illuminating the entire hall as bright as day. Chapter 10. Hatching the Dragon Sun Basya. The house slave standing next to a few green-clothed maids looked at Wang Rui's shabby and tattered outfit, rolling his eyes in disdain. Wang Rui felt ignored and grew angry. When had he, the former young master of the Yuling sect, ever suffered such indignity? He pulled out a bag filled with demon beast inner cores from his shumi ring and slammed it onto the counter with a loud bang. The seemingly leading brown-clothed house slave rolled his eyes and said, "Hey, you have no manners. Can you afford to pay for the damage to the counter? You poor wretch." Before he could finish his sentence, several colorful demon beast inner cores rolled out of the bag. The maids beside him covered their mouths in astonishment. Not even dozens of people could produce so many demon beast inner cores. The steward suddenly stood up and stepped out from behind the counter, slapping the leading brown-clothed house slave several times while angrily shouting, "You blind dog servant. Apologize to the honorable guest. I beg your pardon, my lord. I beg your pardon. This servant is blind to your greatness. I am not worthy." The brown-clothed house slave quickly knelt down, repeatedly banging his head on the ground. The green-clothed maids also knelt down, all lowering their heads. "Humph." Wang Rui lightly snorted and waved his hand casually. "What is demeanor? Those above the crowd naturally possess dignity. What is status? Those above the crowd command authority. This is status." The steward's eyes lit up. He realized this young master was someone who had seen the world and had a significant background. He needed to serve him well for future benefits. He became even more courteous, clasping his hands and bowing deeply. "My surname is Wu. I am the steward here. I sincerely invite you to the private room inside for a detailed discussion." "Good." Wang Rui didn't bother with small talk and walked in with a confident stride. Once inside the private room, Wang Rui sat down at the head of the table, and Steward Wu personally brought over fine tea. This is top-quality Jin Junmei." "Acceptable." Wang Rui took a light sip and said slowly, "You truly are a connoisseur of tea." Steward Wu beamed. Not many could tell it was top-quality Jin Junmei with a single sip. Surely he came from a wealthy and powerful family. Wang Rui narrowed his eyes slightly. Tapping his fingers on the armrest of the grand chair, "We can do business together in the future, but I have a small condition." Steward Wu hurriedly leaned in, anxiously asking, "What condition does my lord have? Do you know where there are ancient sites with thousands of years of history near Shengjing City, especially stone tablets? I am very interested in studying the inscriptions on stone tablets." "This is easy. You can count on me. Wu has some connections in this regard. Please take a rest. I will be back shortly." After a stick of incense's time, Wang Rui walked out, swaying as he was sent off by Steward Wu and all the maids bowing. Inside his shumi ring, he had gained 1,000,000 taels and silver notes and a detailed map marking historical sites over 1,000 years old within 1,000 miles of Shengjing City. In Huangfeng Valley, it was quiet and deserted. Occasionally a bird call flashed by. In the valley, there were remnants of walls, and a young man in a green long gown was searching for something carefully. Outside Shengjing City, hundreds of miles away, at the ancient temple Huawang Temple, among the bustling worshippers was the same young man in green, who did not go into worship but was looking around, nearly stumbling into the inner courtyard that did not receive guests. Wang Rui sighed deeply. Several days had passed, and he had already visited 7 or 8 of the locations marked on the map. There were indeed 1,000-year-old stone tablets, but the 10,000-year-old stone tablets were truly hard to find. Was heaven playing tricks on him? Did it not want him to possess the Dragon Sun Bajia? He would not give up. This little setback was nothing. He was just worried about his father, not knowing how he was doing now. Wang Rui carefully examined the map again. The Huaxia dynasty had existed for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, and the royal tombs at Tianzi Mountain might have 10,000-year-old stone tablets. Good. Let's go to Tianzi Mountain. A figure sped towards Tianzi Mountain. Tianzi Mountain rose like a giant pagoda, surrounded by mist and strange rocks, serving as the royal tombs of the Huaxia dynasty throughout the ages. A huge pale yellow palace was nestled in the mist halfway up the mountain, appearing vague and ethereal. That night, the moon was bright but the stars were few. Under the hazy moonlight, a massive stone tablet stood before the gate of the Huaxia Royal Tomb Palace, several meters tall. The stone tablet was covered in weathered marks from wind and sun, and the deep carvings were somewhat unclear, showing signs of age. SHP, Huaxia. Sharing the same lifespan as heaven and earth, with billions of citizens, Huaxia year, 893. This stone tablet was built in the Huaxia year, 893, and now it was the Huaxia year, 1913. A full 10,020 years, truly a case of finding something without looking for it. Wang Rui, wearing a black veil, took a deep breath to calm his excited heart, gently placed his palms on the stone tablet, and a deep, dark vortex appeared. The stone tablet turned to dust, slowly shrinking smaller and smaller. At some point, dark clouds gathered in the night sky, obscuring the full moon, and a fierce wind howled, causing the surrounding trees to sway. Ding dong. Acquired one 10,000-year stone tablet. Blood and flesh of spirit beasts required for the dragon's son Beijia. 20,000 and 20,000. 10,000-year stone tablet 1-1. As if a celestial sound entered his ears, Wang Rui felt immense joy in his heart. His chest involuntarily rose and fell rapidly, and his eyes sparkled with light as he shouted, Beijia! Boom! A terrifying thunderclap struck the night sky, and a blinding bolt of lightning split the heavens. As if the universe sensed something extraordinary was about to emerge. Behind Wang Rui, a massive, mysterious golden tortoise silhouette suddenly appeared in the void, with a dragon head, tortoise body, dragon tail, and a large ancient stone tablet resting on its back, faintly emitting a dragon's roar that shook the heart. Beijia, son of the dragon, loves to bear heavy loads, can move mountains and seas, and is as tough as diamond. Only innate spiritual treasures can harm it. Wang Rui, the master of the dragon's son Beijia, gained the supreme power technique of 3,600 Daos and the great diamond technique. Waves of golden heat flowed through his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. What powerful strength! Wang Rui's energy surged throughout his body, unable to suppress a fierce howl that echoed far and wide. Raindrops the size of beans began to fall from the night sky, growing heavier. In the stormy weather, several figures flashed out from the gate of the tomb, instantly surrounding Wang Rui by the stone tablet. Hey, where is the 10,000-year tomb-stabilizing stone tablet? Daring to wreak havoc in the royal tomb? The imperial bodyguard Lu Hu is here. You shall die, thief. A bare-chested giant, muscles bulging, exuded a suffocating aura, roaring as he lunged forward. Lu Hu looked like a master of hard training. Although his body was massive, he was not clumsy at all. Agile as a leopard, he twisted in midair, delivering a strike with his massive iron fist, causing the air to explode with sound as his enormous fist nearly covered Wang Rui's face. Great identification technique. Lu Hu. Identity. Imperial bodyguard, peak grandmaster, combat power value, 1,900 points, special skill, golden bell iron cloth shirt, special treasure, none, heaven and earth fortune, almost none, winning probability, 90. Wang Rui sneered inwardly. Peak grandmaster? Hard training? I could knock down even a diamond bronze man. Chapter 11. Supreme power technique and great diamond technique. Beijia. Supreme power technique. Great diamond technique. Wang Rui concentrated, and the huge golden tortoise silhouette behind him lunged towards him, merging into his body, radiating a faint golden light. Beep beep. The supreme power technique stacked, and the combat power value rose from the peak innate martial artist's 900 points to the peak grandmaster's 1,900 points. Stacking the great diamond technique, the combat power value rose from the peak grandmaster's 1,900 points to the initial stage of the martial saint's 2,900 points. Wang Rui, twisting his body, easily dodged the punch, sinking down into a stance, his spine coiling and extending like a dragon, his body like a bow, his arm like an arrow, his fist like a diamond pestle, directly smashing towards Lu Hu's chest. Lu Hu felt as if a golden figure flashed before him. The sound of shattering gold and splitting stone rang in his ears, and an unmatched force surged towards his chest. In a rush, he roared, golden bell iron cloth shirt. Bang! Wang Rui's fist, enveloped in golden light, struck Lu Hu's chest, as if hitting wood. Lu Hu's face flushed red, a mouthful of fresh blood spilled out, and his iron arms, coiled like dragons, struck down towards Wang Rui's head with the force to split Mount Hua. At this moment, a sharp sound pierced the air behind Wang Rui, as a short guard with a pair of fine steel daggers lunged for Wang Rui's back, sealing off his escape. With wolves in front and tigers behind, it seemed there was no way out. Either death or injury awaited him. What a bold Wang Rui. He did not flinch or evade. Stepping forward like a bow, he suddenly charged into Lu Hu's chest, his whole body brimming with energy, his short martial attire resembling an inflated ball. With a powerful shoulder strike, he hit Lu Hu's chest directly. Lu Hu felt a loud bang in his chest, followed by a cracking sound as his sternum broke, spewing blood and sending him flying several meters, rolling like a gourd. Wang Rui let out a roar, an invisible wave of energy and blood rippling like a colossal tide, engulfing the surrounding people. Those who were about to rush and trembled and froze in place. Clang, clang. The two finely crafted steel daggers in the guard's hands shattered to the ground, and the chainmail that could withstand the force of crossbow bolts suddenly burst apart, blood gushing from his body as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The others nearby were stunned. In the blink of an eye, two peak masters lay on the ground, unaware of their fate. This masked man was incredibly powerful, definitely a martial sage. Ha! Wang Rui felt immensely satisfied as everyone dared not step forward. What is power? Everyone hesitated. This is power. Life and death are in one's hands. This is power. With no enmity or resentment. He did not wish to take the lives of these guards. With a light step, he shot away like a streak of golden lightning, disappearing into the dense forest. Behind him, the guards' frantic shouts and alarm bells rang loudly. As Wang Rui raced forward, he carefully examined the white jade slip in his mind. The first pattern on the slip was the divine Beast Taming, which had failed to hatch, only a vague shadow remaining. The second pattern was the dragon offspring Baxia, shining brilliantly, vividly alive, successfully hatched. However, Baxia was still just a shadow. It would slowly become a physical entity as his strength increased. Only after becoming a physical entity could it help Wang Rui in battles, and that would be incredible. Baxia is a dragon offspring. Even if it is not an immortal, it could possess the strength to endure heavenly tribulations. It could sweep across the world. I wonder what the next divine beast will be. There is no hint at all. But with the golden-haired stone ape in hand, if he could quickly cultivate it to maturity, his strength would soar. Raising the spirit beast, the golden-haired stone ape, requires refining spirit control pills. He knows the recipe, but he is not skilled in pill refining. It seems he can only go to the divine refining palace, which is the most adept at alchemy. The great alchemy technique of the divine refining palace is one of the 3,600 great paths. He must learn it. The divine refining palace also possesses the town palace immortal artifact, the true sutra of divine refining, said to be able to refine the path to immortality, breaking the barriers between the mortal world and the immortal realm, a supreme treasure for traversing the myriad worlds and endless heavens. He must find a way to seize it and take revenge on the divine refining palace. Perfect timing to participate in their outer courtyard disciple selection. A day later, Wang Rui arrived at the gate of Shengjing City. He followed the tide of people towards the city's East City God Temple, unaware that a few servants from the Xiangning Marquis estate were watching him at the gate, quickly running towards the Marquis' residence upon spotting him. Wang Tianda stood daily in front of the dilapidated city God Temple, anxiously waiting. Rui had been gone for almost a month, and he wondered if he was okay. Father! Suddenly, a loud shout came from afar. Wang Tianda turned abruptly, and a familiar figure appeared before his eyes. The two embraced tightly, tears streaming down Wang Tianda's face. While the father and son were sharing their emotional reunion, suddenly, a rapid sound of hooves and shouts came from the corner of the main street. The pedestrians panicked and scattered. Even the leisurely women walking gracefully fled to the roadside upon hearing the commotion. Several tall horses galloped down the street, led by a black steed that rushed forth like lightning, and in an instant, it was upon them. Carrying a young nobleman with a jade hairpin and dressed in luxurious golden silk martial attire, with a jade pendant at his waist. This person had exceptional riding skills, charging forward with great momentum, yet he did not collide with anyone or anything. Wang Rui recognized him immediately from the memories of this body. This young nobleman was the second young master of the Xiangning Marquis estate, Lei Shijin. It seemed that Lei Shijin spotted Wang Rui from afar, smirking sinisterly. He lightly kicked the horse's belly, shaking the reins forcefully, and the horse sped up, instantly arriving in front of Wang Rui. Ha ha! Lei Shijin laughed as he pulled the reins, his horse letting out a long whinny as it reared up. From atop the horse, Lei Shijin shouted, "Get out of the way!" He raised a silver whip high and struck down fiercely. The combination of man and horse was ferocious, enough to scare the timid into a panic. A sharp glint flashed in Wang Rui's eyes. His body twisted oddly, narrowly avoiding the galloping horse. His left hand, like an eagle's claw, seized the whip that Lei Shijin had swung down, while his right fist struck like a vajra, the air exploding with a thunderous sound as it slammed into the horse's belly. Boom! A massive sound echoed. The black steed charged past Wang Rui and crashed into the dilapidated door of the city god temple, collapsing to the ground with a loud thud. At the same time, Lei Shijin was thrown off the horse due to the tremendous inertia. In the blink of an eye, bystanders only saw Lei Shijin charging in on horseback, then striking at Wang Rui with the whip, and with a simple punch from Wang Rui, the horse fell and the man flew. The crowd buzzed with discussions, utterly shocked. Is this still the Wang family waste that was once a laughingstock in Xinjiang? Anyone who dares to say so in the future will be properly scolded for spreading rumors. What bravery! Lei Shijin performed an agile somersault in midair, landing steadily on the ground with a loud shout. He cracked his knuckles, staring at Wang Rui with disdain. Not bad. Wasteful cousin. A warrior should be seen in a new light after 3 days, and your punches sound like thunder, a peak innate martial artist. Chapter 12. Raising one's head in pride. Cousin, last time you injured Steward Li and so many servants of the Marquis estate. You must not want to live anymore, right? Lei Shijin's fists crackled ominously. Wang Rui remained silent, glancing sideways, and lightly beckoned with his right index finger, signaling Lei Shijin to bring his horse over. You. Lei Shijin's face twisted, veins bulging on his forehead. He shouted, "You're asking for trouble." Ha ha. Wang Rui raised his head, arms lifted, laughing wildly as if he might cry from laughter. A spoiled young master actually wanted the former deputy master of the spirit control sect to bow to him. What a grand joke. Seeing Wang Rui so audacious, Lei Shijing's eyes gleamed with malice. With a fierce roar, an invisible sound wave like a sword and spear pierced through the void, crashing towards Wang Rui. With a light step, he darted forward like a flash of lightning, instantly arriving in front of Wang Rui. The sound of shattering gold and splitting stone tore through the air, his palm striking towards Wang Rui's chest. Wang Rui, already a peak innate martial artist, was incredibly agile and was instantly alarmed. A chilling sensation surged from his tailbone to the back of his head, causing goosebumps all over his body. Bang! A loud crash sounded as Wang Rui and Lei Shijing clashed in the chest, and he stumbled back several steps. You're asking for trouble. Lei Shijing's fists cracked ominously, filled with arrogance. The attack came like lightning, the sound splitting the air. Lei Shijing was actually a grandmaster. Wang Rui's thoughts moved, and the strange light in his dual pupils flickered as the great identification technique analyzed instantly. Lei Shijing, identity, second young master of the Lei family. Peak grandmaster, combat power value, 1,900 points. Special skill, snake-like agile hands. Special treasure, none. Heaven and earth luck, almost none. Chance of victory, 90%. Lei Shijing was furious and kicked Wang Tiando away. Wang Tiando was sent flying by Lei Shijing's kick, and Wang Rui's anger surged to the top. Die! Suddenly, a roar echoed, and amidst the swirling snowflakes, Wang Rui shot towards Lei Shijing like a crossbow bolt. Lei Shijing was taken aback. A full-force strike from a peak grandmaster could render an innate martial artist completely paralyzed and unable to fight. How could this Wang Rui look unfazed? He must be taken down. In a flash, he moved to Wang Rui's side, and the air ripped apart with a sound as he unleashed a strike aimed directly at Wang Rui's neck. Wang Rui's eyes shone with intensity. He did not dodge or evade. With a thought, he activated the Great Vajra technique. The Great Devouring technique. Beep, beep. The battle power value stacked with the Great Vajra technique, rising from 900 points of peak innate martial artist to 1,900 points of peak grandmaster. He bent his body like a bow, with his elbow like a spear, and struck directly at Lei Shijing's chest. Humph! Lei Shijing snorted coldly. This Wang Rui was seeking death, and he had no one to blame but himself. At most, he would face a few days of punishment from his grandfather. With a loud crash, like hitting metal, Lei Shijing struck Wang Rui's neck fiercely, but was suddenly alarmed. The imagined sound of neck bones shattering and blood gushing forth did not occur. Instead, his fingers felt as if they would break, and the violent force surged into Wang Rui's weak neck, sinking like a stone into the sea, as if swallowed whole by an endless dark vortex. Even faintly pulling at his own vital energy, Lei Shijing's heart began to panic. At this moment, Wang Rui's face turned slightly red. The violent energy surged into him, instantly transforming into a warm current that filled his entire body, feeling incredibly refreshing, as if his strength had slightly increased. Almost simultaneously as Lei Shijing's strike landed, Wang Rui's right elbow struck like lightning against Lei Shijing's chest, causing him to grunt in pain, his face turning pale, and blood spewed from his mouth. Lei Shijing was hit, experiencing intense chest pain and spitting blood, furious that a grandmaster had been struck at a vital point by an innate martial artist. What a humiliation. An immense humiliation. You bastard! Lei Shijing roared, his arms transforming into a storm of fists, creating a sound like the shattering of gold and stone, overwhelming Wang Rui's frail figure with countless fist shadows. Come at me. Wang Rui's eyes shone brightly, with golden light faintly enveloping his fists. As he unleashed a flurry of punches, the sounds echoing like a blacksmith's hammer, as he, an innate martial artist, fought back against the grandmaster. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged over 100 strikes, with Lei Shijing's face turning ghostly white, as if he had seen a ghost. Shouting in his mind, impossible. This must be a dream. It can't be. How can he not die? He's getting stronger with every hit. Boom, boom, boom. Lei Shijing was struck back, his vital energy surging, and he retreated repeatedly. Beep, beep. Lei Shijing's battle power value dropped from 1,900 points of peak grandmaster to 900 points of peak innate martial artist, losing his devouring potential. Wang Rui's gaze turned cold, realizing that Lei Shijing's vital energy no longer held any value for him to absorb. With a thunderous sound, a golden fist slammed directly into Lei Shijing's chest and abdomen. Lei Shijing was sent flying over 10 meters, blood pouring from his mouth like a blossoming red flower on the stone street. After falling to the ground, Lei Shijing looked terrified, clutching his chest, and turned to crawl away. Just as he raised his head, he saw a fist growing larger and larger, crashing brutally into his right eye. Lei Shijing screamed in agony, nearly bursting his eyeball. Wang Rui followed up with several heavy punches to Lei Shijing's face, causing it to bloom like a peach blossom. Lei Shijing frantically begged for mercy. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. Cousin. No. Brother, please stop. You think you can be arrogant? Do you know who I am? No, you don't. Please don't hit. Who am I? I won't tell you. Wang Rui continued his assault, hitting him while mocking. You little loser, acting like a big shot in front of me. I'm just having some fun with you. No, I was wrong. Don't play with me. Brother, please let me go. Wang Rui did not stop, cursing and beating him fiercely. The beautiful glow of the sunset bathed everything in gold. The surroundings fell silent, and the murmurs among the onlookers gradually grew louder, finally erupting into unabashed chatter. I heard the second young master of the Lei family is a martial arts genius. He's a peak grandmaster. This waste Wang Rui is so powerful. Nonsense. How can Wang Rui be a waste? A grandmaster can match thousands of elite soldiers. Wow. Wang Tianda has a good son. The Lei family misjudged. Nearby, Wang Tianda sat on the ground, dumbfounded, staring at Wang Rui, wondering when his son had become so powerful. The so-called martial arts genius, Lei Shijing, a peak grandmaster, was defeated by his own son. Hearing the crowd's praise of his son, Wang Tianda felt rejuvenated, as if he had become 10 years younger, his heart sweet like honey. Wang Rui stood tall like a spear, his tightly knit brows gradually relaxing as he looked at the crumpled Lei Shijing in the corner. His face bloodied and swollen like a pig's head, filled with shock, rage, and fear. His heart felt indescribably satisfying. His thoughts were clear and untroubled. He could faintly sense that his martial arts realm had become more complete. Moreover, there was an inexplicable thrill of excitement. What does it mean to breathe a sigh of relief? This is what it means. Chapter 13, Cousin Lei Tingyu. At this moment, Wang Rui absorbed the vital energy of Lei Shijing, the peak grandmaster, rapidly integrating it into his bloodline, causing his muscles to swell to the brink of bursting. Feeling incredibly refreshing as he advanced to peak grandmaster. Beep, beep, his battle power value rose from 900 points of peak innate martial artist to 1,900 points of peak grandmaster, stacking with the great Vajra technique, totaling 2,900 points. Grandmaster. Wang Rui excitedly clenched his fists, attributing his quick advancement to the blessing of Lei Shijing. Wang Rui. Identity. Junior Master of the Yuling sect, son of Wang Tianda. Peak Grandmaster, battle power value of 1,900 points. Special skills, gluttonous golden body, Xiantian soul devouring armor. Great devouring technique, great spirit control technique, great identification technique, great power technique, great Vajra technique, 100 cracking ape claw. Special treasures, meteor iron shumi ring, old furnace. Special spirit beasts, dragon child basha, phantom, golden-haired stone monkey, young. Heaven and earth fortune, indescribable. To make a long story short, in an instant, Wang Rui had advanced to peak grandmaster. Suddenly, the crowd of onlookers was thrown into chaos as a group rushed over. Leading the way were dozens of burly men. Some surrounded Wang Rui and Wang Tianda, while others began to disperse the crowd. Finally, a woman in white emerged, her skin like congealed fat, with delicate brows and almond-shaped eyes, exuding an aura of icy purity, walking gracefully forward. Sister. Upon seeing the fairy-like woman, Lei Shijing, lying on the ground, cried out as if he had seen a savior. As this woman stepped forward, everyone present turned pale. Although the sun was still shining, warming everyone, it felt as if the entire world had suddenly been covered in ice and snow, transforming the surroundings into a mythical realm, cold and resonating with a mysterious aura. At this moment, Wang Rui's heart sank, oppressed by a mysterious force that felt like an immense weight pressing down, causing his bones to crack, unable to breathe freely. Completely immobilized. In his eyes, all people and objects vanished, leaving only this woman. Clearly, she was a stunning beauty, yet she resembled a cold, mysterious, and immensely powerful volcano, ready to erupt and annihilate everything. He knew she must be the unparalleled genius, Lei Tingyu, the eldest daughter of the Lei family. Already a disciple of the divine refinement palace, a legendary figure. Waste. Come out and embarrass yourself. Lei Tingyu scolded, ignoring her brother on the ground. Fixing her gaze on Wang Rui, her expression slightly shifting as she said calmly, "You're not bad." She then changed her tone, "But you cannot act so wildly." The air crackled with thunder and powerful currents that made Wang Rui's body go numb, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. In the depths of Wang Rui's dark eyes, countless images of Lei Tingyu appeared from various angles, as the great identification technique continuously analyzed. Lei Tingyu. Identity. Eldest daughter of the Lei family, core disciple of the divine refinement palace. Third level of the Tai Chi profound realm, true energy realm, battle power value over 50,000. Special skill, Thunderbolt lightning blade. Special treasure, indescribable. Heaven and earth fortune, great fortune. Chance of victory, 0%, can only win by self-detonation. This cheap cousin is actually at the third level of the Xianjing realm, a core disciple of the Refining God Palace. And one of the secret skills of the Refining God Palace, the Thunder Lightning Blade, I would recognize it even if it turned to ashes. The Tai Chi Xianjing realm is no small matter. Only 1 in a million can step into the Tai Chi Xianjing realm, and they are all extraordinary talents. After the human immortal stage, stepping into the Tai Chi Xianjing realm has 10 levels. Once one breaks through the Tai Chi Xianjing realm, they can enter the realm of eternal life, living as long as the heavens and the earth, soaring freely, severing their heads, and being reborn, possessing immeasurable divine abilities. Becoming a ruler in the world of Saga, a favored child of heaven and earth. Those who can enter the realm of eternal life are 1 in a billion, all being major figures in sects or powerful individuals who remain hidden. My parents were experts in the realm of eternal life. The third level of the Tai Chi Xianjing realm, the True Gang realm, has a combat power value of over 50,000. Wang Rui was truly astonished. At just over 20 years old, he had surpassed the human immortal stage, shattered the void, stepped into the Tai Chi Xianjing realm, and become a third-level expert of the Xianjing realm. Truly a peerless genius, only a little less than he was back then. He is indeed someone with great fortune, possessing a special treasure that even the divine Beast Taming couldn't identify. Niece, we are being bullied by them. No, Wang Tianda. Fearing that his son would clash with Lei Tingyu, hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Before Wang Tianda could finish his sentence, Lei Tingyu interrupted coldly. Wang Rui. The people from the Lei family in the Summer Ning Market residence are not to be trifled with. If you cannot pass the selection of the outer disciples of the Refining God Palace, I will take your life. If you do pass the selection within 3 days, the Lei family will return all the assets of the Wang family. This stunning beauty, a master of the Tai Chi Xianjing realm, always spoke in an extremely cold tone, showing no emotional fluctuations whatsoever, as if she had tempered away all joy, anger, sorrow, and desire, leaving only a calm pursuit of the immortal path of eternal life, transcending worldly affairs. Lei Shijing's hair was disheveled, his face pale, blood at the corner of his mouth, and he said fiercely, "Sister, we can't just let them go." Lei Tingyu frowned coldly at Lei Shijing. Even Grandpa wouldn't doubt my decision. This, Lei Shijing gritted his teeth, unable to speak. Remember, as long as Wang Rui can pass next month's selection for the outer disciples of the Refining God Palace, all the assets belonging to the Wang family must be returned to the Wang family within 3 days. After Lei Tingyu finished speaking, she waved her long sleeves and elegantly walked away. Bastard! Lei Shijing stared at Wang Rui with extreme malice and resentment, shouting loudly, "Wait and see. You this waste will definitely not pass the selection for the outer disciples of the Refining God Palace. And I am destined to become a core disciple of the Refining God Palace. Is that so? Then I'll wait and see." Wang Rui glanced at Lei Shijing with a look of disdain and turned around to laugh heartily, supporting Wang Tianda as they walked home. The Wang family was once a giant wealthy family in the capital. Wang Tianda had given birth to a good son, but whether he can pass the selection of the Refining God Palace is uncertain. In the future, he will be called Lord Wang. Others think Wang Rui is a genius. Okay, yes, I knew that was a rumor. In the future, we cannot say that young Master Wang is a fool or a waste. Wang Tianda straightened his neck and stood tall, feeling both pain and pride in his heart. Yin'er, did you see? Our son, he has succeeded. He will definitely be able to enter the Refining God Palace and achieve great things. Bring glory to our ancestors. At this moment, Wang Rui walked unsteadily, but felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. The world is so realistic. If you are powerful, you will naturally be supported. If you are weak and poor, sorry. Please stand aside. He squinted his eyes, muttering to himself, originally intending to enter the Refining God Palace to learn the great refining pill technique, seize the Refining God scriptures, and take revenge. Lei Tingyu, one day, I will make you submit to me. Chapter 14, Selection of Outer Disciples of the Refining God Palace. Suddenly, in front of the city god temple, Lei Shijing suddenly screamed in terror, as if seeing a ghost in broad daylight. I am clearly a peak grandmaster. How did I fall to the innate warrior level? A quarter of an hour later, in the luxurious study of the Lei family, like an icy fairy in the Guanghan Palace, the eldest lady of the Lei family, Lei Tingyu, who had split the blue stone wall of the city god temple with the thunder lightning blade, was quietly sitting at the top, with a dignified, silver-haired old man of towering stature sitting to her left. This imposing old man is the head of the Lei family, the current Marquis of Summer Ning, the Grand Marshal of the Huaxia Court, Lei Qing, who is also Wang Rui's maternal grandfather, and is already at the peak of the martial arts human immortal realm. The emperor said that as long as Lei Qing is alive, the Huaxia dynasty will remain peaceful and stable, hence he was granted the title of Marquis of Summer Ning. At this moment, however, Lei Qing had no air of an elder in front of Lei Tingyu. After all, his granddaughter is an unparalleled powerhouse of the Tai Chi Xianjing realm. Grandpa, I have already become a secret disciple of the Refining God Palace. Stepping into the third level of the Xianjing realm, True Gang realm, Lei Tingyu said, Tingyu, the third level of the Tai Chi Xianjing realm. Huh. You really became a core disciple of the Refining God Palace? That's great, that's great. Now our Lei family's position is even more secure. Even the emperor must look to our Lei family's face. Lei Qing was inexplicably delighted. As a human immortal, he naturally understood the weight of the Tai Chi Xianjing realm and the secret disciples of the Refining God Palace. The ancestors of the Lei family and himself were not secret disciples of the Refining God Palace. Human immortals who cannot shatter the void and step into the Tai Chi Xianjing realm are at most outer elders or inner disciples. Although he is already at the peak of martial arts, in the human immortal realm, he is old, with declining vitality and energy. Even if he obtains a powerful talent or treasure, he will not make any further progress. There is one more thing, Grandpa. If Wang Rui can enter the outer court of the Refining God Palace, then the Wang family's assets must be returned to Wang Tianda. Lei Tingyu said slowly. What? The Wang family has no strength and will eventually go bankrupt. Lei Qing gasped. That is a huge fortune. Lei Tingyu's expression was icy. Grandpa, you should pay more attention to your grandson Wang Rui. He is not a waste. Huh. Lei Qing was greatly shocked. It seems that the news he received earlier was not false. Could it be that the foolish and dull medicine jar is hiding his talents? Although I am a secret disciple, I have many enemies. After all, he is a member of the family, and if he can enter the Refining God Palace, that would be a great help. Lei Tingyu slightly closed her eyes and murmured to herself. 10 days later, at dawn, Wang Rui and Wang Tianda got up early, riding in a luxurious carriage with several servants, arriving at the Grand Parade Ground 10 miles outside Xinjing City. Wang Rui exchanged hundreds of demon beast inner pills for a total of 1 million taels of silver, naturally becoming a wealthy household. No longer having to be as awkward as before, one should enjoy what one should enjoy. The parade ground was vast, covering an area of dozens of miles, with rectangular bluestone bricks laid flat on the ground. In the distance, there was a tall and majestic review platform, several stories high, and pavilions and towers, etc. The edges of the parade ground were filled with large weapon racks and arrow stacks, with all kinds of weapons on the racks and arrows aimed at the red hearts. The Huaxia dynasty is vast and rich, with a population of hundreds of millions, including royal offspring, aristocratic families, ministers, workers, merchants, farmers, etc. Countless individuals are eager to enter the Refining God Palace. That is the best way to achieve success and bring glory to one's ancestors. It is said that many princes, princesses, and noble heirs from other star regions of the Saga world have also come. Becoming an outer disciple of the Refining God Palace guarantees one a title and position. At the very least, it ensures a life free of worries about food and clothing. Countless wealthy families are willing to spend heavily to befriend outer disciples. And as for secret core disciples, they cannot be swayed by gold and silver treasures. Every 5 years, the Refining God Palace holds an entrance selection in all the main stars of the Saha world, while on the main star of the Saha world, Saha Star. It is held every 3 years. As long as one can take 10 steps on the Xian Magnetic Spirit Road, refined from Xian Magnetic Spirit Wood, they can become an outer disciple of the Refining God Palace. At this moment, the vast plaza was filled with young people, some dressed in extravagant clothing with numerous attendants, some in martial attire with sharp eyes, some in armor and battle robes, clearly members of the Huaxiao army, and many other men and women, all evidently here to participate in the selection of outer disciples of the Refining God Palace. A young man dressed as a dandy, holding a white jade folding fan, shook his head and said, The Refining Spirit Palace is one of the 7 great Taoist sections. I heard that their daily meals consist of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Better than the royal banquet. Indeed, they don't even need servants. The sect has magical talismans like the laundry talisman and dust avoidance talisman. Using just one talisman can instantly cleanse the entire body, cleaner than taking a bath every day. This is still the treatment for outer disciples. I can't imagine what it's like in the inner sect. A young man in yellow, with his hands behind his back, echoed his words. Nearby, a girl about 17 or 18, wearing a blue steel sword at her waist and deer leather boots, coldly said, I heard that the mysterious magnetic spirit wood for refining the spirit path is one of the 10 divine trees, born with mysterious magnetic heavy light, making one feel like carrying 10,000 pounds. It's not easy to pass the selection. In the distance, a group of young men in blue attire were chattering. I heard this selection assessment is tough to pass. Yes, that mysterious magnetic heavy light is incredibly strange. It said that ordinary people who take a step would have their leg bones shattered. Then we need to be careful. Father, don't worry, I have my own plans. Wang Rui said confidently. The mysterious magnetic spirit path is indeed powerful. It mainly tests one's root bone qualifications. The more extraordinary the talent, the stronger the innate vitality and energy, the further one can go on the mysterious magnetic spirit path. In the past, I was a once-in-a-millennium genius in the world. So I'm naturally not afraid. Now that my gluttonous golden body has just been formed, even though it's not perfect, my root bone qualifications are also that of a genius. And with my own Taoist power, I believe I can surely pass the small outer disciple selection. Wang Rui did not notice that Lei Shijin was following a middle-aged man, accompanied by several oddly dressed men and women, lurking from a distance. The middle-aged man was dressed luxuriously but had triangular eyes, a sign of a narrow-minded and sinister character. Lei Shijin glared at Wang Rui and said fiercely, "Father, Wang Rui is just an innate warrior. Last time he definitely used some kind of poison to make my martial arts realm regress." This middle-aged man was Wang Rui's uncle, Lei Shijin's father. The eldest son of Duke Xining, Lei Qing, named Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan's face twisted with malice. Humph. He is just an innate warrior. This time, he must die. These few despicable ones still do not know that Wang Rui is already a peak grandmaster. The crowd in the square grew larger and denser, with many vendors selling snacks and drinks, and everyone was chattering excitedly. I wonder who will pass the selection of the refining spirit palace this time. The mysterious magnetic spirit path is so powerful. If 1 in 10,000 can pass, that would be great. Chapter 15. The mysterious magnetic spirit path. On the tall and majestic review platform, a huge flag with the character war flew in the wind. In the center of the platform, dozens of grand chairs made of golden silk nanmu wood were arranged, occupied by numerous people. Sitting in the largest chair in the center was actually Lei Tingyu, still resembling an icy fairy from the Moon Palace. To her left was a beautiful middle-aged woman with the surname Zhou, and to her right was an old man with white hair, surnamed Wu, both elders of the refining spirit palace. Behind them sat Duke Xining Lei Qing, Minister of War Yang Yi, Minister of Revenue Qian Xiaoyong, and other high-ranking officials and nobles, surrounded by elite soldiers and guards, with a strict watch. Elder Wu looked at the time, whispered a few words to Elder Zhou, and respectfully asked Lei Tingyu if they could start the selection. Lei Tingyu remained silent, her jade face covered in frost, gently nodding. TSK, TSK. The core disciple of the secret transmission is indeed different. Even the outer elders do not dare to look directly at her. As everyone quickly fell silent, Elder Wu nodded slightly, very satisfied. He took out a gold medal from his bosom and raised it, and in front of the review platform, colorful rays of light flickered, appearing as a huge light shield. Seemingly another space. Suddenly, a gigantic peak emerged within the light shield, shrouded in clouds and mist, exuding an aura of immortality. As this massive mountain appeared, the atmosphere in the square became oppressive. Wang Rui squinted his eyes, gazing at the giant mountain before him, straining to see its peak, which was obscured by swirling clouds. Countless golden steps extended from the base of the mountain deep into the mist. It wasn't just Wang Rui observing the mountain. Hundreds of thousands of people were fixated on the peak, shocked, excited, worried, and eager to try. Elder Wu coldly declared, "Today you are here to participate in the entrance selection for the outer disciples of the refining spirit palace. You must be aware of the assessment's content. As long as you can take 10 steps on the mysterious magnetic spirit path, you will pass and officially become an outer disciple of my refining spirit palace. However, once you step onto the spirit path, any accidents are not my responsibility. Life and death are determined by fate. Of course, there are also benefits waiting for you. For every 10 steps you pass, the palace's immortal artifact, the refining spirit true classic, will channel the essence of the immortal world into your body, improving your root bone qualifications and enhancing your martial arts realm. It all depends on how much your root bone can absorb. Essence of the immortal world into the body, that's something one can't even dream of. All right, I must win that essence. What? There's a possibility of death? And they won't care if we die? The crowd of 100,000 erupted into discussions, buzzing. Do you think the path of immortality is just leisurely and carefree, drifting for thousands of years? Light winds and gentle clouds? Suddenly, Lei Tingyu stood up sharply and scolded. Life is a one-way road. The path of immortality is about tempering the body, cultivating the great Tao, mastering secret techniques, and achieving great liberation. I tell you, the path of immortality is not light and carefree, nor is it invincible and free. The path of immortality is a road of fearlessness and inquiry, slaying 10,000 demons, breaking free from life and death, and competing with heaven and earth for fortune. Now, let's take the first step on the long road to success. The selection for the outer disciples of the refining spirit palace begins. Wang Rui looked at Lei Tingyu with a complex expression. Her words ignited the blood in his chest, filling him with a sense of boiling passion. Yes, I must take revenge and annihilate my enemies. I will rebuild the Yuling sect. I will cut through thorns and slay 10,000 demons. Competing for a shred of fortune from heaven and earth, seeking liberation from life and death. I will be eternal and indestructible, forever dominating the world. Perhaps it was Lei Tingyu's words that stirred the blood of the crowd. 1, 2, 3, 4. A densely packed crowd of men and women rushed into the golden, mysterious, magnetic spirit path of the massive mountain like ants. Father, I'm going. Wang Rui raised his sword-like eyebrows, lightly stepping forward, rushing towards the unoccupied golden steps at the foot of the mountain. Behind him, Wang Tianda furrowed his brows tightly. His hands clenched together, the veins bulging. As soon as Wang Rui moved, Lei Jun turned his head, smiling respectfully to the three oddly dressed men and women beside him. I would trouble you all. One is to ensure my son passes the selection smoothly, and the other is to take that brat's life. All rewards will be doubled afterwards. Among the three, one was an old man leaning on a dragon-headed iron staff, his murky blind eyes glinting with a strange black light. Another was a fat middle-aged man, his body bulky, smiling widely with hands as big as fans. The last was a frail and sickly young woman, lacking any vitality, looking ill. The three nodded slightly and headed towards Wang Rui's spirit path with Lei Shijin. Lei Jun's lips curled up, his triangular eyes flashing with malice. 2 grandmasters, 1 martial saint. If you don't die, I'll take your surname Wang, he. When Wang Rui reached the foot of the mountain, he saw that the golden steps of the mysterious magnetic spirit path faintly revealed intricate golden wood patterns. Covered in mysterious talismans, the golden light shimmering, incredibly exotic and beautiful. As soon as he stepped onto the golden steps of the mysterious magnetic spirit path, he inwardly exclaimed, not good. Mysterious magnetic heavy light. He felt the intricate wood patterns on the golden steps shimmering with golden light, a tremendous gravitational force enveloping him. An immense pressure descended upon him instantly. Caught off guard, his knees buckled, and he nearly knelt on the golden steps. Wang Rui didn't have time to think further. Letting out a loud shout, unleashing his energy, he managed to lower his body and stand firmly. The pressure on the first step was at least 1,000 pounds. Wang Rui's heart sank in shock. Screams echoed as he turned to look down another corridor, only to find a small number of people already crushed to their knees on the first level of the steps, bones broken and unable to move. The failures would have to wait until the selection process ended to regain their freedom. Each level of the golden steps was several meters wide and over 10 meters long. Wang Rui narrowed his eyes and steadily walked toward the second level of the steps. The second level had a pressure of 500 gene. The third level 4,000 gene. The fourth level 500 gene. The fifth level 7,000 gene. The sixth level 8,500 gene. The seventh level 10,000 gene. The eighth level 11,500 gene. Such formidable, mysterious magnetic pressure. Wang Rui slowly stepped onto the eighth level, pausing for a moment as beads of sweat the size of peas broke out on his forehead, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. At the peak of the Grandmaster level, he could bear a weight of 10,000 gene. 11,500 gene was already his limit. It seemed that the next challenge would be to test his innate talent and foundation. The mysterious magnetic spirit path emitted a mysterious magnetic light, adding 1,500 gene of pressure for each level to innate martial artists, testing not only strength, but also the innate quality of a person's foundation. It examined the limit of pressure that the selected candidate's fascia, bones, and meridians could endure. The higher the limit, the better the innate quality, and thus the more of a genius they were. Chapter 16, Great Display of Power. At this moment, more than 100 meters behind Wang Rui, Lei Shijin and 3 others stood on the second level of the mysterious magnetic spirit path, blocking others from entering while closely watching Wang Rui. The blind old man sighed, muttering to himself, previously, when participating in the selection, I was a grandmaster, and each level added 1,500 gene of pressure. Now that I am a martial saint, each level adds 5,000 gene of pressure. This mysterious magnetic spirit path is indeed a treasure from the immortal realm, incredibly extraordinary, with no loopholes whatsoever. Suddenly, Lei Shijin looked up and saw Wang Rui stop a short distance away, trembling, realizing he had reached his limit. If he didn't T-strike now, when would he? A glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes as he clasped his hands to the 3 experts. Please, seniors, take action to kill this person. The stout middle-aged man rubbed his palm, which was as large as a fan, his pig-like face grinning broadly. An innate martial artist is nothing. My dear, shall we dismember him together? The voice of the sickly thin woman was sharp and strange. I'll take the head, you take the feet. Good. As soon as the fat man finished speaking, the sickly woman rushed toward Wang Rui with a strange speed, letting out a piercing scream that shattered the air. Invisible sound waves crashing toward Wang Rui like a tidal wave, a pale claw like a skeleton aiming directly at Wang Rui's head. Wait for me. The fat man stomped and climbed several levels of steps to chase after, thunderous sounds erupting as his fan-like hands reached for Wang Rui's feet. Lei Shijin laughed wildly. Wang Rui, you will have no place to die. Die? Who dares to be so audacious? Don't they know that Wang Rui is from my Lei family? At that moment, on the review platform, Lei Tingyu, who had been watching Wang Rui closely, frowned angrily. Ready to take action. Her slender fingers crushed the golden silk Nanmu armrest, instantly turning it to dust, carried away by the wind. Forget it, after all. This is a disciple selection, otherwise I would be accused of not following the rules. If Wang Rui can't withstand this little turmoil, then he is just a waste. The piercing howl was deafening, threatening to rupture eardrums. Wang Rui felt a chill in his heart as two incredibly fierce and violent auras surged toward his head and feet, chilling him to the bone. His hair standing on end, sensing extreme danger. The sound shattered the void. To have such strength on the mysterious magnetic spirit path, he was clearly a peak grandmaster. He was on a high step, under the pressure of the mysterious magnetic light, unable to move. How could he resist? The Xiantian soul-devouring armor was a great secret. His ultimate trump card, absolutely not to be exposed easily. He had to risk it. He was about to see how powerful the Baixia was. Wang Rui's thoughts raced, and in an instant, he focused his mind. Baixia, great divine power technique. Behind Wang Rui, a mysterious golden turtle figure suddenly appeared in the void, with a dragon head, turtle body, dragon tail, and a massive, ancient stone tablet resting on its back, faintly emitting a dragon's roar that shook the soul. The Baixia phantom suddenly pounced onto Wang Rui, instantly merging into his body, and a faint golden light enveloped his entire body. Ding ding, the battle power value increased from 1,900 points at the peak grandmaster level to 2,900 points. His body felt so light, such powerful strength. Fishing for the moon in the sea, Wang Rui shouted lightly, his figure twisting instantly, his golden arms shining. One hand grabbing the sickly woman's skeletal claw, the other hand firmly twisting the fat man's palm. Both were taken aback, initially feeling a faint dragon's roar crashing into their minds, their souls shaking, leaving them stunned for a moment, only to realize they had been captured. Their expressions filled with shock. He is an innate martial artist? How could he, standing on the 7th level of the mysterious magnetic spirit path, capture a grandmaster on the 6th level? This can't be real. The two let out a scream, unleashing all their peak grandmaster strength. The sound of shattering air erupting as countless invincible crescent-shaped innate energy surged toward Wang Rui, aiming to tear him apart. Great diamond technique. Ding ding. The battle power value increased from 2,900 points to 3,900 points. Wang Rui smiled contemptuously, not dodging or avoiding. As all the innate energy crashed into his body in an instant, the fat man and the sickly woman couldn't help but feel elated. This person was definitely dead. Clang, clang, clang. Countless crisp sounds rang out like they were striking diamond, and Wang Rui remained motionless. Not even a single hair on his body was harmed. With fierce light flashing in his eyes, Wang Rui's golden arms coiled and twisted, exerting force in a shake and a turn. Die! With a loud roar, Wang Rui lifted the two and smashed them toward the golden steps. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud sounds echoed, shaking the golden light of the mysterious magnetic spirit path. The two peak grandmasters were already seeing stars, blood spurting from their mouths like a fountain. Great devouring technique. Two dark, deep whirlpools spun rapidly in Wang Rui's palms, the black light dazzling, wildly sucking the vital energy of the two grandmasters into his body. Devour. Devour. Great devouring technique. The 600 great divine powers rank third. How could two mere grandmasters resist? Martial arts grandmasters refine marrow like frost, temper bones like steel, and blood like mercury. All of it devoured. Wang Rui felt as if he had taken a euphoric opiate, feeling incredibly refreshed, his body light, and his mind clear. The vital energy of the two martial arts grandmasters was truly a great tonic. He was one step closer to breaking through to the martial saint realm. On the massive review platform, Lei Tingyu furrowed her brows slightly. It seemed Wang Rui was not simple. The spirit beast apparition that appeared for a moment earlier seemed to be a unique divine ability. Wang Rui had great fortune. He was worth the effort to win over. Elder Wu and Elder Zhou stared at Wang Rui, exchanging surprised glances, speechless. Xia Ning and Lei Qing watched Wang Rui display great power on the mysterious magnetic spirit path, defeating 2 Grand Masters in an instant, feeling a jolt in their hearts. Their grandson was hiding quite deeply. It seemed they would have to. In the square, Lei Zhun's face turned ashen. Wasn't he said that Wang Rui was just an innate martial artist? How could he defeat 2 Grand Masters with one encounter? Could he be at the martial saint realm? That would be a huge problem. Wang Rui held the 2 he had lifted, the fat man now emaciated, and the sickly woman reduced to a thin layer of skin. Disgusted, he tossed them forward several levels of steps, and with a thud, they hit the ground, crushed into a meat paste. A faint smell of blood wafted through the air, mixing with the fresh scent of the mountainous flora, extremely pungent. Wang Rui slowly turned around, his eyes glinting with ferocity, staring intently at Lei Shijing and the blind old man. On the mysterious magnetic spirit path, Lei Shijing couldn't help but tremble, his teeth chattering as he stammered. No, it's impossible. That's a Grand Master. I must be dreaming. If it weren't for knowing that the mysterious magnetic spirit path couldn't retreat, Wang Rui wouldn't have made it past. He was about to run down the spirit path and give up on this selection. The blind old man gripped his dragon-headed iron staff tightly, his heart sinking. As a martial sage, although he was blind, his heart was not. He couldn't see the scenes unfolding before him, but the sounds of several people fighting reached his ears clearly. Lei Shijing, you have severed your own legs and wasted your martial arts. For the sake of our family ties, I will spare you this time. Wang Rui's voice echoed like the sound of metal striking stone from afar. Chapter 17, Breaking Through the Martial Sage Realm. Lei Shijing couldn't help but tremble all over, forcing himself to calm down as he laughed maniacally. Ha! What are you so proud of? You won't be able to cross the Xin magnetic spiritual path. What do you think you are? Your mother was born lowly. Humph. You don't know your own death. Wang Rui coldly snorted, stepping down fiercely, preparing to leap up and kill Lei Shijing. Unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred. The mysterious symbols on the golden steps of the Xian magnetic spiritual path emitted brilliant golden light, wrapping Wang Rui's entire body tightly, like a golden spider web, rendering him unable to move. Ha! Do you think you can be more powerful than the treasures of the divine refining palace? A waste born lowly. Seeing that he could not retreat on the spiritual path, Lei Shijing felt relieved and became arrogant. The blind old man also let out a disdainful hum, looking at Wang Rui as if mocking his overestimation of himself. Great devouring technique. The golden spider web wrapping Wang Rui was devoured and extinguished like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun. Great divine power technique. Great diamond technique. The enormous golden phantom behind Wang Rui flashed and vanished, and he shot towards Lei Shijing like a bolt from a crossbow. The mysterious symbols on the Xian magnetic spiritual path shone brightly. Countless golden spider webs enveloped Wang Rui, yet they could not stop his great devouring technique from consuming. And in that instant, a human-shaped hollow golden spider web passage formed in the spiritual path, extending directly in front of Lei Shijing. Bang bang bang. A series of light sounds echoed in the blink of an eye. Lei Shijing let out a shrill scream, his dantian shattered, his limbs rendered useless, collapsing on the Xian magnetic spiritual path, unconscious. Boom. With a loud bang, Wang Rui clashed hard with the blind old man's iron staff, staggering back several steps. This blind man is a martial sage. Great identification technique. Li, identity, Bloodbath Hall bronze metal assassin, mid-tier martial sage, combat power value 4,000 points. Special skill, mad wizard staff technique, special treasure, none, heavenly luck, almost none, victory probability, 80%. Come and take your life. Li's strange pupils widened. An endless stream of terrifying blood energy surged out from within his body, spinning rapidly like a tornado, as if a giant wind dragon shot into the sky. The sound of air exploding echoed, and the iron staff transformed into a dark cloud, crashing towards Wang Rui like a raging tide. Blood energy like a deep abyss. Essence like a tornado. This is indeed the realm of the martial sage. Below the martial sage, all are like powder. Wang Rui, with his great devouring technique, was not oppressed by the endless masculine aura of the martial sage at all. He did not dodge or retreat, lightly stepping forward, his body like lightning, rushing back into the myriad shadows of the staff. The fierce masculine blood energy filled the air, countless thunders erupted. Bang bang bang, bang 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 bang. In a flash, the two exchanged countless blows. Li's face turned ashen, his heart shouted, impossible. He was clearly at the master realm. Why can he contend with me? Why is my blood energy growing weaker and his strength growing stronger? The blood energy tornado above Li's head was actually getting smaller, its spinning speed slowing down. In contrast, Wang Rui became braver with each battle. The The Great Divine Power Technique and Great Diamond Technique allowed Wang Rui, with his master strength, to clash head-on with a mid-tier martial sage, while the Great Devouring Technique continuously consumed Li Li's blood energy. Suddenly, a burst of blood energy shot up from Wang Rui's body, soaring straight into the sky, intensely hot, like smoke from a beacon fire, while a pungent and scalding blood energy spread out. Blood energy like a deep abyss, essence like a tornado. Wang Rui broke through to the initial stage of the martial sage realm. Ding ding, breakthrough to the initial stage of the martial sage. Combat power value increased from peak Grandmaster of 1,900 points to 2,000 points at the initial stage of the martial sage. With the addition of the Great Divine Power Technique and Great Diamond Technique, the total combat power value reached 4,000 points. To actually be able to retreat on the Xian magnetic spiritual path and break through to the martial sage realm in the midst of battle? Lei Tingyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Genius. Elder Wu's face was filled with praise, murmuring softly, while Elder Zhou nodded lightly beside him. Xiaoning couldn't help but stand up, fists clenched, his tiger-like eyes fixed on his grandson Wang Rui, his chest rising and falling slightly in agitation. Is my son Shijing dead? The martial sage. That lowly bastard is really a martial sage. He was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. What to do? On the square, Lei Zhun's face turned pale, his body trembling. After hundreds of exchanges, the blood energy tornado above Li Li's head was about to disappear. Ding ding. Li Li's combat power value dropped to peak Grandmaster of 1,900 points. Wang Rui narrowed his eyes slightly. Li Li was no longer a martial sage. Lost his devouring value. Die. Wang Rui let out a thunderous roar, and a vast, invisible aura instantly expanded. Waves of pungent blood energy, intensely masculine to the extreme, burst forth like the breath of an exploding thunder. Li Li's body trembled, his soul momentarily suffocating. A dazzling golden fist shadow, fierce and unmatched, like a brilliant golden meteor, struck directly at Li Li's head. Bang! The dignified martial sage Li Li's head burst open like a split watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. His headless corpse thudding onto the steps, a huge bright red blood flower blooming. On the ground, the unconscious Lei Shijing was awakened by a splash of blood. With only his head able to move, he slightly turned his head and saw a familiar headless corpse lying before him, its limbs twitching slightly, filling his heart with infinite regret and fear. Please, don't kill me, brother. No, don't kill me. I'm your brother, no? I'm a beast. I'm not human. Lei Shijing's face was dazed, mumbling to himself. Wang Rui squinted his eyes, glancing at Lei Shijing on the ground. Lei Shijing felt a sharp killing intent directed at him, his lower abdomen twitching, and he wet himself. A strong smell of urine rushed into Wang Rui's nose, leaving him both amused and disinterested in killing him. He turned and walked up the Xian magnetic spiritual path. At the same time, on the empty ground in front of the review platform, a white light shield suddenly flashed, and a figure appeared. It was a young man in brown martial attire. As soon as he landed, he excitedly shouted, 10th level. I passed the 10th level. I received a surge of celestial energy, rising from initial level innate martial artist to mid-level. Haha. TSK, TSK, TSK. This young man has a boundless future. Isn't this the child of old Lee from next door? Hurry, find a matchmaker. This child has been childhood sweethearts with my daughter. Old Wu, just give it up. Don't get too sentimental. That person is destined for greatness. Quickly send someone to find out his name and surname. Send 5,000 taels of silver as a congratulatory gift. Hurry, hurry. Issue a marriage proposal. 10,000 taels of silver a month. Invite him to be an honorary elder of our Chamber of Commerce. Gradually, there were already 4 or 5 dozen people inside the light shield, and fewer were coming out. Wang Tianda frowned, a deep furrow on his forehead. He hadn't seen Rui yet, and didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky, hoping that heaven would bless him. Chapter 18. Celestial Energy Infusion from the Immortal Realm. Just as Wang Rui lightly stepped onto the 10th level of the Xian magnetic spiritual path, suddenly, he faintly heard celestial music, the sound of chanting, and an invisible and mysterious aura, immensely grand and profound, broke through countless world barriers. Rushing from the outer heavens straight to the crown of his head, entering in a flash, nourishing his whole body. Muscles, meridians, bones seemed like countless tiny seeds encountering spring rain, frantically absorbing, taking root, sprouting, growing, feeling incredibly refreshing. Oh, in the blink of an eye, that mysterious aura disappeared without a trace. Ding ding, received celestial energy infusion from the immortal realm. Combat power value increased from initial level martial sage, 2,000 points, to 2,300 points. Master, I am currently not at the eternal life secret realm strength, and cannot guide the celestial energy. But that celestial artifact refining mind sutra can. Your bone structure and aptitude have improved significantly. If at first, you were a once-in-100 years genius, now you are a once-in-200 years genius. So you must strive to reach greater heights and gain benefits. The gourmet said decisively. Wang Rui clenched his fist, filled with excitement, a celestial aura pouring down on him. Truly incredible. I must reach the highest point. His expression was incredibly resolute as he strode up the steps. The 21st step of the Xian magnetic spirit path. Beep, beep. Receiving the celestial energy infusion, his battle power increased from 300 points as a beginner martial saint to 800 points as a mid-level martial saint. Congratulations, Master. His bone quality has been upgraded to a once-in-500 years talent. Wang Rui trembled continuously, with occasional light cracking sounds coming from his body. He moved slowly, successfully reaching the 31st step of the Xian magnetic spirit path. Another wave of celestial aura enveloped Wang Rui. This time the celestial aura was not completely formless, but seemed like an extremely thin mist, barely visible from a distance. Each 10 steps on the Xian magnetic spirit path increased the infusion time by a snap of the fingers. Now it was the third infusion. With 3 snaps of the fingers worth of time, I wonder how much the bone quality and battle power will increase. The celestial aura disappeared in an instant, and Wang Rui felt incredibly refreshed and relaxed. Beep, beep. Receiving the celestial energy infusion, his battle power increased from 800 points as a mid-level martial saint to 500 points. Congratulations, Master. His bone quality has been upgraded to a once-in-1,000 years genius. The 35th step of the Xian magnetic spirit path. Each step of the spirit path is over 10 meters long, and here he was already hundreds of meters high off the ground. Even those who were not accomplished in martial arts could vaguely see a small blurry dot in the golden spirit path halfway up the mountain. What is this? Am I seeing things? There really is a person. Such terrifying bone quality. On the reviewing platform, Lei Tingyu's expression was extremely complex. She, who was hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius of the refining god palace, had only reached the 40th step, undergoing 4 infusions of celestial energy. Could he surpass the 40th step? The 40th step of the Xian magnetic spirit path. Crack, crack. Wang Rui's body erupted with continuous cracking sounds, as if all his bones were about to be crushed. He felt an immense force weighing down on him. If it weren't for relying on the Great Divine Power Technique and the Great Diamond Technique, along with his martial saint strength, he would have long since collapsed and been sent out by the spirit path. The celestial sound wafted in the air, and the mist-like celestial energy poured in from the clouds above. Beep, beep. Receiving the celestial energy infusion, his battle power increased from 500 points as a mid-level martial saint to 500 points as a peak martial saint. Congratulations, Master. His bone quality has been upgraded to a once-in-1,000 years genius. So comfortable, Wang Rui thought, feeling as sweet as eating honey. The celestial artifact Refining God Classic is truly a treasure. I must go to the Refining God Palace and seize it. Gourmet, when will you break through to the Eternal Secret Realm? Hurry up, go to the Eternal Secret Realm and infuse celestial energy into me. Damn, when I become a saint. What do I need you to become a saint for? Wang Rui almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, closing his eyes with a face full of helplessness. Master, isn't my great devouring technique invincible at the same level? It's not impossible to devour higher levels. At worst, I might just get a bit stuffed. Aren't you satisfied? The gourmet grumbled unwillingly. The 45th step of the Xian magnetic spirit path. Huff, huff. Wang Rui gasped heavily, his whole body drenched in sweat, droplets falling from his long robe onto the spirit path steps. He had to pause after every step, as if taking one step would cause him to collapse on the next. On the reviewing platform, Lei Tingyu's face was flushed, her figure trembling slightly. Elder Wu, Elder Zhou, Lei Qing, and the high-ranking officials on the reviewing platform, along with hundreds of thousands of people in the square, all had complex expressions, staring intently at the increasingly smaller that was almost disappearing into the mist. The 50th step of the Xian magnetic spirit path, not far from the mountain peak. Wang Rui suddenly crouched down, his arms on the ground, unable to move anymore. I can't go on. His diamond-like bones were covered with a dense web of cracks, and his muscles felt like they were about to tear. The celestial sound wafted in the air, and the mist-like celestial energy poured in from the endless world, passing through countless barriers. Beep, beep. Receiving the celestial energy infusion, his battle power increased from 500 points as a peak martial saint to 900 points. Congratulations, Master. His bone quality has been upgraded to a once-in-1,000 years genius. Huh. It seems that the bone quality and battle power won't see much more improvement. Truly worthy of celestial energy, after several infusions. His bone quality has transformed from an ordinary genius to a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Moreover, his martial arts realm has also broken through from a beginner martial saint to a peak martial saint. This time, he really struck gold. With this thought, Wang Rui collapsed onto the Xin magnetic spirit path, and with a soft sound, he was instantly transported out. He sat on the ground in the light shield in front of the reviewing platform, too exhausted to move. Dozens of people around had various expressions, staring at Wang Rui with jealousy, curiosity, admiration, and doubt. Elder Wu and Elder Zhou suddenly stood up, leaping off the reviewing platform and rushing into the light shield. Seeing the young man unharmed, they exchanged a glance and let out a long sigh of relief. After Wang Rui was transported out, the huge mountain shook gently, and countless figures fell from the mountain, scattering in the square. The mountain then spun lightly, radiating colorful light and disappearing from sight. Clearly, Wang Rui was the one who persisted until the end in the selection. Chapter 19. Directly advancing to the inner courtyard. Rond. Suddenly, a loud shout arose, and Lei Jun was seen rushing to the reviewing platform, holding the unconscious Lei Shijin, kneeling down and shouting loudly. Huh. Elder Wu looked at Lei Tingyu and Lei Qing with confusion. Lei Qing's expression changed, and he stood up sharply, his voice booming like thunder. Zhener, what are you doing? Lei Jun accused loudly. Father, everyone, that Wang Rui is ruthless and merciless, crushing my son Lei Shijin's dantian on the spirit path for no reason, shattering his limbs and bones. He is now a waste. I ask my father and all the adults to take charge. Capture Wang Rui and execute him according to the law. Wang Tiando was anxious, squeezing out of the crowd, also kneeling and crying out. Impossible. Impossible. Rui has a kind heart. He would never do such a thing. Elder Wu and Elder Zhou exchanged glances, then glanced at Lei Tingyu, looking at Lei Jun as if he were a fool. At this moment, the crowd below began to whisper, and gradually, the voices grew louder. No way. Isn't Wang Rui that waste young master of the Wang family? Can he participate in the selection and kill someone? What waste young master? Don't talk nonsense. That's a rumor. He is a great master. Really? Could it be that he really harmed someone on purpose? He has done for. The Lei family is not to be trifled with. Lei Tingyu slowly stood up, knowing that Elder Wu and Elder Zhou were being considerate of her face and had not exploded. She had already regained her composure from the shock of Wang Rui's talent. Her expression cold, just like a fairy in the Moon Palace, looking at her father with an incredibly cold gaze. Lei Tingyu spoke softly but with a deafening clarity. Wang Rui cannot enter the outer courtyard of the Refining God Palace. Huh. Elder Wu and Elder Zhou were furious, almost shouting, this is personal revenge. This is personal revenge. We must report this to the palace's punishment elder. Upon hearing this, Wang Rui jumped up, his eyes blazing with anger, staring fiercely at Lei Tingyu. At this moment, Lei Jun laughed wildly, saying, Ha ha ha, Shijin, did you see that? Are you happy? Wang Rui, you want to enter the Refining God Palace? With my daughter here, you can forget it. Not only can you not enter, but you will also die. Are you still glaring? Not convinced. Even if you're not convinced, you have to hold it in? Ha ha. Wang Tiando was in tears, trembling all over, collapsing to the ground. On the high reviewing platform, Lei Tingyu gently brushed her hair, her expression cold as she said, I will report to the palace master, Wang Rui. Directly advance to the inner courtyard disciple. Ah! Lei Jun exclaimed in shock. Lei Tingyu's words were like a thunderbolt, stunning him into a daze, speechless, feeling the weight of Lei Shijin in his arms. Wang Rui's expression was complex, looking at Lei Tingyu's beautiful face under the frost with some confusion. Beside him, Lei Jun swallowed hard, cleared his throat, and said solemnly, Lei Shijin brought this upon himself. His death is not to be regretted. Lei Jun, you are no longer suitable to be the heir of the Lei family, and you cannot inherit the title of Duke Xianing. From now on, these responsibilities will be handed over to your younger brother, Lei Mingho. A sharp pain struck Lei Jun's heart, and his vision darkened as he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lei Shijin also rolled out of his hands. Elder Wu and Elder Zhou slightly nodded, respectfully clasping their hands to Lei Tingyu, saying, We are willing to report to you together. On the review platform, the powerful and wealthy families surrounded Lei Qing, congratulating him continuously. The Lei family has now gained a core disciple of the Alchemy Palace. It seems there will be another one. How many tens of thousands of years has it taken to produce a talent who directly advanced to the inner court? A core disciple of the secret transmission is almost a sure thing. This is incredible. One fears even the emperor will be restless. If Lei Tingyu is an unparalleled genius in the Alchemy Palace, then Wang Rui is the unparalleled genius among geniuses. Such a talented individual is a treasure every sect longs for. Killing a few people would be punished? To put it bluntly, as long as he is loyal to the sect, killing 1,000 or 10,000 is nothing. If he were a master of the eternal secret realm, even destroying a planet would only evoke condemnation from everyone. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, an unparalleled genius entered the inner court of the immortal Tao sect directly. Could it be true? Wang Tianda has a good son. This once useless Wang Rui. Could he be an unparalleled genius? Get lost. If you dare to say that Master Wang is useless again. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Countless shocked, envious, and jealous eyes stared at Wang Rui and Wang Tianda. Ruier. At this moment, Wang Tianda rushed over with tears and snot, and Wang Rui quickly ran out of the light shield to embrace his father tightly. Father, I did it. Wang Rui said in a deep voice. Wang Tianda cried and laughed. Ruier, you are the best. You are a genius. Occasionally, children of the powerful and wealthy families would come forward to present invitations or requests, and soon a large pile was stacked on the carriage. That night, Duke Xianing Leijun personally visited the Wang family, returning all the land deeds, house deeds, shop deeds, and all income from the past few years, with principal and interest, along with a considerable amount of gold and silver jewelry, totaling over 10 million taels of silver, to Wang Tianda, and earnestly advised him to maintain frequent contact. Wang Tianda was momentarily astonished. During his wife's time, he had never seen a smile on his father-in-law's face. But in this short time, his father-in-law smiled more than he had ever seen him smile. For the prosperity of the family, it is understandable to discard the unworthy. But to disregard family ties and the well-being of the son-in-law and grandson is too snobbish. Wang Rui understood very well in his heart that it was only because he had gained status, strength, and value that Duke Xianing came to curry favor. However, in order for his father to live worry-free in Shengjing, he would endure for now. The next day, Wang Rui bid farewell to his father and left the Wang family mansion under his father's reluctant gaze, heading to the training ground for assembly. Before long, Lei Tingyu saw that everyone had gathered. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and with a hand gesture, she threw out an inconspicuous black object the size of a palm. This black object was incredibly magical. In mid-air, it expanded in the wind. And by the time it landed, it had transformed into a small black house several meters long and wide, made from an unknown material that was neither metal nor iron, but looked very sturdy. On the black house, several striking golden characters read in one thought. As everyone was puzzled, they followed Lei Tingyu and elders Wu and Zhou into in one thought. In the center of the room was a circular golden disc about 10 meters in diameter, covered with mysterious golden symbols, surrounded by jade, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Wang Rui's eyes flickered with wonder as he murmured to himself. So this is the legendary top-tier spatial transmission artifact of the Alchemy Palace, in one thought. He had heard of it in his past life, but had never seen it. This time he could experience its wonders. Chapter 20. Do not insult the core disciples. Wang Rui and dozens of others stood on the disc, which suddenly shone with dazzling gold, emitting a weak rainbow light that protected everyone. The disc gently turned, and the figures of the crowd disappeared. Even at the peak of martial saint strength, Wang Rui felt dizzy within in one thought. In just a few moments, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself beneath a magnificent range of mountains. As everyone exited in one thought, Lei Tingyu beckoned, and the black little stone house instantly shrank to fly into her palm. With a click, the black little stone house was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, clearly rendered useless. What a remarkable in one thought. Although it is a one-time top-tier artifact, it is indeed magical, instantly transporting dozens of people thousands of miles, if they had to walk. Who knows when they would reach the Alchemy Palace? No wonder the Buddhist scriptures say that immortals, Buddhas, and Bodhisattvas can travel through countless worlds in one thought. Wang Rui couldn't help but secretly marvel. As for traversing between major star domains and planets, that is something only masters of the eternal secret realm and above can accomplish. Elder Wu cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Ahead is the Alchemy Mountain Range, the main foundation of our Alchemy Palace." Wang Rui among the crowd looked out, and there stood a towering, majestic mountain range, completely without boundaries, like giant peaks carved by knife and axe, innumerable and endless, resembling a pagoda piercing the clouds. Moreover, there was a massive peak standing tall, as if it were the pillar supporting heaven and earth, soaring into the clouds. Presumably the foundation of the Alchemy Palace, the Alchemy Peak. Many resplendent palaces were faintly visible on various peaks. Lush green trees and cascading waterfalls like galaxies roared down from the peaks, splashing countless sprays of water vapor. The blue sky above Alchemy Peak was as clear as light blue sapphire, dotted with white clouds, warm sunlight shining brightly, casting a soft, warm glow over everything. The pale golden sunlight filtered through the misty clouds of the mountains, illuminating those palaces, making them appear as if heavenly mansions had descended to the mortal realm. leading one to mistakenly believe they had arrived in the fairy world. Wang Rui gently nodded. Not bad. Comparable to the mountain gate of the spirit control sect. The others around were shocked, left dumbfounded. It was the first time seeing the alchemy palace, and no one was unshocked, including himself. But this cousin Wang Rui was so calm and steady, truly a good character, someone worthy of cultivation. Lei Tingyu secretly admired him. And the frost that always enveloped her beautiful eyes seemed to melt a little. Suddenly, a dozen small dark brown dots rushed down from a towering peak, accompanied by howling winds and piercing cries, rising and falling. Oh, the sound of wind and eagle cries. It seems to be eagle-like spirit beasts. The spirit control sect is the ancestor of playing with spirit beasts and pets in the SHB world, and Wang Rui, as the young master, naturally has extensive knowledge. In the blink of an eye, while everyone was still in shock, more than a dozen deep brown and black spirit eagles, like lightning, had already arrived and hovered slowly above everyone's heads. Wang Rui closely observed. These spirit eagles were robust, about the size of a calf, with enormous wings spanning 7 or 8 meters, constantly flapping, creating a fierce wind. Their hooked beaks and sharp claws glinted coldly, capable of cutting gold and jade. It seemed these spirit eagles had a trace of the bloodline of the golden-winged great Peng from the fairy realm, remarkably majestic. Each spirit eagle had a young man in a long robe seated steadily on its back, holding golden silk whisks, each with an extremely arrogant demeanor, as if they were kings looking down at their subjects, treating everyone with utter contempt. Who are these people, coming to my alchemy fairy mountain, recklessly crashing about, courting death? One eagle-headed man among them shouted fiercely. Humph. Wang Rui snorted coldly. What a thing. At first glance it was clear they hadn't reached the Tai Chi profound realm. Otherwise, why ride an eagle? Wouldn't it be more liberating to fly freely in the air? Clearly, these were just a dozen gatekeepers of the alchemy palace. Yet they were so arrogant. The eagle-headed man saw Wang Rui's cold snort and shouted sharply. Presumptuous. With a casual wave of his golden silk whisk, a blinding white crescent energy shot out, instantly reaching Wang Rui's neck. Human immortal. Danger. With a thought, Wang Rui activated the Great Diamond technique. His whole body shining with golden light, as strong as diamond. Didi, with the power of the Great Diamond technique, his combat power increased from 900 points of peak martial saint to 900 points of beginner human immortal. When the white crescent energy shattered, Wang Rui's face turned red, and there were no red marks on his neck. It's important to note that a beginner human immortal only has a combat power of 5,000. After using the Great Diamond technique, Wang Rui completely reached the strength of a beginner human immortal. The hook-nosed Taoist exclaimed in surprise, about to take action again. Just then, Lei Tingyu coldly shouted, "Is this how Senior Brother Wu from the reception hall teaches you to welcome guests?" A faint thunderous sound echoed, and countless tiny electric arcs enveloped the dozens of Taoists, causing them to tremble all over. The spiritual eagles beneath them seemed to bear even greater pressure, one by one plummeting to the ground, shivering and refusing to rise. The hook-nosed Taoist's eyes flashed with fierce light as he glared at Wang Rui and quietly said, "Senior Sister Lei, Senior Brother Wu is worried that these outer court disciples are unruly and will not obey your discipline. So he specifically instructed us to teach them a lesson when welcoming you, to let them know the hierarchy and rules of our refining God Palace." Haha, what welcoming? What teaching of rules? This is just to slap Lei Tingyu in the face. Let's see how she deals with it. Wang Rui was delighted to watch the fight from the sidelines. Since Senior Sister Lei doesn't like our welcome, then we'll take our leave. The hook-nosed Taoist, seeing the situation was not good, turned to escape on the spiritual eagle. You dare to insult even the secret disciples. You must be feeling bold. Since you're so fearless, then come and pay for your sins with your lives. Lei Tingyu's entire body instantly radiated electric arcs, her presence turning extremely imposing, her white dress fluttering. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated in the void, and with a loud bang, an unmatched, noble, and invincible aura surged from her, overwhelming all. With a flick of her finger, boom. A dazzlingly bright arc of lightning appeared, tearing through the void, swallowing the sun and moon, instantly killing everything in its path, terrifying to the extreme. In an instant, she obliterated the human immortal masters. Lei Tingyu was this formidable, terrifying indeed. Chapter 21. I kill when I want to kill. Run. She's gone mad. How dare she kill her own people in the refining God Palace? The remaining dozen Taoists never expected that Lei Tingyu would dare to kill her own people on the refining God Peak. Didn't she fear punishment from the palace master? All the Taoists hurriedly mounted their eagles, but those spiritual eagles had been so intimidated by Lei Tingyu's divine might that they were now trembling and unable to take flight. Lei Tingyu coldly smiled. Want to leave? After insulting the secret disciples like this, Do you think you can just walk away? With another flick of her finger, a bolt of lightning shot out, striking a young Taoist, who didn't even have time to grunt before he and his black spiritual eagle turned to ash. Leiting you. You have gone mad. How dare you kill your own people? You will definitely be expelled from the refining god palace by senior brother Wu. The elder of punishments will severely punish you. You will never rise again. Each young Taoist screamed in panic as death approached them. Expel the secret disciples from the palace? I think you all are the ones who are mad. Secret disciples are personally assessed and confirmed by the palace master and all the elders. They are the nobility of the refining god palace. They can decide life and death for you lowly ones. You have insulted the secret disciples without cause. You have desecrated and offended my dignity. If I do not kill you, what dignity do the secret disciples have? Where's the authority? Blame your senior brother Wu for using you as pawns. Open your eyes and strive for a better life in your next life. With her white dress fluttering, like a celestial being from the moon palace, Leiting Yu spoke coldly and indifferently, flicking her fingers, unleashing arcs of lightning that danced and struck down everything, leaving behind piles of ash on the ground. Only the last young Taoist remained, trembling with his spiritual eagle, his face pale and unable to speak. This was the power of the third level of the Taiji profound realm, the true Qi realm. At that moment, Wang Rui was deeply shocked. Feeling the insignificance of his own strength, Leiting Yu seemed like a goddess descending to the mortal realm, and in her casual demeanor, dozens of human immortals and martial saints turned to dust. Soon, I too will catch up, Leiting Yu, in the refining god palace. Everyone will have to look up to my authority. Humph. With a cold snort, Leiting Yu lightly flicked her finger, and a dazzling arc of lightning appeared, ready to strike down the last young Taoist. Leiting Yu, you have such boldness. Suddenly, with a stern shout, a brown figure soared from the peak, rushing over at lightning speed, arriving before everyone in an instant. While still in midair, he suddenly pressed down with his hand, unleashing a dark, deep, and nameless evil wind that reeked of blood. In an instant, it collided with Leiting Yu's electric glow. With a dull sound, the electric light and the evil wind devoured each other, vanishing without a trace. Flying in the air, a master of the Taiji profound realm. Wang Rui was startled and focused his gaze. This was a young man in a green long robe, handsome but pale. The great identification technique activated instantly, revealing countless images in Wang Rui's eyes. Wu Ming, identity, son of Elder Wu Lai of the refining god palace, secret core disciple, second level of the Taiji profound realm. True Qi realm, combat power over 20,000. Special skill, Devil's Wind of Decay. Special treasure, none. Heaven and earth fortune, extremely weak. Chance of victory, 10. Can win if self-destructing. Junior Sister Lei, why did you kill my subordinate from the reception hall? Are you out of your mind? The pale-faced young man spoke coldly, clearly prepared to attack at any moment. Wu Ming, you incited your subordinate to insult the secret disciples. I haven't settled the score with you yet. The people Leiting Yu, want to kill. Can your Devil's Wind of Decay stop me? Leiting Yu's face turned fierce, her fingertips glowing with piercing electric arcs, thunder crashing. With a wave of her fingers, several crescent-shaped electric arc blades surged like wind and clouds, instantly obliterating the remaining Taoist. With a pop, that Taoist and his spiritual eagle were instantly destroyed, igniting fiercely into ashes. Wu Ming was caught off guard. He hadn't expected Leiting Yu to be so powerful and resolute in her killing intent. Before he could use the Devil's Wind of Decay to block, she had already annihilated his last subordinate. At this point, all of the young Taoists under Wu Ming, the master of the reception hall, were turned to ash by Leiting Yu, blown away by the wind. Leiting Yu looked at her delicate white fingers and softly said, "Did you not want to insult the secret disciples? I just turned your subordinates to ash. No one can protect them." This was pure humiliation, ruthlessly slapping Wu Ming, this secret disciple, in the face. You have guts." Wu Ming was furious, having been humiliated in front of dozens of outer court disciples. Leiting Yu shook her head and chuckled. "Wu Ming, I kill when I want to kill. Who do you think you are?" Wu Ming's face twisted as he raised his hand and pressed down towards Leiting Yu, a black evil wind roaring like a tide, reaching Leiting Yu in an instant, the stench making one nauseous. Looking for death, Leiting Yu's face turned cold, her fingertips electric arc blade flashing, and thunder roared in the void. The rolling black evil wind vanished like snow meeting the sun, as the lightning blade pierced through the evil wind, aiming directly at Wu Ming's face. In an instant, Wu Ming soared into the air, dodging the blade, but a trace of blood appeared on his face, indicating he had been grazed by the lightning blade. Leiting Yu, like a celestial being, appeared at ease, strolling leisurely. "Wu Ming, is this all you can do? Although you are also a secret core disciple, judging by your cultivation, you are merely at the second level of the Taiji profound realm, True Qi realm. You Don't be so arrogant. Wu Ming shouted angrily. I killed your subordinates because they deserve to die. You are a secret disciple. Your identity is different. I don't want to break the sect rules and fight with you here. If you are dissatisfied, I welcome you to the life and death platform on Refining God Peak at any time. Lei Tingyu scolded sharply. The life and death platform. When Wu Ming heard these 3 words, his expression suddenly changed. The sect rules did not allow core disciples to kill each other, but if both parties agreed, they could settle their grudges on the life and death platform at Lianshan Peak. On the life and death platform, one must remain until one party dies. No matter what kind of core disciple you are, if you die, it's just a pointless death. Lei Tingyu, don't think this matter will just pass. I will report the situation to the Elder of Punishments and let you face the sect's sanctions. After Wu Ming finished speaking, he left in a huff. I want to kill if I want to. What a domineering and powerful Lei Tingyu. This is indeed the core disciple of the Taiji Xian realm, truly formidable. If it were a peerless expert from the eternal life secret realm, wouldn't they look down on the world, treating all things as mere grass and dogs? Wang Rui stared at Lei Tingyu, his eyes filled with infinite admiration. He had witnessed the battle between Lei Tingyu and Wu Ming and was deeply attracted by Lei Tingyu's overwhelming and invincible aura and charm. After such an incident, everyone seemed a bit dazed, clearly frightened by the core disciple of the Taiji Xian realm. Silently following Lei Tingyu and the 2 elders of the outer court as they climbed toward a steep peak. Chapter 22. Entering the inner court. An hour later, everyone reached the halfway point of the mountain, where a grand palace complex was situated, with a massive stone gate at the front. The words outer court carved in bold silver hooks and iron strokes. This is the outer court of the Lianshan Palace, the place where the disciples would train during the selection. After dozens of outer disciples and the 2 elders bid farewell to Lei Tingyu, they entered the gates of the outer court one after another. Lei Tingyu turned her head, stared at Wang Rui, pointed to the mountaintop, and coldly said, Take my token to the inner court at the mountain peak. I will report your matter to the palace master. Haha, sister, you are really powerful. Wang Rui took a small waist token. His expression changed, and he smiled ingratiatingly. It seems that the Lianshan Palace is not peaceful. Even the experts from the Taiji Xian realm are full of contradictions, and one cannot lack a backing. Oh, this Wang Rui knows how to leverage his position. Very clever. Lei Tingyu was startled in her heart, and carefully scrutinized Wang Rui, a hint of playful mockery fleeting across her beautiful eyes as she turned and soared into the air. Preparing to leave, Wang Rui felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that his attempt to flirt had failed, and he would have to rely on himself in the future. In midair, with her back to Wang Rui, Lei Tingyu softly said, If there's anything, you can come to Ziyun Peak. Success. Wang Rui was delighted in his heart as he watched Lei Tingyu's fading figure. Feeling a subtle sense that she really was this physical body's cousin, Wang Rui weighed the small waist token in his hand. It was neither gold nor jade, with a character for thunder inscribed on it, and the back depicted a massive mountain shrouded in clouds, engraved with the 3 words Ziyun Peak. He narrowed his eyes and walked toward the mountaintop. Relying on his peak martial saint's strength, it took Wang Rui another hour to reach the summit. The top of the mountain was peculiar, with a flat ground like water-milled stone, stretching as far as the eye could see, seemingly created by some extraordinary person. There was a vast expanse of buildings, magnificent and layered, exuding grandeur. At the forefront was a large hall made of blue stone, with white jade steps, a divine lion guarding the entrance, and a large vermilion plaque above the arched door, inscribed with the 2 grand characters Inner Court. Next to the door stood several young Taoists dressed in brown robes. At this time, many elegantly dressed, vigorous men and women of status and power were coming in and out. It seems that the disciples of the inner court of the Lianshan Palace are all young people, because young people have abundant vitality and energy. As long as their root bones and qualifications are excellent, and they have perseverance and patience, they naturally have hope of stepping into the Taiji Xian realm. If they were middle-aged or elderly, with declining vitality and exhausted energy, it would be unlikely for them to cultivate to the Taiji Xian realm. At this moment, if Wang Rui looked at himself, he would also find that he was dressed in brocade and satin, handsome and dashing. After achieving the initial form of the Taotai gold body, all impurities from his body had been eliminated, and after undergoing an unprecedented 5 washes of celestial energy in the Xian magnetic spirit path, he was also the young master of a sect of celestial tyrants in his past life, naturally possessing a special dignity and aura that drew the attention of some beautiful female disciples. Wang Rui strode confidently toward the inner court. Stop! Just as Wang Rui was about to cross the threshold into the inner court, he was stopped by 2 Taoists. You don't seem to be an inner court disciple. There is no such person in the inner court. What is your name? What are you doing here? A young Taoist in a brown robe took out a small book, preparing to verify whether this person was an inner court disciple. I was sent by Sister Lei from Ziyun Peak to enter the inner court. Here is her waist token. Wang Rui hurriedly took out the waist token and handed it to the young Taoist. Court disciple Lei Tingyu from Ziyun Peak? Upon hearing the name Ziyun Peak, the young Taoist was clearly taken aback, then took the waist token to examine it closely, confirming that it was indeed a core disciple's waist token. The young Taoist did not dare to be negligent. One of them cupped his hands and said, "Please wait a moment. I will report to the elder in charge." Saying this, he hurriedly went inside with the waist token. Deep within the inner court of the Lianshan Palace, in a luxurious and grand hall, several imposing figures sat on 8 immortal chairs, some middle-aged, some elderly, all exuding immense authority, their presence overwhelmingly deep. Even the peak human immortal Xia Ning was far behind in terms of demeanor. "Brotherly, did that Lei Tingyu really enter the true gang realm?" An elderly person asked. "Yes, absolutely true. The sect master has already granted her Ziyun Peak as her palace." A middle-aged man in a blue robe smiled. His blue robe shimmered like a bright blue wave, moving without wind, clearly a magical artifact. "People like us don't know when we will break through. Alas, I've lost all face. If only the palace master could grant us a priceless Xian Ling Taiji pill, we would surely be able to break through our current realm." The Xian Ling Taiji pill, how precious, how hard to obtain. I don't even dare to hope for that. I just hope the elder meeting can grant me a magical treasure, and I would be satisfied. Several inner court elders were chatting idly when suddenly, the young Taoist rushed in, took out Lei Tingyu's waist token, and explained the situation. "What? Core disciple Lei Tingyu from Ziyun Peak? She wants to recommend someone to become an inner court disciple? Does she think that becoming a core disciple means she can disregard the sect rules? Is the Lianshan Palace hers to command?" A middle-aged elder was furious. "You all Haven Tea received the news, have you? Just now at the mountain gate, Lei Tingyu killed several subordinates of the reception hall in front of Wu Ming. She is truly arrogant and fiercely domineering. Lei Tingyu, so young yet stepping into the 3rd level of the true gang realm in the Taiji Xian realm. Who knows how far she will go in the future? Some elders in the palace are only at the 5th level of the Taiji Xian realm. We cannot afford to offend her." Several inner court elders swallowed their saliva and looked at each other. "Since we cannot afford to offend her, let us report directly to the palace and let the higher-ups decide. This Wang Rui can be taken in first, when the palace has made a conclusion. We can handle it then." The elders made up their minds, sending someone to report to the palace while instructing the young Taoist to let Wang Rui enter the inner court as a disciple first. If the palace does not approve, then Lei Tingyu would have nothing to say, and she could just be directly expelled from the inner court. At this moment, at the main peak of the Lianshan mountain range, Lianshan Peak, deep within the Lianshan Palace, the sect master Ling Su Du and many senior elders and administrative elders were holding a meeting. This was an incredibly mysterious space, seemingly in another time and space. At the center, on a huge white jade throne, a faint light enveloped a mysterious figure, reminiscent of an emperor seated on a dragon platform. This figure was the palace master of the Lianshan Palace, Ling Su Du, seeming to be just a phantom, not a physical body, formed by some kind of energy or supernatural power. On either side were numerous jade thrones, occupied by elders responsible for enforcing sect rules, elders in charge of refining and distributing pills, elders responsible for imparting techniques, and so on, all of whom were of terrifying strength at the 9th level of the Taiji Xian realm, with the ability to manifest the world and a 10th level of clarity in the womb. Of course, the strength of the refining god palace is far beyond this. These people are not the supreme elders. They are only responsible for the daily operations of the sect. The true masters of the refining god palace are the supreme elders, who are cultivating day and night in deeper dimensions of time and space. Chapter 23, The Forbidden Land of Demons. At this moment, the palace master Ling Su Du was speaking about something, just finishing his words. An elder suddenly stood up. His appearance bore some resemblance to Wu Ming, wearing a crimson flame crown and a red Dao robe. His eyes were like lightning, and faint red flames swirled around him, resembling an immortal in fire, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. He is Wu Ming's father, the elder Qi Yanzi Wu Lai of the Refining God Palace. Palace Master. This time Lei Tingyu presided over the selection of outer sect disciples, daring to engage in nepotism by directly bringing in her cousin into the inner courtyard and threatening the inner courtyard elders to accept him as a disciple. Moreover, she openly killed more than 10 disciples of the reception hall at the mountain gate, committing such a heinous crime. I implore the palace master to punish her severely and expel her from the sect. Wu Lai vehemently attacked Lei Tingyu. The elder in charge of punishment was an old man with gray hair. He furrowed his brow and slowly spoke. I heard that those disciples of the reception hall openly insulted the secret disciples, which is a capital offense. Wu Lai glared angrily, staring fiercely at the elder responsible for punishment. No one can insult secret disciples. Ling Su-du shook his head, casually making a remark that set the tone for the matter. Wu Lai was rendered speechless, not daring to argue with the palace master. He shifted his gaze, setting aside Lei Tingyu's killing of sect disciples for now. However, during the selection of outer sect disciples, she engaged in nepotism and told lies, claiming that Wang Rui is a peerless genius who received the celestial energy enlightenment 5 times. This must be punished severely. Ling Su-du remained silent for a long time, seemingly lost in thought. The alchemy elder beside him stroked his long beard and respectfully said, "Palace master, since he is a genius, why not give him a chance? The forbidden land of demons is about to open. We can allow Wang Rui to participate temporarily as an inner courtyard disciple. If he can pass the trials in the forbidden land, then it is indeed well-deserved for him to enter the inner courtyard. Good. Let him enter the forbidden land of demons along with other inner courtyard disciples for training." Wu Lai felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately expressed his support. Ling Su-du pondered for a moment and spoke to all the elders. "Since you have no objections, then let Wang Rui enter the forbidden land of demons." It turned out that in recent thousands of years, for some unknown reason, the Saha world underwent tremendous changes, with a depletion of spiritual energy. The various sects of the celestial path, which used to refine various precious elixirs, found that spiritual herbs had become extremely scarce many years ago, and some ordinary planets had completely disappeared. Although some could still be found on the main star of the Saha world, Saha star, it was merely a drop in the bucket. However, in those so-called forbidden lands, there were abundant spiritual herbs, since they could be called forbidden lands by celestial sects. These places were undoubtedly extremely dangerous. The environments in the forbidden lands were not only harsh, but more importantly, some were lairs of evil demons and heretics, where the risk of falling and dying was ever present. Moreover, there were many ancient prohibitions in the forbidden lands that required one to risk their lives to break the restrictions in order to obtain spiritual herbs. Furthermore, these forbidden lands opened and closed at set times. One could not enter or exit at will. The refining god palace possessed one of the 600 great divine powers, the great alchemy technique, and was the best at refining spiritual pills among the 7 great celestial sects, thus having a great demand for spiritual herbs. This time, the forbidden land of demons was about to open, which contained many demonic creatures and monsters, and there was even a possibility of encountering practitioners from evil sects, making it incredibly dangerous. However, only those with strength below the Tai Chi Xianjing could enter the forbidden land of demons. Wu Lai knew that entering the forbidden land of demons as an inner courtyard disciple was extremely dangerous, especially since he had already received news that Wang Rui was only at the martial saint level, making him almost certain to die. It was better to let Lei Tingyu's cousin not enter the inner courtyard. Letting her cousin die would be the best way to relieve his resentment. So Wu Lai readily agreed to this matter. At this time, in the inner courtyard of the refining god palace, a young Taoist was leading Wang Rui inside. As they walked, the Taoist pointed out to Wang Rui, "This is your residence in the inner courtyard. This is the martial arts arena. And ahead is where you can collect welfare items from the palace." Wang Rui thought to himself, wondering what the welfare items might be. Soon, the two arrived at the storage hall deep within the inner courtyard. The hall was filled with numerous cabinets, boxes, and many weapon racks, with all kinds of weapons on display. The guiding Taoist took out many items from various cabinets and boxes, explaining to Wang Rui one by one. This Tao robe is the purple robe, made of gold thread, silver thread, bronze thread, black iron thread, and celestial silkworm silk. It is impervious to knives and guns, and has been soaked in spiritual herbs for 100 days. When worn, it prevents insects, snakes, and ants from invading and can ward off poisons. It is also impervious to all kinds of miasma, though it cannot block attacks from magical artifacts. This is the cleansing talisman. With a thought, magical water cleanses the entire body, making it immediately clean. This is the dust avoidance talisman. After using it, even in filthy places, not a speck of dust will cling to you. The third is the water and fire talisman, which contains fire seeds and drinking water, available for use at any time. The fourth talisman is the healing talisman, which contains magical energy that can stop bleeding, relieve pain, and promote wound healing. The Taoist paused and then continued. This is the secret manual of the refining god palace's inner courtyard, along with the sect rules and introductions to other celestial sects, evil sects, forbidden lands, overseas regions, and major dynasties in the Saha world. Then he pointed to the nearby weapon rack. You can choose any weapon from these. Wang Rui couldn't help but smile. He had loved carrying a long sword in his past life, so he chose a sword. He walked to the rack filled with swords and casually took one down, drawing it out with a swish. A low, dragon-like roar sounded, and the cold light radiated. reflecting a clear figure on the blade. It was a good sword. The Taoist saw that Wang Rui had chosen the sword and slowly said, "This is the standard sword forged by the refining god palace, the demon-slaying sword. It can cut hair and sever flesh, making it an extraordinary sword among ordinary weapons. Although it is not a flying sword magical treasure, it contains strands of magical energy due to the enhancement by a Tai Chi Xianjing master, allowing it to slay demons and eliminate evil spirits. It is also a top-quality weapon." After the Taoist finished introducing, Wang Rui thanked him and packed his things before heading to his residence in the inner courtyard. The area for inner courtyard disciples was vast, with building after building of jade palaces shrouded in a faint white light, suggesting some magical properties. Each disciple had an independent suite, and the refining god palace housed tens of thousands of inner courtyard disciples selected from countless planets across various star domains in the Saha world. This room is not bad, Wang Rui thought as he entered his suite, feeling satisfied. In the center was an 8 immortals table made of golden silk nanmu and a Grand Master's chair, arranged neatly. On the table were a purple jade teapot and teacups, alongside several white jade and glass plum blossom lamps, making it bright and clean, comfortable and cozy. Closing the door, Wang Rui sat at the 8 immortals table, brewing tea while looking at the items he received. This purple robe, cleansing talisman, dust avoidance talisman, water and fire talisman, demon-slaying sword, etc. Every single item I used in my past life is 1,000 times better than these. There's nothing remarkable about them, he thought, tossing them aside. 1,000 years had passed, the world had changed, and it was unpredictable. The book introducing the Saha world was something he needed to study carefully. That was the focus. Chapter 24, The Saha World. Wang Rui picked up a book and opened it. It was the rules of the refining god palace. He flipped through a few pages randomly, sneered, and tossed it aside. The sect rules were only useful for the weak. For someone like Lei Tingyu, a secret disciple, what did it matter if she killed a few people? Not to mention experts at the elder level, there was no need to look at these rules. Strength was the only rule. He opened another thick book, which seemed to be made of gold and jade, with the words Saha World written in grand characters. Upon opening this book, his eyes brightened. A row of directories flickered before him. Celestial Path of the 7 Sects, Heavenly Demon Cult, Valley of 10,000 Demons, Ghost Flame Sect, Evil Paths, Detailed explanation of Forbidden Lands, Detailed explanation of Star Domains, Ancient Ruins, Treasures of Heaven and Earth, Saha Dynasty, Martial Dao Realms, Tai Chi Xianjing, Secret Realm of Immortality, Celestial Realm. For a moment, Wang Rui felt a bit dazzled. This book is really interesting. Although I have entered the Eternal Life Secret Realm, I have only explored a fraction of the Saha world. Now, I will compile my experiences into a book about the Saha world. To open the wisdom of the disciples of the refining spirit palace and understand the wonders of the universe and the greatness of Saha, written by Ling Shudu, the master of the refining spirit palace in the Eternal Life Secret Realm. Wang Rui couldn't help but nod in admiration. The 7 sects of Immortal Dao, Taiching Sect, Shijiazong, Langya Academy, Refining Spirit Palace, Spirit Sword Peak, Divine Weapon Sect, and Heavenly Craft Hall. The 7 sects of Immortal Dao are the 7 major dominant sects in the Saha world, controlling countless life planets and resource planets, with innumerable disciples. Among them, the Taiching sect is the most powerful, subtly sitting at the top of the 7 sects, but their actions are somewhat arrogant and domineering, making them unpopular with other sections. Interestingly, Spirit Sword Peak only accepts female disciples and does not take in male disciples, which allows them to thrive among the 7 major sections. Divine Weapon Sect, Refining Spirit Palace, Heavenly Craft Hall, I will definitely destroy your doctrines. Upon seeing these 3 names, anger surged in Wang Rui's heart. The Tai Chi Profound Realm, First Level, Magical Power Realm, Combat Power Value 10,000 points. Second Level, True Essence Realm, Combat Power Value 20,000 points. Third Level, True Gang Realm, Combat Power Value 50,000 points. Fourth Level, Qian Kuan Realm, Combat Power Value 100,000 points. Fifth Level, Alien Realm, Combat Power Value 200,000 points. Sixth Level, Vast Realm, Combat Power Value 500,000 points. Seventh Level, Golden Core Realm, Combat Power Value 1,000,000 points. Eighth Level, Yuan Infant Realm, Combat Power Value 2,000,000 points. Ninth Level, Heavenly Man's 5 Declines, Combat Power Value 5,000,000 points. 10th Level, Unconfused in the Fetus, Combat Power Value 10,000,000 points. The treasure levels in the Saha world are divided into magical tools, treasures, spiritual treasures, immortal tools, and sage's supreme treasures. Magical tools are divided into low-grade magical tools, mid-grade magical tools, and top-grade magical tools. Treasures are divided into common treasures and life treasures. Spiritual treasures are divided into acquired spiritual treasures, innate spiritual treasures, heavenly spiritual treasures, and mysterious heavenly spiritual treasures. The tiers of immortal tools are unknown, and the sage's supreme treasures are also unknown. This book on the Saha world encompasses everything. It has it all. There are righteous immortal sects, evil paths, various powerful experts, formidable treasures, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, countless forbidden areas, void realms, mysterious star domains, and planets. There's nothing you can't find. Wang Rui skimmed through the more important parts and gained new insights and understanding of the Saha world after 10,000 years. For a moment, he realized this book was too vast to finish reading, so he decided to study it slowly in his spare time later. Now, the most important thing is to enhance my own strength. Wang Rui picked up the remaining book, which was about the refining spirit martial Tao. Opening it, he found it contained mysterious refining techniques that were quite marvelous. Although they were not the great divine powers or profound methods, they were techniques for refining essence, chi, and spirit after reaching the peak of human immortality, greatly enhancing spiritual awareness, used to break through the gate of the profound realm, shatter the void, condense magical power, and achieve a first-class technique to break through to the Tai Chi profound realm. Wang Rui felt a jolt of excitement. In his previous life, he had not broken through the Tai Chi profound realm, and the Yuling sect had been exterminated. So he had no techniques to break through the Tai Chi profound realm. This refining technique was like a timely help, and he immediately began to study it carefully. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Wang Rui was surprised. Who could it be? It seemed he only knew Lei Tingyu. He got up and opened the door, and a young woman stood outside, dressed in a purple robe, with a demon-slaying sword at her waist, bright eyes and white teeth, graceful and elegant. Who are you? Wang Rui asked in confusion, while using his mind to activate the great identification technique. Hong Xueqing, identity, inner court disciple of the refining spirit palace, mid-level human immortal. Combat power value 8,000 points. Special skills, ethereal sword technique, refining spirit techniques. Special treasures, none. Heavenly and earthly fortune, almost none. Probability of victory, 80. May I ask if you are Wang Rui, junior brother? I am Hong Xueqing. Senior sister Lei instructed me to come help you. Hong Xueqing looked at Wang Rui curiously. She had heard that he entered the inner court directly without going through the selection of inner court disciples. Oh, so you are senior sister Hong. Please take care of me in the future. Wang Rui's heart stirred. She was actually a mid-level human immortal. It seems Lei Tingyu still considers me one of her own. Having someone to back me feels different. Hong Xueqing smiled sweetly. Junior brother, it's already noon. Let me take you to the dining hall. All right, with a beauty accompanying me. I couldn't be happier. Wang Rui nodded with a smile. Hong Xueqing couldn't help but blush slightly. She led Wang Rui towards the dining hall, chatting excitedly along the way. As it was a rare opportunity to show off in front of a newcomer, the dining hall of the Refining Spirit Palace serves immortal dishes and delicacies, which are far better than those in the royal palace of the Huaxia dynasty. Junior brother, you may not know, but it's all thanks to a spiritual treasure of the Refining Spirit Palace, the 5 elements Qi pot, which condenses and absorbs the essence of the sun and moon. The food made from it contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making it very nourishing, and it has great restorative effects for those cultivating. I've heard that if consumed over a long period, it can even improve one's root bone quality. Haha, that's really impressive. Wang Rui's words seemed to express envy, but in his heart, he didn't think much of it. What kind of immortal dishes and delicacies? Such food of this level would have been treated as the food for my servants in my previous life. However, he didn't want to dampen the girl's enthusiasm, so he casually made a few perfunctory remarks. As they talked, they soon arrived in front of a magnificent hall. Above the palace, there were 3 large characters, dining hall. Although it was called a hall, it was actually a towering palace. Wang Rui entered with Hong Xueqing and couldn't help but feel a slight shock. In his previous life, he had always eaten alone, and he had never seen the scene of thousands of people dining together. The hall was hundreds of meters long and wide, with countless tables and chairs arranged neatly. At this moment, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, with countless inner court disciples bustling about, calling friends, laughing, cursing, either drinking and eating or studying martial arts, discussing various sect tasks. This is the strength of the inner court of the Refining Spirit Palace. So many disciples. Wang Rui felt a sense of heaviness in his heart. For the first time, he realized that exterminating the Refining Spirit Palace's doctrine might not be so easy. He silently reminded himself not to slack off. One day, let's find a place. Hong Xueqing called Wang Rui and found 2 empty seats to sit down. The tables and chairs were made of precious redwood, with a refreshing scent of redwood. The table's surface faintly had golden mysterious runes. As soon as they sat down, the table's surface suddenly glowed slightly, and images of exquisite dishes appeared in the air above the table, continuously changing, vividly alive. Chapter 25, What are you? Order whatever you like. I have a good appetite. Wang Rui smiled slightly and gestured for her to go ahead. Hong Xueqing giggled. Then I won't be polite. Her delicate finger gently tapped the images of the dishes. In no time, the mysterious runes on the table lit up, and an exceptionally exquisite food box rose into the air, gently opening to reveal 4 dishes and a soup, steaming hot, along with a small bucket of rice as translucent as jade, fragrant and overflowing, complete with jade bowls and chopsticks, making one drool and eager to eat. Wang Rui picked up the bowls and chopsticks, took a bite, and found it quite good. The flavor lingered in his mouth. He hadn't tasted food made from spiritual treasures in a long time. Suddenly, a buzzing sound resonated in the void of all the halls and residences of the refining spirit palace, followed by a clear image gradually appearing. The background was an unknown mysterious space, with several ethereal beings surrounded by faint light, enveloped in clouds, incredibly mysterious. Hong Xueqing frowned. Very surprised. These are elders from the refining spirit palace. Could there be a major event happening? The originally lively dining hall suddenly fell silent, and a clear, authoritative voice rang out. 3 days later, the forbidden land of demons will open again. All inner court disciples will enter for training. The first place in the forbidden land for gathering medicinal herbs will receive a Xianling Taiji pill. As soon as the words were spoken, the image in the void slowly disappeared. In that instant, the dining hall erupted into chaos, with all the disciples chattering and discussing. The Xianling Taiji pill? Did I hear that right? The forbidden land of demons is a place where one faces certain death. Wang Rui squinted his eyes and muttered to himself. The Xianling Taiji pill? It seems I've heard about it in my past life. Hong Xueqing's eyes shone brightly as she said solemnly. The Xianling Taiji pill is made from 81 types of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs as the main ingredients. It is refined for 10 years using the divine refinement sutra of the immortals to draw in the essence of the immortal realm. Then personally crafted by the Supreme Palace Master with their own blood, using the Xiantian spirit treasure and the heavenly flood furnace, taking another 10 years to complete. This pill can increase one's lifespan by 100 years, but most importantly, it can help one step into the Taiji Xian realm. The Supreme Palace Master. With so little time to refine pills, each one is a treasure of the palace, incredibly precious. I estimate that the inner disciples on the Dragon Gate ranking will probably fight fiercely for it this time. Wang Rui's eyes lit up as he made up his mind. He couldn't let the Xianling Taiji pill slip away. He had to obtain it and break through to the Taiji Xian realm as soon as possible. What is the Dragon Gate ranking? Wang Rui asked next. As the saying goes, when the fish leaps over the Dragon Gate, it transforms into a dragon. The Dragon Gate ranking consists of the top 10 most powerful inner disciples, who are most likely to break through to the Taiji Xian realm and become secret disciples above all. They possess peak human immortal strength, with powerful divine senses, and are just a layer away from breaking through the realm gate, shattering the void, condensing their magical power, and becoming masters of the Taiji Xian realm, advancing to become secret disciples. Moreover, they also have top-tier magical artifacts, even treasures. Hong Xueqing said enviously. Xueqing, there you are. I've been looking for you everywhere. Suddenly, a group of men and women walked over from a distance, led by a handsome young man in purple robes, exuding an overwhelming aura. Let's go? Upon seeing the young man, Hong Xueqing frowned and pulled Wang Rui to leave. The group quickly quickened their pace, blocking the two. Who are you? Why are you with Hong Xueqing? Do you know who I am? The handsome young man stared at Wang Rui and said sternly. Wang Rui felt puzzled. Great identification technique. He Maoqing, identity. Prince of the Sopa Star Domain S. Martial Immortal Constellation. Disciple of the Divine Refinement Palace S. Inner Courtyard. Peak Human Immortal. Combat Strength value of 920 points. Special skills. Thunder Prison Blade Technique. Divine Refinement Secret Technique. Special treasure. Thunderbolt Flying Sword. Heavenly Fate. Almost none. Victory probability. 70%. The divine sense of a peak human immortal is like a sword, capable of injuring others invisibly in an instant. Extremely formidable. The combat strength value of the first level of the Taiji Xian realm is over 10,000 points, while the peak human immortal's combat strength should be 900 points. But he Maoqing has an extra 20 points. Plus, he has a special treasure. Truly impressive. My chance of victory is only 70%, unprecedentedly low. He truly deserves to be the prince of the martial immortal star in the Sopa world. I wonder what his intentions are in blocking us. Hong Xueqing's face flushed, and she said sternly, He Maoqing, you don't need to keep bothering me. It's useless. My only focus is to break through to the Taiji Xian realm, not on romantic feelings. Alright, Xueqing, I will definitely help you get that Xianling Taiji pill, allowing you to break through to the Taiji Xian realm. You are just a martial saint. You must be that Wang Rui who cheated to become an inner courtyard disciple, right? You better behave, or I'll make you regret it. Just a martial saint. You're practically like my servant. From now on, I'll protect you, and you can just follow me and do some trivial tasks. He Maoqing spoke to Wang Rui with an air of superiority. People around them who heard He Maoqing's words looked at Wang Rui with curiosity. So this is the person who entered the inner courtyard with martial saint strength. It must be cheating. Even a beginner human immortal might not pass the inner courtyard disciple selection, and he's just a martial saint. Wang Rui suddenly burst out laughing, looking at He Maoqing as if he were a clown. Doing trivial tasks? What are you even worth? You're not even fit to carry my shoes. He Maoqing's expression turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, several companions blocked Hong Xueqing. His eyes sparkled like stars, and a powerful divine light shot out, scanning Wang Rui from head to toe in an instant. The realm of peak human immortals means that their mental strength, or divine sense, becomes powerful and sharp, with diligent practice of the divine refinement secret technique. Their divine sense can grow tremendously, allowing them to see through the strengths and weaknesses of others, capturing battle opportunities and flaws. Such a person has a glimmer of hope to break through to the Taiji Xian realm. As He Maoqing's gaze locked onto Wang Rui felt as if his height, weight, pulse, heartbeat, strength, speed, and everything about him were laid bare. He couldn't help but feel alarmed and became secretly vigilant. With a light shout, He Maoqing unleashed his invisible divine sense, like a sword piercing through, enveloping Wang Rui. Wang Rui's face turned pale as he felt his spirit about to be instantly damaged, turning him into a fool. Hold! A loud shout of delicious glutton echoed in his divine sense, and it opened its mouth to inhale, like a dragon sucking water, instantly drawing in the divine sense from the void, making it disappear without a trace. The divine sense, like a sword, can slay enemies. Peak human immortals are indeed formidable. Wang Rui secretly praised. He Maoqing suddenly felt a loss of divine sense for no reason, his mind spinning, and he became furious. He Maoqing no longer dared to attack Wang Rui with divine sense. Thunder Prison Blade. He stepped forward, and with a whoosh, a thick, bright lightning light rose from beneath his feet, wrapping around him in an instant. With a stamp of his foot, he shot forward like an arrow, rumbling. The bluestone floor shook and roared continuously, like a series of cannon fire. His right palm glowed with lightning, like an invincible thunder blade, slashing towards Wang Rui with a terrifying momentum, unparalleled at that moment. Chapter 26. Seizing the Thunderbolt Flying Sword. Baxia. Great Power Technique. Great Diamond Technique. Great Devouring Technique. The Golden Turtle Phantom carried a massive stone tablet and pounced towards Wang Rui, merging into him. Ding ding. Combat Strength value increased by Great Power Technique, from 900 points of Peak Martial Saint to 900 points of Beginner Human Immortal, and then increased by Great Diamond Technique, from 900 points of Beginner Human Immortal to 900 points of Intermediate Human Immortal. With a thought, the Baxia Phantom merged into his body, and golden light flickered all over him. The 600 great divine powers surged, and his strength soared to Intermediate Human Immortal, along with the immensely powerful and mysterious Great Devouring Technique. 100 Cracking Ape Claw. His hands, enveloped in golden light, shot forth invisible energy, like swords and knives, creating a piercing sound as they tore through the air, like a great river tide, like a storm, with countless shadowy fingers creating countless miniature black whirlpools, rapidly spinning to meet the blade light. Bang bang bang. The sounds of palm and finger collisions exploded loudly. Intermediate Human Immortal. He Maoqing was greatly shocked. He had hidden his strength. What kind of technique is this? Clearly, I am a peak human immortal. Moreover, the Thunder Prison Blade technique is said to be the strongest attack of the martial immortal star, yet it could not break through. All the Thunderblade lights were devoured by that mysterious black whirlpool, and that black whirlpool strongly absorbed his essence blood energy. In just a moment, the essence blood within him actually decreased slightly. Is Wang Rui really a martial saint? Hong Xueqing was blocked by several people, and, seeing He Maoqing make a move, was furious and about to explode. But in an instant, she was incredibly shocked. He Maoqing is among the top 100 strength disciples in the inner courtyard. Could it be that Wang Rui has a great secret? Surrounding He Maoqing's companions and the onlookers were also astonished at the unexpected exchange between the two, unable to comprehend. Could a martial saint really be this powerful? This Wang Rui is at least an intermediate human immortal. However, He Maoqing has a trump card. As long as He Maoqing uses his flying sword, Wang Rui will undoubtedly lose. In just a few moments, the two exchanged countless moves, evenly matched. He Maoqing had lost a tenth of his essence blood energy and knew that if they continued fighting, there would be no good outcome. Humph. Wang Rui scoffed coldly, not dodging or avoiding, unleashing all his energy violently, his fingers flicking like a pipa, producing a resonating sound with the invisible energy, fierce and domineering, enveloping He Maoqing entirely like a net. Is Wang Rui trying to strike first? Good. He Maoqing was overjoyed. Daring to compete with me in speed as a peak human immortal, you've lost. The crowd shook their heads inwardly. Wang Rui was going to lose. Hong Xueqing's heart raced, and she was about to step forward to assist. Puff! With a muffled sound, the indomitable thunder prison blade arc struck directly at Wang Rui's chest. At the same time, a dark and deep vortex the size of a bowl appeared on Wang Rui's chest, violently swirling, causing the dazzling thunder arc to vanish without a trace. Contrary to everyone's expectation of blood splattering everywhere. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless faint sounds echoed as He Maoqing was thrown far away, his body riddled with holes, blood gushing out. Having been pierced by Wang Rui's 100 cracks ape claw. This was still because Wang Rui felt the need to hold back upon entering the inner courtyard of the Divine Refinement Palace. And He Maoqing was also trying to compete for favor, so he showed mercy. Otherwise, He Maoqing would have been torn apart long ago. Bang! He Maoqing fell to the ground, quickly leaping up, his face ashen and his body trembling. He hailed from the martial immortal star of the Saha star domain. The strongest in martial arts, a martial genius and a prince of the great Qing dynasty, having been taught by renowned masters since childhood. Cultivated with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, reaching the peak of human immortals. Even the elders of the inner courtyard said he had a glimmer of hope to break through to the Taiji profound realm. Yet today he was publicly defeated by a newly admitted disciple. How could he endure this? His face twisted with rage, he suddenly formed a hand seal, raising his hand. A thunderous roar echoed in the void. A sharp and eerie sword light shot out, electric arcs flickering, transforming into a lightning sword that flew at Wang Rui, dropping down and instantly reaching above his head. Watch out, flying sword artifact. Hong Xueqing shouted suddenly. Damn it, an artifact. Wang Rui saw the flying sword slicing towards him, his scalp tingling. He knew this was definitely not a martial arts technique, but He Maoqing's special treasure, the thunder flying sword, which could only be forged by masters in the Taiji profound realm. Martial artists could not contend with it. Even peak human immortals would be like dust. The thunder flying sword had already brushed against Wang Rui's hair, sending a chilling tremor through him, just as Wang Rui was about to be slain by the flying sword. Ha! The previously silent gourmet, the gluttonous beast, exclaimed in surprise. In the moment the lightning sword light descended upon Wang Rui's head, a rapid vortex appeared, dark and unfathomable, like a giant mouth that swallowed the flying sword whole, disappearing silently. At the same time, a dissatisfied voice echoed in Wang Rui's mind. What? Just a mid-tier artifact. What's so tasty about that? Sigh, it's been so long since I've eaten a magical treasure. It turned out that the gluttonous beast's power not only grew with its master's strength, but could also devour magical treasures and immortal artifacts to enhance its power. Magical treasures and immortal artifacts infused with spiritual energy were the gluttonous beast's favorites. Once the glutton detected the artifact's scent, it immediately devoured it. But for a holy grade divine beast like the gluttonous beast, the level of this mid-tier artifact was too low. Akin to asking a person who feasts on delicacies to eat plain rice and tea, would they be willing? What? He Maoqing, who had been smug just moments ago, saw his precious flying sword about to slay Wang Rui suddenly vanish, and he urged his spirit, but he felt nothing, as if it had sunk into the sea. This shock was immense, like a large chunk of flesh being cut from his body, filled with regret and pain. He was a top 100 elite disciple of the inner courtyard, and this mid-tier artifact, the thunder flying sword, was a reward from the elders after he narrowly survived a demon-slaying trial. After bonding with blood, it could strike with lightning speed, unmatched below the Taiji profound realm. He never expected that Wang Rui had such a great secret and had taken the flying sword. He Maoqing was also a formidable person, adaptable. Seeing that his greatest reliance could not match Wang Rui, and realizing he had lost this flying sword artifact, his strength had drastically declined, making his position as the prince of the great Qing dynasty seem hopeless. He immediately turned to Wang Rui, bowed, and calmly said, Junior brother Wang Rui, I apologize. I didn't expect you to possess such a powerful artifact. It was a misunderstanding. Could you please return the thunder flying sword to me? I will certainly reward you handsomely. How about 100,000 taels of gold? Chapter 27. The attempt to steal fails and costs rice. Wang Rui's mind raced, smiling as he said, Brother He, I'm truly sorry. The thunder crystal given to me by senior sister Lei Tingyu from Ziyun Peak is actually an artifact. It was this artifact that absorbed your flying sword just now. However, I haven't yet refined the artifact for use, so I can't bring out the flying sword for now. How about I refine it thoroughly, and then present the flying sword to you with both hands? What do you think? At this moment, everyone around who heard the name Lei Tingyu from Ziyun Peak looked at Wang Rui with mixed expressions, murmuring among themselves. Lei Tingyu from Ziyun Peak. The most talked about secret disciple recently. It is said that she killed several disciples from the guest hall at the mountain gate, and even the punishment elders did not penalize her. Unexpectedly, Wang Rui has such a big background. We must not offend him. Secret disciples are not something we can provoke. As soon as Wang Rui mentioned the words Ziyun Peak Lei Tingyu, it intimidated the scene, causing He Maoqing and several of his companions to change color in fear. Wang Rui pondered in his heart. In the Saha world, the levels of magical treasures are divided into artifacts, magical treasures, spiritual treasures, immortal artifacts, and saintly treasures. Among them, artifacts are the basic magical treasures forged by masters in the Taiji profound realm, infused with their own power. To forge a personal magical treasure, one must break through to the 5th level of the Taiji profound realm and utilize heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which gives a certain probability of success. Personal magical treasures have a minuscule chance of advancing to acquired spiritual treasures. As for innate spiritual treasures, celestial treasures, and mysterious celestial treasures, only the unparalleled masters of the eternal life secret realm might possess them. Although the Thunder Flying Sword is merely a mid-tier artifact, it is something Wang Rui had granted to someone in his past life. However, now that it has bonded with blood and been refined as his defensive weapon, it would increase his chances of success when entering the demon forbidden zone, which is still quite good. How could he easily spit out the fat meat that was almost in his mouth? That would be too incompetent. Moreover, with the holy beast gluttonous beast by his side, and having used the Xiantian soul-devouring armor to increase his strength by a tier, plus the Dragon Sun Basha and 600 great Dao divine powers. Who could Wang Rui fear below the Taiji profound realm? Brother He, I'm truly sorry. Once I refine the artifact gifted by Senior Sister Lei, I will definitely return your artifact to you. For now, I must take my leave. Ha ha ha. Wang Rui laughed heartily and turned to leave the dining hall. This is called failing to steal a chicken and losing a handful of rice. Hong Xueqing chuckled and chased after Wang Rui. He Maoqing's companions exchanged glances, not daring to stop him. The surrounding disciples watching the drama laughed at He Maoqing's misfortune, hurling all sorts of insults, such as hitting a brick wall, or calling him worthless. He Maoqing stared daggers at the backs of the two, his teeth grinding audibly, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Wang Rui, Hong Xueqing, I will make you regret this. At this moment, at Wang Rui's residence, gluttonous beast, take me to see that flying sword, Wang Rui commanded. With the sound of wind and thunder, an incredibly dark and deep swirling vortex appeared in the room, continuously spinning, and the gluttonous beast opened its huge mouth, swallowing Wang Rui whole. It was still that dazzling golden furnace, and at this time, a small sword flickering with arcs of electricity was floating within the furnace, about the size of a finger, slowly rotating. Gluttonous beast, how can I make it recognize me as its master? This flying sword has already recognized a master once. Unless a master in the Taiji profound realm can erase the original owner's mark, but I can't go find Lei Tingyu, or else it will expose my secret. Wang Rui asked the gluttonous beast while gently stroking the thunder flying sword, but the sword flickered with electric light, seemingly resisting. Master, you're completely underestimating me. This is a trivial matter, it can be done in the blink of an eye. As the gluttonous beast's crisp voice rang out, a beam of black light shot down from the golden furnace's top, enveloping the thunder flying sword. Instantly, a faint blood-red figure was drawn out from within the sword, struggling incessantly. The figure's appearance was precisely that of He Maoqing. Just as Wang Rui realized what was happening, the black light sucked it away, making it disappear. Meanwhile, far away, He Maoqing spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, cursing angrily, Bastard, my flying sword. He knew that his flying sword had already lost its connection to his mind due to a master's intervention. Is this good? Let me give it a try. Wang Rui gently bit his finger, and blood immediately dripped out, falling onto the thunder flying sword. Seeing the sword absorb his blood like a sponge, Wang Rui felt relieved, knowing that he had successfully recognized it as his own. In an instant, a trace of his weak divine sense twisted from the void onto this mid-level magical artifact, establishing a close connection with his mind, as if it were an extension of his own body. Crack! The thunder flying sword soared around the room, moving with the speed of lightning, appearing like a dancing spirit snake, and with a sudden strike, it turned the solid golden silk Nanmu table into powder. Not bad. The power of this sword can reduce anything below the Tai Chi profound realm to dust. If I were the soul-eating armor, I might even be able to battle with experts of the Tai Chi profound realm. Wang Rui felt satisfied and, with a thought, retracted the flying sword. If it were a magical flying sword, it could split light and shadow, allowing me to fly with the sword and take lives from thousands of miles away as easily as picking something from a bag. However, a magical flying sword can only be refined by a master at the 5th level of the Tai Chi Profound Realm, so I shouldn't think about it for now. With a trial in the Demon Forbidden Land in a few days, which is said to be extremely dangerous, I must strive for a significant breakthrough in strength before then. Today, I absorbed a lot of the blood essence of the peak human immortal, He Maoqing, and I vaguely sensed signs of breaking through to the peak martial saint and advancing to the initial level of human immortal, just in time to practice the mysterious refining technique. Wang Rui followed the teachings of the technique, slightly closed his eyes, and sat cross-legged. He formed hand seals, and his entire body's essence, energy, and spirit began to stir, slowly circulating and gathering at the Bai Hui point on his head. Essence is the spirit, blood energy is the body, and divine sense is the sea, covering the rain and flipping the clouds, shattering the void, and the magic power forming on its own. Gradually, Wang Rui's entire mind immersed itself in the mysterious refining technique. His divine sense transformed into a vast sea, an endless expanse of divine sense covered by an ink-black night sky, pitch dark. In the void above the sea, a strong, naked figure slowly emerged, resembling Wang Rui himself, formed from his entire essence and blood energy. Suddenly, the sun rose, a blazing sun slowly appeared, but it could not dispel the endless darkness. It only illuminated the endless dark clouds, revealing a massive, magnificent, ancient, and mysterious door hundreds of meters high, resembling gold and jade, tightly closed, with a yin-yang fish pattern spinning continuously on it. Chapter 28, Giving Face but Not Receiving. Wang Rui knew this was the key to breaking through the Tai Chi Profound Realm, the gate of the Profound Realm. If he could break through this gate, he could shatter the void and advance to the Tai Chi Profound Realm. At this moment, the blazing sun slowly moved, seeming to move slowly but actually rapidly, already overhead. If he did not strike the gate of the Profound Realm now, waiting for the sun to set would mean failure. Hey, out at sea! Wang Rui exhaled like an arrow, all his energy bursting forth, the great diamond technique, the great divine power technique, operating at full strength. His feet suddenly propelled him upward, soaring into the sky like a golden meteor, violently striking the gate of the Profound Realm with his golden fist. The gate of the Profound Realm did not budge at all, and the yin-yang fish slightly rotated, a black and white strange light instantly shining down on Wang Rui. Wang Rui let out a scream, falling down, plunging directly into the sea of divine sense. With a loud bang, a golden figure suddenly burst out from the sea of divine sense, like an arrow shot from a bow, crashing violently into the gate of the Profound Realm, followed by another wave of black and white strange light. Who? In the room, Wang Rui suddenly opened his eyes, feeling an incredible fatigue throughout his body, his divine sense extremely exhausted. It seemed that without being at the peak of the human immortal level, he could not break through to the Tai Chi Profound Realm. After practicing the mysterious refining technique, Wang Rui felt physically and mentally drained. It took him about an hour to fully recover. Just as Wang Rui had recovered, he heard a childish voice ringing in his mind. Ding ding, Master has broken through to the initial level of human immortal. Combat power increased from 4,900 points at the peak martial saint level to 5,000 points at the initial level of human immortal. Wang Rui was overjoyed. In the future, he could have a divine sense like a sword, harming others invisibly. Plus, with the flying sword magical artifact, his strength had greatly increased. That black and white strange light was truly wondrous, capable of refining essence, energy, and spirit, enhancing divine sense, and helping people break through limits. The essence and energy he absorbed from He Maoqing had completely fused with him, allowing him to break through directly to the initial level of human immortal. And his divine sense had also become much more resilient and powerful. This was incredible. If he used the Xiantian soul-eating armor, his strength would increase by 1 tier automatically. Coupled with the Great Devouring Technique, the Great Divine Power Technique, and the Great Diamond Technique, he could definitely sweep through the inner courtyard without rivals. Alas, unfortunately, the dragon child Basya was still just an illusion and could not be summoned. Wang Rui looked at the sky. He realized it was already evening. He lay down on the bed to rest. Soon, 3 days passed, and the inner courtyard disciples gathered in the main hall, preparing to set off for the Demon Forbidden Land. After meeting up with Hong Xueqing, Wang Rui also arrived at the main hall. You really aren't afraid of death. It turned out to be the group of the prince of the great Qing dynasty, He Maoqing. The one speaking was He Maoqing. But this time the leader was not him. The leader was also dressed in a purple robe. but it had exquisite golden silk embroidery with a Bagua immortal image on the back, faintly radiating vitality. With Wang Rui's keen eye as the young master of the spirit control sect, he naturally knew this was not an ordinary Taoist robe, but a magical artifact. Since even the clothes were magical artifacts, this person must be an elite disciple from the inner courtyard, perhaps even surpassing He Maoqing by a lot. All around, everyone, including Hong Xueqing, immediately bowed and saluted upon seeing this person, senior brother Yin. This is Yin Lixing, ranked 8th on the Dragon Gate list. Since the other senior brothers and sisters on the Dragon Gate list have special secret missions, this team for the trial is led by senior brother Yin. Hong Xueqing softly told Wang Rui. Wang Rui felt a chill in his heart. After advancing to human immortal, he no longer needed to take someone like He Maoqing seriously. However, the Dragon Gate list represented the top 10 strongest disciples in the inner door, all of whom were likely to break through to the Tai Chi profound realm. With peak human immortal strength at its limit, powerful divine senses, and just a layer away from breaking through the gate of the profound realm, shattering the void, condensing magical power, and becoming masters of the Tai Chi profound realm, promoted to core disciples. Moreover, they also possessed top-tier magical artifacts, even magical treasures, with strength comparable to masters of the Tai Chi profound realm. The refining God Palace focused on cultivating these 10 disciples, granting them spiritual pills and even magical artifacts to help them quickly cultivate and break through to the Tai Chi profound realm, becoming core disciples of the secret transmission. Senior brother Yin. Wang Rui also echoed, feeling a surge of energy and using the great identification technique. Countless images of Yin Lixing appeared in his eyes, analyzed and calculated from various angles. Yin Lixing, identity, disciple of the refining God Palace's inner courtyard Dragon Gate list. Peak human immortal limit. Combat power value of 9,980 points. Special skills, Smoke Luo secret step, mysterious refining technique. Special treasures, dragon capturing stake, spirit flood dragon sword. Purple gold Taoist robe. Heavenly and earthly luck, extremely weak. Probability of victory, 60%. I heard you're the cousin of Leiting Yu from Xian Peak? Yin Lixing did not respond to Wang Rui, coldly said. So you're the one who took away junior brother, He's flying sword magical artifact? Very well. Be careful in the demon forbidden land. Yin Lixing's tone was quite unfriendly. Humph. What Dragon Gate list disciple, giving face, but not receiving. Wang Rui let out a cold snort and directly began to insult, then stood with his hands behind his back, ignoring Yin Lixing any further. What a joke. Do I need to care about your expression? No matter what Dragon Gate list disciple you are, I am already an initial level human immortal. If I expose my trump card and wear the Xiantian soul-eating armor, my strength will automatically increase by 1 tier. Plus, with 3,600 great divine abilities. A small Dragon Gate list disciple is nothing. Hey, the people around gasped in shock. Wang Rui was too arrogant, not even putting the masters of the Dragon Gate list in his eyes. Yin Lixing's face turned red, and his eyes flashed with fierce light, ready to explode. Suddenly, a commotion came from outside the hall, and several people entered. Wang Rui recognized the front few as the inner courtyard managers, who were extremely respectful as they surrounded an elderly man in the center. This old man had graying hair, a rosy complexion, a long beard, and a pair of sharp, radiant eyes, exuding an imposing presence without anger. He casually glanced around at the disciples, and when Wang Rui caught the old man's peripheral vision, he immediately felt a chill run through his body, as if he was completely seen through, and he couldn't help but be greatly shocked. How powerful! All the disciples, including Yin Lixing, quickly bowed deeply and greeted the elder, acknowledging the alchemy elder. It turned out to be one of the big shots from the Elder Council of the Alchemy Palace, the alchemy elder, responsible for collecting spiritual herbs and the refining and distribution of all elixirs within the sect, wielding significant power. The alchemy elder began his lecture. This expedition to the Forbidden Area is mainly for the 7 major sects of the Immortal Path to join forces and collect rare materials and various spiritual herbs. However, the Forbidden Land of Demons is filled with demon heads, monsters, and evil paths, so you must be cautious. After the adventure, whoever collects the most spiritual herbs will receive a reward of 1 Xianling Taiji pill. The Xianling Taiji pill. Even Wang Rui felt his heart heat up, and his gaze suddenly became incredibly sharp. All the surrounding disciples held their breath, eager to compete for first place to obtain the Xianling Taiji pill, break through to the Taiji Xian realm, and become an inner disciple, rising above the rest. After the alchemy elder's encouraging speech, many attending disciples entered the hall carrying large trays. The trays contained many inconspicuous Chinkoan bags, which were low-level spatial artifacts. Inside was a treasure spirit collection, an introduction to various rare materials and spiritual herbs, which could also be used to store utensils, food, treasures, or medicinal materials. Each person received one in turn. Once the Qiankuan bags were distributed, the alchemy elder decisively declared, "Now, let's set off," turning to lead the way out of the great hall. All inner courtyard disciples hurriedly followed him out, and as soon as they stepped outside, everyone couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Chapter 29. The Arrogant Taiqing Sect. They saw a gigantic three-legged Dan furnace, hundreds of meters high and shining with silver light, floating in midair outside the hall. The surface of the furnace was surrounded by smoke and clouds, with flickers of intense flames flashing by. An incredibly powerful, ancient, and mysterious aura pressed down on everyone, causing a feeling of suffocation. The alchemy elder stood on top of the furnace lid, watching them coldly. Is this the Xiantian spirit treasure? The cosmic flood furnace of the alchemy palace? Wang Rui, having seen such things in his previous life, immediately recognized this treasure, filled with astonishment. The Xiantian spirit treasure was extraordinary. Even experts from the eternal life secret realm might not possess it. Moreover, this treasure was a rare Dan furnace among magical artifacts, indicating that the alchemy palace attached great importance to this trial in the forbidden land of demons. Do not resist. The flying speed of the cosmic flood furnace is far faster than you could ever travel. It will only take one day to reach the destination. The alchemy elder ignored the discussions and whispers among the crowd, lightly brushed the furnace lid, activated the magical decision, and the silver Dan furnace burst forth with dazzling light. The furnace lid automatically lifted, and countless silver rays poured out, instantly enveloping the tens of thousands of disciples in the square, drawing them all into the furnace. In this way, Wang Rui and the others felt that only a short time had passed. Yet they had genuinely flown for a day and finally arrived at an unnamed desolate mountain. The alchemy palace was the first to arrive. So all the inner courtyard disciples gathered together, standing neatly in line, waiting for the other 6 major sects to arrive. Yan Lixing and his group glared fiercely at Wang Rui, wishing they could eat him on the spot, but with the alchemy elder present, they didn't dare act recklessly. In the eyes of the surrounding people, Wang Rui seemed completely unbothered, appearing relaxed and carefree, occasionally casting sideways glances at them, which infuriated them. Everyone was exasperated. This newcomer Wang Rui truly had a lot of guts, and they feared he wouldn't know how he died when the time came. Beside him, Hong Xueqing was extremely worried, her face filled with concern, while only Wang Rui remained carefree. Suddenly, Wang Rui sensed a stir among the surrounding disciples, as if something was happening. He couldn't help but raise his head and follow the gazes of his fellow disciples. He saw that in the blue sky, despite it being broad daylight, several dazzling silver stars appeared, flickering continuously, and gradually grew larger. In an instant, many black dots appeared on the silver stars, seemingly riding the silvery starlight as they came from the heavens. Seeing this extraordinary scene, the disciples began chattering excitedly. The elder spoke, and everyone quieted down, staring intently at those silver stars. After a while, Wang Rui and the others could clearly see that the silver stars were actually pure silver rainbow boats, gleaming with silver light, adorned with unknown treasures. The countless black dots above had become clear. They were individuals dressed in gray Taoist robes. But some appeared to be dressed in secular attire, suggesting they were secular disciples yet to become monks. From the foremost silver star flying boat, 3 young Taoists wearing 8 trigram purple gold robes leapt down, each holding a whisk and sporting a topknot. Although these 3 Taoists were young, their eyes sparkled like crystals, exuding an aura of spiritual energy, resembling celestial beings. Secret disciple of the Taiqing sect, Wu Li. Secret disciple of the Taiqing sect, Wu Yu. Secret disciple of the Taiqing sect, Wu Jin. These 3 Taoists coldly introduced themselves, seeing the alchemy elder without bowing, instead looking down with indifference. Their sharp gazes sweeping the area as if they were kings surveying their subjects, exuding an overwhelming aura. The disciples from the alchemy palace were oppressed by the presence of these 3 Taoists, causing the tens of thousands of disciples to feel a wave of pressure. Wang Rui's heart sank. The Taiqing sect was the strongest among the 7 major sects of the immortal path, yet only sent 3 secret disciples as leaders, without bringing an elder, clearly looking down on the other sections. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the 3 secret disciples of the Taiqing sect finished speaking, a large group of disciples jumped down from the silver star flying boats behind them, standing orderly and meticulously behind their leaders, resembling an elite army. Incredible. The Taiqing sect must have strict regulations and serious law enforcement. They are not as carefree and lazy as the alchemy palace. It seems the Taiqing sect has grand ambitions. Wang Rui thought to himself, his eyes flickering with a strange light. It should be noted that disciples of the immortal path sects are generally quite laid back, enjoying a carefree and solitary lifestyle, each doing their own thing, lacking the formalities of the secular world. Otherwise, what would be the point of calling it an immortal path sect? At that moment, Wu Li lightly waved his hand, and with a flash of silver light, the silver star flying boats vanished, leaving him holding some shimmering silver objects. Then, Wu Li stepped forward slightly and politely cupped his hands toward the alchemy elder, saying, "I didn't expect to see Elderly again. My master asked me to send his regards." His tone was not very warm, merely acknowledging a familiar acquaintance out of courtesy. "Humph, you Taiching sect can come, but can our alchemy palace not come?" The alchemy elder said unceremoniously, with his hands behind his back. The Wu Yu Daoist stepped forward and laughed heartily. "Haha, I remember that in the forbidden land of demons, our Taiching sect has ranked first for many years. That's right. Every time we lose to your Taiching sect in rare materials, it benefits you all." His words were filled with resentment and sourness. Clearly pained by the losses to the Taiching sect, yet powerless to change it. Haha, how could the illustrious alchemy palace care about such trivial treasures? This time we Taiching sect have brought many good treasures. As long as you win this time, it will more than make up for your previous losses. Wu Li said with a hint of pride, looking relaxed, as if he had already secured victory over the alchemy palace. At this moment, the Wu Jin Daoist flipped his hand, holding a small silver-threaded Qinquan bag, from which faint glimmers of treasure light seeped out, indicating it contained something extraordinarily precious. "I wonder if the alchemy palace has prepared anything for this trip?" Wu Jin asked softly. Hiss. Upon hearing that 10 Xinling Taiji pills were mentioned, the disciples of the alchemy palace collectively gasped. These could produce 10 experts at the Taiji Xian realm. It seems the treasures in the Taiching sect's Qinquan bag are not simple. Haha, good, good. Our Taiching sect now has 10 more disciples at the Taiji Xian realm. Loud laughter and applause filled the air, exuding an overwhelming arrogance. Chapter 30. Entering the Forbidden Land of Demons. The Elder of Alchemy wore an unhappy expression and ignored the people from the Taiji sect. He turned to face the disciples of the Refining God Palace. His expression serious and solemn, and coldly stated, "Once you enter the Forbidden Land of Demons, you must do your utmost to gather spiritual herbs and other heavenly treasures, and strive to secure first place. The disciple who ranks first will receive substantial rewards." The disciples of the Refining God Palace, along with Wang Rui, couldn't help but feel a weight in their hearts. No one wanted to be humiliated, and everyone wanted to claim first place, which would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. Perhaps in addition to the reward of the Taiji Xianling Dan, there would be other rewards as well, but it seemed it wouldn't be that easy. Wang Rui turned around and saw several secret disciples of the Taiji sect passionately speaking to their followers, occasionally making animated gestures that drew cheers from the young Taoist priests. All visibly excited. It seemed the Taiji sect had successfully brainwashed them. They were not to be underestimated. Reckless and fearless young men were always difficult to deal with. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, the Sun and Moon Divine Sword. The disciples of Lingjian Peak are coming." The Sun and Moon Divine Sword. That's a Xiantian spiritual treasure. Isn't that the treasure of the enemy Sun and Moon sect? Wang Rui was startled and looked up to the sky. Indeed, it was the Sun and Moon Divine Sword. It turned out that Lingjian Peak had destroyed the Sun and Moon sect and seized their treasure. It seemed he had to thank Lingjian Peak. A dazzling golden and silver rainbow light lit up the horizon, rapidly approaching like a rainbow breaking through the sky. In no time, it arrived above everyone, revealing a massive sword hundreds of meters long, a striking gold and silver color, exuding an imposing aura. The sword's body shimmered with golden and silver light, and its hilt was adorned with dragons and phoenixes, sparkling with gems, splendid and exquisite. On the sword stood countless women in white robes, led by a charming young woman whose every smile and frown was captivating and alluring. This young woman lightly leaped, her white robes fluttering like a fairy, landing gracefully in front of everyone. With slightly parted cherry lips, she said, "Elderly, senior brothers, Kai pays her respects." Elderly smiled slightly and returned the greeting, while the 3 young Taoists from the Taiji sect also softened their stern expressions and gently returned the gesture. Kai then inquired about the treasures brought by the Taiji sect and the Refining God Palace, and couldn't help but break into a radiant smile. Her laughter enchanting and captivating. She seemed confident that she could secure the top position in this trial in the Forbidden Land. The charm of this young woman caused many male disciples from both sects to stare in awe, nearly drooling. The female disciples of Lingjian Peak gracefully leaped down, each one a picture of beauty, their appearances enchanting, creating an atmosphere of fluttering butterflies and alluring fragrances. Wang Rui remained remarkably calm. His identity as a former young master was not for show. He had seen much in his past life. Although he felt a bit overwhelmed, he quickly regained his composure. Upon closer inspection, while these women were graceful and elegant, They either carried a large sword on their backs or a precious sword at their waists. Their eyes shining with brilliance and their auras strong, clearly not easy opponents. Wang Rui smiled slightly, realizing that the saying about beautiful women being popular was indeed true. He estimated that those lustful male disciples might suffer a significant loss in the Forbidden Land, even before the fighting began. Before long, the other 4 sects arrived one after another, and Wang Rui was particularly focused on his enemies from the Divine Weapon Sect and the Tiangong Hall. The members of the Divine Weapon Sect were all men, dressed in black, each wielding various weapons that radiated a dazzling light, clearly not ordinary weapons. Their expressions were cold and fierce, exuding a terrifying aura. The Divine Weapon Sect specialized in crafting magical artifacts, and their disciples naturally possessed many powerful treasures, making them formidable. The disciples from the Tiangong Hall included both men and women, all dressed in short martial attire that was unremarkable, but each carried an ancient bronze chest on their backs. Wang Rui knew that inside those chests were divine armors crafted from rare materials, representing the Tiangong Hall's ability to seize the treasures of heaven and earth. These disciples were at a lower level within the Tiangong Hall, so they carried iron divine armor. If they reached the Taiji realm, they would have bronze or silver divine armor, and if they ascended to the eternal secret realm, they would possess golden divine armor, capable of flying and traversing the earth, destroying stars and achieving the impossible. Caution was essential. Wang Rui silently warned himself. The disciples of the Shijia sect were all monks, dressed in green monk robes, led by a middle-aged master in a red robe. They all closed their eyes slightly, palms together, chanting Namo Amitba, embodying a compassionate demeanor. The disciples of the Langyu Academy were dressed as scholars, and it was said they were all genuinely educated individuals, carrying book boxes and writing materials, each refined and courteous. As Wang Rui observed and contemplated, the leaders of each sect convened and then flew to a wide, barren yellow earth slope not far ahead. This place was peculiar. Apart from the yellow earth and piles of jagged stones, there wasn't even a blade of grass in sight, appearing utterly lifeless. Could this be the entrance to the forbidden land of demons? Wang Rui, like the others, was taken aback. It truly did not seem like a place capable of nurturing heavenly treasures. The leaders of the sects discussed a few more words. Then the enchanting young woman from Lingjian Peak suddenly stepped forward alone. After walking a few dozen steps, she stopped. Her expression suddenly turned cold, and with a gesture of her left hand, a blue light surged from thin air, instantly condensing into a blue sword before her. The sword shimmered like water, slowly swirling around her, moving gracefully like a dragon or a snake, quick and agile. Following this, she let out a delicate shout, pointed with her sword technique, and a thunderous dragon roar erupted as the blue sword transformed into a massive blue dragon several dozen meters long, bearing its fangs and claws, and shot forward into the void. A flying sword artifact. Wang Rui's eyes sparkled with excitement as he muttered to himself. This sword technique from Lingjian Peak amazed the disciples from the 7 sects, opening their eyes to a new world. With a thunderous boom, the blue dragon flew just over 100 meters before seemingly colliding with something, suddenly exploding with a violent blast. A vast expanse of white light surged from the void, flooding the entire world and reflecting everyone's skin white. Seeing this, the other 6 sect leaders in the Taiji realm instinctively soared into the air, standing shoulder to shoulder with the young woman. The Elder of Alchemy extended his hand, and a palm-sized silver alchemy furnace shot out. The 3 Taoists from the Taiji sect waved their dusters, sending countless green threads rushing forward. The leader of the Divine Weapon sect opened his mouth, and a black light about an inch long shot out, lengthening in the wind to become a massive axe. Chapter 31, The Hot Sand Demon. The rest of the crowd also unleashed dazzling artifacts. Yellow sandalwood prayer beads enveloped in rainbow Buddhist light, a massive dark pen, and a silver phantom of silver battle armor. These artifacts shone brilliantly and exuded an imposing aura, forming a front-and-back formation aimed at the flickering white light in the void. Although the disciples from each sect were far away, they were overwhelmed by the powerful aura of the artifacts, causing their hearts to race, their legs to weaken, and rendering them unable to move. With a rumbling sound, a giant passageway several zhang in size appeared in the void, dark and murky inside, obscuring visibility. The disciples of each sect entered the forbidden land of demons one by one. After entering, they were to gather spiritual herbs and various treasures while being cautious of demons, monsters, and evil beings. After 7 days, the passage would close. Those who could not exit in time would be trapped in the forbidden land forever. The Taiji sect's Wu Li shouted first, as if the Taiji sect were the true leaders of all sects, while the other leaders furrowed their brows and remained silent. Hearing this, The disciples of the seven sects did not dare to delay and flew into the passage in batches. Wang Rui's expression darkened. He knew that once they entered the forbidden land, everyone would instantly become deadly enemies, and even fellow disciples would become untrustworthy, especially those from Yin Lixing's group. He glanced slightly, and Yin Lixing, He Maoqing, and a few men and women were grinning wickedly, staring at him and Hong Xueqing as if they were watching dead people. Wang Rui made up his mind. Humph. A bunch of fools seeking death. At worst, I'll use the Xiantian soul-devouring armor to wipe out this group of rascals. As long as you have souls, you can't escape the soul-devouring of the armor. It was the turn of the disciples of the refining God Palace. As everyone entered the passage, they felt a dizzying sensation, and their vision blurred. In the night sky, a full moon shone down, illuminating the ground. What seemed to be an endless desert was dotted with countless murky puddles bubbling with air, and bizarrely twisted trees grew around. The yellow sand beneath their feet was bottomless, and the air was filled with a scorching and pungent smell. This was the scene that Wang Rui saw when he was awake. He scanned the surroundings warily and noticed hundreds of refining God Palace disciples gathered together, while others had been teleported elsewhere. Among them, Yin Lixing looked at him with malicious intent, drawing a finger across his neck, his lips moving as if to say, "You are dead for sure." It was already late at night, and in such an extremely dangerous place as the forbidden land of demons, dispersing to search for treasures was not a good idea. The disciples lit bonfires, ate dry rations, drank water, and practiced their cultivation. They didn't know that far away in this strange desert, a pair of sinister and vicious demon eyes had long been fixed on them. The environment here seemed like a place for the growth of spiritual herbs. He left the others and found a spot densely populated with bizarre trees. After parting several crooked branches blocking the way, a deep green waterhole appeared before him. Before he approached, a bone-chilling cold swept over him, making Wang Rui shiver. Although it was a scorching desert, the surface of the green waterhole surprisingly emitted visible cold air, even forming a thin layer of shimmering ice. In such a cold waterhole, a small milk-white grass was growing. This grass had 7 leaves on one stem, surrounded by icy mist, exuding a white chill, resembling a fairy herb. It really is the Hanli grass, just as described in the Spirit Beast record. Wang Rui muttered to himself, feeling secretly delighted. This Hanli grass takes 100 years to sprout, 500 years to grow stems, and 1,000 years to develop 7 leaves. It is one of the main materials for refining the Xianling Taiji pill. Wang Rui took out a medicinal hoe from the Qiankuan bag issued by the sect and carefully collected the Hanli grass, placing it into his meteorite ring. I'm not so foolish as to hand over all the spiritual herbs I collect. I'll see how much to hand over when the time comes. As long as I can take first place and get the rewards, that's enough. Wang Rui searched a few more places that might have Hanli grass, but found nothing. It seemed his luck was still good. 1,000-year spiritual herb was not easy to dig up. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, the full moon became faint, and a fierce wind rose, whipping sand into the air. The blazing bonfires were almost extinguished by the gusts. A chilling and fierce howling echoed through the strange desert, startling everyone. What was happening? What the hell? The disciples of the refining God Palace stood up one after another, and Yin Lixing, ranked 8th on the Dragon Gate list, shouted, "Be careful. Something is surrounding us." "What is it?" Wang Rui activated his great identification technique. In the pitch darkness, the distant scene came into focus. Countless fierce demon beings with double horns on their heads and scaly bodies, sharp claws like knives, were howling and rushing towards them like a tide, thousands of them, encircling the disciples of the refining God Palace. Hot Sand Demon, Identity, Human Demon Clan. Demon Clan Level 3, Combat Power Value. For 1,000 points, Special Skills. None, Special Treasures. None, Heaven and Earth Luck. Almost none, Victory Probability, 100. Wang Rui muttered to himself. Hot Sand Demons, brutal and savage, fond of blood and flesh, and love to eat humans. Indeed, they are extremely ferocious, like hellish monsters. The dense swarm of fierce demons surged toward everyone like ants, their terrifying appearances, sharp fangs, claws, and gaping mouths instilling fear. The moon was dark, the wind was high. Strange desert. Countless demons. Everyone was trapped. Mysterious, dangerous, violent, bloody. Die, Wang Rui thought, and thunder roared as the thunder-flying sword shot out, transforming into a dazzling flash, circling around him and slashing at the demons. In an instant, dozens of demons around Wang Rui were drenched in blood, turning into a pile of fragments that continued to twitch. Not far away, Hong Xueqing was besieged by countless demons. She was at mid-level human immortal strength, temporarily unharmed but still struggling. "Stay with me." Wang Rui pointed his toes and leaped into the air. The sword light of the thunder-flying sword surged, fiercely protecting him and Hong Xueqing. "Humph." A mere group of demons thinks they can annihilate the disciples of the refining god palace? Suddenly, Yin Lixing let out a loud roar, and a red dragon shadow flew out from above his head, growing larger with the wind, transforming into a massive red python over 10 meters long, soaring through the air. The originally scorching desert seemed to boil, as clusters of red flames erupted from the body of the red python, causing the surrounding demons to scream in agony, their scales instantly smoking and bursting, their bodies gradually melting into a pile of muck, continuing to burn. Even Wang Rui, who was far away, felt the intense heat, astonished. This spirit flood dragon sword is so powerful. It's even stronger than the mid-level thunder flying sword. It must be a top-tier magical artifact. I wonder what level of treasure that dragon capturing post is. Chapter 32, The Magical Artifact Dragon Capturing Post. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out. Haha. As expected of a master from the refining god palace's Dragon Gate list, the spirit flood dragon sword, made from the essence of a 500-year-old red python mixed with fire attribute red flame essence copper, crafted by a master of the Taiji Xian realm, is incredibly powerful. As this laughter echoed, a pitch-black figure shot over from a great distance. Before the shadow arrived, a loud roar erupted. Yin Lixing, you've killed countless members of my demon clan with this spirit flood dragon sword. Today, you have fallen into my hands, and I will make you wish you were dead. At that moment, a surge of pure dark demonic energy shot into the sky, manifested as a long knife exuding monstrous demonic flames, swirling and shaking in midair, directly intercepting the red python formed by the spirit flood dragon sword. One knife and one sword, a black dragon with rolling demonic flames, and a red python with fierce flames clashed and battled in the sky, neither yielding. At the same time, a middle-aged man dressed in a dark green Taoist robe, with an extraordinarily strange expression, slowly walked over from the depths of the desert, appearing to move slowly yet arriving before everyone in the blink of an eye. The surrounding demons also halted, surrounding everyone tightly. The Heavenly Demon Sect, MOUZ. Upon seeing this dark green Taoist appear, Yin Lixing's expression changed in shock, and the surrounding disciples of the refining god palace grew serious, a heavy oppressive aura slowly spreading. This is MOUZ, an elite disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, wanted by the 7 sects of the Immortal Tao. Killing him would yield substantial rewards from the sect. Hong Xueqing's eyes shone with brilliance as she explained to Wang Rui. Oh, the Heavenly Demon Sect? Wang Rui frowned, activating his great identification technique. And MOUZ's information instantly appeared. MOUZ, Identity, Human Demon Clan, Elite Disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Demon Clan Level 4, Combat Power Value, 9,990 points. Equivalent to Peak Human Immortal Limit, Special Skills, Soul Capturing Demon Eyes, Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique, Special Treasures, Demon Dragon Knife, Green Jade Taoist Robe, 5 Demon Thunder. Heaven and Earth Luck, Extremely Weak, Victory Probability, 60. MOUZ's eerie eyes flickered with fierce light as they swept over the faces of everyone, seemingly considering where to strike first. Yin Lixing coldly said, MOUZ, do you think that setting an ambush will allow you to annihilate us? In fact, I discovered it long ago. I was just afraid you would escape, which is why I lured you out. I didn't expect you to fall for it. MOUZ let out a fierce roar, and in an instant, from the dark clouds in the sky, 10 towering black figures suddenly soared into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These shadowy figures instantly flew into the air above the crowd, hovering without descending. The shadows were several meters tall, wielding massive axes, with gigantic fleshy wings flapping continuously behind them. Green flames flickered from their beastly heads, burning fiercely like candles, and their 2 monstrous eyes, one looking up, the other looking down, were incredibly fierce and bizarre. Except for Wang Rui, everyone else looked ashen and terrified. Earth demons, the legendary ferocious demons, with nascent intelligence, impervious to most magical artifacts, possessing immense strength, and with wings growing from their backs, moving like lightning, able to soar freely. Their lethality comparable to the top experts in the first level of the Taiji Xianjing. These earth demons were extremely terrifying. Only experts of the Taiji Xianjing could suppress and eliminate them. Now, there were 10 of them arriving at once. Wasn't that a death sentence for everyone in the refining god palace? Wang Rui's expression was also somewhat grim. He felt the oppressive force of these earth demons and the creeping danger pressing on his heart. Great identification technique. Earth Demon, Identity, Earth Demon Clan, 4-tier demon race. Combat power value of 9,990 points, equivalent to the peak human immortal limit. Special skill, Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. Special treasure, Mountain Opening Demon Axe. Heaven and Earth Luck, extremely weak. Victory probability, 70%. The book SHB World provides a detailed introduction to the levels of the demon race. There are human demons, earth demons, heavenly demons, true demons, mysterious demons, ancestral demons, primordial demons, demon lords, demon kings, demon emperors, and demon sovereigns, among which heavenly demons are equivalent to experts of the Taiji Xianjing. So what if they are comparable to Taiji Xianjing experts? I'm not afraid. With the Xiantian soul-devouring armor on me, no matter how strong these earth demons are, they still have souls and divine consciousness, which will definitely be suppressed by the soul-devouring armor. At that time, who knows who will kill whom? Wang Rui sneered in his heart, watching the situation unfold. Cackle. Cackle. The 10 ferocious earth demons let out a series of unpleasant, piercing laughs. The leading earth demon, wielding a black giant axe, screeched, "Good. So many disciples of the refining god palace. This is just too good. This is top-notch blood food. All human immortal experts, a great supplement. It looks like we have a chance to break through to heavenly demons. Who knows, we might even seize a few treasures. Delightful. Delightful. Ha! The 10 earth demons, with their eerie red eyes, scanned the disciples of the refining god palace, and a strong smell of blood filled the air, the unique stench of demons spreading around. Suddenly, Yin Lixing seemed to go mad, laughing loudly. The others nearby were stunned. Was Brother Yin crazy? These were 10 earth demons, 10 beings comparable to the first level of the Taiji Xianjing. Brother Yin was formidable, but he hadn't broken through to the Taiji Xianjing yet. Even if he were at the first level of the Taiji Xianjing, he might not be able to deal with these 10 heavenly demons. Could it be that Brother Yan's trump card was his special treasure, the dragon-capturing pillar? Wang Rui wondered. While speaking, Yin Lixing made a hand gesture and suddenly raised his hand. A golden object soared upward, instantly transforming into a towering golden pillar, several dozen meters high, adorned with countless golden rings, flying toward the 10 earth demons. At the same time, above his head, the spirit flood dragon's sword shot into the sky, slashing toward Mouz. The other disciples of the refining god palace, realizing it was a moment of life and death, bravely rushed forward, engaging in a fierce battle with countless demons, the brutal fight commencing. The treasure, dragon-capturing pillar. The earth demon leader was about to strike when it suddenly saw the golden pillar flying out from Yin Lixing's hand and was taken aback. It felt dazzled by the golden light, and as it was illuminated by that golden light, its entire body went limp and numb. One of the golden rings suddenly tightened, wrapping around it snugly, rendering it immobile. Even worse, the golden ring not only grew tighter, but flames erupted from the pillar, causing excruciating pain. And it seemed it wouldn't take long before it would turn to ashes. In that instant, 8 out of the 10 earth demons were captured. Although they were still desperately struggling and roaring, they probably wouldn't be able to cause much trouble anymore. It turned out that this dragon-capturing pillar was a magical treasure made from a millennium of gold essence, mixed with secret silver, pure gold copper, mysterious iron, and other 99 types of rare materials, which were then refined in the Xiantian Lingbao's heavenly furnace by an elder with profound magical powers, infused with magical essence. Said to be able to capture dragons and specifically restrain demons and monsters. Anything below heavenly demons could be easily captured. Chapter 33, Dragon Child Yaji and 5 In Demon Thunder. How did this treasure end up in your hands? Mouz exclaimed, summoning the demon dragon blade to counter the spirit flood dragon sword. When he looked up again, he saw that 8 out of the 10 earth demons were ensnared by golden rings, all being burned by the golden flames, looking weak and dispirited. Yin Lixing snorted coldly, said nothing, and urged the formula, causing the spirit flood dragon sword, which had transformed into a red python, to coil toward Mouz. Mouz and Yin Lixing engaged in a fierce battle, and for a moment, it was hard to determine who had the upper hand. Uft, uft. Wang Rui wielded his thunderbolt flying sword, easily defeating his enemies, and the dismembered limbs of the demons piled up on the ground within a radius of several meters. Hey! The remaining 2 earth demons were attempting to flee. An opportunity arose. They absolutely could not let them escape. These earth demons had to be captured and devoured. The flesh and blood of the demon beasts could hatch dragon children. Who knows what divine beasts could be hatched from devouring these earth demons? Basya, great strength technique. Great diamond technique. Ding ding. Combat power value increased from 5,000 points at the initial stage of human immortality to 7,000 points at the intermediate stage of human immortality. Suddenly, Wang Rui stepped out, leaping several dozen steps away, like a galloping steed, chasing after the 2 fleeing earth demons in midair. Wang Rui, don't go, it's dangerous. Hong Xueqing shouted anxiously, but she was entangled by numerous demons and unable to stop him. Yin Lixing turned his head and sneered. Haha, chasing after earth demons? I see it as going to deliver himself to death. Better to die cleanly. In an instant, Wang Rui was chasing the two earth demons. Having already left the battlefield dozens of miles behind, Wang Rui was only at the intermediate stage of human immortality, and the two earth demons were flying incredibly fast, already becoming small black dots, and it seemed he was about to lose them, disappearing from sight. Seeing that there was no one around, Wang Rui subtly focused his mind, activating the Xiantian soul devouring armor. In the void, a faint dragon roar echoed, and the armor, resembling gold and jade, enveloped his entire body, emanating a faint golden radiance, with an incomparably powerful force filling him. Ding ding. The Master's combat power value rose from 7,000 points at the intermediate stage of human immortality to 9,900 points at the peak of human immortality. Wang Rui's eyes gleamed with divine light, and as he urged his energy, he transformed into a golden meteor, rapidly pursuing the two earth demons ahead. The two earth demons realized they had escaped danger and were still celebrating their narrow escape from the dragon capturing pillar. Suddenly, they sensed a powerful aura rushing from behind, faster than their own flight, and they were about to be caught. Humph! An oblivious human, a blood meal delivered right to our door. The two earth demons exchanged glances, and one swung the mountain-opening demon axe, flames soaring into the sky, rising high, and with a powerful slash, they aimed at the golden figure pursuing them. Wang Rui felt as though the air was boiling, and the overwhelming demonic energy enveloped him. Everything around him vanished from view. Only the two towering axes were suddenly slashing down toward him. Xiantian's soul devouring. Wang Rui shouted loudly. In the void, dragon roars echoed, and the Xiantian soul devouring armor radiated golden brilliance, instantly enveloping the two earth demons. Ding ding. The combat power value of the earth demons dropped from the peak human immortal limit of 990 points to the peak martial saint level of 995 points. Speed and defense halved. The two earth demons trembled, their vision filled with dazzling golden light, their minds spinning, their souls stirring as if they were about to fly out with the golden light. Die! Wang Rui roared. Bang bang. Four consecutive sounds rang out as the two mountain-opening demon axes were smashed away by Wang Rui's fists, sending them flying into the clouds. Immediately after, the two earth demons had their heads exploded by a terrifying golden fist, their brains splattering, blood gushing out, dead beyond revival. Great devouring technique. A dark, profound vortex rapidly spun into existence in Wang Rui's palm, beginning to use the great devouring technique to consume the two earth demons, their massive bodies slowly shrinking. Who knows what divine beast might be hatched? Ding dong. Swallowing two earth demons, you have obtained 200 points of demon flesh. Congratulations, master. You have unlocked the hatching of the dragon's son Yazi. Required demon flesh, 200 points, 20,000 points, demon artifacts 100 pieces. At the same time, a divine beast pattern lit up on the small white jade tablet in Wang Rui's mind after the dragon's son Basya, featuring a dragon's head, leopard's body, holding a treasure sword in its mouth, covered in mysterious and splendid patterns, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. Next to it, it was grandly inscribed, Dragon's son Yazi. With a fierce personality, brave and bloodthirsty, likes to hunt demons, evil spirits, and great villains. Cannot be harmed by anything less than innate spiritual treasures. Good. I must hunt more demons in this forbidden land of demons to hatch Yazi. Wang Rui was overjoyed and filled with infinite expectations. The hatching of Dragon's son Basya had gained him the great divine power technique and the great diamond technique, and he was unsure about Dragon's son Yazi. He quickly picked up the two mountain-splitting demon axes from the earth demons and swallowed them. Ding. Swallowed 2 demon artifacts. Required demon flesh for Dragon's son Yazi. 200 points, 20,000 points. Demon artifacts 100 pieces. Humph. Let Yin Lixing and the demons fight to the death while I wait to clean up the mess. Wang Rui made up his mind, retracted his aura, and stealthily hid behind a massive sand dune hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, using the great identification technique to observe and analyze the battle situation. Occasionally glancing at the 8 earth demons trapped by the dragon capture pile, feeling an itch in his heart. At this moment, Yin Lixing and Mo Yuzi were showcasing their prowess, fiercely exchanging blows. The 8 earth demons in the air, still unwilling, roared and struggled against the dragon capture pile. But it was of no use, and they were burned by golden flames, howling in pain. Mo Yuzi wielded the demon dragon blade, continuously flying and weaving, blocking Yin Lixing's spirit flood dragon sword while slashing around. At this time, the disciples of the Divine Refinement Palace formed a defensive formation back-to-back, resisting countless demon beings, suffering immense casualties. Although those demons were all martial saints, their overwhelming numbers and fearless nature meant that even in death, they would bite back. Ants gnawing at an elephant. Most of the inner courtyard disciples with only human immortal strength were unable to wield their weapons, resulting in significant casualties, and the desert floor became a scene of despair. Blood flowing like rivers. Just as Mo Yuzi and Yen Lixing were fighting near the disciples of the Divine Refinement Palace, an unexpected change occurred. Mo Yuzi suddenly raised his hand and roared, "Fiving Demon Thunder." A pitch-black sphere of demonic mist suddenly exploded among the disciples of the Divine Refinement Palace. An incomparably dark and deep poisonous mist rapidly spread, enveloping everyone, and within the mist appeared countless sinister demonic shadows, a staggering number, with continuous demonic roars and cries. Originally, Yen Lixing thought victory was assured, waiting for the dragon capture pile to refine a few earth demons before using it to capture Mo Yuzi. But he did not expect that besides relying on the 10 earth demons, Mo Yuzi actually had a trump card. "Oh no, Fiving Demon Thunder," Yen Lixing shouted, his face turning pale. When the artifacts of the disciples of the Divine Refinement Palace and Yen Lixing's Spirit Flood Dragon sword touched the black poisonous mist, they suddenly fell to the ground, writhing and trembling, unable to take flight again, rendered useless, like scrap metal. The disciples of the Divine Refinement Palace, upon contact with the poisonous mist, did not even need to breathe. As soon as their skin touched it, they instantly collapsed and fell unconscious. Chapter 34, Killing Mo Yuzi. The Fiving Demon Thunder was a one-time use top-tier evil artifact, crafted by several infamous demon leaders of the Heavenly Demon Sect, utilizing supreme demonic power, and was extremely rare and precious. Once the Fiving Demon Thunder exploded, it released 5 types of demons: color, sound, thought, action, and awareness. With countless demonic shadows and incredible poison, corrupting all artifacts and rendering them devoid of spirit and effect. In other words, if an artifact was struck by the Demon Thunder, it would immediately fall to the ground and could no longer be commanded, unless one used a century-old spiritual herb or other treasures with yang energy to cleanse it. The poison could not be removed, and it would need to be re-identified with blood and refined. If it was a person, as long as their skin touched even a little, they would immediately faint. Only those who had broken through to the Tai Chi Profound Realm could use their power to dispel the demonic energy and remain unaffected. As the highly toxic demonic mist rapidly spread, screams of agony filled the air. The pitch-black mist was poison to humans, but for the demon beings, it was a tremendous supplement, with countless demons acting as if they had taken stimulants, killing the disciples of the Divine Refinement Palace who were teetering on the brink of collapse or already unconscious. It truly was a nightmare. Blood gushed forth. Dismembered limbs scattered everywhere. Horror abounded. In the distance, Wang Rui frowned, feeling somewhat reluctant, especially for Hong Xueqing. After all, she was under Lei Tingyu. However, it wasn't yet time for him to clean up the mess. He needed to continue to endure. At this moment, the 8 heavenly demons trapped by the dragon capture pile, stimulated by the toxic mist, began to struggle even more fiercely, seemingly about to break free. The dragon capture pile suddenly radiated golden light, and the surrounding dark toxic mist dissipated like snow in a furnace. Nearby, Hong Xueqing was clever. As a beauty, she was originally safely surrounded in the defensive formation. But now that danger approached, she immediately leaped toward the direction of the golden light. Although she got a bit of the toxic mist on her and fainted instantly, she jumped into the range of the dragon capture pile's golden light, and no demons dared to approach her to kill her, temporarily safe. Magical treasures are indeed magical treasures, incomparable to mere artifacts. The dragon capture pile is a supreme treasure of utmost yang, specifically designed to restrain demon leaders and monsters, capable of resisting and expelling the toxic mist. At that moment, all the disciples of the Divine Refinement Palace were affected by the 5 Demon Thunder's highly toxic mist, collapsing to the ground, allowing the demons to slaughter them. Only one person could still hold on, and that was Yen Lixing. At this time, he was wearing a purple gold Dao robe, radiating purple light, forming a purple shield that blocked the poisonous mist. Countless black poisonous mists surged around the purple shield, crashing against it, but were all repelled by the purple light, then vanished without a trace. Although it seemed the shield was becoming thinner and thinner, it could temporarily resist the erosion of the toxic mist. Dragon capture pile. Yen Lixing, relying on his purple gold Dao robe, roared, his face filled with unwillingness. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to rush through the endless toxic mist to retrieve the dragon capture pile and then fight to the death. His Spirit Flood Dragon sword had already been eroded. Although he was a top expert ranked 8th on the Dragon Gate list, only a thin membrane separated him from the Tai Chi Profound Realm. He had not yet stepped into the Tai Chi Profound Realm, and without his Spirit Flood Dragon sword, his strength would plummet. If he lost the dragon capture pile as well, his life would be in jeopardy. He knew that this dragon capture pile was borrowed for this Forbidden Land experience from someone. As Yin Lixing thought of this, he couldn't help but shiver, filled with immense fear. Humph, you want the dragon capture pile? Mo Yuzi sneered, casting a spell, and the demon dragon blade in midair surged with raging demonic flames, slashing down at Yin Lixing. With a crackling sound, Yin Lixing's purple gold Dao robe was struck, immediately developing cracks, and the purple shield began to falter. Escape. Yin Lixing was also a character. He decisively abandoned the dragon capture pile and spirit flood dragon sword, prioritizing his life. Secret step of smoke and silk. He called out softly, his body twisting oddly, leaping violently in another direction of the desert, abandoning the magical treasures and his fellow disciples to escape. Good. Ha ha ha, mission accomplished. I can still get the dragon capture pile. What a treasure. What a treasure. Mo Yuzi, seeing Yin Lixing flee, did not pursue him but laughed heartily and prepared to collect the dragon capture pile. Just then, at the moment Mo Yuzi was feeling complacent and his guard was at its lowest, Great Devouring Technique. Great Divine Power Technique. Great Diamond Technique. Xiantian Soul Devouring Armor. Beep beep. Master S combat power value combined with the Great Divine Power Technique and Great Diamond Technique. Rising from 5,000 points of initial stage Human Immortal to 7,000 points of middle stage Human Immortal. Combined with Xiantian Soul Devouring Armor. Combat power value rose from 7,000 points of middle stage Human Immortal to the peak limit of 9,900 points of Human Immortal. Wang Rui unleashed his entire energy. The golden flames beneath his feet erupted, transforming into a golden comet, streaking across the sky towards Mo Yuzi. At the same time, he raised his hand, thunder roared, and the thunder flying sword shot out like a bolt of lightning, slashing toward Mo Yuzi's neck. At this moment, the unsuspecting Mo Yuzi stiffened all over, feeling an unmatched momentum surging from behind, a vast and imposing aura filling the heavens and the earth. Thunder roared overhead as a lightning dragon with bared fangs and claws. Its mouth agape with lightning, descended to devour him. In the blink of an eye, Mo Yuzi found himself at the brink of life and death, about to have his head severed right then and there. Soul-devouring demon eye. Suddenly, Mo Yuzi turned around sharply, his eerie pupils instantly widening, fixating on Wang Rui. Ghostly magic light shooting out. Wang Rui's soul scattered in an instant, countless illusions manifesting before his eyes, his entire body feeling numb and weak. About to plummet from the sky, even the thunder sword connected to his mind was shaking and vibrating, ready to fall to the ground. What a powerful, soul-devouring demon eye. This is one of the divine abilities of the heavenly demon sect, requiring cultivation to the peak of a human immortal's limit, with an extremely powerful consciousness to execute, directly shaking the enemy's spirit and vitality, creating countless illusions, causing the enemy to lose combat effectiveness. If a heavenly demon at the Tai Chi profound realm were to unleash it, the enemy would be utterly frightened, instantly turned into a fool. In a moment of crisis, the Xiantian soul-devouring armor let out a fierce dragon roar, shaking the soul, and Wang Rui instantly regained clarity. He almost capsized in the gutter. Wang Rui was enraged and let out a fierce roar, Xiantian soul-devouring. The soul-devouring armor seemed to sense its master's unusual fury, radiating golden light. A cascade of golden brilliance like sweet rain covering the surrounding area for dozens of meters. Drip, drip. Mo Yunzi's combat power value dropped from the peak human immortal limit of 990 points to the peak martial saint of 995 points. Speed and defense halved. Mo Yunzi was hit by the dragon's roar. The soul-devouring failed, backfiring on him, letting out a cry of agony. His eerie pupils shattered in an instant. 2 streams of blood tears flowing down. Immediately after, he was illuminated by golden light, feeling incredibly dizzy in his mind, his soul wanting to flee. His demonic body numb and weak, even the demon dragon blade seemed unable to be wielded. Just one glance had blinded him. Now, having fallen victim to a strange trick, his power greatly diminished. Mo Yunzi's heart sank, realizing that today he was bound to face calamity. He was also a decisive and ruthless demon, his expression grim. Gritting his teeth, he roared, Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. With Mo Yunzi's loud shout, demonic clouds and mists surged in the void. A pure black, demonic energy steaming from his body, rolling thunder, black arcs of lightning flashing, all the demonic mist suddenly converging into Mo Yunzi's body, causing his entire form to rapidly swell, ready to explode violently. Chapter 35, Striking It Rich. Bold. As the voice of the glutton echoed in Wang Rui's mind, a massive vortex appeared out of nowhere, several meters in diameter, dark and profound, spinning violently, sucking in Mo Yunzi along with all the demonic mist and rolling thunder. Faintly hearing a soft bang as if something had exploded within. The crisp baby voice of the glutton rang out. The heavenly demon disintegration technique is the demonic race's innate divine ability, adept at mutual destruction, with boundless power. This Mo Yunzi is at the peak human immortal limit. Self-exploding can be equivalent to a strike from a Tai Chi profound realm expert. Hee. Good job, glutton. You've made a contribution. Wang Rui smiled awkwardly, silently taking heed of the lesson. It seemed that even with the upper hand in life and death battles, one must remain cautious. If it weren't for the glutton just now, he would likely have been seriously injured, if not dead. He glanced around at the densely packed demons, all of them valuable. They were all flesh and blood of demons. Unfortunately, they weren't earth demons, lacking magical artifacts. Disappointing. My dragon child Yazzie baby, here I come. The surrounding demons were shocked to see their leader Mo Yunzi devoured in an instant. They had never heard of demons being eaten by humans. Looking at Wang Rui with faces full of fear, could this person have transformed from the demon ancestor? Otherwise, how could he have eaten their leader Mo Yunzi? Moreover, he looked at them as they looked at humans. Could it be he wasn't full yet? Terrifying. Wang Rui let out a fierce howl to the sky. The golden light on the Xiantian's soul-devouring armor exploded violently, layer upon layer, circle upon circle, surging outward like endless waves. Drip, drip. The combat power value of the hot sand demon dropped from an intermediate martial saint of 4,000 points to a beginner martial saint of 2,000 points. Speed and defense halved. A golden figure sped through the crowd of demons like a dragon or snake, with each punch taking down one, countless demon blood splattering. Strangely, countless dark and deep vortices flashed in the void, and the ground was strewn with remnants of demons, slowly disappearing into the rapidly spinning vortices. Run. This must be the demon ancestor. Run, run. The demons scattered in all directions, and any fierce and ruthless demons that charged forward were also met with a punch to the head, then devoured. Ding dong. Devoured hot sand demon. Gained 10 points of demon flesh. Dragon child Yazzie requires 410 points 20,000 points. Demon race magical artifacts 100 pieces. Ding dong. Devoured hot sand demon. Gained 10 points of demon flesh. Dragon child Yazzie requires 650 points 20,000 points. Demon race magical artifacts 100 pieces. Ding dong. Devoured hot sand demon. Gained 10 points of demon flesh. Dragon child Yazzie requires 12,060 points 20,000 points. Demon race magical artifacts 100 pieces. In the blink of an eye, 2/4 of an hour passed, and Wang Rui watched as countless demons fled, barely visible, shaking his head helplessly. There were too many hot sand demons, like ants. He had killed over 1,000 alone, while the others, sensing danger, had all run away. Wang Rui frowned tightly, simply shaking his head and sighing. He should first clean up the battlefield. Let us see what good treasures are here. On the battlefield lay 7 flying swords and a demon dragon blade, 8 magical artifacts, each worth a fortune, enough to trade for 8 large cities, yet still priceless. This was a huge windfall, a tremendous fortune. What a spirit flood dragon sword. Wang Rui immediately picked up Yan Lixing's spirit flood dragon sword. The spirit flood dragon sword is a top-tier magical artifact among these artifacts, aside from the demon dragon blade. It is the best in quality, the most spiritual, and the most powerful. The spirit flood dragon sword is entirely crimson, with specks of red light radiating. The sword body resembling a dragon, like a red flood dragon, still writhing and jumping as he held it. It is said that this spirit flood dragon sword was acquired by Yan Lixing by chance while cultivating in the mountains, passing through a rarely visited valley, encountering a spirit crane and a huge red python in battle. In the end, the spirit crane was bitten to death by the red python, and the python, exhausted, was easily captured by Yan Lixing. Returning to the refining god palace, he spent a fortune to invite a master from the Tai Chi profound realm to fuse it with the fire gold energy, creating this top-tier magical artifact. Unfortunately, at that time, the Tai Chi profound realm expert sighed, saying that the red python was just a little short of the right conditions to transform into a flood dragon, capable of swallowing clouds and mist, flying in the air, achieving the strength of the Tai Chi profound realm. If it could have been captured and then forged into a flying sword, it would have become a magical treasure. There is also a great magical treasure. Wang Rui's eyes sparkled, turning to look at the dragon capturing pillar. 8 earth demons were still tightly bound by the golden circle of the dragon capturing pillar. They had originally been extremely fierce, their aura overwhelming. But after seeing Wang Rui dispatch Mo Yunzi and kill and devour countless demons in just a few moves, they were all filled with fear and did not dare to look Wang Rui in the eye. Within the golden light of the dragon capturing pillar lay 2 people, appearing unconscious, one of whom seemed to be Hong Shuetching. Alas, hundreds of disciples. In the blink of an eye, there were only Yin Lixing himself. And these two lucky ones left. The demon forbidden land truly was a life and death situation. He must be cautious, and even more cautious. Wang Rui was deep in thought. At this moment, the human demons had all retreated, and the mist of the 5 demon thunder had also disappeared without a trace. Under the illumination of the golden light from the dragon capturing pillar, the two people lying on the ground seemed to slowly regain some awareness. Wang Rui went over to pick up Hong Xueqing, using the great devouring technique to absorb the remaining demonic mist within her. Hong Xueqing let out a soft groan as she woke up, slightly opening her eyes to see Wang Rui's familiar face just inches away. His expression was stern, with eyebrows like blades and deep black eyes radiating an imposing aura. She found herself in his embrace, a strong masculine scent wafting towards her, causing her to freeze and blush. "You're awake? Are you okay?" Wang Rui asked gently. I'm fine. Put me down." Hong Xueqing's voice was almost like a mosquito's buzz. There seems to be something wrong." Wang Rui quickly set Hong Xueqing down. Hong Xueqing stumbled and nearly fell, shooting a glare at Wang Rui with her beautiful eyes. Wang Rui was startled by the beauty's roll of the eyes and thought to himself, "I didn't do anything wrong. Never mind. It's better to quickly collect the dragon capture post. The longer the night, the more dreams." He instructed the gluttonous beast to swallow the dragon capture post. In the void, a silent and dark vortex, several meters in diameter, appeared, continuously swirling. Suddenly, the vortex spun violently, sucking in the dragon capture post along with 8 earth demons, disappearing like birds into the forest. "Waha! A magical treasure! A magical treasure to eat!" the gluttonous beast exclaimed while drooling. Chapter 36. Don't ask for death. Hong Xueqing was taken aback, realizing that Wang Rui held a great secret. The dragon capture post was indeed a magical treasure, and he had just taken it. She knew its origins very clearly. This magical treasure cannot be taken. Hong Xueqing frowned and said. Wang Rui felt a chill in his heart and immediately asked, "Why can't the dragon capture post be taken?" Hong Xueqing furrowed her brows and explained, "Magical treasures are precious even to the 7 sects of the immortal path. If a magical treasure goes missing, the Elders' Council will definitely investigate thoroughly. With the power of the Alchemy Palace, there's nothing they can't uncover." This dragon capture post was forged by Elder Qianzi Wu Lai from the palace and later bestowed upon the first core disciple, Morong Ju from the Bright Summit. Morong Ju is the most likely among all disciples of the Alchemy Palace to step into the secret realm of eternity, and he is the top of all core disciples. Yin Lixing must have borrowed the treasure from him. Bright Summit. Other core disciples' residences are named after certain peaks, yet Morong Ju is named after the summit itself, which is quite arrogant. Wang Rui frowned as he murmured to himself. The Bright Summit is indeed the first among all core disciples of the Alchemy Palace, while Senior Sister Lei is a newly promoted core disciple, ranked last at Ziyun Peak. However, Senior Sister Lei is exceptional. She is a peerless genius whose magical abilities are advancing rapidly. It is said that she is about to break through to the 4th level of the Taiji Profound Realm. Her future is boundless. Hong Xueqing seemed to have great admiration for Lei Tingyu, her eyes full of respect. The 4th level of the Taiji Profound Realm. So soon. My cousin is really impressive. Wang Rui's eyes flashed with a strange light, unsure of what he was thinking. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The person lying on the ground suddenly jumped up, shouting, "Wang Rui, Hong Xueqing, I heard everything you said. You dare to snatch the magical treasure borrowed by Brother Morong for Brother Yin. Do you not know how to write the word death?" It turned out to be He Maoqing. After all, he was a prince of the martial Dao Star Empire, with many spiritual medicines on him. Before fainting, he had consumed many detoxifying elixirs. And after the dragon capture post dispelled the demonic mist, he had already awakened, pretending to be unconscious to listen to their conversation. Wang Rui couldn't help but laugh. He Maoqing was quite foolish, thinking that Yin Lixing and the others had repelled the demon clan and pursued them. He didn't expose him, just chuckled, enjoying the show. Sometimes, watching a fool perform is quite entertaining and can lighten the mood. He Maoqing, how can you be so despicable and shameless? I should have taken your life earlier. Hong Xueqing scolded angrily. Seeing Wang Rui silent, He Maoqing thought he was scared and became even more arrogant. If you want me to keep it a secret for you, then hand over my Thunderbolt flying sword and the dragon capture post. Also, you must honestly reveal any secrets you have. If you don't, I'll report this to Master Morong and the Elders' Council, and you will have no place to die. And you. Hong Xueqing, you little pretender need to accompany me well. Bastard. Wang Rui was enraged by He Maoqing's increasingly unreasonable words. Don't ask for death. Wang Rui shot a fierce glare, casting a spell with a wave of his hand. Thunder rumbled, and the Thunderbolt sword transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning. slicing straight for He Maoqing's head. Run! He Maoqing realized he was absolutely no match and was filled with energy, turning to flee. Just as he turned around, he couldn't stop himself and dashed straight into a black vortex, the world going dark before him. Damn it! I don't like human meat. The gluttonous beast screamed. The black vortex spun violently, and He Maoqing was thrown out, falling to the ground. The flying sword seemed to know he would appear, waiting for him. As He Maoqing fell, the sword quickly wrapped around his neck, and with a swift motion, his head rolled several meters away, blood gushing from his neck like a fountain. Ah, so powerful, but killing a fellow disciple. Hong Xueqing was incredibly shocked, staring at Wang Rui as if seeing him for the first time. Humph. This He Maoqing asked for it, and deserves to die, Wang Rui said coldly. He turned his eyes, raised his hand, and a blue crystal-like flying sword appeared. Directly handing it to Hong Xueqing. This is a mid-tier magical artifact, the crystal blue sword. You should quickly drop blood to recognize it as your own to enhance your strength. Now we are two grasshoppers on the same rope. Wang, sure. This magical artifact is really a gift for me? Just like that, for free? Hong Xueqing's beautiful eyes lit up, her speech a bit stammering. Wang Rui rolled his eyes. If this girl knew he had 6 more flying swords and a demon dragon blade, he wondered if she would be left speechless. Killing He Maoqing was to establish dominance. A warning to others. Then gifting the flying sword was a sweetener. Since Hong Xueqing was Lei Tingyu's person, she could not be killed. But she knew he had secrets. And since he couldn't kill her, he could only share some benefits with her to make her one of his own. Don't think too much, just become good friends. Not that kind of own people, but it seems that all own people start from being good friends. Having Hong Xueqing as a maid to serve tea and water wouldn't be bad. Oh, a bit chaotic, need to calm down. At this moment, Hong Xueqing took the crystal blue sword, recognized it with her blood, and when she looked up again, she found Wang Rui still staring at her blankly. She pouted playfully, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. At this time, the sky was already faintly brightening. With limbs and blood scattered across the ground, soaking into the sand, the ground slippery, and the air filled with a pungent smell of blood. Well, I will follow your arrangements. Hong Xueqing's face was so red it seemed like water could drip from it. Her neck bent almost to the ground. Thus, Wang Rui led the way, and Hong Xueqing closely followed as they ran far away. Shitty, aren't we waiting for Brother Yin and the other brothers? Yin Lixing, that waste. Almost got killed by Mo Yuzi, and didn't even have time to collect the dragon capture post before running away. There are no other brothers left. They are all dead. What? The breeze carried the faint sounds of their conversation, slowly fading away. Chapter 37, Wind-Soaring Boots. An hour later, the two of them emerged from the strange desert. Standing under a bizarre high cliff, looking at 2 corpses below with tragic appearances, silent and unresponsive. One of the corpses wore a gray Taoist robe, tall and sturdy, with large hands and feet, tightly gripping the 7-inch mark of a bizarre green-striped giant python that was already dead. The person had a bowl-sized hole in his neck, bright red blood pooling on the ground, his eyes wide open in anger, full of unwillingness, dying with great regret. From his attire, he was a disciple of the Taiching sect. Another body, seemingly a disciple of the divine weapon sect, was small and frail, blood and flesh a mess, bones broken, muscles torn. A pair of bloody claw-like finger guards were on its hands, and a whisk had been directly inserted into its brain, shattering the skull, with blood and brain matter flowing all over the ground. Amidst the stench of blood, there was a refreshing and fragrant scent. It turned out that a large red spiritual mushroom, the size of a basin, was growing on a nearby dead tree. A 1,000-year-old red mushroom. Capable of reviving the dead and prolonging life, it was an excellent material for refining precious elixirs. Hong Xueqing gasped, her eyes sparkling, and began to carefully collect the red mushroom with a medicinal hoe. Wang Rui sighed. It was obvious that the two and the python had perished together. He watched Hong Xueqing collect the red mushroom, and scenes from when the two first met floated through his mind. In the end, this spiritual herb had benefited him. It seemed that his luck was still quite good. At this moment, Hong Xueqing finished collecting the red mushroom. Her face flushed, and respectfully handed it to Wang Rui. Since she had seen Wang Rui's true strength, she no longer dared to see herself as his senior sister. Not bad. Wang Rui, looking like a big shot, tossed the red mushroom into the meteorite Shumi ring. Hong Xueqing was originally sent by Lei Tingyu to assist Wang Rui. After being saved by him in the desert and receiving a precious magical artifact, she had involuntarily developed a fondness for him. It seemed that the plan to cultivate a little maid could begin. Wang Rui mused, if in his previous life, he wouldn't leave home without at least 10 or 8 little maids serving him, how could he, young Master Wang, do otherwise? The two bodies on the ground did not use magical artifacts and had no valuable items, and having collected the spiritual herb, it was time to leave. He led Hong Xueqing and turned to leave. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something peculiar. The boots were soaked in blood but had no traces of it. And they faintly emitted a soft aura. Magical artifact? Wang Rui was somewhat puzzled and quickly took a few steps to pick up the pair of shoes. Thin, soft, light. Neither metal nor jade, yet incredibly tough. After feeling them for a while, he saw the words Ling Feng boots engraved inside, and his heart leaped with joy. Indeed, it was a magical artifact. As he got closer, the faint magical aura from the boots became increasingly apparent to Wang Rui. He could hardly wait to put on the Ling Feng boots. Soft, comfortable, as if there was nothing. This was Wang Rui's first impression upon wearing the boots. He took a few light steps, feeling no abnormalities, then frowned and activated a technique. With a whoosh, the wind rose, his figure flickered, and Wang Rui gently floated over 10 meters away. Wind manipulation technique. No, something similar to wind manipulation technique. Wang Rui pondered. He began to move slowly, gradually familiarizing himself with the boots, and soon he was walking faster and faster. If Wang Rui, with his human immortal strength, could move so fast that his form became indistinct, even leaving afterimages, then after putting on these boots, his speed was such that it seemed like multiple identical Wang Ruis appeared in the area, each with different expressions and performing different actions. However, when all the phantoms converged, only Wang Rui remained in the center. This was definitely the power of a top-tier magical artifact. The Xiantian soul-eating armor. His whole body was wrapped in golden armor. And in an instant, he leaped and vanished from sight. In the distance, a series of explosive sounds suddenly erupted, as boulders exploded violently, turning to dust. Yet no figure could be seen around. The speed of the stones exploding from the cliff became faster and faster, and in an instant, the boulders within dozens of meters turned to ashes. Only in the center of the ashes did Wang Rui's figure slowly appear. The soul-eating armor had vanished, but the Ling Feng boots glimmered with brilliance, truly extraordinary, and he couldn't hide his smile. With the Xiantian soul-eating armor combined with these Ling Feng boots, Wang Rui's speed was now so fast that he could escape the naked eye's tracking, vanishing into thin air. Wang Rui knew that even a master at the Tai Chi Xian realm could only see a faint shadow with their eyesight, which posed a tremendous threat to them. Even wearing just the Ling Feng boots, as long as Wang Rui's mind moved, he could leap to any place 100 meters away in an instant, capable of killing anyone below the Tai Chi Xian realm. Beside him, Hong Xueqing's mouth had formed an O shape. This speed was unimaginable. If it were her, she wouldn't even have time to react before being killed. What was she thinking? How could her junior brother bear to kill her? Hong Xueqing's expression became dazed. Her face flushed, her emotions shifting from joy to worry, not knowing what she was thinking. Wang Rui looked at the clear ground he had created by breaking stones and said softly, "Let's take a break here." Hong Xueqing naturally had no objections. The two took out water and fire talismans, washing talismans, dust-avoiding talismans, food, and other items, cleaning themselves, eating, and resting. Wang Rui watched as Hong Xueqing fell into a deep sleep while he sorted through his gains. He had collected 1,000-year-old cold glass grass and 1,000-year-old red mushroom. If these two spiritual herbs were taken to the secular world, they could easily be exchanged for a prince or a marquis. Generally, inner court disciples did not possess magical artifacts, but now he had many magical artifacts. He truly struck it rich. 2 top-tier magical artifacts, the Spirit Dragon Sword and the Demon Dragon Blade. The remaining 5 were mid-tier or lower-tier flying swords. 1 pair of top-tier magical artifacts. The Ling Feng boots were excellent treasures for killing and fleeing. The biggest gain should be the Dragon Capture Pillar. He wondered how that magical artifact was doing. With Hong Xueqing here, he couldn't expose the gluttonous, entering its belly. Wang Rui concentrated his divine sense, merging his mind with the gluttonous beast. It was still that enormous golden furnace. At this moment, a mini-sized sword and knife, the size of a finger, floated at the edge of the furnace, bobbing up and down, seemingly afraid to go to the center. 8 mini-sized earth demons had already fallen to the bottom of the furnace, unconscious and unaware. In the center of the furnace was a cup-sized magical artifact, the Dragon Capture Pillar. Countless black, ink-like mists enveloped it, swirling rapidly as if a giant cyclone was surrounding the Dragon Capture Pillar. The Dragon Capture Pillar emitted a faint golden light, seemingly fighting desperately against the encroachment of the black mist. The black mist grew thicker, visibility reduced to nothing. The cyclone spun faster, and the golden light grew weaker. Chapter 38, You Two Traitors. Sun-eating, moon-eating. With a low shout, the gluttonous beast's phantom appeared above the Dragon Capture Pillar, opening its massive mouth and swallowing the Dragon Capture Pillar whole. "Ah, my magical artifact." Wang Rui was heartbroken. It had just been eaten by the gluttonous beast. In the next moment, the gluttonous beast's phantom let out a wild roar, its mouth opening again, and all the black mist in the furnace was sucked in at once. The originally somewhat faint silhouette seemed to solidify a bit more. Haha, so delicious. Master, I now possess the strength of the first level of the Tai Chi Xian realm. Just then, in the endless distance of the spirit refining mountain range, on the second peak, the bright peak, which was second only to the spirit refining peak. Within an incredibly luxurious palace, a young man suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with astonishment. Who took my magical artifact, the dragon capture pillar? I will kill you. At this moment, the gluttonous beast was shouting excitedly. Magical artifacts are so delicious. Master, I was originally at the initial level of the human immortal realm, and the great devouring technique could only absorb energy from the first level of the Tai Chi Xian realm at most. After eating the dragon capture pillar, I have now surpassed you, reaching the first level of the Tai Chi Xian realm, capable of absorbing energy from the third level of the Xian realm. Wang Rui was overjoyed. He knew that the gluttonous beast was a sacred tier immortal beast, and even the golden furnace in its belly was actually a Shumi cave heaven. He was the master of the gluttonous beast, and the two had merged into one. Whatever realm he was in, the gluttonous beast was in as well. If he wanted the gluttonous beast to surpass his realm, it was not impossible. It just needed to devour magical artifacts and immortal tools. The higher the grade of the treasures, the faster the gluttonous beast would advance. Originally invincible at the same level, it could also contend against higher levels. Now that it had devoured a magical artifact and gained the strength of the first level of the Xian realm, wouldn't that mean he also rose in power, becoming an expert not just at the Xian realm but beyond? If he could also break through to the Tai Chi Xian realm himself, then, I originally wanted to keep this treasure for myself to greatly enhance my strength, but it's better to consume it. After all, I can't take it out for use, lest I get into trouble with Elder Wu Lai and Murong Ju. It's better to eat it clean. At this moment, the figure of the gluttonous beast Tixi appeared in the void, shaking its head and tail, looking quite proud, its form obviously much more lively. Wang Rui, having read the book on the Sopa world, already knew that the strength of a holy-grade celestial beast was comparable to that of the legendary immortals. And even in the celestial realm, it held a high status and was not to be underestimated. He couldn't understand why this Tixi's celestial egg would fall from the celestial realm into the Sopa world. Gluttonous one, how did you fall into the Sopa world? Wang Rui asked curiously. Upon hearing Wang Rui's words, the usually carefree and giggling Tixi fell silent for a moment, then suddenly began to cry and laugh. My father. My mother, Wu. They were after the legendary creation throne. Whoever possesses the creation throne can become the creation god king, indestructible for eternity, never perishing. The sun and moon may extinguish, but I do not perish. Heaven and earth may decay, but I do not decay. However, there's no point in telling you about these things now. As long as the master gives me good treasures to eat, enhancing my strength, one day Wang Rui murmured to himself. The creation throne, what is that? Indestructible for eternity? Aren't immortals already indestructible? If he didn't say it, then so be it. Whatever the creation throne is, the most important thing is to make Tixi's strength greatly increase, becoming a proud son of heaven and a master of the eternal secret realm. Tixi slowly suggested, Master, my strength has greatly increased now, and the space in my belly has also become quite impressive. Leave those 8 earth demons to me. I will devour their souls, turning them into puppets under my control, and then slowly nurture them with the essence of blood and chi, allowing them to advance into heavenly demons. This way, even if we encounter a master of the Tai Chi Xian realm, we can surround and annihilate them. That would be best. But first, devour those 8 mountain-splitting demon axes. The magic weapon needed by the dragon child Yazi is still far from sufficient. Wang Rui instructed Tixi. Okay, Tixi immediately agreed. Ding dong. Devouring the 8 mountain-splitting demon axes. Magic flesh and blood required by the dragon child Yazi. 12, 0, 60 points, 20, 000 points. Magic race artifacts 21,000 pieces. While Wang Rui and Hong Xueqing were resting, in a distant meadow, there were several exotic flowers and fruits, with a fragrant aroma, guarded by many demon beasts. It was unknown what precious heavenly and earthly spiritual medicines those were. In this narrow encounter, 3 forces, Shin Bingman, Tai Gongdian disciples, and dozens of earth demons, were locked in a fierce battle. The hundreds of disciples from Shin Bingman and Tai Gongdian joined forces, which was quite comparable to the dozens of earth demons, a match of equal strength. In another forest, several disciples of the Shijia sect lay dead on the ground, with a few extremely fierce monsters lying motionless beside them, seemingly devoid of breath. Nearby, several disciples from the Lianshan Palace were excitedly counting their harvest. On the desolate mountain, dozens of beautiful women from Lingjian Peak were frantically controlling flying swords. besieging several demon beings dressed in Taoist garb. Thus, humans, demons, and monsters slaughtered each other, and numerous deadly battles gradually unfolded throughout the demon-forbidden land. All in a bid to seize as many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, gather spiritual medicines, and claim the top spot for rewards. If they could directly eliminate their opponents, that would undoubtedly be even more satisfying, allowing them to collect more treasures and engage in black market dealings. A faint smell of blood floated in the air, permeating the surroundings. Junior brother, someone is coming. Several figures encircled from the direction the two had come, and faint voices could be heard. Senior brother Yin. I wonder where those demon people have gone. Why say so much? Senior brother Yin wants everyone to look for survivors. Thanks to senior brother Yin driving back the demon people, alas, I wonder how many brothers will survive. Among these people, one dressed in a purple gold Dao robe was none other than Yin Lixing, ranked 8th on the Dragon Gate list, who had just escaped. How come you two? Yin Lixing, possessing the strongest strength, immediately spotted Wang Rui and Hong Xueqing in the open space at the foot of the cliff. Good. You two traitors. I've finally found you. Capture these two scum who have defected to the demon race. Yin Lixing suddenly pointed at Wang Rui and shouted loudly. Chapter 39, You can die. The disciples of the Lianshan Palace were surprised, but they still followed Yin Lixing's orders and quickly surrounded the two. What? We're traitors? We defected to the demon race. Wang Rui and Hong Xueqing were both stunned. Hong Xueqing stepped forward a few steps, her brows raised, and shouted angrily. Senior brother Yin, on what basis do you accuse us of defecting to the demon race? It should be you who lost the treasure. The dragon capturing stake, and ran away. Yin Lixing's expression darkened with rage. You shameless scum. It's clear that you and Wang Rui colluded with the demons to ambush and kill our brothers, seizing the dragon capturing stake. Now you dare to argue. All our brothers have fought to the death, yet you two can remain so leisurely. That's the ironclad proof of your betrayal of the Lianshan Palace. You, spreading slander. A trace of anxiousness flashed across Hong Xueqing's face. The disciples around, watching the exchange between the two, also looked at Wang Rui and Hong Xueqing with suspicion. As Yin Lixing was a disciple of the Dragon Gate list and had a reputation for being formidable. Could it be they really defected to the demon race and became traitors? I think so. So many brothers have died. Why are they the only two unscathed? It turns out this pair of adulterers colluded with the demons to set an ambush and even seize the treasure, the dragon capturing stake. They deserve to die. You two aren't even the strongest. On what basis are you unharmed? Even senior brother Yin said they are traitors. They should die. Hearing the overwhelming public opinion, Yin Lixing felt pleased, yet he maintained a righteous expression. These two traitors colluded with the demon race to seize the dragon capturing stake, causing the deaths of hundreds of disciples of the Lianshan Palace. Their crimes deserve execution. Ha! Wang Rui suddenly burst into wild laughter. Yin Lixing, you worthless fool. Are you putting on a comedy act to amuse me? What? He said senior brother Yin is worthless. Did I hear that wrong? The 8th rank senior brother Yin was insulted by a new disciple like this? This person must be a madman. How can he not fear death? How dare he insult senior brother Yin? At this moment, Yin Lixing's eyes turned red, and his body trembled slightly. He had had a terrible day. Losing the dragon capturing stake and his vital spirit, the spirit flood dragon sword. His purple gold Dao robe had also been torn by Mouz, and now a mere new disciple dared to publicly insult him. This was intolerable. Betraying the Lianshan Palace. Defecting to the demon race. Die! Yin Lixing shouted fiercely, his consciousness shooting out like swords and knives, aiming straight at Wang Rui. He then stepped forward, leaping into the air, moving erratically and mysteriously towards Wang Rui, delivering a silent and swift punch aimed at Wang Rui's face. He was employing the Smoke Luo secret step, relying on this peculiar movement technique to escape from Mouz. His speed was incredibly fast and highly unpredictable, just as it seemed Wang Rui was about to be struck. A triumphant expression appeared on Yin Lixing's face. A mere new disciple dares to compete with me. Great identification technique. Yin Lixing. Identity. Lianshan Palace Inner Court Dragon Gate List Disciple. Peak Human Immortal Limit. Combat Power Value. 980 points. Special Skills. Smoke Luo Secret Step. Lianshan Secret Technique. Special Treasure. Purple Gold Dao Robe. Damaged. Heaven and Earth Fortune. Extremely weak. Probability of victory. 100. Alas. Being invincible is truly lonely. If I want Yin Lixing dead, I can easily do it in just a few moves. You must know that the gluttonous Tixi has consumed the dragon capturing stake and broken through to the first level of the Xian realm. And the Great Devouring Technique can directly devour the power of the third level of the Xian realm, the True Qi realm. Wang Rui is now unrivaled in the inner court. However, I am still just a beginner human immortal. while Yin Lixing is at the peak human immortal limit. Not bad. I can use him as a meat shield. It should be no problem to break through to the peak human immortal. Great devouring technique. Great divine power technique. Great diamond technique. Beep beep. The master's combat power value increased by the great divine power technique and great diamond technique, rising from 5,000 points at the beginner human immortal level to 7,000 points at the intermediate human immortal level. 100 cracks ape claw. Wang Rui lightly scolded. His 10 fingers enveloped in golden light, countless streams of energy bursting forth like swords and knives, creating a hissing sound as they tore through the air, resembling a raging tide. In the void, countless tiny dark whirlpools appeared, spinning rapidly, and in an instant, they collided with Yin Lixing. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their fists and fingers clashing echoed like thunder. Huh, could he really be from the demon clan? Yin Lixing was shocked and pale. Clearly, he was at the peak of the human immortal limit, only a layer away from breaking through to the Tai Chi mysterious realm. His divine sense was like a sword or knife, killing invisibly. Yet Wang Rui seemed completely unscathed. Instead, his essence, chi, and spirit were being forcefully absorbed by that mysterious black whirlpool. Did I see it wrong? The new disciple is on par with the 8th on the Dragon Gate ranking. I heard this new junior brother defeated He Maoqing, who is among the top 100 in the inner court. This is Yin's senior brother's benevolence. He will definitely win. Beside them, Hong Xueqing listened to the disciples of the refining spirit palace, who seemed to be in an uproar, discussing among themselves, but she only sneered. Even Mo Yuzi died at Wang Rui's hands. Yin Lixing was just a moth flying into the fire, bringing this upon himself. In the void, there were faint sounds of celestial music, an inexplicably ancient and grand voice booming and swallowing. After a quarter of an hour of stalemate between Wang Rui and Yin Lixing. Beep, beep. Yin Lixing's battle power dropped from the peak human immortal limit of 980 points to mid-level human immortal of 8,000 points. A quarter of an hour later. Beep, beep. Yin Lixing's battle power dropped from mid-level human immortal of 8,000 points to low-level human immortal of 6,000 points. Monster. Wang Rui is from the demon clan. He is from the demon clan. Yin Lixing suddenly shouted madly, his eyes wide open as if he had gone insane. The demon clan eats people. Run. I must escape. After years of cultivation, the essence and blood at the peak of the human immortal limit were incredibly precious. Just one drop could refine an ordinary spirit pill, and an ordinary person consuming it would feel light and energetic, free from illness. Such precious essence and chi were being devoured by that black whirlpool, becoming increasingly scarce. Yin Lixing truly wanted to escape, but he was powerless. The countless rapidly spinning black whirlpools seemed to form a giant spider web, and he was the poor prey stuck on it, unable to break free from the whirlpool's devouring force, completely out of control. Half a cup of tea later. Beep, beep. Yin Lixing's battle power dropped from low-level human immortal of 6,000 points to peak martial saint of 5,000 points. And Yin Lixing had lost his value for devouring. Beep, beep. The master's battle power rose from low-level human immortal of 5,000 points to peak human immortal of 900 points. Stacking the great power technique and the great diamond technique, the battle power rose from peak human immortal of 900 points to peak human immortal limit of 999 points. Comfortable, refreshing, ecstatic. All the muscles and veins in Wang Rui's body wriggled, and an incredibly powerful force coursed through him, gathering in his dantian, traversing the Ren and Du meridians, rushing into his brain, greatly enhancing his divine sense. In an instant, the sea of divine sense expanded more than twice, becoming even deeper and darker. Once his divine sense gathered, even without using the great identification technique, Wang Rui could grasp everything about Yin Lixing's height, weight, heartbeat, strength, speed, and more. Your mission is complete. You can die now, Wang Rui said coldly. A punch from afar. Just one punch. At that moment, in Yin Lixing's eyes, it seemed that the entire universe was left with only this golden fist, as if it transcended time and space. In his overwhelming fear and regret, with a hissing sound, his entire body shattered into countless pieces, blood gushing out. The acrid smell of blood spreading through the air. Chapter 40, Wandering Alone. A slight breeze blew, and the scene fell silent, apart from Hong Xueqing. The disciples of the refining spirit palace were speechless, seemingly still in shock. So, Yin's senior brother has lost. Not just lost, but died without a chance of return. Wasn't this new Wang junior brother admitted through favoritism? Do you accept it? Who doesn't? Wang Rui's eyes shone with divine light, exuding immense authority as he slowly scanned the surroundings. Whichever inner court disciple he looked at, they all lowered their heads slightly, lacking even the courage to make eye contact. He stepped forward a few paces, picked up Yin Lixing's shattered corpse's Qianquan bag, glanced at it, and tossed it into his own fallen iron shumi ring. That Qianquan bag contains the spiritual herbs we handed over to Yin's senior brother. How can he take Yin's senior brother's Qianquan bag? Yin's senior brother guaranteed the safety of the spiritual herbs we collected. Shut up. Do you want to die? Is the spiritual herb more important than your life? Damn it. It's all that waste Yin Lixing's fault. What 8th on the Dragon Gate ranking? Just a name for fame. The disciples were filled with indignation. They dared not confront Wang Rui, but almost cursed Yin Lixing's ancestors 18 generations. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Wang Rui raised his sword-like brows and smiled slightly. Everyone. Yin Lixing fled in the face of the demon, losing the treasure, the capturing dragon pile, and slandering fellow disciples. His death is not regrettable. Although the crowd was half-believing, they nodded while pinching their noses. After all, you are at the highest realm among brothers, the strongest in power, so your word counts. At this moment, Wang Rui's thoughts raced. I need to hunt the demon clan, strive to hatch the dragon offspring, and gather more spiritual herbs. The denser the spiritual herbs, the more dangerous it is. Bringing Hong Xueqing along is quite inconvenient. After speaking, Wang Rui took out a wind spirit sword, a mid-level flying sword artifact. Jade green throughout, with an extremely thin blade that seemed to tremble in the wind, possessing excellent spirituality. A mid-level artifact given away. What a big spender. What a big spender. Those few spiritual herbs are nothing. This Wang Junior brother, no? Wang Senior brother is the real leader of the inner court, the true expert. Wang Senior brother, rest assured, Hong Junior sister's safety is on us. As long as Hong Junior sister is here, we are here. Wang Senior brother and Hong Junior sister are truly a match made in heaven. Hearing the words of the disciples, Hong Xueqing's white, jade-like face flushed with a hint of red. She glared at Wang Rui and said worriedly, "Are you going alone?" I have important matters to attend to. It's too dangerous to bring you along." Wang Rui felt a little embarrassed. "Don't worry, with my strength, I should be fine. Instead, you all need to be especially careful. Seek no merit, but avoid fault. You take care too." Hong Xueqing obediently nodded. A man should do great things and take responsibility. The junior brother is going to attend to important matters, yet he still thinks of my safety. Even using precious mid-level artifacts as a reward. He saved my life, gifted me an artifact, and now is giving up his treasures for me. How should I repay him? My strength is too low. I can only be a burden to him. At worst, I will listen to him from now on, just like I listened to Sister Lei. Hong Xueqing thought to herself, seemingly lost in thought. I'm leaving. Wang Rui handed the wind spirit sword to Hong Xueqing, no longer speaking. Cupped his hands toward the inner court disciples, lightly tapped his toes, soared into the sky, and shot away like a great bird gliding into the distance. After leaving the crowd, Wang Rui randomly chose a direction and headed deeper into the demon forbidden land. 2 days later, deep within the demon forbidden land, there was a tall mountain peak, terrifyingly high. Shielding his eyes to look up, it was uncertain how many kilometers high, with clouds and mist swirling halfway up, obscuring the peak. The mountain was densely populated with towering giant trees, countless in number, and strange rocks and perilous peaks were everywhere, with faint roars of demon beasts echoing. The sounds fierce and ferocious, sending chills down one's spine. Wang Rui was currently on this mountain, blocked by a few giant porcupines. These porcupine demon beasts had countless sharp quills on their backs, were enormous in size, towering 2 meters tall, with a pair of fierce tusks gleaming coldly. This was a 4th-tier demon beast, the sky-piercing pig. Wang Rui had slaughtered many on his way up the mountain. This demon beast had tough skin and thick flesh, with immense strength and the innate divine ability of sky-piercing technique, which could instantly launch its sharp quills. However, it had low intelligence, making it easy for Wang Rui, who was at the peak human immortal limit and possessed the Xiantian soul-devouring armor, to deal with. A few sky-piercing pigs snorted a few times through their noses, retreated and crouched, a flash of yellow light, and all their sharp quills shot out like bullets, aiming to turn Wang Rui into a porcupine. Wang Rui's expression turned cold. Xiantian's soul-devouring. The golden light of the Xiantian soul-devouring armor burst forth, enveloping the sky-piercing pig. With a flash of his figure, he appeared behind a sky-piercing boar. A soft sound echoed as the entire boar was neatly split in half from its snout to its tail, its dark, bloody innards spilling onto the ground. Wang Rui lightly swiped his palm, completely separating it into 2 pieces of pork. The golden figure flickered again and vanished, and with another soft sound, another sky-piercing boar fell to the ground. Wang Rui collected a few 4th-grade demon cores, glanced at the remains of the boar on the ground, and shook his head lightly. With the combination of the Lingfeng boots and the soul-devouring armor, his speed was akin to teleportation. effortlessly slaughtering all the demon beasts from the foot of the mountain to halfway up. It was incredibly satisfying. He gently turned behind a large rock and found several lush green plants, the leaves resembling sweet potato leaves but shimmering with a jade-like luster. These were at least 500 years old, he showed Wu. Otherwise, this group of sky-piercing boars wouldn't be guarding this area. A group of 4th-grade demon beasts was quite rare, and they must have consumed a lot of spiritual herbs. Wang Rui dug up a few Hishowu plants and stored them in his Shumi ring, continuing his ascent toward the mountain peak. Along the way, Wang Rui killed numerous demon beasts, including sky-piercing boars, feathered sparrow, human-faced spider, and green jade toads. And of course, he collected spiritual herbs until his hands were sore. Originally, killing this many demon beasts would require at least a few hundred disciples working together, and the collection of spiritual herbs would hardly be enough to share. Only a master of the Tai Chi profound realm could single-handedly slay so many demon beasts, but Wang Rui's strength allowed him to do so. Without a doubt, the first place in the Divine Refinement Palace was within his grasp, and the Xianling Tai Chi pill was beckoning to him. 2 hours later, Wang Rui was nearing the mountain peak. Next to a black giant rock about half a person high was an entrance to a cave several meters tall, which appeared dark inside. Wang Rui concentrated and activated the Great Identification Technique. Countless images began to appear in the depths of his eyes, revealing the scene inside the cave. It didn't seem to contain anything special. Wang Rui muttered to himself as he walked in. The entrance was surrounded by smooth green stones, as if they had been polished frequently. Upon entering the cave, Wang Rui glanced at the walls on both sides and concluded that there were likely demon beasts present. Chapter 41, The Evil Centipede. With courage that comes from skill, Wang Rui flashed into the cave. The darkness within was overwhelming, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. However, with the Great Identification Technique, the surrounding images were crystal clear in Wang Rui's eyes. Akin to a mysterious technology civilization mentioned in the book Saw World, resembling an infrared radar system. Of course, the Great Identification Technique was thousands of times more powerful than that radar. The cave was extremely narrow and long. After walking for a quarter of an hour, he still hadn't reached the end and hadn't discovered any spiritual herbs, which made him wonder if the demon beasts had moved. After covering several hundred meters, as he rounded a corner, faint strands of white light began to seep through, accompanied by an unusual fragrance mixed with a strange rancid smell wafting into his nose. Seeing this, Wang Rui felt delighted and concentrated his spirit, his eyes focusing clearly. After turning the corner, he reached the end of the cave. It opened into a natural stone chamber about 100 meters in circumference, nearly 10 meters high. Numerous glowing stalactites hung from the ceiling, and on the black stone wall at the front of the chamber grew several single-stemmed light purple flowers, which he couldn't identify as spiritual herbs. As the scene shifted, beneath the black stone wall lay a giant centipede at least several meters long. Its deep red head had a pair of short pincers gleaming with cold light, with a glossy purple-black shell and countless pairs of legs, looking extremely ferocious. Evil Centipede, Identity, Demon Beast Clan. Demon Beast 6th Grade, Combat Power Value, 11, 400 points. Equivalent to the first level of Tai Chi Profound Realm. Special Skill, Evil Spit. Special Treasure, None. Heaven and Earth Fortune, extremely weak. Victory Probability, 70. Wang Rui's heart sank. Damn, a giant centipede. He had seen plenty of these in his past life at the Spirit Control sect, and utterly despised them, feeling a chill just looking at it. Among all demon beasts, primates had the highest intelligence, while poisonous insects and predatory birds were the hardest to deal with. A 6th grade demon beast with a combat power value of 11, 400 points, equivalent to the first level of Tai Chi Profound Realm Strength. Not bad, a great test stone. He was at the peak of human immortal strength with a combat power value of 9, 900 points. And with the addition of the Great Divine Power Technique and the Great Diamond Technique, his combat power reached the limit of human immortal, 9, 999 points. Just a bit shy of breaking through to the Tai Chi Profound Realm. This last bit was not easy to break through. Even wearing the Xiantian Soul Devouring Armor, which should have increased his strength by a level, he was already at the human immortal limit. And the Soul Devouring Armor couldn't raise his strength to the Tai Chi Profound Realm. It seemed that breaking through to the Tai Chi Profound Realm required shattering the gate of the Profound Realm, breaking through the void, and condensing true power. As Wang Rui pondered, he boldly turned and walked into the stone chamber where the evil centipede was located. The terrifying evil centipede raised its deep red head upon seeing someone enter, snapping its sharp pincers and making a series of hissing, frightening noises that sent chills through anyone who heard them. Wang Rui, seeing this, said nothing, urged his energy, and with a flash, he was already beside the evil centipede. A sharp, piercing sound rang out, But the invincible 100 cracks ape claw technique couldn't break through the centipede's defenses. The evil centipede's body remained glossy purple-black, showing no signs of damage on its shell. Indeed, a demon beast of the Tai Chi profound realm was hard to deal with. Although the evil centipede was unharmed, it was thoroughly enraged by Wang Rui's earlier provocation. Hissing sounds erupted as it split its pincers apart, spewing a torrent of bright red poisonous mist from its mouth. Rancid and overwhelming, surging towards Wang Rui as if it intended to turn him into poison water. This was likely the evil spit. Wang Rui tapped his toes against the ground, his body like a flash of lightning, instantly appearing over 10 meters away. The evil centipede was furious, its countless legs pressing down vigorously, and its massive body leapt towards Wang Rui like lightning and wind. Humph! You vile creature, die? Wang Rui did not intend to play with it anymore. Its shell was too tough for his attacks to break through. How could he play? With a thought, he activated the Xiantian Soul Devouring. The Soul Devouring armor erupted with golden light, wrapping around the evil centipede in layers and circles in an instant. Beep, beep. The evil centipede's combat power value dropped from 11,400 points at the first level of the profound realm to 5,700 points at the initial stage of human immortal. Speed and defense halved. At this moment, the enormous centipede demon had leaped several meters above Wang Rui's head. Just as it was about to gleefully use its pincers to tear this person apart, suddenly a flash of golden light appeared before its eyes, blinding it and leaving it dizzy and weak, its body feeling numb. A piercing scream erupted, and it felt an excruciating pain in its abdomen. Crashing to the ground and rolling in agony, black poisonous blood gushing out from beneath it like a spring, flooding the ground. The evil centipede's abdomen had been completely sliced open by Wang Rui in the blink of an eye, eviscerated. Nearby, Wang Rui formed a hand seal, raised his hand, and with a thunderous sound, a thunderbolt flying sword shot out, aimed directly at the centipede's head. With a screech, the thunderbolt flying sword only left a white mark on its head before being deflected, leaving Wang Rui momentarily stunned. The strength of the Tai Chi profound realm was indeed different. Even a mid-grade magical weapon couldn't cut through its body. It seemed its hard shell was excellent material for refining treasures. The evil centipede had an extremely vigorous life force and continued to roll on the ground. Wang Rui frowned, his figure flickering, and he instantly appeared above the centipede's head. With his foot shining with golden light, he stomped down hard. With a pop, the evil centipede's deep red head shattered into several pieces, its entire body trembling, countless legs shaking, clearly on the verge of death. Wang Rui no longer cared about the fate of this centipede and directly walked toward the few spiritual herbs. These spiritual herbs bloom with purple flowers, exuding an unusual fragrance. Strangely, several petals are curled in the same direction, resembling purple clouds created by nature, which is truly astonishing. Purple cloud flower. Wang Rui felt a surge of joy in his heart. According to the Baoling collection, the purple cloud flower is the main ingredient for refining the Xianling Taiji pill, and it is said to be one of the hardest to obtain. This purple cloud flower buds after 500 years, blooms after 1,000 years, and turns purple after 2,000 years. These several purple cloud flowers are at least 2,000 years old. No wonder even the guarding monsters possess the strength of the Taiji Xianjing. If these purple cloud flowers are given to the refining god palace, they should be able to be exchanged directly for a Xianling Taiji pill. This is incredible. Stepping into the Taiji Xianjing would be like ascending to the heavens, becoming a powerful figure in the refining god palace, capable of slaying nobles in the secular world. He carefully dug up the purple cloud flowers along with the small black stones beneath their roots and placed them into the storage space of the meteorite Sumi ring. By the time Wang Rui finished collecting the spiritual herbs, the evil centipede lay motionless on the ground, completely dead, with large puddles of black poisonous blood around, emitting an incredibly foul odor that filled the entire stone cave and made one want to vomit. Wang Rui approached the body of the monster centipede, urged his energy, and golden light burst forth as his golden hands and fingers, like knives, cut off the hard shell from the surface of the monster centipede, carefully storing it in the Sumi ring. Chapter 42. In Luo Demon Gourd. These are good items from the Taiji Xianjing monsters, capable of withstanding an attack from a magical treasure, as ordinary magical tools below this level cannot break through, and they can be used for refining tools, surely proving to be very useful. There are also the inner cores of 6th grade monsters, which are not for sale, when refined into special pills. Those below the Taiji Xianjing can increase their chances of breaking through to the Taiji Xianjing, and those already in the Taiji Xianjing can enhance their strength. Just as Wang Rui finished putting away the last piece of the monster centipede's shell into the Sumi ring, a strange whisper echoed from the narrow passage outside the stone cave. In Mo Luo Sha Yan. Instantly, a shocking black mist erupted in the passage, condensing into a terrifying demonic face several meters wide, darting towards Wang Rui with lightning speed, opening its gaping maw to bite straight at him. Basya. Great power technique, great diamond technique, great devouring technique. Wang Rui shouted lightly, merging with the golden phantom of Basya, his whole body becoming as resilient as diamond. At the same time, countless dark and deep whirlpools surged towards the terrifying demonic face. In an instant, the terrifying demonic face plunged straight into the violently spinning dark whirlpool, seemingly dissolving each other, as if neither could do anything to the other. Be careful. A master at the second level of true essence in the Taiji Xianjing. The vigilant voice of the gluttonous eater echoed in Wang Rui's mind. Great identification technique. The image displayed a young man dressed in black, with a cold demeanor, standing in the dark passage, holding a dark green gourd. Lu Bo, identity. Human demon clan, secret disciple of the heavenly demon sect. Second level of heavenly demon. Combat power value of 22,000 points, equivalent to the second level of true essence in the human Taiji Xianjing. Special skills, In Mo Luo Sha Yen. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. Special treasure, In Luo Demon Gourd. Heaven and Earth luck, very weak. Probability of victory, 60. The book Shapa World provides a detailed introduction to the In Mo Luo Sha Yen. It is a magical treasure refined from a mixture of 5 types of In Demon toxic gas, with tremendous power. Only the most outstanding disciples of the heavenly demon sect can be granted this. If enveloped by this smoke, all living beings would turn to pus and blood. In the dark passage, faint sounds of demonic laughter could be heard. From the In Luo demon gourd in Lu Bo's hand, another hideous demonic face burst forth, emitting a sharp and strange cry, suddenly lunging at Wang Rui. Wang Rui felt darkness before his eyes, and an extremely foul odor permeated his insides. With a powerful poison that seemed to melt his body. This is bad. I've been poisoned. My body is turning into pus and blood. Wang Rui was startled. At that moment, devour. The gluttonous eater shouted in his mind, and a black vortex within him began to spin violently, exuding an incredible devouring power. Sizzle, sizzle. All the poisonous smoke instantly disappeared, devoured by the gluttonous eater. Xian Tian devour soul. Almost got taken down. Wang Rui was furious. With a deafening dragon roar in the void, his Xian Tian devour soul armor shot out a glaring golden beam as thick as a barrel, directly striking into the dark passage and heavily hitting Lu Bo, the human demon. Ding ding. Lu Bo's combat power value dropped from 22,000 points at the second level of Heavenly Demon to 11,000 points at the first level of Heavenly Demon. Speed and defense halved. Wang Rui's technique activated, and the spirit light from his wind boots shone brilliantly as the golden flames of his Devour Soul armor exploded. In an instant, he disappeared from his original spot and appeared behind Lu Bo in the blink of an eye, his golden palm like a knife silently piercing into Lu Bo's back. Lu Bo, the human demon, originally believed he had victory in his grasp. But little did he know that the opponent had been enveloped by the In Mo Luo Sha Yen, yet seemed unaffected. A strange golden light struck him, and his soul stirred, feeling as if it was about to fly away, losing half of his strength. Almost simultaneously, a violent and fierce aura rushed from behind, and a panicked Lu Bo had no time to evade. A green shield suddenly rose around him, and with a loud bang, the green shield shattered like glass. Lu Bo was struck in the back by Wang Rui and sent flying, blood spilling everywhere in midair. In a single encounter, Lu Bo, with the combat power of the second level of Heavenly Demon, had a protective magical treasure destroyed and was injured and bleeding on the ground. Taking advantage of his illness to take his life, Wang Rui urged his energy and transformed into a golden lightning bolt, chasing after him. He saw a golden dragon surrounding a dark, ink-like poisonous mist, slicing through it, while countless deep and dark whirlpools flashed in the void, spinning rapidly. The sound of bangs echoed endlessly, and in an instant, Lu Bo, the human demon, didn't know how many blows he had taken. His ultimate technique, the In Mo Luo Sha Yen, seemed to turn into ordinary mist with no effect at all. Devour the sun and devour the moon, the gluttonous eater shouted, and a huge dark vortex several meters wide appeared in the void, sucking in Lu Bo. The originally surrounding ink-like poisonous mist around him disappeared as if it encountered the blazing sun. Die! Wang Rui shouted violently, golden light bursting forth as he enveloped Lu Bo, his form like lightning, and his golden fist slammed directly into Lu Bo's head. Heavenly Demon Disintegration. Lu Bo's face turned pale, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, looking as fierce as a ghost. He knew he was going to meet the King of Hell today, and stealing his heart. He was just about to use the Heavenly Demon Disintegration technique to self-destruct and perish together. However, Wang Rui's punch exploded his head, and everything went black before him. He knew nothing after that. Wang Rui excitedly clenched his fist, his blood surging. He had actually killed a powerful expert equivalent to the second level of the Xianjing. Gluttonous Eater, thanks to your great devouring technique. This demon's poisonous mist was completely useless against me. Wang Rui couldn't help but praise the Gluttonous Eater. I'm powerful. That's for sure. But this demon's poisonous mist is also formidable. If it weren't for my great devouring technique, it would indeed be a hassle. Luckily, he was only at the second level of Heavenly Demon. If he were at the third level, I wouldn't have been able to devour it, and we'd probably turn into pus and blood in just one encounter. The Gluttonous Eater spoke confidently. Indeed, it's fortunate that Lu Bo excels in poisonous mist. Since you can devour his toxic mist, he couldn't cause any waves. Otherwise, it would truly be hard to say who would win. With a thought, the dark vortex appeared, and Lu Bo's corpse slowly vanished into the whirlpool. Ding dong. Devoured the second-level strength demon Lu Bo, gaining 2,000 points of demon flesh. Dragon Child Yazi requires 14. 060 points of demon flesh 20,000 points. Demon Clan Magical Tools 2,100. Lu Bo had disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood and a few items. Not bad. The demon flesh from the second level of Heavenly Demon has 2,000 points, but these demon magical tools are still far from enough. Wang Rui muttered while picking up a palm-sized dark green gourd and several small silver thread bags from the blood pool. The gourd was covered with mysterious and strange symbols, constantly flowing and shining. This was the Yin Luo demon gourd, picked from the demon vines planted by true demons in the realm of eternal life. Inside the gourd, there was a naturally powerful toxic smoke, incredibly potent. Master, let me eat this demon gourd. I want to enhance my strength. All right. Wang Rui thought for a moment and directly threw it into the black vortex for the glutton to devour. Although this Yin Luo demon gourd was a magical treasure with immense power, it was only effective for those below the second level of the profound realm. For experts, it was of little use. The glutton, without any realm suppression, could directly ascend to the realm of eternal life or even the celestial tier as long as there were enough treasures. It was essential to quickly increase the glutton's strength. A strong glutton meant a strong self. Chapter 43, The Mysterious Passage. Wang Rui used his spiritual sense to enter Lu Bo's silver-threaded universe bag and was surprised. It really was effortless to obtain. There were many heavenly and earthly spirit medicines inside, as well as precious refining materials like crimson gold copper, mysterious iron, and secret silver, along with a map. He took out the map and examined it closely. It turned out that the evil centipede in the cave was the pet of the demon Lu Bo, left here to guard the purple cloud flower. The giant peak marked on the map should be the very one he was on, with a bright red X marked at the top, though he didn't know what it meant. Now that it was getting late, it would be better to rest in this cave for the night and check out the strange red X at the mountaintop tomorrow. That night, Wang Rui organized his gains. The spirit medicines he had collected, along with Yin Lixing's storage bag and Lu Bo's bag, had yielded a wealth of treasures. There were the inner cores of 6th-tier demon centipedes, the shells of 6th-tier demon centipedes, precious refining materials like crimson gold copper, mysterious iron, and secret silver, and the inner cores of 3rd, 4th, and 5th-tier demon beasts obtained from slaying them over the past few days, totaling hundreds. 1,000-year-old cold glass grass, 1,000-year-old red fungus, 3,000-year-old purple cloud flowers, 800-year-old Hisho Wu, 500-year-old ginseng, 7,500-year-old tianxi, and over 40 spirit medicines over 100 years old. Wang Rui, identity, deputy master of the spirit control sect, son of Wang Tianda. Peak human immortal, combat power value of 900 points. Special skills, gluttonous golden body, Xiantian soul devouring armor, great devouring technique, great spirit control technique, great identification technique, great divine power technique, great diamond technique, mysterious refining technique, 100 cracking ape claw. Special treasures, meteorite mustard seed ring, old stove, 3 top-tier magic tools, spirit flood dragon sword, demon dragon blade, gale boots, for magic tools below top tier, thunderbolt flying sword, spirit wood sword, gathering earth sword, jade water sword. Special spirit beasts, dragon child Baxi, phantom, golden hair stone monkey, young, heaven and earth fortune, unmentionable. The glutton had already reached a level where it could rival experts of the second level of the profound realm. After eating the Yin Luo demon gourd, its power would likely increase again. While contemplating this, Wang Rui dripped blood to recognize the spirit flood dragon sword as his own, then slowly fell into a sweet dream. The evil centipede was the king of the demon beasts on this mountain, and no other demon beasts dared to enter its cave, so the night passed without incident. The next morning, Wang Rui used washing talismans, water and fire talismans, and other methods to clean himself up, ate something. then gathered his spirits and made his way to the mountaintop. The mountaintop was very strange. It was covered in an incredibly deep fog. As he ventured in, he could barely see anything, but fortunately, with the great identification technique, after walking for a quarter of an hour, he discovered something peculiar. In front of him was a dark, giant cave, covered by a half-circle of faint black light, several meters in diameter and bottomless. Surrounding it was a swirling black mist, exceptionally dim, and the air was unusually humid. The ground near the cave entrance was dark, with numerous small, mysterious symbols engraved around it. What is this? Wang Rui crouched down to carefully explore these symbols. Although he was not proficient in refining formations, he was the former deputy master of the spirit control sect. And based on his past experience, this should be the entrance to a mysterious place. It was already noon, and the sunlight shone directly into the cave entrance, covering it in that half-circle of faint black light. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, and the surrounding ground began to shake. The symbols around the cave entrance flickered with silver light, and a rotating symbol array appeared within the blue light. The faint black light shield revealed a series of faint silver ripples, and in an instant, a crack opened. Standing by the cave, Wang Rui felt his body tremble as a massive, irresistible pulling force surged from the cave, instantly yanking him in through a small gap in the light shield. As his vision darkened, his entire body fell into the dark depths below. It was as if he had been thrown from a great height. Feeling the rushing wind whistle past his ears, chaotic airflow slicing at him, making it hard to see. Even if he forced his eyes open, all he could see was darkness, lightning, thunder, and black light filling his vision, making him dizzy and helpless, as if he was about to plummet to his death. Xiantian Soul-Devouring Armor. With a thought, Wang Rui activated the Soul-Devouring Armor, enveloping his entire body, and the downward momentum suddenly eased. He didn't know how long it had been, but his body, which felt like a heavy stone, suddenly became light, and he gently floated down to solid ground. When he focused his gaze around, he was surprised to find it was an oasis, with a long, clear river running through it, blue skies and clear waters, lush vegetation, and beautiful scenery, as if it were not a forbidden area of demons at all. Suddenly, from afar on the river surface, a massive surge of black, demonic energy erupted, like smoke signals, shooting straight into the sky. The demon race. Wang Rui's heart tightened, and he quickly concealed his figure. Thunderbolt Lightning Blade. Could it be Leiting Yu? Is this not a forbidden area of demons? Wang Rui was startled. On the river surface, that monstrous demonic energy could not withstand the Thunderbolt Lightning Blade and began to dissipate everywhere, falling apart. A very familiar voice came from afar. The universe has spirit. Lightning transforms into a flood dragon. It was indeed his cousin Leiting Yu. Wang Rui murmured. With Leiting Yu's voice, he suddenly saw arcs of thunder and lightning in the air, which transformed into several gigantic pure white electric flood dragons, each dozens of meters long and as thick as a barrel, radiating electric light, making them hard to look at. They flew through the air, vividly alive, as if they were not conjured by magic but were real beings. Crackle, crackle. Several electric flood dragons spiraled and danced, connecting head to tail, forming a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, and suddenly pressed down on the remaining dark, demonic energy. Countless demonic energies melted away like snow, directly refined, like moths to a flame, almost entirely exterminated. Damn, Leiting Yu, you actually advanced to the 4th level of the Tai Chi Profound Realm, the Universe Realm. Your magic power now possesses the spirit of heaven and earth. How did you do it in such a short time? With an angry curse, the black demonic energy suddenly shrank and then exploded violently, pushing the electric flood dragons back. Following that, a pitch-black demonic energy mass enveloped a demon, resembling a dark comet, trailing a long fiery tail as it streaked across the sky. Chapter 44, Heavenly Demon Star. Trying to escape? Like the fairy of the Moon Palace, Leiting Yu, in her flowing white garments, appeared in the air, and at the same time, those dazzling electric flood dragons suddenly merged into a gigantic purple electric flood dragon. With a step, Leiting Yu leaped onto the back of the purple electric flood dragon, which shook its head and tail, exuding immense power, making her look like a goddess descending from the heavens, wielding lightning. She stood on the purple electric flood dragon, urgently pursuing the fleeing demon race, her willow brows furrowed. And with both hands gripping the air, a massive and dazzling electric arc appeared, instantly forming a gigantic electric bow over a person's height. At the ends of the giant bow were 2 fierce, terrifying demon heads, their eyes flashing with a terrifying crimson light, as if they were about to drip blood. 2 ferocious demons, with terrifying red eyes, tightly gripped a bowstring with their fangs. The bowstring was about the thickness of a thumb, blood red, and extraordinarily enchanting. Neither metal nor iron, taut and incredibly evil, provoking a violent, bloodthirsty killing intent, in anyone who beheld it. The two demon heads on the giant bow flashed their crimson eyes, and an extraordinarily evil, blood-red, lightning-shaped arrow was drawn onto the bow. Bang! The bowstring exploded with a loud sound, and an arrow shot forth, tearing through the air, the front end of the blood-red electric arrow suddenly producing a cloak-like sonic boom. As if it had transcended time and space, and in a flash, it violently struck the dark misty mass rushing ahead. Ah! A scream erupted. How could you wield our heavenly demon sect's demonic bow and shattering arrow? No, it can't be. You actually managed to merge the demonic skills of the shattering arrow with the celestial arts. The pitch-black, demonic energy mass ignited fiercely, about to vanish into nothingness. Heavenly demon escape technique. A shrill howl sounded, and the last faint trace of demonic energy suddenly flashed and disappeared into the void. How powerful, Leiting you? How powerful is the demonic bow and shattering arrow? Can I block that arrow? Wang Rui felt a slight sweat on his forehead, his ink-like eyes swirling with a strange light, staring intently at Leiting you. The demon had already escaped, and Leiting you did not pursue. She remained hovering above the river, standing in midair with a cold expression. She furrowed her brow and focused her gaze on Wang Rui, asking, What are you doing here? Hello, sister. I missed you so much. Wang Rui said cheekily, greeting Leiting you. Leiting Yu's icy beauty twitched slightly, and then her sharp gaze fixed on Wang Rui. Wang Rui? Didn't the inner courtyard disciples go to the demonic forbidden land for training? How did you end up here in the heavenly demon star? You should know this is no longer the sh star, but a place of conflict between celestial and demonic forces, extremely dangerous. What are you doing here to seek death? What? This isn't the sh star? Not the demonic forbidden land? It's the main star of the heavenly demon star domain. Wang Rui realized. It made sense that with Leiting Yu's strength in the supreme Taiji realm, she couldn't enter the demonic forbidden land. Could it be that the black hole is a secret interstellar teleportation portal for the demons? No wonder that forbidden land is called the demonic forbidden land. It seems the 7 celestial sects haven't discovered this secret yet. Wang Rui was stunned, lost in thought. Leiting Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she stared at Wang Rui, penetrating his heart and delving deep into his bones. The strength of his blood and muscles had reached its limit, his divine sense vast and powerful. You actually cultivated to the pinnacle of the human immortal realm? In such a short time, breaking through from the martial saint realm to the pinnacle of the human immortal realm? Realizing Wang Rui's strength, Leiting Yu's heart trembled, utterly shocked. Such a breakthrough in such a short time was inconceivable. He has a great secret. Wang Rui suddenly awoke from his contemplation, clenching his fists, almost unable to restrain himself from taking action. Leiting Yu let out a cold snort, and countless electric arcs flashed in the void, densely packed, seemingly ready to wrap Wang Rui in an electric cocoon and turn him to dust. Under the gaze of this unmatched master of the 4th level of the supreme Taiji realm, Wang Rui felt as if facing the might of heaven and earth. Countless thunderbolts flashing in her eyes, a deep sense of terror piercing into his bones and divine sense, rendering him immobile. Great devouring technique. A serious voice from the gluttonous spirit appeared in Wang Rui's mind. Instantly, countless dark, deep microvortices manifested in midair, and all the electric arcs vanished without a trace, leaving the world as it was. Following that, the gluttonous spirit let out a muffled groan, seemingly suffering a significant injury. She glanced around nonchalantly. I was originally training in the demonic forbidden land, but accidentally fell into a black hole and somehow ended up here in the heavenly demon star. Wang Rui took a deep breath, slowly calming his rapidly rising chest, and explained to Leiting Yu. He suddenly changed the subject. I know you are a master of the supreme Taiji realm, a core disciple of the secret transmission, a figure of power in the refining god palace, but there are also many formidable opponents. I have secrets, I have great fortune, we are family, by heaven and earth. I will always stand by your side. As long as you do not betray me, I will never betray you. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Rui calmed his mind, his eyes swirling with strange light, and all his energy and vitality suddenly converged, as if a live volcano could erupt at any moment. Great devouring technique. The gluttonous spirit knew that this was a life and death moment. Suppressing its injuries and fully activating the great devouring technique, countless dark vortices revolving around Wang Rui. Great divine power technique. Great diamond technique. Beep beep, combat power values stacked with the great divine power technique and the great diamond technique, rising from 900 points at the pinnacle of the human immortal realm to the limit of 999 points. In the blink of an eye, Wang Rui was prepared for a desperate fight. Great identification technique. Countless images appeared deep within Wang Rui's eyes, focusing intently on Leiting Yu. Leiting Yu. Identity. Young lady of the Lei family, Core disciple of the Refining God Palace, 4th level of the Supreme Taiji Realm, True Essence Realm, combat power over 100,000. Special skills, Refining God Scripture, Thunderbolt Lightning Blade, Demonic Bow and Shattering Arrow, Alchemy Technique, Special Treasures, Unspeakable, Heavenly Fortune, Great Fortune, Probability of Victory, 0%. Can only win through self-detonation. Wang Rui's heart sank. Indeed, Lei Tingyu was highly regarded by the Refining God Palace, having cultivated the great divine power from the Refining God Scripture. Her strength instantly rose from the pinnacle of the human immortal realm to the limit of the pinnacle of the human immortal realm. Lei Tingyu stared at the countless tiny dark vortices surrounding Wang Rui for a long time, remaining silent, her eyes shimmering with flashes of lightning, leaving one to wonder what she was thinking. Wang Rui licked his lips, feeling uneasy under her gaze, unsure of her intentions. After a long while, good. What a cousin. Wang Rui, Lei Tingyu suddenly spoke, startling Wang Rui so much that his hand shook. I underestimated you. You have great fortune. You have a great secret. You are the pride of the Lei family, the pride of the Refining God Palace, and perhaps in the future, the pride of the SHP world. All right. As long as you remember what you just said, otherwise, I will definitely slay you in front of everyone. Chapter 45, Clearing the Path Ahead. Finally, I passed smoothly. Wang Rui's eyes burst with sharp light as he looked at Lei Tingyu, not expecting her to show such immense appreciation for him, which caught him off guard. I feel the same. If you betray me, whether in heaven or earth, I will surely slay you. Wang Rui's face turned stern, blurted out, and immediately felt a bit regretful. Wasn't that just looking for trouble? All right, I didn't misjudge you. A hint of a smile surprisingly appeared on Lei Tingyu's icy beauty, as if she had developed a sense of kinship with Wang Rui. Once certain there was no danger, Wang Rui relaxed and asked softly, I wonder what brings you to this dangerous heavenly demon star. Lei Tingyu glanced at Wang Rui casually. This Wang Rui was a bit opportunistic, immediately shifting from calling her sister to senior sister. Now on equal footing with her. I need to go to the abyss of the demonic domain on the heavenly demon star for training. But since you're here and have some strength, why not help me clear out some minor demon roles? As she spoke, she performed a spell, and the dazzling purple electric dragon reappeared. She sat cross-legged on the dragon's head. You come too. Hearing this, Wang Rui's heart filled with joy. He was just looking for a large amount of demon consumption, especially needing many demonic artifacts. Acting together with Lei Tingyu would be much safer. He quickly mounted the electric dragon, feeling stable and comfortable, as the dragon's back was soft and elastic, emitting strands of electric arcs that formed a transparent electric shield, shielding him from the fierce winds. Seeing Wang Rui on the dragon's back, Lei Tingyu patted the purple electric dragon's head and commanded, Let's go. A soft dragon roar sounded, and the purple electric dragon soared into the sky, weaving through the clouds, as if it had become a true divine dragon, disappearing from sight. The wind howled fiercely, and the cold was unbearable. The azure lightning dragon surged forward like a bolt of lightning. Before long, Lei Tingyu's voice echoed again. Be careful, we're almost there. The azure lightning dragon suddenly dove down, plummeting like a falling star. Below was an endless desert, where a massive fissure appeared in the ground, as if the entire earth had been cleaved in two. It was unfathomably deep, and shadows of demonic bats occasionally flitted within. The azure lightning dragon, carrying Wang Rui and Lei Tingyu, charged into this fissure like a god descending from the heavens. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, countless demonic bats flew out, each the size of a basin, with protruding fangs and fiery red eyes, swirling through the air in a frenzied rush toward the two and the dragon. Crackle, crackle. Countless electric sounds erupted. As soon as these demonic bats came within a few meters of the azure lightning dragon, they were struck by electric arcs, turning to charred remains without a sound, plummeting down. The fissure was unfathomably deep, and as the azure lightning dragon rushed downward, the bats that had been electrocuted fell like a torrential rain, the number of casualties unknown. Great devouring technique. Countless dark and deep vortices appeared in the void, continuously swallowing the falling demonic bats. Ding. Devoured demonic bat. Gained 5 points of demonic flesh. Demonic flesh required for Dragon Child Yazi, 14065, 20000 points. Demonic artifacts, 100 pieces. Ding. Devoured demonic bat. Gained 5 points of demonic flesh. Demonic flesh required for Dragon Child Yazi, 14470, 20000 points. Demonic artifacts, 100 pieces. Ding. Devoured demonic bat. Gained 5 points of demonic flesh. Demonic flesh required for Dragon Child Yazi, 15015, 20000 points. Demonic artifacts, 100 pieces. With a soft thud, the azure lightning dragon landed on the ground. Wang Rui focused his gaze, This was a subterranean world that resembled the surface, as if the two were on a plane. This was the abyss of the demon realm, home to countless half-demons, earth demons, sky demons, and even true demons. Let's go to the demon god altar. There are countless demon god altars in the abyss of the demon realm, which are vital military locations for the demon army, filled with many demons, perfect for training. Demon god altar? Many demons? Great. Let's head to the altar. Wang Rui's heart leaped with joy. The prospect of obtaining 100 demonic artifacts was hopeful, and he readily agreed. This underground world was filled with strange stones and dense vegetation, lush and vibrant, unlike any peculiar plants found on the surface. Although it was underground, there was a faint light everywhere, reminiscent of a twilight scene. Lead the way for me. Lei Tingyu's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. She wanted to see why her cousin had progressed so quickly. By having Wang Rui clear the path for her, she would surely discover some clues. All right, senior sister. Wang Rui lightly tapped his toes, his figure flashing like lightning. Moving dozens of meters ahead of Lei Tingyu, walking silently and steadily like a mountain. This is a century-old fine gold copper. 500 years of mysterious iron. 1,000-year-old jade. In the abyss of the demon realm, as they walked, rare materials that were seldom seen on the surface were surprisingly common here. All excellent materials for crafting artifacts. Wang Rui was immensely pleased along the way, feeling incredibly relaxed. Who else could do what he was doing? Entering the battlefield of the celestial and demon war, the most dangerous forbidden land of the abyss of the demon realm, as an inner courtyard disciple? Wasn't this like having a cheat? Clearly a low-level character, yet wielding high-level equipment. Suddenly, distant roars echoed, and Wang Rui focused his gaze. It was a whole squad of earth demons on patrol, some wielding steel forks, others brandishing massive axes, with huge wings behind them, flapping in the wind. It seems we're not far from the demon god altar. I'll go to the altar first, you quickly slay these earth demons. Lei Tingyu suddenly commanded Wang Rui, and then gracefully floated toward the altar. Lei Tingyu actually ordered Wang Rui, at the peak of human fairy strength, to slay a group of earth demons comparable to the first level of the Taiji Xianjing. The dozen or so earth demons clearly noticed Wang Rui and Lei Tingyu, and upon seeing such fresh and delicious prey before them, they became inexplicably excited, letting out demonic howls, brandishing their demonic weapons, leaping into the air, and soaring toward the two like fierce giant birds. Don't let that human escape. Make him kneel and beg for mercy. The earth demons had begun to awaken their intelligence, their IQ comparable to that of ordinary humans. By the time they reached the sky demon level, they were geniuses among ordinary people. They shouted and roared. Great identification technique. Earth demon. Identity, Earth demon clan. 4th level of the demon race. Combat power value 9,990 points, equivalent to the peak limit of human fairies. Special skill, Sky Demon Disintegration Technique. Special treasure, Mountain Splitting Demon Axe. Heaven and Earth Fortune, extremely weak. Winning probability, 80. 10, 15, 20. There were a full 20 Earth demons, each comparable to the first level of the Taiji Xianjing. The Xiantian soul-devouring armor could not be exposed for now. That was the ultimate trump card. Alright, I'll use them to test my strength. Wang Rui stood tall and proud, channeling his law decision, and the spirit dragon sword shot out like a red dragon shadow, rushing toward the earth demons. The strongest earth demon at the front suddenly swung its magic fork, dark light radiating fiercely, stabbing toward the spirit dragon sword. A loud bang echoed. The spirit dragon sword hesitated for a moment. Then, like a spirit snake, it twisted and darted around, slashing at the earth demons. Great devouring technique. Baxa. Great divine power technique. Great diamond technique. Ding, ding. The combat power values of the great divine power technique and the great diamond technique stacked, rising from the peak human fairy 9,990 points to the peak limit of human fairy 9,999 points. Wang Rui exhaled, the golden shadow of Baxa merging into his body, his physical form as solid as diamond. With a burst of energy, he activated the wind-soaring boots, transforming into a golden afterimage, and delivered a powerful kick to the earth demon's fork, causing it to skew sharply. At the same time, he used the momentum to spin like a windmill, revealing the thunderbolt arc in his hand, the thunderbolt flying sword flashing a brilliant light, deeply embedding itself into the earth demon's gaping mouth. One sword, and it was dead. The earth demon let out a deafening scream, an uproar of howls erupted, and with a thud, it fell from midair, blood gushing out, pooling on the ground. And it was clear it was breathing more out than in, ready to meet the king of hell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several magic forks and giant axes flashed with dazzling demonic light, instantly slicing toward Wang Rui. The golden figure flickered in the blink of an eye, appearing behind one earth demon, the thunderbolt flying sword stabbing directly into its back. With a thought, the spirit dragon sword's red shadow sword, darting toward the earth demon's head with lightning speed. Clang, clang. Several magic weapons plunged into the spot where he had just been. Had he delayed even a moment, he would have been turned into meat paste. Thud. A muffled sound. And before the earth demon could react, its demonic heart was crushed by the thunderbolt flying sword. Crack. The massive head was severed by the spirit dragon sword, and the headless body of the demon crashed to the ground, shaking violently. Bastard. Kill him. We must skin him alive. In just 2 encounters, 2 earth demons had died. The remaining earth demons were enraged, roaring furiously, wildly wielding their demonic artifacts, attempting to take Wang Rui's life. For a moment, the remaining earth demons surrounded Wang Rui, demonic energy surging into the sky, their steel forks and axes continuously stabbing and slashing, while Wang Rui moved with incredible speed, darting left and right, unstoppable. Wang Rui did not wish to reveal the Xiantian soul-devouring armor in front of Lei Tingyu, so he had to face the invisible pressure of a dozen earth demons. He couldn't help but exert all his strength, concentrating intently. In a daze, he suddenly felt a thunderous sound in his mind, like a volcanic eruption. All the energy and blood in his body transformed into waves of scorching flames, roaring fiercely, surging toward the crown of his head, coalescing into a great sun. This great sun radiated endless scorching light, illuminating the heavenly gate above his head, all the skulls appearing like fiery crystals, red and transparent. His sea of consciousness slowly expanded, seemingly boundless, as his essence, energy, and spirit were reborn in flames, becoming immensely powerful. This earth demon is 2 meters and 8 centimeters tall, weighing 1,360 pounds, with the strongest combat power and the fastest speed. The earth demon on the left is the weakest. Suddenly, Wang Rui seemed to have opened the gates of heaven and gained a divine perspective. His consciousness shifted slightly, and he became acutely aware of the height, weight, speed, and strength of the dozen or so earth demons around him. He clearly understood which one posed the greatest threat and which one was currently the least threatening. In his mind, as soon as an earth demon moved, he could instantly and accurately calculate the actions of the dozen earth demons and their next moves. It felt as if he had control over everything in the universe. Wang Rui's entire mental awareness suddenly reached a new level. After using the 3,600 Great Tao Divine Powers and the Great Vajra technique, his combat power had already reached the peak of the human immortal limit. Now, his divine awareness had truly broken through to the peak of the human immortal limit, achieving the unity of body and consciousness. It is known that achieving the peak of the human immortal with a physical body is easy, but 99% of peak human immortals are stuck at this stage for life, unable to advance even an inch. The hardest part of breaking through to the Taiji Xian realm is having a powerful divine awareness that reaches the human immortal limit and achieving the unity of body and consciousness. Undergoing a complete transformation. Only then will a slight gap appear in the door to the Xian realm, allowing one to break through the door and advance to the Taiji Xian realm. Die. Wang Rui suddenly urged his technique, and the spirit flood dragon sword transformed into a red dragon, swiftly flying and piercing a seemingly empty space. Just then, an earth demon jumped toward the spirit flood dragon sword, which directly pierced its brain, letting out a shrill demon roar before it fell to the ground, dead. In the blink of an eye, the spirit flood dragon sword and the thunder flying sword transformed into 2 rays of light, one red and one white, darting through the air like lightning, striking continuously with pinpoint accuracy. The dozen earth demons seemed to have turned into headless flies, losing their agility and discernment, one after another crashing into the flying swords. Screams and roars filled the air as each earth demon was pierced through the head and fell to the ground, dead beyond recovery. Great devouring technique. These 20 earth demons contained 4,000 points of demon flesh and blood, along with 20 demon race artifacts. Ha. My divine awareness has also broken through to the human immortal limit, achieving the unity of body and consciousness. Wang Rui squinted his eyes, and in the void, a dark vortex swirled rapidly, slowly erasing the earth demons and demon race artifacts. Ding dong. Devouring 20 earth demons and 20 demon race artifacts. Obtaining 4,000 points of demon flesh and blood. Dragon Child Yazi requires demon flesh and blood. 19,015 points, 20,000 points. Demon race artifacts 100 pieces. In the distance, Lei Tingyu suddenly stopped, turned her head slightly, and looked in Wang Rui's direction, her face filled with admiration. She originally intended to have him call for help to temper his sharp edge. Unexpectedly, he was able to kill 20 earth demons comparable to the first level of the Taiji Xian realm, and during the battle, his divine awareness broke through the peak of the human immortal limit, achieving the unity of body and consciousness, making a breakthrough to the Taiji Xian realm hopeful. His root bone and aptitude are those of a peerless genius, and surprisingly, his temperament is also that of a genius. If he can step into the Taiji Xian realm and become a core disciple of the secret transmission, then I will also have a firm foothold among the secret disciples. Soon, Wang Rui finished devouring the earth demons and demon artifacts and caught up with the slowly moving Lei Tingyu. You continue to lead the way ahead, but be careful. The closer you get to the demon god altar, the more earth demons there will be. You are currently at the peak of the human immortal limit with the unity of body and consciousness. If you can break through to the Taiji Xian realm, I will let Hong Xueqing marry you. Lei Tingyu said coldly, acting like a young lady, without even looking at Wang Rui. Hong Xueqing? Based on my rich experience as the young master of the Yuling sect in my previous life, she has long been infatuated with me and doesn't need you to say so. However, she is destined to be a maid, to be my wife. You, Lei Tingyu, are barely qualified, Wang Rui thought to himself, but he did not dare to say it out loud, lest he be killed by Lei Tingyu. A genius like Lei Tingyu, so cold and frosty, would be quite exciting to conquer. Wang Rui's inky black eyes slowly roamed over Lei Tingyu, noting her nice figure. Plump and graceful. I think this woman, Lei Tingyu, is too fierce to be the mistress. Being a favored concubine would be good. With my holy beast Taotai, I'm not afraid I can't dominate the world of Saha. Even the throne of creation in the immortal realm, we are qualified to contend for it. Having several women is too few. You must have a large harem. But you must not forget me. I am still a solitary beast. And my harem must be larger than yours. You must remember my words. Wang Rui's mind seemed to be taken over by the gluttonous Taotai, incessantly nagging him to help build a harem, which annoyed Wang Rui to no end. Spring has come, and even monsters are in heat. Chapter 47, Demon God Altar. The two walked for about half an hour. Lei Tingyu's expression turned cold, and she said solemnly, "We have arrived." Ahead was a basin, flanked by towering stone mountains, completely barren without a single tree, which was quite eerie. In the center of the basin stood a massive triangular altar, emanating a faint bloody light that illuminated the area like hell. On the blood-red altar stood a demon god statue, several dozen meters tall, clearly made of clay and wood, yet exuding an overwhelming presence that sent chills down one's spine. Among the demon race, those with strength above true demons are equivalent to the human eternal secret realm and can be called demon gods. Surrounding the altar were countless elite demon soldiers, clad in armor, their weapons glinting coldly, arranged neatly like a well-trained army. In the sky flew numerous earth demons, moving back and forth, fierce and violent. Wang Rui's heart sank. He did not expect the demon god altar in the abyss of demons to be so dangerous. It was simply a place of certain death. The demon army surrounding the demon god altar numbered in the thousands, capable of easily wiping out a country. Even experts who have stepped into the Taiji Xian realm would be in danger. If not careful, they could lose their lives. At this moment, two voices emerged from beneath the feet of the demon statue. One of the shorter figures was enveloped in endless dark demon mist, and from its shape, it was the demon that Lei Tingyu had been pursuing. The most eye-catching was a tall, humanoid demon beside it. This demon had the face of a young man, handsome and suave, but its body was identical to that of an earth demon, several meters tall, with bulging muscles and gigantic wings on its back, fully armored. A Taiji Xian realm demon. Its face no longer bore the hideous features of an earth demon. If it were a stronger true demon, equivalent to a human expert in the eternal secret realm, it could freely transform between a terrifying demonic form and a human form. It seems this human-faced demon is the leader of the demon god altar. Humans, kill without mercy. The human-faced demon suddenly waved its hand at Wang Rui and the others, and countless demons surged forward like a flood, roaring and charging at them. Extreme danger. Wang Rui's heart sank. Such a multitude of demons posed an extreme threat. The spirit flood dragon sword burst forth from above his head, transforming into a red dragon that circled around him. Wang Rui remained calm and composed, exuding a tranquil aura, as if he were a sage in meditation, oblivious to the outside world, entering a wondrous state of being unperturbed by the heavens collapsing or the earth sinking. Calm in the face of danger, steady as a mountain. A strange light flashed in Lei Tingyu's eyes, and she once again admired him slightly, revealing satisfaction and appreciation on her face. The more dangerous the situation, the more one can discover a person's potential, as the saying goes. Even an iron pestle can be ground down into a needle. After countless brushes with death, reborn from the brink, one's spirit can be sharpened like a blade. And with good root bone aptitude, it can achieve boundless greatness. At this moment, Lei Tingyu let out a soft shout, and countless brilliant arcs of electricity flashed around her. Thunder cracking and the violet lightning dragon letting out sharp, piercing screams. The overwhelming and invincible aura momentarily stifled the demon army. Lei Tingyu, you are so bold. You dare to come to the demon god altar to hunt down me. Qing Yuzi, do you not know how to write the word death? The dark magical mist enveloping the demon suddenly soared into the sky with a roar, countless demonic energies rolling up like waves, rushing towards Lei Tingyu. At this moment, the demon with the strength of a celestial demon, Qing Yuzi, showed no signs of injury and had completely recovered for unknown reasons. Audacious. A mere demon dares to call my name directly. The celestial and the demonic cannot coexist. I will destroy this demon god altar and reduce you to ashes. One day, I will annihilate your demonic lineage, turning all your demon gods to dust. Lei Tingyu's face was icy, like a fairy floating in the air, standing proudly. With a flick of her fingers, she unleashed her spell, summoning thunder and lightning, with countless lightning blades flashing in the air, dazzling and piercing, crisscrossing like a net, instantly dissipating the dark magical mist that rushed in, continuing its momentum to fiercely strike at the demon god altar. Crackle, crackle, crackle. This terrifying electric net swept through, cutting down countless ground demons flying in the air, turning them into bloody chunks of flesh, arcs of electricity flashing, igniting into flames as they fell to the ground, resembling a rain of corpses and meteors. How powerful Lei Tingyu is, so fierce, so terrifying. In the void, Lei Tingyu displayed great power, but on the ground, Wang Rui was trapped in a siege. Thousands of elite demon soldiers regarded Wang Rui as a thorn in their side. Countless weapons and arrows aimed to overwhelm him. Wang Rui's expression was solemn, his eyes swirling with killing intent. Aside from temporarily not using the Xiantian soul-devouring armor, he merged with the phantom of the dragon's son Yazi, unleashing the full power of 3,600 great divine abilities. His wind-soaring boots gleamed brightly, and in each hand, he wielded a flying sword, Ling Jiao sword and thunder flying sword, his muscles bulging, coiling like a dragon, and he let out a fierce roar. The sword's shadows were dense, spinning like a windmill, faster and faster. The golden figure instantly transformed into a massive windmill, countless sword blades appearing, layered and densely packed, resembling a sword tornado, soaring into the sky, touching death, shattering all. Countless demon soldiers were like endless waves of the sea, trying to drown Wang Rui, who stood like a rock in the demon's sea, as the monstrous waves crashed violently against the sword blade rock, shattering and scattering, leaving behind countless dismembered bodies and blood. One wave after another, mixed with numerous wailing roars and demonic howls. Within the sword blade tornado, countless tiny black whirlpools flickered, and streams of demonic blood essence were violently devoured, a crisp sound continuously ringing in Wang Rui's mind. Ding dong. Devoured ground demon, gained 10 points of demonic flesh. Demonic flesh required to hatch the dragon's son Yazi, 19115, 20000 points. Demonic artifacts 22,100. Ding dong. Devoured ground demon, gained 10 points of demonic flesh. Flesh required to hatch the dragon's son Yazi, 19515, 20000. Ding dong. Devoured ground demon, gained 10 points of demonic flesh. Flesh required to hatch the dragon's son Yazi, 20,000 and 20,000. Standing in midair, Lei Tingyu kept an eye on Wang Rui, noticing his formidable presence, her eyes slightly twitching. He seemed to exude the aura of an unparalleled master. Good. Half the job is done. The demonic flesh is sufficient. At this moment, in the sky, numerous ground demons flapped their enormous wings, wielding demonic artifacts, their demonic energy overwhelming, resembling terrifying monstrous birds, continuously pouncing towards Wang Rui. Come on. With a loud shout, the sword blade tornado suddenly went wild, like a monstrous python piercing through the sky. Whoosh whoosh. The sword blade tornado was so fast it produced a whistling sound. With arcs of lightning flickering, the air cracking, approaching the breaking of the sound barrier, sweeping away all obstacles. Chapter 48. Great Slaughter Technique and Celestial Demon Puppet. Countless demon soldiers, both human and ground demons, were entangled in the sword blade tornado storm. The sky was filled with dismembered bodies and blood chunks. Yet they did not fall to the ground but were devoured by the insatiable swallowing technique in midair. Various demonic artifacts, tridents, great axes, steel knives, long spears, etc., were consumed by the bottomless black whirlpool. Ding dong. Devoured a demonic artifact, gained 20,005 points of demonic flesh required to hatch the dragon's son Yazi, 20,005 points. Demonic artifacts 32,100. Ding dong. Devoured a demonic artifact, gained 20,005 points of demonic flesh required to hatch the dragon's son Yazi, 20,005 points. Demonic artifacts 52,100. Ding dong. Devoured a demonic artifact, gained 20,005 points of demonic flesh required to hatch the dragon's son Yazi, 20,000, and 5 20,000 points, demonic artifacts 100 100. It felt like drinking a bowl of iced mung bean soup on a scorching summer day, refreshing to the utmost. Wang Rui's eyes shone brightly, gently calling out Yazi. Boom. Rumble. Suddenly, terrifying thunderbolts crashed down. Crackle, crackle. Blinding lightning tore through the sky, shaking the earth, an unmatched killing intent spreading everywhere. In the midst of battle, Lei Tingyu was suddenly startled. Something extraordinary was about to emerge, producing such a strange phenomenon. All the demons were stunned. The battlefield filled with the shouts of killing suddenly fell silent. At this moment, behind Wang Rui, a gigantic mysterious golden figure suddenly materialized in the void, its dragon head. Leopard body, holding a precious sword in its mouth, covered in mysterious and dazzling patterns, exuding a bloodthirsty and ruthless aura. The dragon's son Yazi, with a fiery temperament, loved to kill, relishing the hunt of monsters and evildoers, could not be harmed except by innate spiritual treasures. Wang Rui, the master of the dragon's son Yazi, gained the Great Slaughter Technique of the 3,600 Great Divine Abilities. Great Slaughter Technique, ranked 19th among the 3,600 Great Divine Abilities. Thunder rolled. Electric light dazzled the skies, raindrops the size of beans began to fall, growing heavier, a fierce storm. Great Slaughter Technique. With a thought, the golden Yazi phantom lunged at him, merging into one. In the void, ghostly wails began to rise, an exceptionally sharp and invisible killing intent surged from the heavens, instantly piercing into his body, cold and oppressive, shooting straight to the clouds. Ding ding, battle power value increased with the Great Slaughter Technique. From peak human immortal 9,999 points to peak human immortal limit 9999. 9999, infinitely close to the Tai Chi profound realm. Still no breakthrough. However, within his mind's sea of consciousness, the gate to the profound realm seemed to have two large cracks, one due to the unification of his flesh and consciousness, the other because of the Great Slaughter Technique. At this moment, all around, whether human demons or ground demons, were pressured by the unmatched and intense killing intent, their faces showing fear, trembling, barely able to exert 5% of their strength. In their eyes, Wang Rui was an invincible killing sword, a god of death descending upon the world. Wang Rui, this is a tremendous opportunity. The abyss of the demon domain is filled with demons. If Lei Tingyu doesn't bring you here, you would undoubtedly die. Take this chance to kill more demons, and I will devour their blood essence to refine the 8 ground demon puppets I control, allowing them to break free from their cocoons, be reborn from the flames, and have their bodies become celestial demons, breaking through to the Tai Chi profound realm. The excited voice of the gluttonous beast echoed. What? Absorb the blood essence of the demons? Elevate the bodies of the 8 ground demon puppets to celestial demons, possessing the strength of the Tai Chi profound realm? Although they are only ground demons in terms of consciousness and cannot cast spells, having 8 bodies at celestial demon strength is formidable. What do core disciples matter? One by one, they will be exterminated. Good. Excellent. Wang Rui felt overjoyed and shocked, readily agreeing. Die. With a light shout, the flying sword swept across. Those human demons and ground demons seemed to be overwhelmed by the fierce and violent killing intent, unable to move, and their weapons shattered like tofu on the spot. Kill. 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 The sky was filled with a rain of blood, severed limbs, and fragments. Countless demonic beings' life force and essence were devoured by the great devouring technique of Tao Dai. At this moment, inside Tao Hie's golden cauldron, 8 earth demon puppets stood dazed at the bottom of the cauldron, the golden runes on the walls glowing brilliantly. A torrent of crimson energy surged down from the top of the cauldron, enveloping the 8 earth demon puppets. Endless life force and essence rapidly seeped into these earth demons, their muscles slowly bulging and expanding, their black scales becoming even darker and thicker, wrapped in layers of blood energy like a giant cocoon, constantly writhing. It was unclear how much time had passed, when suddenly, one of the blood cocoons burst open, revealing a humanoid demonic figure. It casually threw a punch into the void, producing a sound explosion, its power surpassing that of top-tier magical artifacts. Its flesh wings had vanished, but it could soar freely with a single step, occasionally colliding with the flying swords within the cauldron, producing sharp sounds and leaving only a white mark. The first earth demon had ascended to the realm of celestial demons. Meanwhile, at the distant demonic god altar, Lei Tingyu was already entangled in battle with the humanoid demonic figure Qing Yuzi and the humanoid celestial demon. Numerous earth demons assisted in the fight, with demonic energy surging and lightning flashing, creating a chaotic scene where neither side gained the upper hand. The humanoid celestial demon, startled by the overwhelming killing intent, turned to see its disciples being slaughtered by Wang Rui like pigs and sheep, and it became furious. With a fierce glare, It exploited an opening, stomped fiercely, breaking away from the battle circle, and a pitch-black shadow shot towards Wang Rui. Wang Rui's expression changed as a terrifying surge of demonic energy rushed towards him from behind, the unique stench of the demon race making him feel nauseous. Turning around, he saw the humanoid celestial demon hovering in midair, its appearance extraordinarily handsome, but its body covered in pitch-black scales, exuding a faint demonic light, looking extremely bizarre. Great identification technique. Altar leader, identity, celestial demon clan, second layer of celestial demon, combat power value, 26,000 points. Equivalent to the second layer of true essence realm of human Taiji Xianjing. Special skills, celestial demon claw, celestial demon disintegration technique. Special treasure, none. Heaven and earth luck, extremely weak. Probability of victory, 80. TSK. Wang Rui felt a sense of amusement in his heart. With the 8 celestial demon puppets in Tao Ye's belly, even a celestial demon with the strength of the second layer of Taiji Xianjing was nothing to him. At this moment, the surrounding humanoid demons and earth demons, seeing their leader arrive, retreated one by one, only encircling Wang Rui. I see that your martial arts are hard-earned. I give you a chance to become my slave and submit to me. What do you think? The humanoid celestial demon stood in midair, its strange voice echoing as if it were bestowing a great favor upon Wang Rui. Wang Rui sheathed his dual swords, clasped his hands behind his back, and asked leisurely, "What? You say you want to be my slave, you trash? You bastard." The humanoid celestial demon was enraged. "I've changed my mind. You, like Lei Tingyu, must die. And die a miserable death." Hee. A hint of derision appeared at the corner of Wang Rui's mouth as he pointed at the celestial demon. "You trash want to kill my wife. Lei Tingyu, this Xianjing expert, is this kid's wife?" The humanoid celestial demon was taken aback. "Die?" Wang Rui's expression suddenly turned severe, and with a thought, a massive dark vortex appeared behind the humanoid celestial demon. 8 imposing demonic figures leaped out, their demonic energy surging, exuding an overwhelming presence. Where did this fellow clansman come from? The humanoid celestial demon was startled. 5 of the demonic figures suddenly pounced on the humanoid celestial demon, grabbing its head and limbs, lifting it up, and with a roar, they tore it apart. Blood mist filled the air. A perfectly healthy second-layer celestial demon did not even let out a sound before being dismembered. An earth demon nearby immediately picked up a storage bag from the blood pool and respectfully handed it to Wang Rui. Could it be that this man is not human? Is he a demonic god? No wonder he devours demons, having consumed so many of us. All the humanoid demons and earth demons looked on in terror, some slowly retreating, turning to flee, while others knelt on the ground, shouting in disarray, "I have seen the demonic god. Spare me, demonic god." Now it was Wang Rui's turn to be stunned. He sighed and shook his head, thinking that the demon race was really not very bright. Turning to look at the demonic god altar, Lei Tingyu had already gained absolute dominance, with the demonic energy thinning, a massive purple lightning dragon continuously striking the altar, and the gigantic demonic statue swaying as if it were about to be destroyed. "Lei Tingyu, just wait." A terrifying scream erupted. The humanoid Qin Yuzi was struck by the electric dragon, his entire demonic energy dissipating, instantly igniting and turning to charcoal. Lei Tingyu coldly snorted, urging her magical technique. And the purple lightning dragon grew even larger, charging fiercely towards the towering demonic statue. Just as it seemed the enormous demonic altar was about to be destroyed, an unexpected change occurred. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the demonic god altar suddenly shook violently, endless dark, profound demonic energy spewing forth, blotting out the sky, as if it were about to come to life. In the overwhelming demonic mist, countless demonic monsters and beasts emerged, ferocious and savage, rampaging around, encircling Lei Tingyu tightly. Seeing this situation, Lei Tingyu's expression changed, and she summoned the purple lightning dragon to protect her completely. "You are Lei Tingyu? The core disciple of the secret transmission of the refining god palace? You have such audacity. You dare to come to the demonic god altar to destroy my statue and slaughter my demonic children and grandchildren." With the scolding voice, the billowing demonic mist suddenly gathered into a gigantic phantom over 10 meters tall. Clearly not a humanoid demon. It was a perfect image of a human handsome man, with a strong and even physique, black hair and black eyes, dressed in black clothes that fluttered in the wind, especially a pair of hands, crystal clear like jade. Looking at them seemed capable of sucking in one's soul. Great identification technique. Luo Hu, identity, true demon clan, true demon, combat power value, over 100 million points. Equivalent to the first layer of eternal life secret realm, Wansho realm of humans. Special skills, demonic god shock, Demonic capture of sun and moon, celestial demon disintegration technique. Innate demonic power, alchemy. Special treasure, 7 desires demon pearl. Heaven and earth luck, average. Probability of victory, 0. True demon. An avatar of a master from the eternal life secret realm. Lei Tingyu absolutely could not withstand it. Wang Rui instantly understood the identity of the phantom in the sky. His face turning pale, his body trembling slightly, and with a thought, he first stored away the 8 celestial demons. In the void, Lei Tingyu, like a moon palace fairy, coldly said, "True demon Luo Hu, you have only come as an avatar. What do you want? Unknowing and arrogant junior, die?" Demonic god shock. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound shook the earth. Countless cracks appeared in the ground, deep and bottomless, and in an instant, numerous space fissures several meters long flashed, from which endless dark demonic energy surged out, rapidly spreading. Wang Rui was nearly suffocated by the shock. Fortunately, Tao Ye's great devouring technique absorbed the surrounding energy. Otherwise, he would have fainted and been at the mercy of others. This Luo Hu is terrifying. With a single word, the heavens and earth tremble. It is not far from the laws following the words. Without the eternal life secret realm, one cannot compete at all. Come in. Luo Hu's avatar bellowed, his palm clenching, suddenly grabbing, and in an instant, between heaven and earth, there was only one gigantic palm, its size unimaginable, with 5 fingers like mountains. Capturing Lei Tingyu and Wang Rui together. Wang Rui felt an endless black mist before his eyes, unable to see anything, the world spinning, unable to control himself. Just at this critical moment, the two were about to be crushed into a pulp by the true demon Luo Hu's palm. Demonic bow shaking heaven arrow. Lei Tingyu's voice was like the eternal ice and snow on a millennium iceberg. With a snap of her fingers, bang bang bang. 9 consecutive explosions sounded as 9 crimson electric arrows fiercely struck the same finger at the same spot, suddenly exploding and slightly deflecting that finger. In the midst of the billowing black mist, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared. Go! Lei Tingyu suddenly urged her magic decision, and the purple lightning dragon appeared. She grabbed Wang Rui and rushed through the strands of light, shooting forward. A faint sound like thunder echoed in their ears from behind. How could you wield the demon bow and the heaven-shaking arrow? Oh, so it was that little brat Azura who taught you, huh? I didn't expect you to be Azura's lover. The crazy laughter of the true demon Luo Hu rang out behind Lei Tingyu, getting closer and closer. Azura? Could he also be a master of the eternal life secret realm? Did he exchange his supernatural powers with Lei Tingyu? Is he really Lei Tingyu's lover? Although Wang Rui didn't believe it, a sense of inexplicable jealousy surged in his heart as he sat on the dragon's back. Lei Tingyu said nothing, only exerted all her strength to urge the electric dragon, shooting forward like lightning. Behind them, Luo Hu's eyes turned, and he sneered, "Let this woman experience the power of my treasure. Anyway, Azura will be here soon, so let you two be a pair of happy lovebirds." He lightly waved his hand toward Lei Tingyu, and a bright red orb appeared out of thin air, suddenly shooting out a blazing red flame like a fiercely burning meteor. In a flash, it appeared behind Lei Tingyu, gently striking her back, enveloping her in a large cloud of pink smoke. Strangely, when Lei Tingyu was hit, she felt no pain, only a rush of blood to her head, an overwhelming heat, her entire body feeling numb and drowsy, unable to muster a trace of magic power. And she fell off the electric dragon's back. Luo Hu laughed heartily, reaching out to catch Lei Tingyu, while the other boy on the electric dragon was just a little mosquito, not even at the Tai Chi Xianjing level. Once the electric dragon's magic dissipated, he would surely fall to his death, posing no threat whatsoever. In an instant, Luo Hu had demonstrated his might, and Lei Tingyu was struck down. At that moment, Wang Rui's thoughts raced. He must save Lei Tingyu. He steeled his heart and activated the Xiantian soul-eating armor. The golden divine armor instantly covered his entire body, resembling a deity, and he activated it with all his strength. Xiantian soul-eating. The soul-eating armor, a powerful weapon comparable to the Xiantian spiritual treasure, seemed to sense the unprecedented great enemy behind it. A golden light pillar, several meters wide and incredibly dazzling, crossed time and space, violently striking the enormous phantom of Luo Hu in the void, which was dozens of meters high. Chapter 50. Are you done playing yet? Ding ding. Within 3 snaps of the fingers, the battle power of the true demon Luo Hu dropped from over 100 million points at the first level of the true demon's longevity realm to 990,000 points at the 10th level of the Tai Chi Xuanjing's fetal stage, with his defense halved. Who? Sneaking up on me. Luo Hu suddenly became shocked, letting out a loud roar, abruptly halting his movements, standing guard. Sweat beads appeared on his forehead as his powers suddenly dropped from true demon to heavenly demon. An unfathomable drop. At that moment, Wang Rui suddenly urged his energy, and golden flames shot out, lifting Lei Tangyu from midair like a golden comet tearing through the sky. In a flash, they disappeared from sight. A beam of golden light pierced through the fissures of the abyss in the demon realm, soaring through the sky, landing in a secluded area on a high mountain, revealing two figures, Wang Rui and Lei Tangyu. At this moment, the blazing sun hung high, and the scorching sunlight was enough to dry up a person's moisture. Wang Rui placed Lei Tangyu under the shade of a tree. The heat made Lei Tangyu flush, seemingly going mad, tearing at her clothes, revealing glimpses of her skin. She must be poisoned. Wang Rui thought anxiously, not having time to appreciate this rare, beautiful scene. He suddenly summoned a dark vortex between his palms, using a great technique. A wisp of pink smoke drifted from the dark vortex within Lei Tangyu, and an anomaly occurred. Wang Rui's gaze instantly changed, fixating on Lei Tangyu's skin. Wang Rui felt as if he had entered a fantastical dream. A sweetness and tenderness he had not experienced since departing from his previous life and seizing this body. The unparalleled beauty before him, soft and enchanting, drew him deeply into her tenderness, unwilling to awaken. However, no matter how sweet the dream, one must eventually wake up. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally came to. Wang Rui was startled, abruptly opening his eyes to see an unmatched beautiful face and a pair of icy cold eyes like snow. This beauty was so familiar that Wang Rui's heart sank, realizing he was doomed this time. "You're awake," Lei Tangyu said coldly, her frosty demeanor sending a chill down Wang Rui's spine, making him shiver. Speaking of cold, Wang Rui, Lei Tangyu clearly sensed Wang Rui's abnormality. Her face first blushing, then her cold brows furrowing as she muttered, "Bastard, are you done playing yet? Hurry up." Wang Rui prided himself on not being a petty person, but he certainly did not consider himself a gentleman. He placed his hands everywhere. Lei Tangyu's cold brows relaxed, entranced. In silence, the two once again soared into the heavens. This experience in such a clear state made them forget themselves, intoxicated. Not long after, Lei Tangyu, unable to withstand Wang Rui's vigor, begged for mercy. But at this moment, Wang Rui was not in the mood to be gentle, and now, the stunning beauty Lei Tangyu lay drowsily against Wang Rui's arm, her breath uneven, clearly still not fully awake from the climax. Meanwhile, Wang Rui held on to her. After a long while, Lei Tangyu's complexion returned to normal, and she opened her eyes. "Now that you've had your fun, huh?" she said icily, swatting away Wang Rui's still wandering hand, her demeanor cold as she took out a white dress from the ground's bag and put it on. In no time, her entire aura transformed, exuding coldness, radiating chill, as if the Moon Palace fairy had returned to the mortal realm. She turned to glance at Wang Rui slightly. Wang Rui had already dressed neatly and stood behind her, gazing at her with infinite admiration and tenderness in his ink-black eyes. Lei Tangyu's heart trembled. A hint of unusual warmth in her expression, and the frost on her face seemed to lessen a little. "If a third person finds out about today, I'll kill you immediately," Lei Tangyu warned, her brows raised. "I will keep my mouth shut. If any rumors spread, I won't fight back. Just let you kill me." Wang Rui smiled gently, soothing her with kindness. Having been a young sect master in his past life, he was too experienced. Lei Tangyu was already in the palm of his hand. "Humph, you better keep your word." Lei Tangyu, seeing Wang Rui agree, seemed somewhat flustered, her tone growing increasingly unfriendly. At this moment, Wang Rui, wanting to ease her embarrassment, brought up the earlier incident with Luo Hua. "What exactly was that orb, and what about the red mist? How did it affect us?" "That orb is the Seven Desires Demon Pearl, a primal spiritual treasure of the Heavenly Demon Sect. It can manipulate a person's joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. The mist is the aura of desire," Lei Tangyu explained, her face flushing slightly. "So that's how it is," Wang Rui exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "No wonder it was a primal spiritual treasure. It made sense that the backlash from my great technique affected me. How did we escape from the hands of the true demon Luo Hua of the Eternal Life Secret Realm?" Lei Tangyu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze on Wang Rui. Wang Rui hesitated for a long time, and Lei Tangyu's expression grew increasingly grim. With no other choice, he could only reveal the secret of the Xiantian soul-eating armor, claiming it was due to his deep fortune that he obtained the Xiantian's spiritual treasure, while the matter of the holy beast Taotai remained deeply hidden in his heart. Truly great fortune, Lei Tangyu sighed deeply. The Xiantian spiritual treasure could indeed serve as a sect-defending artifact. Ashura is the son of the heavenly demon sect's leader, Ashura. I only exchanged supernatural powers with him. Lei Tangyu's expression was complex, with a hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth as she coldly stated. Chapter 51, The 5 Demons Dismembered. Lei Tangyu frowned. "No, we still have 2 days until the deadline. I'll take you to the teleportation passage." "Okay." Wang Rui readily agreed. Lei Tangyu flicked her finger, and an arc of electricity transformed into an electric dragon. The two mounted the dragon's back and shot back in the direction they had come from. This time, Wang Rui did not sit far away from Lei Tangyu, but instead sat closely beside her. Lei Tangyu's eyes showed a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. But she did not erupt. Two people were each lost in their own thoughts when, suddenly, from behind a tall mountain in the distance, a long streak of azure flame and a silver rainbow shot forth like two comets, blocking the electric dragon and revealing two young men, one dressed in green and the other in silver. The one in green was Wu Ming, a secret disciple of the reception hall. Lei Tangyu, I finally found you. Wu Ming stood in midair, shouting loudly. And then his eyes turned to Wang Rui with a wicked smile. I didn't expect you, Lei Tangyu, to act so high and mighty, yet so quickly find yourself a man. Wu Ming, are you looking to die? Wang Rui stood on the back of the dragon, furious. A mere second-level true essence realm cultivator dared to speak such vile words. What? You dare insult a secret disciple? Who do you think you are? Wu Ming was enraged that an inner court disciple would be so arrogant. Wu Junior brother, step aside. I'll clarify things with Junior sister Lei. The silver-clad figure spoke slowly. His voice was like the sound of gold being cut or stone being split, and as he spoke, invisible silver sword chi seemed to shoot from his lips, carrying a chilling aura that tore through the void. Wang Rui looked closely at this peculiar person, dressed in silver. He was young but had a head full of silver hair, and even his eyebrows and eyelids appeared silver. His emotionless silver eyes gazed at Wang Rui and Lei Tangyu. Great identification technique. Wang Rui's eyes focused on the person before him, revealing countless images. Jing Yinzi, identity, core secret disciple of the refining god palace. 4th level of the Taiji profound realm, Qian Kuan realm, combat power over 100,000. Special skills, Great Jing sword chi, instant kill technique, alchemy. Special treasure, Great Jing flying sword. Heaven and earth luck, weak. Probability of victory, 30, can win if self-destructing. Don't act rashly. This person is formidable. He cultivates the Great Jing sword chi, which is extremely fierce and deadly. If he strikes, people will die, Lei Tangyu warned Wang Rui, advocating for a steady approach. The 8 great supernatural abilities of the refining god palace, including Great Refining Alchemy, Thunderbolt Lightning Blade, 1,000 Miles Ice Seal Technique, Great Jing Sword Chi, and others, could only be cultivated by core secret disciples. Junior sister Lei, first, I've heard that you have a past with the demon sect's young master, Ashuro, and I would like you to clarify this. Second, I heard that you displayed great power at the reception hall, killing over 10 fellow disciples. I came here today to clear my doubts. Jing Yinzi spoke while his silver eyes scanned the surroundings, clearly a scheming person. Wang Rui sneered inwardly. These two bastards had clearly followed Lei Tangyu to the demon star, intending to harm her while she was alone, yet they spoke so grandly. Ha, Lei Tangyu. Will you not surrender and tell us about your disgraceful deeds with the great demon Ashuro? Wu Ming laughed heartily, confident in his victory. With senior brother Jing Yinzi at the 4th level of the profound realm, plus myself, how could we not subdue one Lei Tangyu? Lei Tangyu's brows furrowed, about to erupt. But Wang Rui stepped forward to shield her. Wu Ming, is it? You're a secret disciple? Wang Rui's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. What? Now you're scared? If you're afraid, kneel down. After I'm done with Lei Tangyu, we'll see if I spare your life. Wu Ming glared fiercely, threatening Wang Rui. Wang Rui suddenly laughed wildly. Huh? What a madman. Wu Ming and Jing Yinzi exchanged disdainful glances. I laugh because your name, Wu Ming, will be etched in the history of the refining god palace. Future generations will remember you and discuss you. You also know that I will be famous for capturing and killing the secret disciple Lei Tangyu, who colluded with the demon race. You have some insight. Wu Ming's malicious expression eased a bit. Yes, you, Wu Ming, will be remembered for being a core secret disciple of the Taiji profound realm. Yet you were killed by an inner court disciple. Wang Rui shouted fiercely. Suddenly, a dark vortex appeared behind Wu Ming, unfathomably deep. In an instant, 5 demon puppets leaped out, their demonic energy soaring to the sky, pouncing, embracing, grabbing, lifting, each letting out a roar, and then tearing. A shrill scream echoed. Blood splattered everywhere, and a pile of severed limbs, intestines, and organs lay on the ground. Wu Ming's eyes bulged in fear and confusion. 5 horses dismembered. No, it's 5 demons dismembered. One of the demon puppets swiftly snatched Wu Ming's golden storage bag from the ground and leaped into the dark vortex, disappearing from sight. The remaining 4 demon puppets lunged at Jing Yinzi. Jing Yinzi hadn't reacted, yet when his junior brother Wu Ming had already been killed without a complete corpse, he felt the stench of the demon race piercing his nose, and the 4 demon shadows charged at him fiercely, closing in an instant. In a panic, He waved his 5 fingers. Chi. In the void, for incredibly sharp silver sword, Chi sliced towards the 4 demon puppets. This silver sword Chi was over 10 meters long and as wide as a door, gleaming brightly, sharp and unmatched, seemingly able to cut through anything. Compared to the Thunderbolt lightning blade, it had an even more violent momentum. The Great Jing Sword Chi, one of the 8 great supernatural abilities of the Refining God Palace. Jing signifies strength. All things have substance, incredibly resilient. Once mastered, the Great Jing Sword Chi could obliterate anything with a single blow, surpassing all flying swords. With the sword as the path, one could roam the world, becoming a carefree sword immortal. The sword light ripped through the air, striking down, and the 4 demon puppets were momentarily stunned by the invincible momentum of the Great Jing Sword Chi, seemingly about to be shredded apart. Seeing the situation was not right, Lei Tingyu coldly snorted, flicking her fingers slightly, causing a thunderous boom. In the void, a massive thunderbolt erupted. Zila. 4 dazzling arcs of bright white lightning flashed, tearing through the void, instantly killing everything, colliding violently with the 4 Great Jing Sword Chi, and disappearing without a trace. Wang Rui willed it, and the 4 demon puppets quickly fled into the vortex, escaping. 4th level of the Taiji Profound Realm, Qian Kuan Realm. Jing Yinzi's face changed colors. Surprised that Lei Tingyu had broken through to the 4th level of the Profound Realm in such a short time. Truly a peerless genius. Let us go. Jing Yinzi decisively decided. If they stayed any longer, life and death were uncertain. He no longer hesitated, stepping forward and transforming into a silver rainbow, streaking across the sky with incredible decisiveness, a hero of this generation. Are we really just going to let him go? Wang Rui looked at Lei Tingyu in surprise. Wang Rui's heart sank. It turned out Lei Tingyu had discovered Ashuro hiding in the shadows. Chapter 52, Demon Young Master Ashuro. In the far distance, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly came through. Jing Yinzi's piercing roar echoed. 5 demon technique. You are Ashuro. Did you think you could escape? A voice filled with malice responded. 5 demons devouring souls. Suddenly, 5 enormous, sinister demon shadows rose from the distant sky. Red, white, black, green, and blue. Ha! Do you think you, Ashuro, can kill me? Jing Yinzi's manic laughter spread forth. Great Jing Sword Chi. Instant kill technique. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Above the 5 enormous demon shadows, several dazzling silver sword Chi suddenly appeared, vibrating intensely, flashing, as if the heavens and earth were resonating. The sword Chi struck down fiercely, suddenly vanishing and reappearing, traversing time and space. The 5 demon shadows had no time to react before they were violently struck on their heads. Clang, 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 clang. 5 loud noises erupted, a violent silver-white light exploding forth. Instant kill technique. You actually mastered the instant kill technique of the Great Jing Sword Chi, with Sword Chi teleporting without a trace, invincible. During the last war between immortals and demons, the master of the Refining God Palace, Ling Su, didn't he know how many members of the demon sect he killed using this technique? A faint figure stood in midair, watching as a faint silver rainbow fled into the distance. Wang Rui watched from afar as Jing Yinzi and Ashuro clashed, the instant kill technique causing the heavens and earth to resonate, killing everything. He couldn't help but admire one of the 84,000 techniques, the instant kill technique. Truly impressive. At this moment, the figure in the distance flew through the air, rapidly approaching Wang Rui and Lei Tingyu. In an instant, a man appeared, stepping down with a shocking aura, hands clasped behind his back, slowly descending from the clouds. He looked very young, handsome, and confident, with a jade hairpin holding his hair up. His gaze was disdainful, filled with arrogance, as if he was the main character of the mortal world. A celestial being descended to earth, a ruler of heaven and earth. Is this Azura? Wang Rui's expression was serious. Great identification technique. Azura. Identity. Young master of the Heavenly Demon Sect. 5th level of Heavenly Demon. Combat power value over 200,000 points. Equivalent to the 5th level of the Mysterious Realm in the Alien Realm. Special skills. 5 demon technique. Demon bow shaking heaven arrow. Heavenly demon disintegration technique. Innate demon technique. Alchemy. Special treasure. 5 demon order. Heaven and earth fortune. Present. Victory probability. 0%. But if self-detonation is possible to win. Tingyu omelette. This is an arm of Gung Yinzi, to calm your nerves. Azura suddenly threw the bloody arm he was holding far away. Lei Tingyu frowned slightly and coldly said, Azura. Back then when we met in Fusong, we were surrounded by 10,000 demons. You and I had no choice but to exchange our divine powers and merge celestial and demonic forces to escape the calamity. We owe each other nothing. So we have no relationship. Please show some self-respect. Tingyu, I like your temperament. daring to confront even true demon Luoho? You should know that my father, Azura, is wary of him, but if anything happens to you, I will definitely kill him. Young Master Azura looked at Lei Tingyu with tenderness, extremely gentle, not at all angered by her words. Even the onlooker Wang Rui could feel his unwavering determination and patience to pursue Lei Tingyu. Humph! Wang Rui was furious. How dare you have impure thoughts about my woman? Young Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect? I am still the Young Master of the Spirit Control Sect. What are you, Young Master Azura? Acting like a lovesick fool. Wang Rui's expression turned harsh, mocking Azura. Young Master Azura's face changed unpredictably, and he said, Since you have protected Tingyu, I want to hold it against you. I will reward you with 2 flying swords. You can take them and leave. As he spoke, 2 white flying sword artifacts appeared beside him, looking like a pair of mid-level artifacts. Ha! Wang Rui laughed heartily, waving his hand, summoning the Spirit Flood Dragon Sword, Demon Dragon Blade, Thunderbolt Flying Sword, Spirit Wood Sword, Earth Gathering Sword, and Jade Water Sword. Azura, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think you can reward me with artifacts? I am from the Celestial Tao Overlord Sect, and you are a demon. Water and fire do not mix. If you don't leave, I will definitely slay demons. A sharp killing intent surged from Wang Rui, spreading out. You, insolent. After being slapped in the face multiple times in front of his beloved, Azura's face twisted, his body trembled slightly, ready to strike. Well said, Wang Rui. Lei Tingyu stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Wang Rui, and said calmly, Azura, don't be overly sentimental. You and I are one celestial, one demon. A conflict of water and fire. The celestial demon battlefield is about to open. If you continue to entangle with me, the consequences will be unimaginable. Seeing that Lei Tingyu seemed ready to stand with Wang Rui, Azura knew he wouldn't gain anything. Good, good. Your name is Wang Rui, right? I remember you. No one has ever dared to oppose me. You are courting disaster today for offending Young Master of the Heavenly Demon, and you will have no place to die. But today, for Tingyu's sake, I will spare you this time. If I see you again, humph. Aren't you afraid of offending the Heavenly Demon Sect and inviting calamity? Lei Tingyu raised an eyebrow, looking at Wang Rui with great interest. Dare to touch my woman? That's like the birthday boy hanging himself, asking for a long life. An invisible, domineering aura circulated around Wang Rui. Oh, Lei Tingyu was somewhat surprised. Her eyes changed slightly, and a hint of a smile appeared on her face, which was usually as cold as a 1,000-year iceberg. Tingyu, let us go? Wang Rui asked. Lei Tingyu didn't hesitate, waving her hand. A small interstellar teleportation portal appeared, and she stepped into it. With a flash of golden light, both she and the portal instantly vanished. Wang Rui stood in place for a long while, realizing that there was a storm waiting for him at the Refining God Palace. Whatever, he would face whatever came his way. He concentrated his thoughts, and the Xiantian soul-devouring armor enveloped him as he shot towards the nearby portal leading to the Demon Forbidden Land. The training in the Demon Forbidden Land had reached the 7th day. The leaders of the 7 major celestial sects were now focused on the Dark Passage, their expressions stern yet filled with anticipation, waiting for the emerging figures. Suddenly, a young Taoist from the Taiching sect walked out calmly, his robe tattered, his dust brush missing, and his body covered in blood, clearly having gone through a life-and-death battle. Behind him, dozens of Taiching sect disciples followed, all looking exhausted but with hints of excitement on their faces. Chapter 53, the last one to emerge. The disciples came out, bowed to the 3 leaders, Wu Li, Wu Yu, and Wu Jin, and quietly sat down to rest nearby. The 3 Wu disciples from the Taiching sect exchanged glances with a hint of delight, provocatively looking at the other sections. The other sect leaders showed no expression, but the elder from the Refining God Palace rolled his eyes and snorted in dissatisfaction. These young ones are too arrogant. Following that, disciples from the 7 sects emerged one after another from the Demon Forbidden Land, all bearing wounds and bloodstains, looking fatigued, and then began to rest and eat at their respective sect positions. From morning until night, as the moon rose high, disciples from various sects appeared, some in groups of dozens or hundreds, while others were few in number, some looking jubilant, others dejected, and still others showing relief. Among the emerging disciples, the Refining God Palace had the fewest members. After all, only Yin Lixing from the top 10 disciples of the Dragon Gate list came, and he was killed by Wang Rui. Over 1,000 had died from the ambush by demonic beings as soon as they entered the Forbidden Land, so naturally, the number of survivors was the least. The elder from the Refining God Palace looked very displeased, fearing they would come in last and be laughed at by the other 6 sections. Wang Rui strolled towards the exit from the Demon Forbidden Land to the mortal world, along the way battling monsters, killing demons, and collecting spiritual herbs, feeling exceptionally pleased. He hardly needed to lift a finger. 8 heavenly demon puppets were handling the monsters, gathering herbs, and mining everything perfectly. If only the gluttonous Taihao could control more than 8 heavenly demon puppets to elevate them to heavenly demons, they would be invincible. Approaching the exit, Wang Rui began to sort through his haul. 6th grade demonic centipede inner cores, 6th grade demonic centipede shells, and a total of over 500 inner cores from 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade demonic beasts. Over 100 pounds of red gold copper. Over 1,000 pounds of black iron. Dozens of pounds of secret silver, 100 pounds of refined gold, ore, and over 500 pounds of silver mine, along with other precious refining materials. 3 stocks of millennium cold glass grass, 2 stocks of millennium red fungus, 8 stocks of millennium purple cloud flowers, 14 stocks of 800-year-old Heishou Wu, 20 stocks of 500-year-old ginseng, 20 stocks of 500-year-old tianqi, 11 stocks of 500-year-old black ginseng, and over 200 stocks of spiritual herbs over 100 years old. This is a big haul, not counting the magical artifacts. The possessions of a master in the Taiji Xian realm would likely be around this much. Wang Rui, as merely an inner courtyard disciple, had wealth equivalent to a master in the Taiji Xian realm. No one would believe it if he said it out loud. Half of the treasures came from the altar leader that the heavenly demon puppets tore apart, and the other half from the storage bag of the secret disciple Wu Ming. Wang Rui never expected that the altar leader was so rich. Not counting magical artifacts, he was definitely wealthy among the masters in the Taiji Xian realm. He didn't know how many years of treasures he had collected in the abyss of the demon domain, only to meet his end at Wang Rui's hands. As for Wu Ming, he was originally a core secret disciple, and with his father being an elder in the palace, his storage bag contained quite a few good items. Wang Rui's eyes turned as he thought, dividing half of the spiritual herbs and refining materials into a meteorite Shumi ring. His father had said that this ring is a celestial artifact. Anything placed inside it cannot be discovered or taken out by anyone other than the owner, ensuring absolute security. The other half was packed into a Qinkuan bag and placed in his bosom as he walked towards the exit. The number of disciples from various sects coming out of the dark passage was dwindling, with just 1 hour left. The passage to the forbidden land of demons was about to close. After another half an hour, aside from a few scholars from the Langyu Academy, no one else emerged. Hong Xueqing, a disciple of the refining god palace, bit her lip tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Why hadn't Wang Rui come out yet? Did something happen to him? Around her, some disciples who had come out with her exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, eyeing Hong Xueqing with ill intent. After all, she was a mid-tier human immortal with a mid-tier flying sword artifact. Perhaps they were plotting to take it from her, especially since her companion was likely not coming back. At that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the passage. A young man clad in the purple robe of the refining god palace stepped out. With sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an imposing aura, it was indeed Wang Rui, who had arrived at a leisurely pace. Elder Cui Dan was initially overjoyed to see a disciple emerge from their palace, but upon realizing it was only one person and seeing the dark passage shrink ominously, he felt a deep disappointment. Clearly, this was the last person to come out. Wang Rui glanced around, observing the situation outside the passage, and slowly walked over to where the palace disciples were gathered, bowing respectfully to Elder Cui Dan. Elder Cui Dan looked up at the night sky, ignoring Wang Rui. He was in a foul mood. Their palace had the fewest surviving disciples, which meant they had gathered the least amount of precious materials. They had truly embarrassed themselves this time, and it seemed they would definitely lose the 10 Xian Ling Tai Ji Dan. If only a few more disciples from the Dragon Gate ranking had come out, it wouldn't have been so bad. Where was Yin Lixing? Seeing Elder Cui Dan's absent-mindedness, Wang Rui didn't mind. He spotted Hong Xueqing among the disciples, her bright eyes and charming smile directed at him, and he smiled back as he walked over. Hello. Brother Wang. I knew you would be fine. Bastard. How can you speak like that? Brother Wang is a person of great ability. The disciples who had witnessed Wang Rui kill Yin Lixing surrounded him like sycophants, carefully flattering him. Among them, some familiar faces began to ask questions. This was quite a big deal. News of Wang Rui killing the 8th-ranked disciple of the Dragon Gate, Yin Lixing, spread quickly, and the gazes of all the refining God Palace disciples towards Wang Rui changed, filled with suspicion, jealousy, hatred, fear, and respect. Boom. Hong Xueqing felt as if her mind had exploded. In front of so many senior brothers and sisters, how could he be so frivolous? It was clear she had feelings for him, and yet he was so shameless. Suddenly, the passage to the forbidden land of demons trembled, abruptly shrinking and disappearing without a trace. They would have to wait another 10 years for it to reopen. Wang Rui sneered inwardly. Once he became powerful, he could directly enter the forbidden land of demons on the Tianma star, and at that time, the spiritual herbs and treasures inside would be his to take at will. Daoist Wuyo from the Taiqing sect, seeing the passage close, couldn't help but glance at Wang Rui with a smirk, mocking, elderly. I never imagined your palace would be so full of talent. So many disciples made it out alive, and even the last one to come out was from your palace. Truly impressive, I admire it. Elder Chui Dan's face darkened at those words. His palace had the fewest disciples emerging, and he couldn't retort. He shot a resentful glare at the Taiching sect's disciples, remaining silent, feeling extremely frustrated. This was truly embarrassing. The beautiful woman Kai Yi from Lingjian Peak noticed Elder Chui Dan's predicament and quickly laughed to mediate. Time is running out. We should hurry to check the results to determine which sect will take first place in this year's trial, in the Forbidden Land of Demons. Amipa. The old monk in the red kasaya from the Shijia sect chanted a Buddhist phrase in agreement. All right, it seems all disciples from the various sects have emerged. For those who haven tea, disciples with gains should start handing in their treasures. The rest can take a break. Daoist Wooly from the Taiching sect cleared his throat and spoke loudly. Disciples from each sect with gains began to line up to submit their findings, with dedicated personnel recording each person's contributions. Then, the total gains from each sect would be tallied to determine which sect had the most, thereby winning the bets from the other sects. Next to each sect, there were 2 treasure-sniffing beasts. These creatures, resembling small raccoons, could detect any hidden spiritual herbs or treasures over 100 years old within several meters, even if they were in a chinquan bag. Therefore, every disciple emerging from the Forbidden Land, after voluntarily handing in their findings, just like those without gains, had to line up to be sniffed by these treasure-sniffing beasts twice before being allowed to leave, to prevent any disciple from smuggling out hidden treasures. The Forbidden Land of Demons was vast, with tens of thousands of disciples from each sect entering. The Taiching sect, being the strongest among the 7 great sects, had the most people emerging from the Forbidden Land, but not everyone had gains. At this time, hundreds of disciples were lined up to submit their treasures, a continuous flow. The recording little Taoist kept calling out, 5 adult 100-year blood mushrooms, 6 300-year red fruits, 1,000-year jade spirit mushrooms, 2 pounds of purple gold stone, 20 pounds of silver luo Oregon. Soon, the 3 leading disciples of the Taiching sect sparkled with faint treasure light, and a strong medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Seeing the Taiching sect's impressive display, the other 6 sects looked at their own gains, and all their faces changed slightly. The 3 leading Taoists, Wu Li, Wu You, and Wu Jin, smiled with satisfaction, seemingly pleased with the astonished expressions of the other sections. After half a tea time, the Taiching sect's gains firmly held the first position. Surprisingly, the second position was occupied by the Shijia sect's monks and the Langia Academy's scholars, with over 100 disciples submitting spiritual herbs and treasures, making it impossible to distinguish between them without careful counting. Wang Rui's heart sank. He hadn't expected the Taiching sect, Shijia sect, and Langia Academy, which had risen in the past 10,000 years, to be so formidable. Although Lingjian Peak was composed entirely of women, they had also gathered a considerable amount of spiritual herbs and treasures, temporarily ranking third. Conversely, the Shunbing sect, Refining God Palace, and Tiangong Palace, which had been among the 7 great sects 1,000 years ago, fell behind. The Refining God Palace was especially miserable, ranking last. Looking at the small pile of spiritual herbs and treasures in front of him compared to the large heap from the Taiching sect, Elder Chui Dan was so furious he could hardly contain himself, wishing he could slaughter these inner palace disciples for pill-making. Wang Rui sneered inwardly. 1,000 years ago, the 6 sects had united to destroy his Yuling sect, but they had also sustained heavy injuries, leaving only the Refining God Palace, Shinbing sect, and Tiangong Palace behind, likely having just recently regained their strength. As for the other 3 sects, their strength had been severely depleted, leading to their decline and disappearance. This was their retribution. At this moment, the disciples of the Taiching sect pointed and commented on the rankings of various sections. Naturally, the Refining God Palace, being at the bottom, became the target of their attacks. The Refining God Palace is so weak to the point of being unworthy of notice. Indeed, they claim to be one of the 7 great sects, but I think any random sect is stronger than them. Why not give their spot to us? That way, we could share some of their treasures and get more than them while wasting their quota. Wooly and the others did not stop them, they merely smiled slightly, looking at Elder Chui Dan with disdain, then seriously observing the Shijia sect and Langia Academy. The Taiching sect is too much. Too much. This time, not only Elder Chui Dan, but even the disciples were infuriated. What kind of Taiching sect is this? So disgusting. Those Taiching sect disciples are so foul. Just spewing nonsense. The disciples on both sides nearly began to hurl insults at each other, creating a scene of chaos. Half an hour passed, and the vast majority of disciples had submitted their findings. The rankings from this trial in the Forbidden Land of Demons were now quite clear. Taiching sect, Shijia sect, Langia Academy, Lingjian Peak, Tiangong Palace, Shinbing Sect, and Refining God Palace. As the Refining God Palace was left with only Hong Xueqing and Wang Rui waiting in line to report their harvest, Elder Chui Dan's nose was crooked from anger. He had lost all hope and did not expect these two disciples to provide any surprises, especially since one of them was the last disciple to come out. At this moment, Hong Xueqing respectfully took out a Qinquan storage bag and began to pull out items. The recording disciple began to announce 1,000-year-old ginseng, half a pound of 500-year-old cordyceps, 1 pound of 300-year-old blood goose nest, 2 pounds of refined gold ore. Oh, Elder Chui Dan was greatly surprised, and his expression improved somewhat, but only slightly. Although it was still a third less than the Taiqing sect, at least it was not at the bottom, surpassing the Tiangong Hall and the Divine Weapon sect. This female disciple is quite good. It seems she will be the first this time, and a Xianling Taiji pill can be rewarded. The hundreds of disciples who acted with Hong Xueqing in the forbidden area became happy, each one proud. How about that? We are not bad, right? I tell you, there is still a lucky one among us who got a flying sword. What? You got a flying sword? Yes. It was a reward from Senior Brother Wang Rui. From now on, I have to stick with Senior Brother Wang. There will be meat to eat. At this time, the other 6 major sects had already registered all their harvests, leaving only Wang Rui alone. What the hell? The Refining God Palace has the least people and is the slowest to register. What a useless sect. Indeed, there is only one person left. More than a third less than our Taiqing sect. Does he really expect to turn the tide alone? Bah, if he could turn the tide alone, I would immediately eat this knife that can cut iron like mud. Ha ha ha. The disciples of the Taiqing sect became noisy again, each one extremely arrogant. Elder Chui Dan's face was already extremely grim. Wang Rui had just entered the inner courtyard. His strength was limited. What harvest could he possibly have? He couldn't help but shout, "Hurry up, don't embarrass yourself." Wang Rui frowned, thinking, forget it. I might as well help the Refining God Palace win first place. If I gain the appreciation of the elders, it will be beneficial for my development and revenge. Moreover, I need to tell Lei Tingyu and the others about my black history. I must achieve a great merit, and then let us see what they will do. Chapter 55, Turning the Tide. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Rui stepped forward and took out a prepared Qinquan bag. Instead of pulling out items one by one, he poured it out without hesitation. A flash of white light suddenly burst forth, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air as a large pile of 70 or 80 kinds of spiritual herbs filled the ground. Then, with another pour, more white light flashed, and gold, silver, copper, and iron treasures sparkled: red gold, black iron, secret silver, refined gold, ore, silver mine, and a variety of materials, amounting to hundreds of pounds. Originally, the Refining God Palace's harvest was still a third less than that of the Taiqing sect. But with these 2 piles from Wang Rui combined, it definitely exceeded half of the Taiqing sect's harvest. Look quickly. Am I seeing things? This can't be real. The Refining God Palace must have deliberately hidden their harvest to play tricks on us. Suddenly, the ground was filled with 2 large piles of spiritual herbs and precious refining materials, and disciples from various sects were dumbfounded, starting to whisper to each other. And gradually the noise grew louder. The disciples of the Refining God Palace transformed from extreme disappointment to ecstatic joy, erupting in cheers. We won. We won. Wang Rui, hero. Wang Rui, mighty. They rushed forward uncontrollably, hugging Wang Rui, almost lifting him up. After a moment of shock, Elder Chui Dan burst into an exceptionally joyful laugh. This disciple is really good. Truly remarkable. Turning the tide. This is a tremendous achievement. He deserves a heavy reward. Realizing his loss of composure, Elder Chui Dan quickly stopped laughing and began to look at Wang Rui with a smiling, extremely gentle gaze. The more he looked at Wang Rui, the more he felt fond of him. The more he looked, the more pleasing he seemed. Wang Rui felt like he was being scrutinized, with goosebumps rising all over. And he muttered in his heart, Elder Chui Dan must not want to engage in something like that written in the technological world of the Saha world. At this moment, the leaders of the Shijia sect, Langyo Academy, Spirit Sword Peak, Tiangong Hall, and Divine Weapon sect all looked at Wang Rui in disbelief, filled with infinite doubts. Wu Li, Wu Yu, and Wu Jin, 3 secret disciples of the Taiqing sect, had dark expressions, their fingers tightly gripping their dusters with a clattering sound. A boundless killing intent surged toward Wang Rui. What does your Taiqing sect want to do? Are you going to make things difficult for our disciples? Elder Chui Dan snorted coldly, his body like lightning, blocking in front of Wang Rui, his face stern. Now that Wang Rui has achieved great merit, he naturally cannot let this junior be threatened and intimidated by the Taiqing sect in front of so many people. The surrounding disciples of the Refining God Palace were also holding back anger, immediately surrounding Wang Rui, ready to act at the slightest disagreement. Wu Li forced a smile. saying something insincere to Elder Chui Dan. The Refining God Palace has a good disciple. We Taiching sect will remember him. Wang Rui? Elder Chui Dan sneered a few times, not giving a clear answer. After all, the Refining God Palace was the strongest, and he did not want to provoke the opponent more now that victory was in hand. However, he was also puzzled about how Wang Rui could obtain so many spiritual herbs and precious materials, but in front of so many other sects. How could he inquire about this great merit? As long as they can secure first place and let the Refining God Palace win the bets from various sects. He doesn't care how Wang Rui obtained those herbs, whether it was through black means, killing, or other illicit ways. Ha, good. Heroes emerge from youth. The leader of Langyo Academy, a middle-aged scholar in white, praised Wang Rui while stepping forward to hand a storage bag to Elder Chui Dan. This is our Langya Academy's bet. Amipa, this is from our Shurjia sect. An old monk also stepped forward to hand over a storage bag. The beautiful woman Kai Yi from Spirit Sword Peak, her eyes sparkling, threw a glance at Wang Rui and smiled, saying, Wang Rui? Truly impressive. We Spirit Sword Peak will remember you. Then she handed the storage bag to Elder Chui Dan. The others from Tiangong Hall and Divine Weapon Sect also unwillingly presented their bets, and Elder Chui Dan held a handful of golden and silver storage bags, faintly shining with treasure light, looking like they were filled with good treasures. And what about you from the Taiching sect? Elder Chui Dan looked at Wu Li and the others with a disdainful expression. Wu Li certainly did not intend to go back on his word, but such precious items were truly heartbreaking, and he felt a subconscious reluctance to part with them. But now, after being prompted by Elder Chui Dan, his face flushed and paled, and with a flick of his duster, he threw a shimmering storage bag to the other party, then turned away with a pained expression. Elder Chui Dan raised his hand to catch the storage bag, opened it, and after examining it carefully, he smiled widely. It seems the Taiching sect's bet this time is not as good as the previous ones. It looks like it can only be barely acceptable. The three of them placed the Silver Star flying boat down, and the disciples of the Taiching sect boarded the flying boat dejectedly, transforming into several streaks of silver light disappearing into the horizon. Elder Chui Dan smiled at Wang Rui. Originally, I heard that you entered the inner courtyard through corruption, but I didn't expect this time in the forbidden area, you turn the tide. In the future, if I see anyone dare to slander you, I will definitely report it to the Elder of Punishment for severe punishment. The disciples of the Refining God Palace felt a chill in their hearts, all revealing envious expressions. Wang Rui had firmly established his position, and with Elder Chui Dan as his powerful backing, he could walk sideways in the inner courtyard in the future. Palace Master, you must stand up for me. Poor my child Wu Ming, a core disciple of the secret transmission. He was killed by Lei Tingyu colluding with the demon sect, while he and Gung Yinzi were training on Demon Star. Gung Yinzi also had one arm cut off by the demon Shaoshiro. Palace Master, you must stand up for us and execute Lei Tingyu, the traitor who betrayed the Refining God Palace. Elder Qianzi Wu Lai was in tears, crying out to Palace Master Lingxiu. The secret disciple Gung Yinzi was kneeling on the ground, with only one arm left, the other already missing, exposing his bony shoulder. He had a face full of resentment, gritting his teeth and saying, Lei Tingyu and the demon Lord Ashuro are colluding, a pair of adulterers, known to the world. Master, you must stand up for us. You are slandering us. Suddenly, a cold voice came from afar. Lei Tingyu appeared in a fluttering white robe from a mass of icy mist and bowed to the master and the elders. Clearly, it was you and Wu Ming who tracked me to the Demon Star, intending to kill me there. As a result, Wu Ming was killed by the demon, and you lost an arm to Ashuro. Lei Tingyu's icy beauty was filled with righteous indignation, speaking compellingly. Chapter 56, Senior Brother Morongju, Elder of Punishment. What do you think? In the blurred blue light on the central throne, the master's voice was calm and gentle, and it was unclear what his true thoughts were. The Elder of Punishment furrowed his brows tightly and stood up. Master, both sides have their own arguments. It's hard to discern unless someone can prove otherwise. Before the Elder of Punishment could finish speaking, the ground's Gung In suddenly yelled frantically. There is one person, part of Lei Tingyu's group, that inner courtyard disciple Wang Rui. He colluded with Lei Tingyu to secretly harm us on the Demon Star. Aside from a few on the Dragon Gate ranking, didn't all the inner courtyard disciples go to the Demon Forbidden Land for training? Another elder asked in surprise. Lei Tingyu's eyebrows shot up, her eyes glinting coldly. You speak nonsense. I was clearly alone on the Demon Star. After a long while, the master's dignified voice slowly sounded. Good. If that Wang Rui was training in the Demon Forbidden Land, it proves that Elder Wu Lai and Gung In were talking nonsense. According to the sect rules, slandering core disciples will result in the loss of their divine powers and expulsion from the palace. If Wang Rui was not in the Demon Forbidden Land, then Lei Tingyu, you colluded with the demon sect and slaughtered your fellow disciples, and the death penalty cannot be spared. An immense murderous aura, a deep pressure, suddenly descended upon everyone, making it impossible to resist. All those present, whether elders or lay Tingyu, turned pale, their minds nearly shattered, almost unable to stand. The master of the refining god palace, Ling Su Du, truly exuded great power and dominance. One could not tell what realm he had reached. A day later, outside the inner hall of the refining god palace, a gigantic three-legged alchemical furnace, hundreds of meters tall and shining with silver light, shot towards the sky, hovering in midair. The lid of the furnace automatically opened, and countless silver lights poured out, revealing the figures of tens of thousands of disciples in the enormous square in front of the hall. The alchemy elder stood atop the furnace lid, a bit excited, and commanded, "This time, our refining god palace has secured first place in the Forbidden Land training, and the contributions of all disciples cannot be overlooked. I will go report to the master at Alchemy Peak, and there will be rewards." After speaking, he urged the heavenly furnace and transformed into a dazzling silver rainbow, heading towards Alchemy Peak. There will be rewards? That's great. I wonder what the rewards will be. This is all thanks to Senior Brother Wang. Yes. Senior Brother Wang is our hero of the refining god palace. A group of disciples in the square chattered, whether sincerely or insincerely, continuously praising Wang Rui. In the crowd, Wang Rui was like a star being admired, simply smiling. He was waiting for the reward of the Xianling Taiji pill. 2 cracks had already appeared in the door of the Xianjing in his sea of consciousness. And with this Xianling Taiji pill, he would surely break through to the Taiji Xianjing. At that time, he would be a core disciple, a person of power in the refining god palace, with a completely different status. Becoming a core disciple would qualify him to choose one of the 8 divine powers of the refining god palace to learn. He seemed to see the great alchemy technique of the 600 great avenues beckoning to him. He would first refine more spirit control pills to enhance the strength of the golden-furred stone ape, and his own strength would skyrocket. The higher his strength, the higher his status, allowing him to access the palace's divine artifact, the refining god scripture. Suddenly, Wang Rui felt a deep chill that pierced to the bone, enveloping the air, as if he had suddenly arrived in a frozen, icy land. The other inner courtyard disciples felt it even more clearly, seemingly turning pale instantly, unable to help but shiver. In a daze, snowflakes as light as goose feathers fell, swirling and covering the sky, descending upon the entire square in front of the hall, as if it had been transported to the extreme cold of the northern lands. A vast expanse of white snow. When everyone blinked again, they realized it was just an illusion. There was no heavy snow, but the icy chill became even more intense. 1,000 miles of ice sealing technique. A thought moved, sealing 1,000 miles in ice, so powerful. I see even that demon Lord Ashuro pales in comparison to Senior Brother. Ha. Senior Brother's 1,000 miles of ice sealing technique is indeed formidable. Senior Brother excels in the 1,000 miles of ice sealing technique and the Xingtian Xianling record. And in terms of magical power, he is undoubtedly the first among all disciples of the refining god palace. The gluttonous beast Tao Tai exclaimed in surprise within Wang Rui's mind. What? The Xingtian Xianling record. This is one of the top few techniques among the 84,000 techniques, a great divine power. Wang Rui's heart jolted. Even the divine beast Tao Tai from the fairy realm said it was an extraordinary technique, so the Xingtian Xianling record must be extremely powerful. You all should know that 10 years ago, the Yunling Star Great Town Dynasty invited Senior Brother to cast spells to make it snow and alleviate the drought. As a result, Senior Brother directly froze 1,000 miles, with snow deeper than the knees. The Emperor of the Great Town Dynasty even sent his most cherished little princess to Senior Brother as a personal maid. You all are too polite, fellow apprentices. Come, let's go down and take a look. Just then, as a distant, ethereal conversation echoed from the sky, several voices transmitted from the horizon. The voices were extraordinarily ethereal, and the icy chill suddenly receded. Several rays of rosy light appeared in the sky, and faintly, beautiful celestial music floated through the air as several men and women gracefully descended from the rosy light. Flying in the air, they were all core disciples of the Taiji Xianjing level, the nobles of the refining god palace, capable of commanding troops and summoning winds and rains. Wherever the core disciples went, they were like the sun and moon shining in the sky, the focus of all eyes. However, at this moment, they were unusually surrounding a young man like stars encircling the moon. This leading young man wore a star and moon crown, donned an 8-trigram purple sash immortal robe, surrounded by auspicious light and aura, exuding an ethereal presence, seemingly not an immortal, yet possessing a hint of an immortal's demeanor. Great identification technique. With a thought, countless images began to emerge and analyze this young man from various angles. Murongju, identity, master brother of the Refining God Palace's core disciples. Taiji Xinjing, 10th layer. Realm of no confusion in the womb. Combat power value over 10 million points. Special skills, Xingtian Xianling record, 1000 miles of ice sealing technique, alchemy technique. Special treasure, unspoken. Heaven and earth fortune, great fortune. Probability of victory, 0%, can only win by self-detonation. This was the master brother of the Refining God Palace. The master of the Bright Summit, Morongju. The true core strength of the Refining God Palace, able to stand on equal footing with the elders. Indeed formidable. Like Lei Tingyu, a person of great fortune, with special treasures that even the great identification technique could not fully discern. However, it was a bit strange that as the master brother, he had not learned the great alchemy technique among the 600 great avenues, but rather ordinary alchemy techniques. What was the reason? Chapter 57, Nonsense Master Brother. Greetings, Master Brother Morong, and all senior brothers and sisters. As soon as these core disciples appeared, all the inner courtyard disciples in the square, including Hong Xueqing, bowed and saluted, showing great respect, as if commoners encountering a first-rank official of the court, almost prostrating themselves. Only Wang Rui stood proudly, unbothered. The respect of the common people for officials is due to fear of power. However, the inner courtyard disciples' reverence for Morongju was due to absolute strength. I heard that you all secured first place in this Forbidden Land training. Very good. This is the greatest joy for our Refining God Palace in 100 years. Morongju stood in the air, appearing truly like an elder, speaking with ease. The inner courtyard disciples in the square immediately relaxed, with some even overjoyed to receive praise from Master Brother Morongju. You all have contributed. So I bestow upon each of you a Sun Yuan Dan, which can extend your lifespan by 10 years. After Morongju finished speaking, he slightly raised his hand, and amidst the dazzling white light, pure white pills flew accurately into the hands of every inner sect disciple in the square. The disciples were overjoyed and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Senior Brother Morong. The Sun Yuan Dan, when consumed by ordinary people, can enhance their physique, rejuvenate them, and increase their lifespan by 10 years. Morongju is quite generous, bestowing tens of thousands of spiritual pills like this. Does he think he is the master of the Refining God Palace? This is definitely a way to win people's hearts. Wang Rui felt a chill in his heart. Senior Brother Morong, you are truly generous. I can't imagine how many spiritual herbs and how much time it took to refine these tens of thousands of Sun Yuan Dan. Several secret disciples continuously flattered Morongju. Morongju's gaze was like lightning, sweeping over the disciples below, and he slowly spoke in a voice that resonated throughout the venue. Today, in addition to congratulating all my junior brothers and sisters, I have something to investigate. Suddenly, the lively atmosphere in the square turned icy cold, and many disciples fell silent, looking at this senior brother with confusion, unsure of what he wanted to investigate. Suddenly, Morongju's sharp gaze fell on Wang Rui, pointing at him. You are Wang Rui? Huh. Wang Rui was taken aback, his heart racing, feeling as if it had jumped to his throat. What did this so-called senior brother want to do? He looked at Morongju with confusion. At this moment, tens of thousands of inner court disciples were watching Wang Rui, their eyes filled with doubt, not understanding what this new disciple had to do with the senior brother. Wang Rui, we can't afford to offend Senior Brother Morong. He stands on equal footing with the elders in the palace, and even Senior Sister Lei. Seeing Wang Rui silent, Hong Xueqing grew anxious, fearing he would attract trouble, so she gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Yes, I am Wang Rui. What advice do you have, Senior Brother? Wang Rui's mind raced as he calmed himself, slightly cupping his hands towards Morongju. Kneel. Morongju suddenly shouted fiercely. An incredibly powerful and cold-killing intent surged towards Wang Rui, as if a human was crushing an ant, trying to force Wang Rui to kneel. Wang Rui was about to fall to his knees. Great devouring technique. With a thought, Wang Rui's whole body felt like a giant black hole, devouring all the killing intent completely. In his mind, the gluttonous beast immediately shouted, clearly injured. I almost knelt down. Wang Rui was furious, blood surging endlessly, his chest rising and falling irregularly, and he spoke each word with determination. Dare you call me to kneel? I kneel to heaven, to earth, to my parents. What are you? He didn't kneel? This kid has some secrets. No wonder he could seize the dragon capture pillar. Morongju's expression changed, and he harshly reprimanded Wang Rui. Bold Wang Rui, you have quite the nerve. As a mere inner court disciple, you slaughtered your fellow disciple Yan Lixing, seized the dragon capture pillar, and colluded with Lei Tingyu to join the demon cult. You killed the inner court disciple Wu Ming at the Demon Star. And even Gung Yinzi had his arm crippled by the demon Shaoshiro. Do you think no one knows about your dealings with Lei Tingyu? The Refining God Palace will allow you to do as you please? In an instant, all the inner court disciples were stunned. Everyone had witnessed Wang Rui killing Yan Lixing, but now saying he colluded with senior sister Lei and killed Wu Ming, an inner disciple, and that Gang Yinzi, a veteran core disciple, lost an arm. Wait a minute. Didn't Wang Rui always train in the demon forbidden land? It was thanks to him that we ultimately turned the tide. No. Is it possible that the senior brother has a grudge against Wang Rui and is deliberately framing him? It's possible. For a moment, everyone, intimidated by Murongju's authority, fell silent. Wang Rui felt an incredibly sharp aura locking onto him, pressure crashing down like turbulent waves, making it hard for him to breathe. He was furious and rebutted loudly. You talk nonsense. It's not that I want to do as I please. I think it's senior brother Morong who wants to do as he pleases. As soon as Wang Rui said this, the expressions of everyone present changed. Even those secret disciples trembled slightly. A mere inner court disciple, not even at the Tai Chi Xin realm, dared to speak like this, challenging the authority of senior brother Morongju. This had never happened before, and it likely would not happen again. How dare you? What are you to challenge senior brother Morong? A secret disciple behind Morongju stepped forward, ready to teach Wang Rui a lesson. Stop. Suddenly, a commanding voice came from a distance. Everyone was startled, and they saw several figures flying from the direction of the refining god peak. Led by the prominent Elder Chui Dan and Elder Xingfa from the palace, followed by Lei Tingyu, a secret disciple from Ziyun Peak, and finally by Elder Qianzi Wu Lai and Gang Yinzi, a secret disciple from Gungjin Peak. Strangely, both of their faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling, not knowing what had happened. Greetings to the elders. Morongju did not dare to be arrogant, and quickly bowed with the other disciples. Elder Chui Dan oversees all the alchemy in the palace, while Elder Xingfa manages the sect rules and punishments. They are not ordinary elders and stand alongside the transmission elders as the three major powers of the refining god palace. Morongju glared at Lei Tingyu and spoke to Elder Xingfa word by word, with a measured tone. Elder Xingfa, I am currently investigating inner court disciple Wang Rui's collusion with the demon cult, the murder of inner court disciple Yan Lixing, the seizure of the dragon capture pillar, and the harm done to brother Wu Ming, as well as brother Gang Yinzi losing his arm. This is no small matter. I request Elder Xingfa to take this person and Lei Tingyu into custody to uphold the palace rules. Nonsense. What nonsense, senior brother, slandering and framing. Before Elder Xingfa could speak, Wang Rui shouted loudly, disregarding this so-called sect master. Morongju's face flashed with a fierce expression, ready to deal with this audacious kid in public. Morongju, Wang Rui has made great contributions in the assessment of qualifications in the demon forbidden land, helping our palace secure first place and achieving great merit. The Supreme Master has already bestowed the Xianling Tai Chi Dan to Wang Rui, making him a role model for everyone. Elder Chui Dan suddenly exclaimed, raising his hand as a beam of treasure light slowly shot towards Wang Rui. Wang Rui quickly reached out to catch it. It was a pill, fragrant and surrounded by 5 colored clouds, radiating colorful light and spinning continuously. The pill subtly resembled a gate to the Xian realm, with the black and white yin-yang fish slowly rotating on it. Truly a peerless spiritual pill. Consuming it at the peak of the human immortal realm would surely break through the gate to the Xian realm, allowing one to soar and possess magical powers. What is most precious is that even at the peak of the human immortal realm, one's lifespan does not exceed 100 years. And entering the Tai Chi Xian realm does not randomly increase one's lifespan. However, this Xianling Tai Chi Dan, made from dozens of thousand-year-old spiritual herbs as the main material, infused with the essence of the immortal world and refined using the blood of immortals from the eternal life secret realm, can increase one's lifespan by 100 years, allowing one to compete with heaven for another life. Gulp. Many inner court disciples around, upon smelling the strange fragrance, were jolted awake, unable to help but swallow their saliva. This is the legendary Xianling Tai Chi Dan. How fragrant. Even looking at it is worthwhile. They fear they may never have the chance to see it again. What? Morongju and several secret disciples were suddenly shocked. Wang Rui turned the tide during the training in the Forbidden Land? The Supreme Master bestowed the Xianling Tai Chi Dan. Is this to cultivate this kid into a secret disciple? Moreover, judging by Elder Chui Dan's cold demeanor, it is clear he values Wang Rui highly. Just as Murongju's expression changed, hesitating, Elder Xingfa's expression remained impassive, coldly stating, the Palace Master has already verified. The allegations that Lei Tingyu and Wang Rui colluded with the demon cult are mere rumors. Wang Rui was clearly training in the Forbidden Land and achieved great merit. How could he appear on the Demon Star colluding with Lei Tingyu? It is clear that Wu Ming and Gang Yinzi had ill intentions, attempting to ambush Lei Tingyu on the Demon Star, and they deserved their fate. Humph. Beside him, Lei Tingyu shot a cold glance at Murongju, snorting arrogantly. What? Morong-ju couldn't help but blurt out a second what. His face turned pale, and his body trembled slightly. At that moment, the elder in charge of punishment glared with an imposing aura and announced loudly, upon investigation, Elder Qianzi Wu Lai and the secret disciple Gung Yinzi of Gungjian Peak have falsely accused the secret disciple Lei Tingyu and the meritorious disciple Wang Rui. Their crimes are unforgivable. By order of the palace master, their divine powers will be revoked, and they will be sent to the outer courtyard to perform menial tasks as a warning to others. What? The usually unflappable senior brother of the refining spirit palace. Morong-ju, exclaimed a third what. His heart sank, and he involuntarily took a step back. Everyone present was stunned, their mouths agape. The senior brother, who usually exuded confidence and grace, was now at a loss, utterly embarrassed. An elder from the palace and a secret disciple, both figures of high standing, were stripped of their divine powers and relegated to the outer courtyard as laborers. From emperors to beggars, from phoenixes to crows. And all of this was due to Lei Tingyu, and a mere inner courtyard disciple. At this moment, Wu Lai and Gung Yinzi seemed to age 100 years. Their hair disheveled, their eyes dazed, as if they were idiots, obediently having their divine powers revoked by the elder in charge of punishment, stumbling step by step toward the outer courtyard. From afar, the shrill and frantic cries of Gung Yinzi echoed. Palace master, I did not lie. I did not lie. That Wang Rui is on the demon star. He is on the demon star. The elder in charge of punishment and the elder in charge of refining pills exchanged glances, shaking their heads in silence. Gung Yinzi was truly unrepentant, even now refusing to acknowledge the truth and continuing to slander Wang Rui. At this moment, Morong-ju's expression gradually returned to calm. He knew he still had to find trouble with Lei Tingyu and Wang Rui today, which meant going against the palace master and the elders in charge of punishment and refining pills. However, he was 100% certain that the disappearance of his treasure, the dragon capturing stake, was definitely related to Wang Rui. But today, Morong-ju smiled warmly and said to Lei Tingyu with a light laugh, I didn't expect that Gung Yinzi is such a despicable person. I even believed his cries for help. It really is a grievance for junior sister Lei. Lei Tingyu's expression was cold, and she let out a slight hum, as if in response. Just as he turned around, a loud shout came from below. Morong-ju. Suddenly, Wang Rui erupted with a piercing shout. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, staring fiercely at Morong-ju, and through clenched teeth, he spat out. Senior brother Morong, if you want me to kneel today and humiliate my dignity, I will not comply. Just because you are stronger than me, you think you can insult me at will. But I swear, 3 years from now, I will take your life on the life and death platform. The two elders, Lei Tingyu, several secret disciples, and tens of thousands of inner courtyard disciples were all dumbfounded. A mere inner courtyard disciple, who wasn't even at the Tai Chi profound realm, dared to say he would kill the senior brother 3 years later on the life and death platform. Was this a dream? Were we crazy, or was Wang Rui crazy? It was like a penniless beggar declaring to an emperor, I will kill you and take your throne and your beautiful kingdom. Ha! Morong-ju suddenly burst into laughter, saying, in my eyes, you are even less than an ant, yet you dare to challenge my dignity and authority. Don't even mention 3 years. Even if you had 300 years, you wouldn't amount to anything. You just want me not to trouble you in these 3 years, fine. I will give you 3 years, and during these 3 years, I will protect your safety. If anyone touches you, they are going against me, Morong-ju. After finishing his words, he and several secret disciples transformed into beams of light and headed toward the bright summit. It seems that Morong-ju isn't a fool. He immediately saw through part of my intent, which was to avoid trouble for 3 years. He truly is a person of great fortune. Wang Rui silently warned himself. The other disciples were first shocked, then whispered among themselves. Although senior brother Wang is powerful, in just 3 years, how could he possibly compare to senior brother Morong? I think he's gotten carried away by his achievements and is seeking death. Not necessarily. I have high hopes for senior brother Wang, just like in the Forbidden Area training. He surprised me. Wang Rui is really arrogant. Why doesn't senior brother Morong just slap him to death? Of course, who dares to harm senior brother Wang? Even the elders and secret disciples have fallen. Besides, with the elder in charge of refining pills and Lei Tingyu as backing, who would dare to act? The elder in charge of refining pills frowned, secretly alarmed. He didn't expect Wang Rui to be like Lei Tingyu, courageous and perceptive, charging forward like strong liquor down the throat. Such people, as long as they don't die young, often achieve great things. But this 3-year agreement is a bit exaggerated. How could an inner courtyard disciple possibly defeat Morong-ju in 3 years? Does he have some great secret or support? No wonder he created miracles during the Forbidden Area training. Chapter 59, Breaking Through to the Tai Chi Profound Realm. At this moment, the elder in charge of punishment said in a stern voice, silence. Lei Tingyu of Ziyun Peak has killed countless demons on the Demon Star, slaying the human demon Qing Yuzi and a leader of the demon god altar, earning great merit and bringing tremendous honor to our refining spirit palace. Moreover, she has battled against the true demon Luo Ho, gaining significant training and is about to break through. By order of the palace master, she is specially permitted to enter the palace's Xianqi refining spirit true classics for cultivation and to break through to the alien realm. Our refining spirit palace will soon gain another expert at the 5th level of the profound realm, capable of refining magical artifacts. After speaking, the two elders led Lei Tingyu toward the refining spirit peak. What? Tingyu is about to break through again. How impressive. Wang Rui was shocked, muttering to himself. As Lei Tingyu turned to leave, she actually smiled faintly at Wang Rui, her fleeting charm breathtakingly beautiful. Wang Rui vaguely heard Lei Tingyu's distant voice. I will enter the Xianqi refining spirit true classics to focus on my cultivation and may not be able to see you for a long time. That Murongju is exceptionally talented and fortunate, having once stumbled into an immortal's cave and obtained the legacy of the ancient war god Xingtian with boundless elixirs, powerful magical artifacts, and countless cultivation techniques. He cultivates the Xingtian Xianling record with immense power, unmatched among true disciples, and even I cannot compare. Even the palace master expects him to bring honor to the refining spirit palace, hoping he can suppress the disciples of other sects at the upcoming gathering of immortals. But I believe in you. You will definitely win. He truly is a person of great fortune. As Wang Rui listened, his face turned pale. He hadn't expected Murongju to have such great opportunities and encounters, not at all inferior to his own. At worst, they would fight to the death. He's powerful? I'm even more powerful. He has good fortune? I will have even more good fortune. Once I cultivate the golden-haired stone monkey, and the dragon child Basya and Yazi condense into physical forms, even 10,000 Murongjus won't be able to escape death. As the big shots left, the inner courtyard disciples either avoided Wang Rui entirely or walked past him without a word, afraid of getting involved. Some hesitated, unsure whether to greet Wang Rui before leaving. Others came up to Wang Rui, chatting enthusiastically. It seemed that Wang Rui had established his own status in the inner courtyard, and it was quite high. Even after offending the senior brother, many disciples were still willing to associate with him. The Xianling Tai Chi pill was heavy, and a peculiar fragrance filled the room, radiating treasure light. Let us see if this pill is as miraculous as the legends say. Wang Rui tossed the pill into his mouth, tilted his head back, and swallowed it. As soon as the Xianling Tai Chi pill entered his mouth, it was filled with an extraordinary fragrance and sweetness, instantly transforming into an incredibly cool liquid that flowed down his throat into his dantian. In an instant, he felt that his previously maximized blood energy, muscles, meridians, and bones began to slowly strengthen, while his spiritual consciousness surged in his mind, brimming with vitality. This truly is a treasure from the immortal realm. If I don't seize this opportunity to break through to the Tai Chi profound realm, then when will I? Wang Rui closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and performed a magical technique, using the refining spirit secret art to gather the essence, energy, and spirit throughout his body, rapidly circulating and converging at the Baihui acupoint atop his head. The essence is the spirit, the blood is the body, the consciousness is the sea, controlling the rain and clouds, breaking the void, and the magical power is self-created. With the help of the Taiji pill, Wang Rui's mind quickly immersed itself in the art of refining the spirit. The boundless sea of consciousness, at this moment, was not calm as usual, but instead surged with towering waves, tumultuous and overwhelming. In the void above the sea, Wang Rui's naked and robust figure slowly emerged, surrounded by mysterious and refreshing energy that nourished his essence, qi, and spirit, surging along with the waves, becoming increasingly refined. The countless mysterious acupoints and ravines in his mind, which had always been endless and unreachable through any training, were now being crazily impacted by the sea of consciousness, all being developed and utilized. They were filled and nourished. His entire mind was in turmoil, as if a new world was about to emerge. Suddenly, the rising sun appeared. A blazing sun slowly ascended, and within the morning glow, a huge, magnificent, ancient, weathered, and profoundly mysterious gate of the mystical realm appeared, resembling gold and jade, tightly shut, with a black and white yin-yang fish pattern spinning continuously on it, clearly showing two large intersecting cracks above. The gate of the mystical realm. Breaking through this gate would shatter the void and allow him to break into the Taiji mystical realm, enabling him to roam freely between heaven and earth. Come on. Wang Rui exhaled like an arrow, his whole body bursting with energy, unleashing the great diamond technique, the great divine power technique, and the great slaughter technique, all in full force. His golden figure resembled a celestial being, surrounded by endless clear energy, like a god of war, like an immortal. The flames of energy beneath his feet erupted, soaring into the sky like a golden comet, suddenly slicing through the air. And his golden fist smashed fiercely against the gate of the mystical realm. In that instant, it felt as if time had stopped. The sea of consciousness ceased its turmoil. The great sun halted its movement, and the golden fist froze against the massive gate of the mystical realm. The yin-yang fish on the gate spun slightly, and a peculiar black and white light was about to strike Wang Rui down from the clouds, causing immediate failure. The clear energy transformed from the Taiji pill came to life in an instant, firmly supporting that black and white light, barely holding on. Crack, crack. A slight cracking sound echoed, and the two enormous cracks on the gate began to crumble, with more and more fine cracks appearing, resembling a spider's web. Wang Rui suddenly let out 3 loud roars. Shatter the void. Taiji mystical realm. Magical power and divine abilities. Each roar concentrated all his essence, chi, and spirit. It was an exploration of the universe, a worship of life, and a questioning of the soul. One roar after another echoed. It was as if an indestructible hammer was smashing down repeatedly on the already cracked and about to collapse gate of the mystical realm. Crack, rumble. The gate of the mystical realm shattered. Beyond the clouds, in the celestial realm, a massive column of primordial energy surged from the heavens to the abyss, directly pouring into Wang Rui's body. Immediately, the vast sea of consciousness suddenly contracted, changing again, all essence, chi, and spirit transformed into surging magical power. This power felt like an extension of his limbs, as if he could instantly seize the sun and moon, open up heaven and earth. So powerful. Such a refreshing feeling. Ding, the Taotai golden body small success. Xiantian soul devouring armor small success. Great spirit control technique small success. Great slaughter technique small success. Great divine power technique small success. Great diamond technique small success. Great identification technique small success. Master, congratulations on entering the Taiji mystical realm. A series of crisp, childish voices echoed in his mind. It worked. It finally worked. The first level of the Taiji mystical realm, the magical power realm. Wang Rui suddenly opened his eyes wide and jumped up in excitement. Taiji mystical realm. Magical power. He silently roared in his heart. Wang Rui felt a violent and fierce true dragon of primordial energy added within him. Incredibly strong, ever-changing. Capable of ascending to heaven and diving into the earth, overturning rivers and seas. With magical power, he had broken free from the world of ordinary people. Even without divine abilities and techniques, he could possess incredible capabilities, soaring through the air, manipulating water, fire, thunder, and earth, and so on, with boundless power. Chapter 60, Small Success of Divine Abilities. Ha! Wang Rui laughed joyfully, his mind moving, and he stood in midair, lightly pointing at the blue stone wall, aiming from afar. An invisible force burst forth, coalescing in the air into a massive imprint of magical power, striking fiercely against the blue stone wall. Boom! A huge sound erupted. If it weren't for the protective formation of the residence for inner disciples, this blow would have collapsed the house. On the several-foot-thick blue stone wall, a deep handprint appeared. With countless shattered runes flickering, the wall's formation was destroyed in a single strike. He then clawed like an eagle's talon and suddenly struck in midair. Whoosh! The magical power was like a knife or sword, revealing deep 5-fingered cracks on the wall, comparable to a strike from a flying sword artifact. This was still without using full strength. Just a casual blow yielded such power. And the Taotai golden body small success? Wang Rui raised his palm to examine closely. As the magical power flowed, a faint golden light flickered beneath his skin, causing him to nod. He activated the technique, and the spirit flood dragon sword appeared, slashing fiercely against his palm. His expression turned serious as the golden light beneath his skin swam and trembled like a fish, suddenly emitting a hissing sound of breaking through the air, and all the hair follicles stood on end, resembling an invisible metallic forest. Firmly taking this blow from the top-tier artifact, the Spirit Flood Dragon Sword. Ding! It sounded like metal striking stone. And the Spirit Flood Dragon Sword slid off to the side, leaving only a faint white mark on Wang Rui's skin. Gradually, as he retracted his power, that area of skin became rosy, soft, and smooth, and the golden energy beneath the skin disappeared. The golden energy beneath the skin could emit a sound of breaking through the air. How incredibly strong must his muscles and bones be? Even a top-tier artifact couldn't harm him in the slightest. This level of physical strength is rare even in the Taiji mystical realm. Basically, no one could reach it. Now let's take a look at the small success of divine abilities. Wang Rui lightly shouted, Great Slaughter Technique. Great Divine Power Technique. Great Diamond Technique. Xiantian Soul Devouring Armor. A faint dragon's roar emerged, winds and thunder shook, and the figures of the golden dragon and the dragon of vengeance suddenly appeared, even more solid than before, pouncing fiercely onto Wang Rui and instantly merging into him. Ding! The battle power value stacked with the Great Slaughter technique, Great Divine Power technique, Great Diamond technique. The battle power value rose from 10,000 points in the first level of the Taiji Mystical Realm to 50,000 points in the third level of the Mystical Realm. Ding! Using the Xiantian Soul Devouring Armor, the battle power value automatically increased one level to 100,000 points in the fourth level of the Mystical Realm. Good. Such powerful divine abilities. Such a powerful soul devouring armor. Haha. I, Wang Rui, have finally stepped into the Taiji mystical realm that I could not break through in my previous life, with strength comparable to a master in the fourth level of the Taiji mystical realm. This is the first step in avenging the blood feud and dominating the world of mortals. Ha ha ha. From this moment on, Wang Rui was no longer an ordinary disciple of the Refining Spirit Palace, but had qualified to become a secret disciple of the Refining Spirit Palace, able to receive the cultivation ground bestowed by the Palace Master and learn one of the 8 divine abilities of the Refining Spirit Palace from the Elder, transmitting the teachings. Above 10,000 people, immensely powerful, Wang Rui's mind moved slightly, activating the Great Identification technique after achieving small success. Wang Rui, Identity, Young Master of the Spirit Control Sect, Son of Wang Tianda, first level of the Taiji Mystical Realm, Magical Power Realm, Battle Power Value over 10,000 points. Special Skills, Taotai Golden Body, Xiantian Soul Devouring Armor, Great Devouring Technique, Great Slaughter Technique, Great Spirit Control Technique, Great Identification Technique, Great Divine Power Technique, Great Diamond Technique, Refining Spirit Technique, 100 Cracks Ape Claw. Special Treasures, Meteor Iron Subtle Ring, Old Stove, 3 top-tier artifacts, Spirit Flood Dragon Sword, Demon Dragon Knife, Wind Soaring Boots, for artifacts below top tier, Thunderstorm Flying Sword, Spirit Wood Sword, Earth Gathering Sword, Jade Water Sword, Special Spirit Beasts, Golden Dragon, Phantom, Dragon of Vengeance, Phantom, Golden-Haired Stone Monkey, Young, Heavenly and Earthly Fortune, Unmentionable. Oh, there are a few small ants in the corner, and on the opposite wall, there is a small fly. After achieving small success with the Great Identification technique, Wang Rui was incredibly surprised. He hadn't even focused, yet he was fully aware of everything happening in the room. What made Wang Rui particularly hard to adapt to was that the wings of the originally flying fly, which flapped extremely fast, now appeared slow in Wang Rui's eyes. Incredibly slow. The trajectories of the fly's wings, whether they had already reached, were about to reach, or had not yet reached, were all clearly displayed in the depths of his pupils in countless images. Terrifying. The small achievement of the Great Identification technique was so horrifying. Ha! Wang Rui laughed heartily, clenched his fists, and said solemnly, Good. Strike while the iron is hot. Since I have broken through to the Tai Chi Profound Realm, I will go to the transmission hall now and find the Elder to learn the Great Refining Pill technique. The Great Refining Pill technique is one of the 600 great divine abilities, and the Divine Refining Palace has relied on this technique for thousands of years, making it the top brand in alchemy among the immortal sects. Low-grade spiritual pills can lighten the body, strengthen the physique, and prolong life. High-grade pills can enhance magical power, help people break through realms, and even allow individuals to break through the barriers of the heavens and worlds, refining their way to immortality in the endless starry sky. The Great Refining Pill technique. It truly is incredibly powerful. In the immortal realm, there are also immortal and saint-level pills refined with the Great Refining Pill technique, which take on human form, possessing overwhelming strength comparable to immortals and saints. The gluttonous one was also slightly moved. What? Pills can also lead to immortality? The Great Refining Pill technique can refine immortal and saint-level pills? Wang Rui was greatly shocked. This was indeed extraordinary. Hearing the gluttonous one's words, Wang Rui's determination strengthened even more. He must learn the Great Refining Pill technique. He pulled a bell, and immediately a servant came to the door. After instructing them to repair the stone wall, he went straight out, heading directly to the transmission hall. Upon exiting, he encountered many inner courtyard disciples. Some greeted Wang Rui enthusiastically, while others had strange expressions, afraid he would approach and chat with them, hastily leaving as if avoiding a plague. Wang Rui didn't mind. He was just in a hurry. Good. You really came out. Suddenly, a sharp shout rang out. Following that, 6 figures appeared not far away. These men and women were imposing, with extraordinarily strong vitality, each one at the peak of human immortality, almost all more powerful than Yin Lixing, who was ranked 8th on the Dragon Gate list. Are the experts on the Dragon Gate list here to trouble Senior Brother Wang Rui? Of course. If you offend Senior Brother Morongju, How could there be a way out? Wang Rui was in trouble. The experts on the Dragon Gate list had basically all arrived. Hearing the whispers around him, Wang Rui frowned and looked over. The leading man had his hair tied in a bun and wore a silver brocade robe. With Wang Rui's eyesight at the Tai Chi Profound Realm, he could tell at a glance that it was a nice magical artifact. This person was Yin Shinkong, ranked first on the Dragon Gate list, known as the Fallen One. It was said that he possessed a powerful treasure, the Fallen Mirror, which was a celestial treasure that, when activated, specifically devoured others' souls. Incredibly powerful. Besides him, there were 5 others who were also top-ranked experts on the Dragon Gate list, both male and female. What advice do you have? Wang Rui did not look sideways or move, although he did not regard these people highly. He himself was at the Tai Chi Profound Realm and would soon become a secret disciple. What were they worth? Chapter 61. I will take your magical artifact. You are Wang Rui? With this kind of character, you dare to be disrespectful to senior brother Moro? Have you eaten crazy medicine and want to live longer? Yin Shinkong spoke harshly, showing no trace of the inner courtyard leader's demeanor and grace. Behind him emerged a beautiful young woman, her face full of hostility. Since you dared to offend senior brother Moro, what else wouldn't you dare to do? We came to find you today for no other reason. Kneel down. Keep knocking your head until you reach the bright summit, and apologize to senior brother Moro. Then your matter will be wiped clean. It's over. Wang Rui was in for a big loss today. So many disciples from the Dragon Gate list scared him to death. Humph. I see this kid Wang Rui is indeed a good man who doesn't eat the immediate loss. Knocking his head is better than losing his life. The surrounding disciples gathered in groups, whispering to each other, some with excitement on their faces, some looking worried, and others outright gloating. Ha! Wang Rui sneered coldly. I don't even regard Morongju, let alone you bunch of useless people. Get lost. You, ignorant fool. Today, don't say I, Yin Shinkong, am bullying you. I will let you have 3 moves. Yin Shinkong's anger surged, and he suddenly formed a hand seal, causing a bronze round mirror to appear out of thin air in his hand. He gently tossed the bronze mirror. Instantly, this small mirror expanded to over 10 meters high. Towering behind him, the bronze mirror was ancient and full of meaning, with mysterious runes flickering continuously on its surface. At a glance, it seemed to pull in one's soul, making them unable to extricate themselves. An invisible and eerie aura spread out, causing everyone present except Wang Rui to shiver, feeling as if their souls wanted to dive into this mirror. This is the might of a magical artifact, more terrifying than any magical tool. Unaware of the danger. If you insist on giving me your magical artifact, then I will accept it. A hint of mockery flashed in Wang Rui's eyes. After his cold words, accompanied by a fierce, domineering howl, waves of invisible fluctuations suddenly erupted from Wang Rui's body. Like ripples in a wave, layer upon layer, circle upon circle expanded outward. It was actually magical power. What? This is magical power. What? How is this possible? It can't be real. Even if there is the Tai Chi Profound Spirit Pill, it wouldn't be possible to break through so quickly. The surrounding disciples gasped in shock, expressing their disbelief. A few disciples beside Yin Shinkong involuntarily took a few steps back. Countless shocked and fearful eyes were fixed on the howling Wang Rui. At this moment, Wang Rui's purple robe was billowing, and an incredibly violent pressure emanated from his body, like a sleeping dragon awakening to shock the world. A fierce tiger leaping from the forest to shake the universe, with the sound of a giant dragon's roar and a tiger's howl. He soared into the air. Powerful magical energy like a stampede of horses, like the Yangtze River, surging endlessly, sweeping across the world. Wang Rui displayed the strength of the Tai Chi Profound Realm, invincible in the inner courtyard, ruling the world. Yin Shinkong, you rely on a magical artifact to occupy the first place on the Dragon Gate list. I think your name is not right, and your words are not smooth. Now you still look down on others? You want to let me have 3 moves? What do you think you are? Today, I will take your magical artifact, and that will be your apology to me. The Tai Chi Profound Realm. One step to the heavens. I am the noble, while you are the ant. Today you look up to me, and in the future, you will forever look up to me. Ha ha. Wang Rui's long laugh shook the entire venue, and no one dared to move an inch. At this moment, even a blind person could tell that Wang Rui had already reached the strength of a secret disciple. Such a small inner courtyard was like a pool, unable to contain this true dragon. Senior brother Wang, soaring in the air, Tai Chi Profound Realm. Indeed, it is the Tai Chi Profound Realm. Senior brother Wang is truly a peerless genius, having stepped into the Tai Chi Profound Realm. No wonder he dares to challenge senior brother. Yin Shinkong, you wolf-hearted thing. Still not kneeling down to apologize to senior brother Wang. You people on the Dragon Gate list usually act tyrannically. I have long looked down on you. Still not kneeling down to beg senior brother Wang for mercy. At this moment, the public opinion turned upside down, and all the disciples erupted in a wave of denunciation, demanding these few disciples from the Dragon Gate list kneel down and apologize. Yin Shenkong was overwhelmed with a hysterical impulse, filled with jealousy, boundless envy, immense regret, and a gnashing of teeth in curse and fear. He regretted why he had to wade into this muddy water today, when even senior brother Morong said he wouldn't trouble him for 3 years. The objects of his curses and fears were all one person, Wang Rui. What? How can there be magical power fluctuations in the inner courtyard residence? Could it be that our divine refining palace is in great luck? Is there another disciple advancing to become a secret disciple? This is a great achievement. Let's go see what is going on. At this time, in the depths of the inner courtyard hall, several elders who were chatting hurriedly rushed out. Wang Rui's thoughts stirred slightly, and without a sound, his figure soared through the air like a streak of starlight, as swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Yin Shenkong. His golden right palm opened wide like a giant eagle's claw, descending towards the artifact, the fallen mirror, behind Yin Shenkong. Yin Shenkong felt an invisible force tearing through the air, causing the surrounding air within a radius of several meters to suddenly stagnate. His body felt as if it was being trampled by 1,000 troops, and he was violently thrown back. The massive eagle claw emitted a faint golden light, grabbing the fallen mirror tightly in its grasp. The artifact, sensing the urgency of the situation, trembled violently, nearly breaking free. A beam of chaotic light, as thick as a water barrel, burst forth from the bronze mirror, shooting straight at Wang Rui. Wang Rui was startled. His soul shook violently, as if it were about to escape and rush into the fallen mirror. The soul represents Yang, and the spirit represents Yin. When Yin and Yang are harmonized, it is the way of righteousness. Wang Rui focused his mind, unleashing the full power of his Taotai golden body. His spirit slightly radiating golden light, remaining perfectly still. His entire being resembled a diamond statue, with a faint golden glow emanating from his skin. In an instant, the dazzling golden light became blinding, as if a celestial being had descended upon the mortal realm, exuding immense majesty. Yin Shenkong saw the fallen mirror strike Wang Rui fiercely and felt immense joy in his heart. With this treasure, even if you are a disciple of the Taiji profound realm, you may not be able to withstand it. However, in a moment, he was dumbfounded, as Wang Rui seemed completely unfazed. Collect. Wang Rui let out a fierce roar, gripping the fallen mirror tightly. He channeled his power into the mirror, and in an instant, a drop of essence blood transformed into a blood figure that vaguely resembled Yin Shenkong, displaying a look of unwillingness, clawing and flailing. Scatter. A beam of incredibly pure magical power shot forth like an arrow, striking the blood figure and instantly turning it into blood mist, vanishing without a trace. Yin Shenkong let out a scream, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain, and he immediately fainted on the ground. With Yin Shenkong's essence blood forced out, the fallen mirror lost its master, its light dimming. Wang Rui casually tossed it into a black vortex that appeared out of nowhere, feeding it to the Taotai. After consuming this artifact, I'll advance to the second level of the Taiji profound realm, the true essence realm. The Taotai laughed like a child. Not bad. Last time I ate the Yin Demon Luo gourd, and today I've eaten this fallen mirror. The Taotai advancing to the second level of the profound realm can definitely devour the energy of the fourth level of the profound realm, the Qiankuan realm. Wang Rui nodded inwardly. Chapter 62, A Severe Lesson. After collecting the fallen mirror, Wang Rui slightly turned and glanced at the few people who had come with Yin Shenkong. The disciples from the Dragon Gate ranking looked extremely terrified and took several steps back. The beautiful young woman who had originally scolded Wang Rui and demanded he kneel suddenly changed her expression and dropped to her knees, banging her head on the ground repeatedly, pleading in a trembling voice, "Brother Wang, I beg for your mercy. I am not a person. I kneel to apologize, hoping you can spare me this once." The 4 men beside her showed difficulty, feeling shameful to be as shameless as this woman. After all, they were disciples of the Dragon Gate ranking and were used to being above others in the inner courtyard. They really couldn't bring themselves to do it. One man dressed in an 8-trigram purple robe stepped forward hesitantly and cupped his hands to Wang Rui. "Brother Wang, we were misled by Yin Shenkong. I hope you won't take it to heart." Die. Before he could finish speaking, a thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder, nearly scaring him out of his wits. He looked up abruptly. A beam of golden magical power sliced through the void, directly striking him. With a sound like an explosion in the air, his perspective made a 360-degree turn. Wasn't that his own body? How? No head. Everything went black. The remaining 3 men didn't blink, immediately kneeling and banging their heads several times against the ground, not daring to use their energy to protect themselves. Their foreheads turned purple, and blood oozed out. I'll spare you today. Since you are disciples of the Dragon Gate ranking, you must strive to be the best among the inner courtyard disciples and bring glory to the inner courtyard. Don't just follow the crowd. And absolutely do not seek favor from the powerful. Do you understand? Wang Rui spoke with an imposing demeanor, lecturing these Dragon Gate disciples. This was the essence of the Taiji profound realm, the style of a secret disciple. The kneeling men and women dared not retort, only nodding repeatedly in agreement. Brother Wang, you are right. We will definitely heed your teachings. Good. Wang Rui smiled, satisfied with a slight nod, soaring into the air towards the hall of transmission. Once Wang Rui left, the surrounding disciples watching the spectacle erupted into a frenzy, chattering nonstop. Yin Chengkong is finished, without the fallen mirror. He won't even make it into the top 10 of the Dragon Gate ranking. Truly, an emperor turned into a beggar. He deserves it. Those trash. If I were Brother Wang, I would never let them off lightly. Sigh, Brother Wang is so magnanimous. He turned the tide in the forbidden area. Breaking through to the Taiji profound realm is truly a rare genius. Moments later, several elder attendants inquired about the situation and became furious. Although Wang Rui had just advanced to the Taiji profound realm and had not officially become a secret disciple, as an inner courtyard disciple, he actually dared to insult someone who was destined to become a secret disciple. They should be punished. Heavily punished. You few, starting tomorrow, you will serve as laborers for a month, and then enter the immortal demon battlefield for a month. Being assigned as laborers for a month as disciples of the Dragon Gate ranking was a humiliation, an unimaginable humiliation. Entering the immortal demon battlefield for a month was a life and death situation. All the inner courtyard disciples around were shocked upon hearing this punishment, dumbfounded and silent. With only one thought in their minds, this is a terrifying punishment. Wang Rui flew through the air like a thunderbolt, quickly arriving at the main peak of the Spirit Refining Mountain Range, the highest peak, the Spirit Refining Peak. At the summit stood a grandiose palace, the Spirit Refining Palace. The Spirit Refining Palace was resplendent and magnificent, as if it were above the clouds, shrouded in mist, resembling a heavenly palace. Humph! Wang Rui snorted coldly. This Spirit Refining Palace is just like it was 10,000 years ago. I was once a distinguished guest here. Wang Rui landed in the central square of the Spirit Refining Palace, where several small Taoists greeted him. Upon learning that Wang Rui was there to advance to a secret disciple and learn divine powers, they did not dare to be negligent and quickly led him to the Hall of Transmission. This is the Hall of Transmission, where you will advance and learn divine powers. We have already informed the 3 great elders, but you still need to undergo their assessment. If all goes well, you will successfully advance to a secret disciple, receive a divine power, and a peak for cultivation. From now on, you will be a person of great authority in the Spirit Refining Palace, above all. As the small Taoists spoke, they brought Wang Rui before a gigantic palace. The palace had a vermilion door adorned with a golden plaque, on which 3 large characters were written, Hall of Transmission. Wang Rui's heart tightened, and he nodded slightly, walking slowly inside. The Hall of Transmission was enormous, hundreds of meters long and wide, quite spacious. In the center were 3 large meditation cushions, upon which sat 3 elders, the Pill Refining Elder, the Transmission Elder, and the Punishment Elder. These 3 were the heads of the Elders' Council, wielding immense power and authority. The Pill Refining Elder, with his hair grizzled and a rosy complexion, had a long beard and sharp, radiant eyes. He smiled gently at Wang Rui. The Punishment Elder, whom Wang Rui had seen before, appeared as an ordinary middle-aged man, serious and very imposing. Only the Transmission Elder was someone Wang Rui was seeing for the first time. This elder looked like a handsome young man, which was quite strange. You are here to advance to a secret disciple, aren't you? Although the Transmission Elder looked young, his voice was old and authoritative. Wang Rui felt a jolt in his heart and quickly bowed to pay his respects, greeting the 3 elders. Brother Punishment, what do you think of him? The Transmission Elder asked the Punishment Elder. The Punishment Elder's eyes flashed with unusual light, and a strange magical power swept over Wang Rui. Wang Rui felt that every inch of his muscles, meridians, bones, and consciousness was being seen clearly, leaving nothing hidden. The holy beast Taotai had long since merged with Wang Rui. How could a Punishment Elder possibly discover the mystery within? The Punishment Elder slowly withdrew his gaze and said, No problem. Not a demon or monster. He can advance to a secret disciple. Good. The elder in charge of passing down teachings nodded, raised his hand, and a jade book suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was densely filled with many names shining with golden light. He slowly used his finger as a pen and added the 2 characters Wang Rui. In an instant, the jade book trembled, and the 2 golden characters Wang Rui appeared, instantly transforming into countless golden lights that shot out of the palace like birds, flying to various places in the Refining God Palace. clearly announcing to everyone Wang Rui's identity as a secret disciple. The elder in charge of passing down teachings collected the jade book and asked, Wang Rui, among the 8 great divine abilities of the refining god palace, which divine ability do you wish to learn? After a long time, the 3 elders did not respond, only exchanging smiles. The elder in charge of refining pills smiled slightly and said, Wang Rui, do you know how many secret disciples have learned the great refining pill technique? The elder in charge of passing down teachings turned serious and said in a deep voice, among secret disciples, those who can learn the great refining pill technique are 1 in 10,000. For over 10,000 years, there have been only about 100 disciples who inherited the great refining pill technique. Chapter 63, The Pill Book Iron Certificate. What? May I ask why? Wang Rui was taken aback. Secret disciples are all talented individuals. Why is it that only 1 in 10,000 learns the great refining pill technique? No wonder even Morong Ju didn't he learn it. I wonder what the reason is. The elder in charge of refining pills stroked his long beard and said softly, the path of pill refining is vast and boundless. There are countless types of herbs and pill formulas. To learn the great refining pill technique, one must first thoroughly read the pill book iron certificate and then pass a test to prove your qualifications for learning the great refining pill technique. Moreover, from then on, it will consume countless hours of your cultivation time in the path of pill refining, becoming a stumbling block on your road to immortality. Do you still wish to learn the great refining pill technique? Wang Rui suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Thinking about it. In his previous life in the Yuling sect, there weren't many who excelled in pill refining. The disciples who were good at it were treasures in the sect, each acting like they were above others. They had to be proud because what was needed were people to refine antidote pills, healing pills, and pills to enhance magical power. And ordinary pill refining techniques simply couldn't produce high-tier pills. He needed to refine high-tier Yuling pills to nurture the golden first stone ape and various spiritual pills to enhance magical power. Morong Ju had the legacy of the war god Xingtian and countless spiritual pills, so it was fine for him not to learn the great refining pill technique. However, without the support of the great refining pill technique, he really didn't know if he could defeat that Morong Ju in 3 years. After all, he was at the 10th level of the profound realm, in the fetal stage, without confusion. But learning pill refining and the great refining pill technique would consume a lot of his cultivation time. I am willing to learn the great refining pill technique. Wang Rui finally made up his mind and said decisively. The elder in charge of refining pills nodded repeatedly with great satisfaction. Good, good. Your determination is rare in this world. When learning the path of pill refining, do not underestimate yourself. If you pass the qualification test for pill refining, you can immediately learn the great refining pill technique and be promoted to the position of elder in pill refining at the refining god palace, a status even higher than that of ordinary secret disciples. It is said that if one can cultivate the great refining pill technique to a perfect and unobstructed state, they can refine pills with the power of immortals and saints. At that time, where can't you go? Even the immortal realm can be explored. The elder in charge of passing down teachings saw that Wang Rui was determined to learn the great refining pill technique and gently raised his hand. In just a month, it will be time for the pill refining qualification test. Wang Rui was suddenly shocked, his brows furrowing tightly. A flash of white light appeared, and a thin book appeared in front of Wang Rui. He hurriedly held it with both hands. It was neither gold nor jade, and he didn't know what material it was made of, but it was soft yet resilient, with the 4 big characters Pill Book Iron Certificate written on it. Wang Rui, I bestow upon you the Jialan Peak as your temporary palace. The elder in charge of punishments expressionlessly announced the place for cultivation. Comfortable. Finally, I am also someone of status in the refining god palace. Once I climb higher, that town palace immortal weapon, the refining god scripture. Just wait for me to destroy your lineage. Wang Rui kept mumbling in his heart, his expression unchanged as he bowed to the 3 elders and slowly exited the teaching hall. Just as he stepped out of the grand hall, a resounding bell rang behind him, its sound waves vast, shaking the entire refining god mountain range, ringing 21 times. At this moment, on the second highest peak of the refining god mountain range, the bright summit, in the great bright hall, sat the senior brother of the secret disciples, Morong Ju. He was in a contemplative state when he heard the bell and the announcement from the 3 elders. Suddenly, he clenched his fists, stood up abruptly, and his black eyes were filled with boundless killing intent, as if transcending time and space, staring intently in the direction of Jialan Peak. What? He has been promoted to secret disciple so quickly. It seems he is also a remarkable person. Hearing about his 3-year agreement with Morong Ju, on the 3rd highest peak of the refining god mountain range, a woman in red with eyes as clear as stars slowly turned her head to gaze towards the star moon peak. At this time, the inner courtyard erupted in excitement. Some were overjoyed as if they had been promoted to secret disciples themselves. Some sneered repeatedly, while others displayed immense envy and jealousy. Hong Xueqing stood by the window, her bright eyes gazing far off at the vaguely distant Jialan Peak, murmuring to herself, I am ultimately getting further away from him. As long as I can see him every day, even being a maid will be fine. After Wang Rui left the hall, he was led by a small Taoist riding a spirit eagle to his place of cultivation, which was also his temporary palace and foundation, Jialan Peak. After Lei Tingyu was promoted to secret disciple, Wang Rui was next, so Jialan Peak was located near Xian Peak. This peak stood tall like a column, shrouded in mist. With ancient trees, creeping vines, and strange rocks obstructing the way, steep cliffs intertwining, resembling a fairyland. At the peak stood a magnificent and solemn palace, the Jialan Hall. Not bad. Wang Rui was quite satisfied. The guiding Taoist, seeing Wang Rui's satisfaction, respectfully took his leave. Indeed, this moment was different from the past. When he first passed the selection in the outer courtyard to enter the refining god palace, he was looked down upon by the Taoists riding spirit eagles. But now, the same Taoists riding spirit eagles treated him with utmost respect, fearing he might be dissatisfied. This was status. This was power. Wang Rui couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. He slowly stepped into the hall, where several Taoists bowed and stepped aside. The hall was very spacious, with a white jade throne in the center. Wang Rui's eyes sparkled as he quickly walked over and sat down. So comfortable. A mysterious cool sensation spread throughout his body from the white jade seat, instantly sharpening his mind. Not bad. Even the seat was a mind-refreshing artifact. After a moment of contemplation, he took out the book and, with a thought, merged his consciousness into the jade book. Suddenly, his mind shook, and several large characters appeared. Pill Book Iron Certificate. Wang Rui sat on the white jade throne, holding the book, fully immersing himself in it. Unknowingly, day turned to night, and the sun rose again. Only then did Wang Rui slowly open his eyes, unable to help but take a long breath, revealing a trace of disbelief and deep contemplation. The content contained in this Pill Book Iron Certificate was truly vast as the sea, much more complex than the book of the Saha world. It turned out that the path of pill refining originated from the time of opening the heavens and creating the earth. According to legend, the creation god King Pangu could open the heavens and split the earth because he obtained a creation divine pill to assist him, enhancing his magical power infinitely, allowing him to subdue the creation divine axe and succeed in opening the heavens, separating the chaotic world into the realms of clarity and turbidity. Pills are classified from low tier to high tier as follows: spiritual pills, human-grade spiritual pills, earth-grade spiritual pills, heaven-grade spiritual pills, and superior-grade spiritual pills, inferior-grade immortal pills, middle-grade immortal pills. Superior-grade immortal pills, extraordinary-grade immortal pills, royal-grade immortal pills, Emperor-grade immortal pills, Saint-grade immortal pills, and creation divine pills. Chapter 64, Blessed Land. The Pill Book Iron Certificate also recorded countless types of spiritual herbs, their properties, compatibility, cultivation, harvesting, refining, etc. There were also immeasurable pill formulas, of course. These formulas could at most refine superior-grade spiritual pills. There were no formulas for immortal pills at all. For example, the formula for the Yuling sect's Yuling pill could at most refine immortal pills, which was a secret of the sect, a treasured item. There is only 1 month left until the pill refining qualification test. If I can't pass, I will have to wait 5 years. I wonder if I can make it. Wang Rui looked outside the hall. The sun had already risen, and a day and night had passed. He had memorized much from the written scrolls. Besides the qualification test in a month, the most important matter was the 3-year agreement with Morongju. He was at the first level of the Xianjing realm, yet relied on numerous great divine abilities to possess the strength of the 4th level of the Xianjing realm. However, Morongju was already at the 10th level of the Xianjing realm, the realm of not being confused in the womb. He had the holy beast Taotai and great divine abilities, but Morongju had the inheritance of the ancient war god Xing Tian and formidable great techniques. Wang Rui's face was filled with worry as his fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the white jade armrest. Oh, almost forgot. Wang Rui suddenly stood up, grasping his meteorite Shumi ring with an extremely excited expression. His father had said that if he reached the Tai Chi Xian realm, he could unlock the first layer of restrictions in this immortal artifact and gain great benefits. Great. Let us see what's inside the first layer of restrictions. Holding the Shumi ring, Wang Rui used a specific incantation to explore and, with a thought, his consciousness entered the space within the Shumi ring. Suddenly, he felt a faint buzzing in his ears, his body sank, and then he found himself in a strange gray space. This wasn't he, just his consciousness. His entire being had entered. He was slightly startled and looked around, only to see that everything was shrouded in gray mist, completely impenetrable. When he touched it with his hand, the mist was incredibly tenacious. Even with his strength at the Tai Chi Xian realm, he couldn't see through it. Only a small blue stone path beneath his feet emitted a faint spiritual light. This was the sect's treasured immortal artifact. It surely wouldn't harm me. Wang Rui reassured himself and strode forward along the blue stone path. The space within the Shumi ring seemed vast. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, Wang Rui noticed a small silver door in the gray mist ahead, adorned with mysterious symbols that shimmered and flowed. He had arrived. Wang Rui felt joy in his heart and hurriedly pushed the door, which indeed opened, allowing him to enter. Inside was a very ordinary small room, a few meters long and wide, with a stone bed against the wall and a large black alchemy furnace in the center. It was otherwise empty. Wang Rui stepped inside, carefully examining all around, but found nothing unusual. Could it be that there are no treasures in this ring? Impossible. My father would never lie to me. Great identification technique. Meteorite Shumi ring, the sect's treasured immortal artifact, owner, Wang Rui. Even the great identification technique found nothing unusual. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Rui, not willing to give up, knocked around the room, searching for any mysteries. Before he knew it, an hour had passed. Aside from discovering a few small characters inscribed on the stone bed that read Cave Heaven, Blessed Land, he found nothing else. Wang Rui felt a bit disheartened, moved his thoughts slightly, and exited the Shumi ring. It shouldn't be like this. My father would absolutely not deceive me. Why? Wang Rui sat anxiously on the white jade throne, suddenly looking up. Something's not right. I've spent at least over an hour inside the Shumi ring. Yet the morning sun is still in the same position. What time is it now? Could it be that the small room exists in its own world, with time flowing independently, unaffected by the outside world? Wang Rui's eyes shone with fierce light as he carefully checked the time, then with a thought, he entered the Shumi ring again. This time, he specifically practiced the alchemy technique from the alchemy book on the stone bed. After a day and night, he exited the ring to find that only an hour had passed outside. Wang Rui was ecstatic, bursting into laughter. Cave Heaven, Blessed Land. It truly is an immortal Cave Heaven and Blessed Land. 1 hour outside equals 1 whole day inside. With this treasure, I no longer need to worry about time running short. I will definitely pass the qualification test in a month. And the 3-year agreement with Murongju will be a piece of cake. By then, Murongju will have to acknowledge my strength. With no burdens in his heart, Wang Rui felt relaxed. After a moment of thought, he realized that all his energy should be focused on cultivation. No one manages the Galan Peak. And Murongju has many followers. I need to cultivate my own power as well. I need reliable people. For now, only Hong Xueqing is available. Come here. Wang Rui made up his mind and called out softly. Immediately, a little disciple waiting outside the hall entered respectfully. You go to the inner courtyard and bring disciple Hong Xueqing to Galan Peak to serve as a steward. Wang Rui commanded. Yes, as you wish, senior brother. The little disciple immediately left the hall and rode a spiritual eagle toward the inner courtyard. Before half an hour had passed, Hong Xueqing entered Galan Hall with a complex expression, wearing a purple robe, carrying a demon-slaying sword, with bright eyes and white teeth, graceful and elegant just like before. Though she seemed slightly diminished, her beautiful face hinting at worry. Come here. Wang Rui spoke in a slightly commanding tone. Having been a prominent figure in his previous life, he was very experienced and could tell at a glance that Hong Xueqing was worried about their differing statuses and strengths. This needed to be addressed to reassure her and allow her to be a good helper. Hong Xueqing sensed that Wang Shidi seemed a bit different today and didn't dare to refuse. She lightly stepped forward, slowly approaching Wang Rui, her head slightly lowered. Not daring to look up. Come closer. I won't eat you. Wang Rui chuckled. Hong Xueqing's face flushed, and she took a few more steps closer. Still unsteady on her feet, Wang Rui suddenly pulled her, and with a soft cry, she fell into his embrace, soft and fragrant. You. Hong Xueqing was both shy and angry. Just as she opened her mouth, her small lips were tightly sealed, unable to breathe. Gradually, her arms wrapped tightly around Wang Rui's neck, breathing heavily. Wang Rui's heart trembled slightly, and he swiftly lifted Hong Xueqing, carrying her deeper into Galan Hall. An hour later, Hong Xueqing emerged from Galan Hall, radiant and glowing. She steadied herself, calming her emotions. It had been too intense earlier, not considering the dynamics between men and women. First, she needed to go to the inner courtyard to recruit some loyal inner disciples as subordinates for Galan Hall. However, what Wang Shixiang know? What Rui Ge said about distributing spiritual pills monthly for cultivation, and that those who performed well could be rewarded with high-grade spiritual pills or even heavenly-grade pills, was a bit absurd. After all, The Xianling Tai Chi pill was merely a middle-grade spiritual pill. Chapter 65, Master Dan Zhang's Inheritance. At this moment, a dignified voice came from deep within Galan Hall. I will enter seclusion for a month. You all guard the mountain gate well. The little disciples outside the hall quickly nodded in agreement. In the meteorite Shumi ring, Wang Rui sat cross-legged on the stone bed in the cave heaven and blessed land. His eyes slightly closed as he meticulously studied the alchemy book. When he felt tired, he would lie down on the stone bed and continue reading after waking up. Those at the Tai Chi Xian realm were no longer ordinary beings. With their magical power, they could easily fast. Sometimes, when Wang Rui felt bored, he practiced alchemy. This alchemy technique was the most commonly used alchemical divine ability in the Saha world. Basically, every sect would teach it. However, this ordinary technique could not produce high-grade pills. Wang Rui had also studied alchemy in his previous life, so he was quite familiar with it. In just a few days, he mastered the alchemy technique completely. In the Saha world, a month's time in the cave heaven and blessed land equated to over 300 days. Unknowingly, time passed slowly. Wang Rui estimated that the time should be about right. He had read through the alchemy book several times. But to say he had memorized all its vast content thoroughly was unrealistic. This was only possible because he had broken through to the Tai Chi Xian realm, greatly enhancing his consciousness, allowing him to read 10 lines at a glance. Still, he felt uncertain. He didn't know how the qualification test would be conducted. Previous disciples had a significant advantage. Last time in the Demon Forbidden Land, he had obtained a large number of spiritual herbs. Would it be better to refine a batch of pills for practice first? With that thought, Wang Rui became enthusiastic. In his previous life, as a major figure in the Yuling sect, he didn't need to refine pills. He could get whatever he wanted. Well, let us try refining a batch of Yuling pills first, for the golden-haired stone monkey cub to eat. Wang Rui suppressed the excitement in his heart. Sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, selecting some century-old spiritual herbs needed for the spirit-controlling pill. His expression turned serious as he formed a hand seal and directed a stream of spiritual power toward the inconspicuous black alchemy furnace in the center of the room. With a soft hiss, the furnace brightened suddenly, and from its base, 8 fiery red miniature dragon heads emerged, vivid and lively. Each dragon had opened its mouth slightly, seemingly ready to spit fire at the furnace bottom. Wang Rui was secretly astonished. It seemed this alchemy furnace was extraordinary. Wang Rui then channeled all his spiritual power, unleashing 8 streams of energy onto the dragon heads. The dragon heads appeared to come to life, shaking their heads and simultaneously spewing dazzling purple flames toward the furnace bottom, causing the room to become intensely hot. Suddenly, a change occurred. The 8 dragon heads abruptly turned their attention to Wang Rui on the stone bed and unleashed a torrent of fire, enveloping him in an all-consuming alchemical flame. Wang Rui screamed in agony before losing consciousness. Strangely, there were no injuries on his body. The black alchemy furnace began to rotate slowly, then faster and faster. A dim light beam shot directly from the furnace onto Wang Rui on the stone bed. At that moment, he shivered slightly, his lips trembling as if mumbling in a dream, unaware of what he was saying. After an unknown period, Wang Rui suddenly opened his eyes and leaped up. What was this? At this moment, his mind was flooded with the memories and cultivation experiences of the Grand Elder of the spirit-controlling sect, Master Dan Zhang. 1,000 years ago, in the realm of alchemy, there were very few who could be called masters, and Master Dan Zhang was one of them. Ranking just below the Lord of the Refining Spirit Palace, he achieved immortality through alchemy, forging a unique path that elevated the most ordinary alchemy techniques to the Grand Alchemy Method, ranking among the 84,000 methods, second only to the Great Quenching Alchemy. Master Dan Zhang had even refined a low-grade immortal pill, the spirit-controlling pill, which became the foundation for the spirit-controlling sect's guardian beast, the Fire Qilin. Recalling the kind and gentle face of Master Dan Zhang from 1,000 years ago, Wang Rui's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed intently at the dark alchemy furnace in the center of the room. This was Master Dan Zhang's alchemical treasure, the Universe Furnace. Although it was incomplete, it was a profound heavenly treasure, and if complete, it could be an immortal artifact. However, Master Dan Zhang exhausted his life's effort and could not find the missing parts. 1,000 years ago, the 6 sects besieged the spirit-controlling sect, and Master Dan Zhang's physical body was destroyed, with his soul hidden within the Universe Furnace, spending a full 10,000 years in this lightless ring of Shumi. He should have long since disintegrated, but an indomitable obsession combined with a fragment of his soul held on until Wang Rui activated the Universe Furnace with his spiritual power, passing on his legacy before he finally departed in peace. Time flew by, and a month had already passed. Today was a grand day for the Refining Spirit Palace, the day of the Alchemy Aptitude Examination. The Great Quenching Alchemy was ranked 12th among the 3,600 great divine abilities. Alchemy masters were revered in any sect. You could ignore the masters, but you couldn't do without a series of pills for detoxification, healing, and enhancing spiritual power. Moreover, the alchemy elders of the Refining Spirit Palace held a high status, being very united and supporting each other, making for a solid backing. The only downside was that alchemy consumed a great deal of energy and time, causing most to stagnate in their cultivation, making it difficult to progress to the realm of immortality. Thus, disciples who believed they had the ability to advance to the immortal realm generally wouldn't study the Great Quenching Alchemy. The Alchemy Aptitude Examination of the Refining Spirit Palace was held every 3 years, and only inner disciples could participate, while outer and inner disciples could observe as a form of inspiration. This time, over 200 inner disciples participated, and 1 million disciples came to watch. No one wanted to miss it. Why? The prestigious Inner Disciples Examination was a sight to behold. The solemn and resonant bell rang out, and on the expansive greenstone square atop the Refining Spirit Peak, disciples filled the area densely. In the square stood a massive silver, 3-legged alchemy furnace, the Universe Furnace. In front of the furnace stood the 3 elders of quenching alchemy, transmission, and punishment, with wisps of smoke and fragrant aromas wafting through the air, making one feel refreshed. In the center of the vast square were over 200 golden Nanmu tables, each with a black and white jade slip placed upon them. The quenching alchemy elder glanced at the time and surveyed the surroundings before speaking in a deep voice, declaring loudly, "The Alchemy Aptitude Examination consists of 2 rounds. The first round will select the top 10, and the second round will select 1. The final victor will become an alchemy elder and cultivate the Great Quenching Alchemy." As soon as he finished speaking, whispers erupted around, with various opinions buzzing in the air. What? Only one of the over 200 inner disciples can pass. Do you know what that means? That's the Great Quenching Alchemy, one of the top 20 divine abilities. How can it be easily passed? Did you hear? Brother Wang Rui, who advanced to inner disciple last month, is also participating in the examination. Is that true? He just became an inner disciple a month ago and is already participating in the examination? He is bound to fail. Yeah, how could Brother Wang be so unwise? So many people are waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Chapter 66. The examination begins. Silence. The Quenching Alchemy elder reprimanded, and the square suddenly fell silent. He announced loudly, "The first round of questions begins now. You will write down the properties, origins, collection, cultivation, preparation, and compatibility of the countless spiritual herbs in the Book of Alchemy, as much as you can. The one with the most correct answers will win. If you answer incorrectly or overlook 10 herbs, it will be deemed a failure." Over 200 inner disciples wore serious expressions, most of whom were middle-aged or elderly, and it could be said that apart from Wang Rui, the others were relatively older. It was understandable. If they weren't hopeless in advancing to the realm of immortality, why would they invest their energy into alchemy? Each person walked to their respective Nanmu table and sat down. Wang Rui took a deep breath, feeling a hint of anticipation, and his heart began to beat a little faster. The memories and cultivation experiences of Master Dan Zeng, the second-ranked alchemy master in the world 1,000 years ago, merged into his soul, and given time, he would become another Master Dan Zeng. As soon as Wang Rui sat down, the white jade slip on the table opened automatically, and a soft light curtain appeared, displaying various images of spiritual herbs. The inner disciples participating in the examination took up the black jade slips and began recording the names, types, effects, and other details of the spiritual herbs. Wang Rui's expression turned cold as he began to record the information in the black jade slip. Time passed slowly, and the square was quite quiet, with only the faintest whispers occasionally heard. At that moment, a cold snort echoed down from the sky. "Umph. I see Wang Rui knows he will surely fail in 3 years, so he is hiding to study alchemy, hoping to escape this calamity." Everyone was startled and looked up to see that it was the senior brother Morongju, leading a few inner disciples floating in midair. It was one of the inner disciples behind Morongju who had intentionally mocked Wang Rui. "Junior brother, you shouldn't say that. Even if Wang Rui loses on the life and death stage in 3 years, I will still let him off the hook for the sake of our shared sect," Morongju said with a gracious demeanor, a gentle smile on his face as he spoke confidently. "That ambitious little brat Wang Rui deserves to be punished. The senior brother really is kind-hearted." Several inner disciples took the opportunity to flatter him, singing his praises. Hearing their disgusting words, Wang Rui sneered inwardly. These knaves wanted to influence his mindset and make him fail, but he would not let them have their way. To be honest, the first round of this examination seemed too simple. The more he answered, the smoother it became, and his speed increased. The images of spiritual herbs changed faster and faster. At that moment, not far from Morongju in the air, There was another inner disciple, a red-clad girl with a faint aura, starry eyes, and a clear and pure demeanor. She was Lu Xingyue, the master of the third peak of the refining spirit palace. Behind her were two female secret disciples, clearly forming their own faction, and they were not on the same side as Murongju. Murongju's expression shifted slightly as he lightly chuckled and said to Lu Xingyue, "Xingyue, do you think Wang Rui will pass the test?" "Murong, what do you think?" Lu Xingyue replied with a slight smile, countering with a question. The two did not refer to each other as junior sister or senior brother, but instead called each other by name, subtly indicating their equal status. Lu Xingyue was not simple. It turned out that Lu Xingyue was a secret disciple in charge of the third peak of the refining god palace, the Xingyue Peak. Renowned and powerful, and was the leader of the female secret disciples of the refining god palace. Of course, Lei Tingyu, the newly initiated secret disciple, did not take her seriously. However, Lu Xingyue still acknowledged Murongju as her senior brother because she knew in her heart that Murongju was definitely superior to her and had a great chance of breaking through to the eternal life secret realm by practicing the Xingtian Xianling record. Among the many disciples in the celestial and demonic paths, Murongju was a heavyweight, even overpowering the demonic young master Azura, while Lu Xingyue could only be considered first class. Nonetheless, Murongju still gave her some face. Wang Rui is fearless due to his ignorance, thinking that he can do whatever he wants after breaking through to the Tai Chi Xian realm with the Xianling Tai Chi pill. "I'm afraid he will take a hard fall this time," Murongju said slowly. "Hee, I heard he has a 3-year agreement with you, indeed quite arrogant. However, I feel that there are always some unusual aspects about Wang Rui. I don't think he is confident enough to participate in this alchemy qualification test." Lu Xingyue chuckled softly. Murongju's eyes twitched slightly, and he said with a half-smile, "Since junior sister Lu thinks highly of Wang Rui, how about we make a bet? I bet he won't pass the test, and I'll wager a treasure, the Ganji's bracelet." As he spoke, he took out a dazzling, shimmering bracelet. "The Ganji's bracelet. This is a treasure you obtained from the teachings of Xingtian. You actually dare to wager this against me?" Lu Xingyue's eyebrows shot up, her expression turning cold. "That's right. I'm eyeing your Xingyue divine needle, junior sister Lu. What do you say? Are you brave enough to bet?" Murongju laughed as he saw Lu Xingyue's icy expression. "All right. I, Lu Xingyue, have never feared anyone. I won't today, nor will I in the future." Lu Xingyue's expression became serious as she coldly smiled. "But what would a man like you want with this divine needle? Are you going to do women's work?" "You." Murongju's expression turned cold, and he stopped speaking, looking toward the arena. At this moment, some secret disciples began to furrow their brows, deep in thought. As time passed, dozens of disciples encountered many unfamiliar spiritual herbs and could only ignore them for now. However, as time went on, the number of unfamiliar herbs increased, and in the end, they barely recognized any, let alone record detailed information. Their faces turned pale, their bodies trembled slightly, and their spiritual consciousness was greatly depleted. They could only bitterly shake their heads, rise, and choose to give up, exiting the testing area. Soon, 2 hours had passed, and Wang Rui was completely immersed in answering the questions, his eyes shining with brilliance as Master Dan Zhang's memories merged more closely with his own spiritual consciousness. Originally, he would sometimes stop to ponder, but now the images of the spiritual herbs on the screen shifted as quickly as a windmill. By the 4th hour, out of over 200 secret disciples, only 100 remained. The remaining 100 now had bloodshot eyes and difficult expressions, staring intently at the screen in front of them, continuously recording the spiritual herbs. Only Wang Rui remained calm and unhurried, his expression incredibly serene, and his speed increased further, causing the 3 elders to frequently glance over. By the 8th hour, there were fewer than 60 secret disciples left in the entire testing area, all with fierce expressions, frantically answering questions. A full 12 hours. A day and a night passed. There were still more than 30 left, each with vacant eyes, dilated pupils, and little spiritual consciousness remaining, mechanically recording on the black jade slips. The outer and inner disciples observing the test in the square, though all martial arts experts with strong vitality, felt a slight stiffness in their bodies after standing for a day and night, quite uncomfortable. Chapter 67. Understanding the pill by its formula. Suddenly, an elderly disciple with silver hair spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed, his once white hair now completely gray, even his eyebrows turning gray. For a moment, the square was in an uproar. Even the secret disciples have fallen. Brother Wang Rui is still in there. Look, it seems like his answering speed is extremely fast. It seems that Hong Xueqing was not lying. Brother Wang Rui is indeed powerful. We need to seriously consider whether to become subordinates of Jialan Peak. In midair, the elder brother Murongju's face turned ashen. With his keen eyesight, he could tell that Wang Rui would definitely pass the first round. Murong, It seems your Ganji's bracelet may very well belong to me. Lu Xingyue laughed charmingly, now finding Wang Rui exceedingly pleasing to the eye. The world of Saha is vast and boundless, with countless stars and planets, sects standing tall, and numerous dynasties. Countless types of spiritual herbs and myriad combinations exist. To have answered questions up to now is no easy feat. Time passed unknowingly, and at this moment, only 11 secret disciples remained persevering in answering questions. Wang Rui took a slow, deep breath. His eyes were already dry. After resting for a short while, he focused his gaze once more on the screen and continued answering questions. Apart from Wang Rui, the other 10 were all frowning, pale-faced, and with vacant eyes. Having persisted until now, they would never be willing to give up. Suddenly, one of the middle-aged disciples trembled, his entire being stunned as the screen before him suddenly vanished, clearly indicating he had answered incorrectly. He stood up silently, a wry smile on his face, and staggered away from the table. Finally, a result emerged. The top 10 were born. Everyone in the square held their breath, watching these 10 individuals, yet none of them stood up. How strange. The 3 elders exchanged smiles, but did not announce the end of the first round of questions. As secret disciples, they were all proud individuals and naturally had their own pride. There is no first in literature, no second in martial arts. Since they were competing, they should determine who was superior and see who the true genius was. Who would be the first in the first round of questions? The spiritual herbs on the screen became increasingly difficult to identify, but that only added to the challenge. Wang Rui's expression was incredibly determined. He had lost track of how many hours had passed among the 10 disciples. One after another began to answer questions incorrectly or reached the limit of ignoring unfamiliar herbs 10 times, departing with disappointment. In the entire qualification testing area of the square, only 2 people remained. Sitting in the middle was Wang Rui, and the other was an elderly male disciple with a cold expression sitting at the edge. Both continued to frantically answer questions, and the elderly disciple glared at Wang Rui with resentment. I, Du Yunlong, have immersed myself in the study of alchemy for 60 years. I don't believe I can't surpass you. Lu Xingyue narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, a glimmer of unusual light passing through them as it flickered over Wang Rui. Murongju's facial muscles twitched slightly, forcing a smile as he said, Haha, how could Du Yunlong, who has practiced alchemy for 60 years, be afraid of competing with Wang Rui? Of course. Before Murongju could finish his sentence, Du Yunlong suddenly fixed his gaze on a spiritual herb on the screen, stopping his answering. He had never seen this herb and could only ignore it for the 10th time. He silently stood up and left the table. In midair, Murongju's face turned red, and he could not speak a word, feeling that Lu Xingyue and several other secret disciples were looking at him with slightly strange expressions, unable to help but feel embarrassed and angry. At this moment, in the square, only Wang Rui was still answering questions. All eyes were on him. Everyone's gaze, including that of the 3 elders, was focused on Wang Rui. Wang Rui did not know how many questions he had answered. Countless spiritual herbs and myriad changes. Perhaps he had already recorded half or even more of the content from the alchemy books in the black jade slips. In his eyes, there was no world, no everything. There was only the images of the spiritual herbs on the screen, continuously answering questions, and his answering speed began to increase even more. There are many spiritual herbs, and just by taking a glance, he can immediately recall the answers in his mind, even though he has never seen them before. Master Danzing's inheritance has finally completely merged into his soul, becoming one. From now on, there is no longer Danzing, only Master Wang Rui. The mood of Elder Tsadan seems to be a bit excited, unable to help but exclaim. What kind of alchemical talent does Wang Rui possess to be so monstrous? We still need to see his performance in the second round. The other 2 elders nodded slightly. At this moment, Wang Rui felt an immense calmness. His thoughts shifted slightly, and Master Danzing's inheritance had fully merged. Enough. No more answers. He slowly stood up, stretched lazily, bowed to the 3 elders, and walked directly with a smile to the side of the square. At that moment, the square was silent, a pin drop could be heard, and all eyes were focused on Wang Rui, filled with complexity, envy, jealousy, shock, and admiration. Among the crowd, Hong Xueqing looked at Wang Rui, beaming with a smile. He is so outstanding, always able to surprise people. From the first round of tests until now, after a day and night, it was now deep into the night. A full 18 hours. Everyone looked at Wang Rui as if he were a monster. Elder Tsuedan suddenly flew into a rage, grabbing Wang Rui's black jade slip in his hand, and his consciousness entered the slip. He gasped, revealing an expression of disbelief. Over 1 million kinds of spiritual herbs and formulas, reaching the realm of knowing the formula from the herb, excluding the supreme alchemist who was the palace master 1,000 years ago. No one has been able to answer more than 1 million kinds of spiritual herbs in 10,000 years. He He has only been reading the alchemical texts for a month. What kind of monstrous talent is this? As Elder Tsuedan's voice spread, all the disciples in the square could no longer hold back and erupted into a frenzy. Knowing the formula from the herb? How is that possible? Over 1,000,000 kinds of spiritual herbs and formulas, comparable to the supreme alchemist, an unparalleled genius not seen in 10,000 years. Could it be that Wang Rui is going to become another alchemist master of our alchemy palace? As the noise rose, Wang Rui slowly closed his eyes, feeling as if he had entered a whole new realm, a new level unlike any cultivation he had experienced before. He knew that was the ability to know the formula from the herb. As long as he had a pill in hand and studied it carefully, he could know the formula for refining that pill. Such a terrifying realm. At this moment, Elder Xingshi looked around and loudly announced, after a 1-hour break, the second round of tests will begin, which is also the final round. Only one person can pass among the 10. This second round tests the refinement of spiritual herbs. Murongju kept staring at Wang Rui, his shock and confusion growing stronger. This Wang Rui is not simple. He has a big secret. However, with Du Yunlong around, it seems Wang Rui won't pass. Lu Xingyue really thinks she is giving him a treasure. He snickered at Lu Xingyue. At this time, Lu Xingyue's eyes were filled with intrigue as she looked at Wang Rui, seemingly plotting something. Chapter 68, Restarting the Round. This second round is crucial. The subtle control of magical power during the refinement of spiritual herbs is not something that can be mastered overnight. Wang Rui has only advanced to the Xian realm for a month. I want to see how he passes this round. Murongju's dignified and steady voice echoed, and several secret disciples around him nodded in agreement. He cannot pass the second round. The other 9 are all old disciples in the Xian realm, and their subtle control of magical power in refining spiritual herbs is far superior to his. Yes. What comparable to the supreme alchemist, monstrous genius. I see it as a fleeting bloom. An hour quickly passed. The 10 secret disciples stood up. The other 9 stared at Wang Rui. This new disciple thinks he can compare to us old disciples in subtle control of magical power, truly overestimating himself. In the first round of aptitude tests, Wang Rui crushed all the disciples. However, even so, there is no difference between the first and the 10th in terms of the test, as they all qualified to participate in the second round of aptitude tests. This second round of aptitude tests focuses on the subtle control of magical power in alchemy, which is crucial. The subtle control of magical power in alchemy relates to the success or failure of refining and the grade of the pills produced, making it extremely important. Defeating Wang Rui in this round, in the eyes of the other 9, is not difficult at all. After all, no matter how much you know about spiritual herbs and how against the heavens your talent is, the key is that you have only been in the Xian realm for a month. How much magical power can you have at this level? How subtle can your control of magical power be? How skilled can you be in alchemy? If you do not control the time and strength of magical power used in alchemy well, you could fail to refine the pills or even explode the furnace, wasting all your previous efforts. After saying this, he waved his right hand, and the heavenly fire furnace shook violently, shining with silver light, causing everyone to blink. All the more than 200 tables in the square had disappeared. In their place were 10 large black iron alchemical furnaces, each about 2 meters tall, radiating a dark glow, clearly top-tier magical artifacts, causing an uproar among the disciples in the square. The 10 figures swayed and leaped in front of the black iron furnaces. Great alchemy, I must have it. The brilliance in Wang Rui's eyes flickered. The surroundings were silent. Countless gazes focused on these 10 individuals, witnessing who can become the alchemy elder, who can learn the great alchemical technique. Once one becomes an alchemy elder, their status is elevated. Their position is even higher than ordinary secret disciples. Identity, status, and treatment in the sect rise dramatically. In the entire alchemy palace, with millions of disciples, there are only 100 alchemy elders directly managed by the Elder Tsuedan. If one can seize the natural treasures and become a master of alchemy, entering the realm of eternal life and refining immortal pills, then the world will tremble, and their status in any sect would be immensely high. 10,000 years ago, when the Yuling sect was exterminated, only one person received the olive branch from the 6 major sects, and that was Master Danzing. As long as he was willing to leave the Yuling sect, any sect would be willing to grant Master Danzing the highest position. However, Master Danzing swore to coexist with the Yuling sect, resulting in his physical body being destroyed, leaving only a remnant soul after 10,000 years. Elder Tsuedan saw that everyone was ready and suddenly pressed his right hand on the heavenly fire furnace beside him. Immediately, this Xian spiritual treasure vibrated with a hum. The furnace opened, and 10 beams of light shot out, floating among the 10 people. Everyone knew that the fewer impurities obtained from refining spiritual herbs, the greater the success rate of refining spiritual pills, and the higher the grade of the pills. Now there are 10 different spiritual herbs here. You 10 will choose individually. Then use your magical power to ignite the furnace fire in the alchemical furnace, refining the herbs, removing impurities, and finally, whoever finishes refining first, with the least impurities in the spiritual herbs and the highest grade, will pass. As soon as Elder Tsuedon finished speaking, the 10 people fixed their eyes on the 10 groups of spiritual herbs in midair, but unfortunately, they were all covered by dazzling light and could not discern what they were. Some disciples hesitated, while others acted decisively, grabbing with their right hands, immediately pulling the light group into their hands, which transformed into a red spiritual herb in their palms. 300-year-old red flame grass. A few disciples couldn't help but be shocked. This flower is a spiritual herb for refining earth-grade spiritual pills, and the difficulty of refinement is quite high. The remaining disciples saw someone take the lead, and they no longer hesitated, reaching for the spiritual herbs in midair. As groups of light descended, they found that the spiritual herbs in their hands were all different, but the difficulty of refining was about the same. As the other 9 finished selecting, Wang Rui remained calm, slightly raised his hand, and captured the last spiritual herb into his hand. 200-year-old ash wood. The surrounding disciples also saw it and immediately erupted into a commotion. Among the 10 different spiritual herbs, this ash wood is the simplest. Wang Rui is truly lucky. But you can't say that. Brother Wang entered the second round relying on strength, and turning this ash wood into powder in the furnace is not easy either. The surrounding disciples discussing began to lean toward Wang Rui. The trial of the Forbidden Land of Demons, challenging senior brother Morongju as an inner court disciple. In a short time after entering the alchemy palace, he broke through to the Tai Chi profound realm and became a secret disciple. In the first round of the Pill Dao aptitude test, he rode ahead, far ahead of the rest. All these events, combined with the recent hype created by Hong Xueqing and her group, began to generate fans for Wang Rui among the disciples of the alchemy palace. This is change. This is the beginning of power. Morongju heard that a small number of disciples seemed to hold Wang Rui in very high regard. His face turned ashen, and he clenched his hands tightly behind his back. Begin. The elder in charge of the transmission spoke lightly, but his voice was deafening, silencing the chatter in the plaza. As the surroundings quieted, the 10 individuals beside the Xian Taidan furnace formed hand seals, channeling their alchemical skills. A surge of power entered the furnace in front of them, opening the cauldron and allowing them to throw in spiritual herbs to begin refining the materials. Each person's abilities were different, and their powers varied in color. At this moment, all 10 furnaces were ablaze, radiating brilliant light, a truly spectacular sight. Wang Rui, knowing this, focused intently and utilized Master Dan Zhang's grand alchemical method. He slowly channeled his power from within using a special technique, neither more nor less, wasting not a single bit. Appearing ordinary with nothing remarkable about it, the Xian Taidan furnace in front of Wang Rui flickered with a dark light. The crushed wood inside was being calcined and refined, gradually breaking down into pieces, grains, and powder. The other 9 individuals, in stark contrast to Wang Rui's calm demeanor, wore stern expressions, their faces cold, staring fixedly at the furnace, exerting all their effort to control the intensity of their powers. Chapter 69. I, Du Yunlong, have won. Before long, Wang Rui realized that the crushed wood in the furnace had turned into powder, with all impurities refined away, ready for proper alchemy. Wang Rui withdrew his hand seal, and with a soft sound, the furnace's flames extinguished, the cauldron opened, and suddenly a flame of elixir burst forth, enveloping a mass of gray-black powder. Although it was gray-black, it emitted a faint, dazzling glow. This was an anomaly that could only appear when the crushed wood was refined to perfection, with not a single impurity remaining. The 3 elders were taken aback and exclaimed in surprise. As soon as the elders spoke, the expressions of the other 9 turned ashen, each one flashing with intense unwillingness. And they began to shout, 3 elders, this disciple risks his life to advise. This matter is unfair. Unfair. Wang Rui's crushed wood is much simpler than our spiritual herbs. We have worked hard for so many years, just for this test. It's just bad luck. 3 elders, fellow brothers, this matter is unfair. My Ganji's bracelet. We cannot let Wang Rui become an elder of alchemy. Before Lu Xingyue could speak, Morongju, floating in midair, quickly said, I asked the 3 elders to restart the second round, giving them the exact same spiritual herbs, to demonstrate fairness. Let them lose, even if they do. They will lose with conviction. The disciples saw their senior brother Morongju speak and became even more agitated. In the plaza, Hong Xueqing frowned, anxiously watching the silent Wang Rui. Meanwhile, most of the other disciples, whether out of jealousy or other reasons, seemed pleased to see Wang Rui being attacked and criticized, looking quite comfortable with it. The 3 elders exchanged glances, frowning, and whispered to each other for a moment. The elder in charge of refining raised his hand, and the surroundings immediately quieted down. Wang Rui, do you agree to restart a round? Wang Rui turned his head and glanced disdainfully at Morongju, smiled slightly, and nodded. He appeared calm and relaxed, as if restarting the test was just a leisurely outing. Lu Xingyue's eyes lit up at this moment. Good. Then let us restart a round. This time, the spiritual herbs for all 10 of you will be exactly the same. The losers should be convinced, right? The elder in charge of refining and the other 2 elders exchanged glances, all nodding at Wang Rui, their eyes showing appreciation. The elder in charge of refining pressed down on the heavenly flood furnace again, and immediately, the Xian Tian Lingbao hummed, the cauldron opened, and 10 identical dark spiritual herbs shot out, floating among the 10 people. 400 years of Yutan flowers. Wang Rui's eyes flashed with sharp light, and the other 9 disciples were equally startled. 400 years of Yutan flowers were one of the materials needed for crafting top-tier spiritual pills, and it was one of the most difficult herbs to refine. Legend has it that in the celestial realm there exists the Western Paradise, where various Buddhas appear when Yutan flowers bloom. When refining Yutan flowers, if one cannot grasp that fleeting moment of opportunity, the refining will fail. It seems everyone did not accept the results of the test, and the elder in charge of refining was angered, hence increasing the difficulty with Yutan flowers. With our cultivation levels, refining Yutan flowers is exceedingly difficult. Except for Wang Rui, each of them had slightly rising chests, feeling quite anxious, their expressions extremely serious. They hesitated for a moment, gritted their teeth, and struck the furnace with their power. The furnace flames flickered to life as they cautiously poured in the Yutan flowers, using all their strength to begin refining. Wang Rui held the inconspicuous dark Yutan flower in his hand, examined it carefully, slightly closed his eyes, and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and a flash of power struck the Xian Tai Great Dan furnace. The flames roared to life, the cauldron opened, and the Yutan flowers were thrown inside, beginning the refining process. The atmosphere in the plaza was tense, with many observing disciples whispering to each other. Even those who did not know how to refine pills had heard of the fame of Yutan flowers. Morongju showed a hint of smugness. Before half a tea time had passed, a middle-aged disciple turned pale, sweating profusely, his body trembling. Gritting his teeth, he continued to channel power into the furnace. But the flames in the Xian Tai furnace began to flicker erratically, seeming to go out of control. Gradually, except for Wang Rui, all the other 9 were drenched in sweat, their eyes bloodshot. Only Wang Rui remained perfectly calm. The grand alchemical method was far superior to ordinary alchemy techniques. The effect of the same amount of power was multiplied, and his control over the furnace flames reached an extreme, wasting not a single bit of power, ensuring the flames remained absolutely stable. Meanwhile, the other disciples sent out full power, yet could only produce furnace flames and control them to less than half. The rest became unstable hazards. Just a little over a quarter of an hour later, several Xian Tai Dan furnaces suddenly trembled, producing a loud bang, and violently exploded. Thick smoke billowing out. It was clear that the Yutan flowers in the furnaces were ruined. The few secret disciples staggered, their faces pale, blood trickling from their mouths as they retreated several steps, staring blankly at the Xian Tai furnace, bitterly retreating to the edge of the plaza. Soon, the 4th and 5th disciples exited one after another, leaving only 2 still refining the materials. Apart from Wang Rui, one of them was the elderly disciple who had persisted the longest in answering questions in the first round, Du Yunlong. His face twisted in a fierce expression. His eyes filled with malice as he glanced at Wang Rui. I have immersed myself in the pill Tao for 60 years. With the strength of the 3rd level of the profound realm, I don't believe I can't win against a newcomer like you. Du Yunlong's eyes turned bloodshot, releasing his full power. After 60 years of hard cultivation in the pill Tao, he was certainly not an incompetent person, with his full force unleashed. Even the Xian Tai Dan furnace emitted a faint humming sound, as if the Yutan flowers were about to be refined to completion. Even the elder in charge of refining couldn't help but nod slightly at this scene. Wang Rui remained as calm as a deep well, not using all his power but slowly controlling the changes in the flames, refining steadily. As for Du Yunlong's words and gaze, he completely ignored them, slightly closing his eyes. Immersing himself in the pill Tao, time gradually flowed by, and suddenly, Du Yunlong's body began to tremble like a pendulum, veins bulging on his face as he shouted, "Open!" With a puff, the furnace's flames went out, the cauldron opened, and suddenly, a flame of elixir burst forth, enveloping a mass of black powder emitting a faint glow. "Ha! I, Du Yunlong, have won. I have won." Blood trickled from the corners of Du Yunlong's mouth as he opened his blood-stained mouth and shouted wildly. The surrounding disciples were all astonished and began to discuss among themselves. Even Elder Chui Dan nodded slightly, clearly acknowledging that achieving this was no easy feat, you little brat. My Adumbra flower has already been refined, and 90 of the impurities have been removed. After forming the pill, its efficacy will exceed 80. Let's see how you compete with me for the position of Alchemy Elder. Du Yunlong's old face was filled with arrogance as he disdainfully looked at Wang Rui. Chapter 70. Alchemy God Qualification. Sigh. Brother Wang has failed again. I knew that person with the surname Wang wouldn't make it. Brother Du has over 60 years of alchemy experience. Unless Wang Rui refines a perfect Adumbra flower material, he won't win. Perfect Adumbra flower material? Are you joking? How many of the current alchemy elders in the palace can refine a perfect Adumbra flower material? The disciples were discussing in a flurry, and the square was buzzing with noise. Hong Xueqing's face was full of worry, her delicate hands tightly wringing the hem of her skirt. Ha! Breaking through the Xian realm for just a month, and you dare to compete with your seniors in alchemy? This is truly disrespectful. You don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Morongju shouted at Wang Rui. He was feeling very pleased and looked favorably at Du Yunlong. Xingyue, shouldn't we use the Xingyue divine needle? Morongju said lightly. It's not over yet. Why are you so restless? Wang Rui finally raised his head, glanced indifferently at Du Yunlong, and said calmly, it's almost time. Wang Rui's eyes sparkled with intensity. He initially wanted to keep a low profile, as Master Danzang's achievements in alchemy were terrifying. But since you all want to see me make a fool of myself, I will be ostentatious. I will be thoroughly ostentatious, and I want you to know that there is a world of difference between us. I am the sky, and you will always be beneath my feet. Open, Wang Rui said softly, yet it resonated throughout the entire area, clear and distinct, like ringing in the ears. With a soft sound, the fire in the alchemy furnace extinguished, the furnace lid opened, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, instantly filling the entire area. A seven-colored auspicious cloud shot up over 10 meters high, carrying a mass of powder that appeared both black and white. In that instant, the three elders widened their eyes, revealing expressions of disbelief. The alchemy elders suddenly soared into the air to scoop up the powder. Perfect Adumbra flower material. The raw material for heavenly-grade spirit pills. Ha! A prodigy has descended from the heavens. The qualification of the alchemy god has reappeared in the alchemy palace after 10,000 years. The alchemy elder laughed heartily, looking at Wang Rui with immense satisfaction and admiration. Hearing the words of the alchemy elder, Du Yunlong coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes glazed over as he sat down heavily on the ground, speechless. What? He has the qualification of an alchemy god. Could it be that Brother Wang is going to become an alchemy god? I knew it. That Wang Rui, no, Brother Wang, is a peerless genius. Where's Hong Xueqing? I want to join the Jialan Peak. I want to join Jialan Peak too. Are you kidding? An alchemy god can refine immortal pills. And breaking through to the Taiji Xian realm to create the heavenly grade Dan Ling Taiji pill will be too easy. I must join Jialan Peak. Many disciples immediately turned towards Jialan Peak. The square erupted with excitement. The four characters' alchemy god qualification held immense power and were incredibly prestigious. Everyone knew what those four words represented. 10,000 years ago, the master of the alchemy palace, the supreme alchemy god, roamed the world, known for his unmatched prowess. And no one dared to offend him. In the end, he disappeared after going to the legendary burial ground of immortals. And no one knew if he was dead or alive. Wang Rui sneered coldly in his heart. Alchemy god qualification? Master Danzang was only a hair's breadth away from becoming an alchemy god. Good. You are indeed impressive. Even many alchemy elders who have practiced for over 100 years cannot refine this Adumbra flower to perfection. Even the usually stern Elder Xing Fa smiled stiffly as he praised Wang Rui. Suspended in midair, Lu Xingyue giggled. Morong, I'm afraid I must accept this Ganji's bracelet. Morongju's face twitched. Although he had the treasures of the Xingtian inheritance, losing this magic item was still painful. The Ganji's bracelet was a precious treasure formed from the essence of Ganji's water from tens of thousands of years ago, with immense power. However, he couldn't go back on his word. Morongju's expression changed as he handed the bracelet to Lu Xingyue, snorted coldly, and turned away with several secret disciples. But two secret disciples glanced at Morongju and then at Wang Rui, their faces showing hesitant expressions. Lu Xingyue looked at Wang Rui with satisfaction in her eyes. All the people present or absent from the alchemy palace heard it clearly. Wang Rui had already been an alchemy elder for 3 days, had received the teachings of the great alchemy technique, and began to enjoy the privileges that the alchemy palace granted to alchemy elders. Jialan Peak gained many medicinal assistants, and the alchemy formulas and spiritual medicines were provided for free, except for those over 1,000 years old. The only thing he needed to do was to submit a certain amount of pills every month as per regulations. At this moment, Wang Rui was in the cave heaven of the Xumi Ring, and this small room had undergone a tremendous transformation. The stone bed was covered with a thick, luxurious mattress. and several jade gourds hung on the walls, filled with flame sand that could enhance the power and temperature of the furnace. In front of the central universe furnace was a green mat. Wang Rui sat on the mat, holding a golden token in his hand. The token was half the size of a palm, cold to the touch, resembling neither jade nor gold. The front was engraved with the Xiantian Lingbao, Tiandi Hong Lu, while the back bore a silver hook and iron stroke carving of the character Ju. Prohibition Order. Wang Rui looked at the token, his eyes shimmering with unusual light. This small golden token represented the esteemed status of an alchemy elder. The Prohibition Order could be used a maximum of 3 times, and each time it was used, it would fully demonstrate the high status and authority of the alchemy elder, causing the disciples of the alchemy palace to be terrified. Healing, detoxification, increasing magical power, and breaking through realms all relied on pills. The Prohibition Order could prevent any disciple from receiving any spirit pills from the alchemy palace for 100 years, and no alchemy elder would refine pills for them. For thousands of years, the status of the alchemy elders has been higher than that of ordinary secret disciples because of this. The Prohibition Order is a form of unspoken deterrence. Secret disciples would not easily offend alchemy elders. If they offended one, it would be equivalent to offending all alchemy elders due to the existence of this order. However, over the thousands of years, this Prohibition Order has not been used many times. At this moment, there were 3 people under the Prohibition Order who had been prohibited in this century, and Wang Rui could not refine pills for these 3. Wang Rui cautiously put it away, sneering coldly, Morongju. As long as you provoke me again in these 3 years, let's see if I will use this Prohibition Order. I heard you have the Xingtian inheritance treasures and countless pills. I want to see if it's true. Thanks to the blessings of the cave heaven, the great alchemy technique has already taken shape. It should be time to start refining spirit control pills and nurturing golden-haired stone ape cubs to enhance strength. The great spirit control technique is nearly perfected but hasn't been used yet. Sigh. Wang Rui sighed and shook his head. Chapter 71. Controlling the golden-haired stone ape. He performed a hand seal, and with a thought, a young ape appeared out of thin air in the room, its golden fur shining brightly, holding a shabby black furnace. It was still half asleep, as if it had not yet woken up. In the spirit beast space of the Shumi ring, spirit beasts are usually in a state of deep slumber. Wang Rui's gaze sharpened, and he fully activated the great spirit control technique, gently biting his tongue. And a mouthful of essence blood shot out, enveloping the young ape. Strangely, as soon as the blood mist touched the young ape, it instantly merged into its body. Eek! At this moment, the young ape suddenly had a twisted expression, filled with resentment, as if it was in immense pain. Its body trembled continuously, seemingly resisting something. Wow! No wonder it's one of the top 20 spirit beasts in the Saha world. Wang Rui was surprised in his heart. Such a small young ape could actually resist the small accomplishment of his great Tao divine power, the great spirit control technique. However, it was merely a case of a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Xiaojin, you won't suffer by following me. The day I dominate the world of Saha will be your day of freedom. Wang Rui didn't want to completely control it as a puppet, so he spoke gently to the young ape. Upon hearing this, the young ape paused for a moment. Its expression softened slightly, perhaps realizing that it couldn't resist. If it resisted too fiercely, this person would turn it into a puppet, still achieving his goals. Good. Wang Rui saw the opportunity and suddenly urged the great spirit control technique. A dazzling white light shot out from above his head, enveloping the young ape. In the light, a virtual image of the young ape suddenly appeared, and with a pull from the light, both the young ape's virtual image and the light vanished into Wang Rui's body in an instant. At this moment, Wang Rui's consciousness expanded to reveal a small island shaded by green trees, where a golden stone ape cub was joyfully cheering. Wang Rui felt that the golden stone ape was like his own body. Whenever he wanted, he could take over the stone ape's body, and if he wished, the stone ape could be soul-destroyed at any time. The golden stone ape cub suddenly leaped into Wang Rui's arms, excitedly squeaking, Master, Master, I'm hungry. I want to eat. I want to eat. Wang Rui chuckled, patted the young ape, and with a thought, communicated with a strand of the young ape's soul. Okay. Good boy. Wait a moment. I'll prepare something delicious for you. The great spirit control technique had completely made the golden stone ape believe that Wang Rui was its father, its reliance in life, its supreme authority. Once Wang Rui spoke, the young ape obediently sat to the side, pitifully playing with the old black furnace. Good. Relying on one of the 600 great divine abilities, the great refining pill technique, one of the 84,000 methods. Let's see what grade of spirit control pill I can refine. Wang Rui suppressed his excitement, sitting cross-legged properly on the cushion, selecting some century-old spiritual herbs needed for the spirit control pill. His expression became serious, his hands forming a seal. and he directed a stream of magical power towards the dark Huanyu furnace in the center of the room. With a light sound, the great pill furnace brightened suddenly as it received the magical power, and 8 mini dragon heads burst out from the outer side of the furnace bottom. Vividly animated and incredibly agile. Just at this moment, as Wang Rui was about to continue using magical power to activate the Huanyu furnace, a sudden change occurred. The 8 dragon heads seemed to come to life, letting out a thunderous dragon roar that shook the hearts of those present. Wang Rui and the young ape, Xiao Jin, both shuddered, and the old furnace in Xiao Jin's arms clattered to the ground. The 8 dragon heads suddenly spewed out red flames, converging into a red fire dragon that whipped its tail and rushed like lightning, swiftly rolling up the old black furnace, which opened up and was pulled into the pill furnace. The entire Huanyu furnace seemed to have come alive, vibrating violently as its dark exterior began to flash with gold, as if the black shell was constantly shedding, revealing a dazzling golden surface with intricate patterns appearing on it. The Huanyu furnace was forged from dragon blood red gold and refined with the supreme celestial fire from the peak of the unbroken mountain for 1,000 years, capable of shattering the world, burning all things, and refining celestial pills. In a daze, a bright red light shot up into the sky, breaking through the meteor iron Shumi ring, the Jialan Hall, countless barriers, and the 33 heavens, resembling a giant divine dragon, its body ablaze with red flames, sweeping across the high heavens with unparalleled divine might. A rich and profound celestial energy came from beyond the heavens, pouring directly into the cave paradise, spreading out like an ocean of essence. So comfortable. What a wonderful feeling. Wang Rui and the young ape Xiao Jin felt their pores open, swimming in this ocean of celestial energy, greedily breathing it in. Just as the Huanyu furnace was upgrading to a celestial artifact and attracting the ocean of celestial energy into their bodies. Far away at the peak of the Lianshan mountain, deep within the Lianshan palace, the Supreme Palace Master Ling Su Du suddenly stood up from his throne, gazing in the direction of Jialan Peak. What is this? How can there be such immense celestial energy? In his deep, ocean-like eyes, it seemed as if countless suns, moons, and stars were flowing. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps a moment, perhaps an hour, perhaps a day, perhaps a month, the celestial energy gradually faded and thinned, until the last bit was absorbed into Wang Rui and Xiao Jin. Wang Rui suddenly opened his eyes wide, clenched his fist, and exclaimed, "What powerful magical power! Congratulations, Master. The Huanyu furnace has merged with its missing parts and has advanced to a celestial artifact, receiving a massive influx of celestial energy, allowing you to break through the second level of the Taiji Xian realm." Ha! Wang Rui laughed with great joy, realizing that the old black furnace in Xiao Jin's arms was the missing part of the Huanyu furnace. After merging, the Huanyu furnace had advanced from a Xiantian spiritual treasure to a celestial artifact, truly achieved without effort. From now on, I, Wang Rui, also possess a celestial artifact. Every month, I can absorb celestial energy through the Huanyu furnace, and my cultivation will progress by leaps and bounds. Great identification technique. Wang Rui. Identity. Young master of the spirit control sect, son of Wang Tianda, secret disciple of the Lianshan Palace, elder of alchemy. Second level of Taiji Xian realm. True essence realm. Combat power value over 20,000 points. Special skills, gluttonous golden body, Xiantian soul devouring armor, great devouring technique, great slaughter technique, great spirit control technique, great identification technique, great strength technique, great diamond technique, great refining pill technique, alchemy, 100 cracking ape claw, special treasures, meteor iron Shumi ring, Huanyu furnace, 3 top grade magical artifacts, spirit flood dragon sword, demon dragon knife, wind soaring boots, for magical artifacts below top grade, thunder flying sword, spirit wood sword, earth gathering sword, jade water sword, special spirit beasts, golden stone monkey, growing stage, dragon child Bashia, phantom, dragon child Yaji, phantom, heaven and earth luck, unquantifiable. Wang Rui turned to look at the golden stone ape Xiao Jin, who had grown twice its size, its pair of monkey eyes sparkling with golden light. He focused his consciousness slightly. Golden stone ape, identity, Wang Rui's spirit beast, heavenly spirit monkey, born from the heavenly spirit stone. Upon maturity, it can undergo magical transformations, understand yin and yang, manipulate the sun and moon, shrink mountains, and possesses immeasurable magical powers. Combat power value over 20,000 points. Equivalent to the second level of Taiji Xian realm, true essence realm. Special skills, 9 turns mystical art, reverse yin and yang, fire eye golden eye. Special treasures, none. Heaven and earth luck, strong. Probability of victory, 100%. Chapter 72, Celestial Artifact, Huanyu Furnace. Good. That's great. Xiao Jin's strength is also at the Taiji Xian realm. Plus the 9 turns mystical art, reverse yin and yang, fire eye golden eye, they must all be powerful magical abilities. Wang Rui focused on the currently awe-inspiring, dazzling Huanyu Furnace. Huanyu Furnace, the Dragon Clan spirit has died. It is a low-grade celestial artifact. Master, Wang Rui. Functions, alchemy, defense, smashing, flying, absorbing celestial energy. And everything else you can think of? Wow. After achieving minor success in the great identification technique, it feels so alive and almost anthropomorphized. Such a powerful treasure is just a low-grade celestial artifact? It seems I need to find a Dragon Clan spirit for it. Isn't that risking my life? Go to the celestial realm to kill dragons? Forget it. It's better to refine a batch of spirit control pills for Xiao Jin's rations first. Wang Rui mumbled for a while, then formed a seal with both hands, his face flushed, and a large mouthful of essence blood sprayed onto the Huanyu Furnace, which absorbed it like a sponge, several mysterious symbols lighting up, making the Huanyu Furnace his life-bound celestial artifact. Next, it was time to refine pills and see how the pills made by this Huanyu Furnace turn out. He urged all his magical power, sending out 8 streams of magical power to the dragon heads of the Huanyu Furnace, which seemed to come alive, shaking their heads and simultaneously spraying out dazzling purple flames towards the furnace bottom. The Huanyu Furnace began to slowly rotate, emitting astonishing heat, causing the room to become extremely hot. Seeing this, Wang Rui pointed at the Huanyu Furnace, and the furnace opened up, revealing its mouth. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and a stream of magical power wrapped around the necessary spiritual herbs, causing more than 10 types of century-old spiritual herbs to fly out. His hands moved so quickly that they dazzled the eye. Sometimes he picked fruits, sometimes he plucked leaves, sometimes he refined juices, and in just a few moments, he threw all these spiritual herbs into the Huanyu Furnace. If any alchemist elder were here to witness this scene, they would be dumbfounded, as Wang Rui's set of extremely difficult movements was executed perfectly, with no efficacy of the spiritual herbs wasted at all. The 8 dragon heads spouting alchemical fire gradually turned a dazzling purple, and under Wang Rui's subtle manipulation, the flames thickened to the size of a bowl, while the rotation speed of the universe furnace gradually slowed down, beginning to tremble slightly in the flames. As time passed, wisps of exotic fragrance filled the cave paradise, invigorating the spirit and banishing fatigue. However, Wang Rui knew that the spiritual herbs had already been refined into raw materials, and due to the great alchemy methods, all impurities of the spiritual herbs were completely eliminated, with the efficacy being at a full 100%. However, it was still far from forming the pill. He needed to ignite an even more intense alchemical fire and use the great alchemy technique for an instantaneous pill formation at the moment of pill creation, which would make it possible to refine a high-grade spirit pill. With this thought in mind, Wang Rui unleashed his mana, making the purple fire from the dragon heads even more dazzling, enveloping the entire universe furnace. Looking up, the universe furnace had turned into a massive, deep purple fireball, and the fragrance grew increasingly rich. Just then, the universe furnace shook violently, and Wang Rui's eyes sparkled with divine light. Now was the moment. Great alchemy technique. A 7-colored beam of light shot from Wang Rui's palm directly into the universe furnace. Strangely, the violently shaking universe furnace seemed about to explode. But the moment the 7-colored beam enveloped it, the universe furnace quieted down, stopped rotating, and began to emit a low humming sound. It worked. Haha. Wang Rui took a deep breath, performed a hand gesture to extinguish the alchemical fire, and then waved his hand, causing the furnace to open. A 5-colored beam shot out, and within it were over 20 sparkling blue spirit pills, rising and falling. Great. 5-colored. A full efficacy Earth-grade spirit pill, enough for Xiao Jin to break through to the 3rd level of the Xian realm. Wang Rui was overjoyed, using his mana to form a large hand that scooped the 20 or so spirit pills into his grasp, carefully placing them into a jade medicine bottle, which he tossed to Xiao Jin. The stone monkey Xiao Jin, having caught the scent of the spirit pills, was already drooling, and upon receiving the jade bottle, it squealed with joy, dancing around. All right, Xiao Jin, go practice over there and don't disturb me. I need to refine other pills. Wang Rui smiled gently and instructed Xiao Jin. Incredible. A deep shock was hidden in Wang Rui's eyes. The great alchemy technique excels at pill formation, while the great refining method specializes in refining the raw materials of spiritual herbs, coupled with the universe furnace capable of refining immortal pills. He actually refined a full efficacy Earth-grade spirit pill using only a 100-year-old spiritual herb. Unbelievable. The Xianling Tai Chi pill that assists people in breaking through to the peak of the human immortal realm is only a heavenly grade pill and requires spiritual herbs over 1,000 years old for refinement. I estimate that if I were to refine the Xianling Tai Chi pill, a 500-year-old spiritual herb would be sufficient, and the efficacy would be greatly increased, significantly raising the chances of breaking through the Xian realm. If it weren't for the fact that the Xianling Tai Chi pill requires a massive infusion of immortal energy from the immortal realm, I could refine it right now. Forget it. I'll refine other pills for future needs, and also complete the pill tasks for the sect. That Murong Ju from Bright Summit provides his subordinates with plenty of spirit pills, magical tools, and even treasures. My Gallon Peak must also have its own benefits. Hong Xueqing is expanding her influence and needs spirit pills, magical tools, and so on as support. Now that refining pills is no problem. It's just this refining of tools. The Divine Weapon Sect possesses the Great Refining Technique, one of the 3,600 great divine powers. It is the most powerful sect among the 7 major Taoist sects in refining tools. Wang Rui pondered for a while, chuckled lightly, cast aside all worries, and began refining pills again. 2 months later in the Saha world, Wang Rui had been refining pills in the cave paradise for a full 2 years. With incredible perseverance and tenacity, he worked day and night during these 2 years to refine all the spiritual herbs and demon beasts core he obtained from the forbidden land of demons into various spirit pills. The great alchemy technique had reached a minor completion. The great refining method had also reached a minor completion. At this moment, Wang Rui sat on the white jade throne in the center of the Gallon Hall, contemplating with closed eyes more than 10 heavenly grade spirit pills, over 100 earth grade spirit pills, pills that can enhance mana, over 100 earth grade Xianxian pills, pills that can enhance physical fitness and extend life by 20 years, over 300 human grade Sun Yuan pills, over 1,000 ordinary Sun Yuan pills that extend life by 10 years, pills that help martial artists break through to the peak of the human immortal realm, over 500 human grade Qi blood pills, over 1,000 ordinary Qi blood pills, 200 human grade detox pills, and 400 human grade healing pills. Hong Xueqing entered the Gallon Hall gracefully, and before she could greet Wang Rui, she was grabbed by a large hand formed by Wang Rui's mana and sat on his lap. Why are you like this, huh? She hadn't finished her sentence when she couldn't continue anymore. After a long while, Hong Xueqing's bright eyes were filled with spring, and she gave Wang Rui a resentful glance while adjusting her clothes, complaining, "Brother Rui, why haven't I seen you for months? You didn't even tell me in advance. Hee, take this storage bag. I guess you came in such a hurry because you were urged by those subordinates, right?" Wang Rui smiled slightly, his large hand playfully teasing Hong Xueqing's soft and plump areas. "Stop it. Wow, so many high-grade spirit pills?" Hong Xueqing's consciousness probed into the storage bag, and she was taken aback. Chapter 73, The Land of Fusang. Wang Rui watched with satisfaction as the beauty showed an astonished expression. As long as they were loyal subordinates, he would generously reward them with spirit pills. And if they ran out, he had more. He also took out several magical tools, such as the top-grade Ling Jiao sword, the Demon Dragon Blade, the mid-grade Thunder Flying Sword, the Spirit Wood Sword, the Gathering Earth Sword, and the Jade Water Sword, placing them into the storage bag. Hong Xueqing's cheeks flushed, and her hands trembled slightly as she tightly held the storage bag. You should quickly use the human-grade Qi blood pills to break through to the peak of the human immortal realm. And I will find a way to help you break through to the Tai Chi Xian realm as soon as possible. Wang Rui threw another bombshell. Half an hour later, Hong Xueqing left the Gallon Hall, clutching the incredibly precious storage bag, with a complex expression. Xiao Xueqing looks thin, but there is still quite a bit of flesh. Wang Rui chuckled as he watched Hong Xueqing's graceful figure leave. Now that he was already at the Tai Chi Xian realm, the great devouring technique could devour the magic power of the demon race and the demon beast, enhancing his mana. It's time to devour the demon race and the demon beasts. Just as Wang Rui was deep in thought, several young disciples at the hall door reported, "Elder Wang, the secret disciple from the Star Moon Peak, Lu Xingyue, has arrived outside the hall." Upon seeing Hong Xueqing leave, the little disciples hurriedly entered to report. "Oh, good. I'll go welcome her." Wang Rui was puzzled, not knowing what this unfamiliar Lu Xingyue wanted. The secret disciple Lu Xingyue? The master of the third highest peak of the refining God Mountain range, the leader of female secret disciples. Lu Xingyue stood under a large banyan tree, her dress fluttering, her skin fairer than snow, her eyes like stars, smiling at Wang Rui as he walked out of the hall. As Wang Rui stepped out of the hall, he subtly activated the great identification technique. Lu Xingyue, identity, core disciple of the refining God Palace. 6th level of the Tai Chi Xian realm, vast realm. Combat power value over 500,000 points. Special skills, Star Moon Divine Cannon, alchemy technique. Special treasures, Star Moon Divine Needle, Star Moon Divine Furnace. Heaven and Earth Fortune, present. Probability of victory, 60%. What? 6th level of the Xian realm, Combat power value over 500,000 points. This is the second most powerful disciple Wang Rui has seen after Morongju, the Star Moon Divine Cannon. One of the 8 great divine powers of the refining God Palace. Seeing Wang Rui approach with a serious expression, Lu Xingyue narrowed her starry eyes, lightly brushed her hair, and directly spoke. Junior brother Wang, I know you have great fortune. I came to find you this time to ask if you are interested in going with me to explore the land of Fusang in the Endless Ocean. The land of Fusang in the Endless Ocean? Wang Rui was suddenly startled. He wasn't unaware of the land of Fusang, as it was also recorded in the Saga World Book. The land of Fusang is a mysterious and ominous place in the Endless Ocean, because it is the battlefield of the ancient battle between immortals and demons, a place where demons dance wildly. There are countless monsters and beasts, and it is even said that there are mysterious teleportation passages connected to the outer realms and even alternate dimensions. In the land of Fusang, there are many ancient ruins, and due to the reasons of the immortal demon war, many ancient treasures have been lost within them. There are elixirs, magical artifacts, and even legendary immortal tools. The remains of ancient demon gods, the physical bodies of masters from the eternal life secret realm, and endless treasures are all hidden within. However, this land of Fusang is extremely dangerous. If one lacks sufficient fortune and blessings, even a master from the eternal life secret realm may not be able to come out, let alone obtain treasures. Back then, Lei Tingyu and the demon master Ashuro were surrounded by myriad demons in Fusang, and later the two exchanged abilities and worked together to break free, gaining many benefits. Wang Rui also knows this in great detail. Regardless of being an immortal, demon, or monster, the most important thing after cultivation is to roam through various worlds, gather rare materials, enhance strength, and strive to break through the eternal life secret realm, thus extending lifespan to an entire epoch, a full 129,600 years. During these 129,600 years, heaven and earth will experience the 4 tribulations of formation, existence, decay, and emptiness, culminating in the final emptiness tribulation where heaven and earth will collapse, and those who do not enter the immortal realm will be reduced to dust. Over the years, there have been many masters in the eternal life secret realm, but very few have lived for over 10,000 years. Most have died for various reasons. For example, Wang Rui's parents died from self-detonation. Now, this Lu Xingyue invites me to the land of Fusang to seek treasures, clearly because she sees that I have great fortune and blessings. She knows how to calculate. Wang Rui's mind raced. He only has 3 years left in the agreement with Morongju, and now he must seek opportunities, devour his enemy's magical power, or refine elixirs to increase his own magical power. All the inner alchemy of the beasts and spiritual herbs have been refined, and he must seek medicinal materials. Now he is already at the 2nd level of the profound realm, true essence realm, if he fully unleashes the power of his great divine abilities. He has the strength of the 4th level of the profound realm, the Qinkuan realm, plus he has Xiao Jin and 8 celestial demon puppets. If he adds Lu Xingyue, who is at the 6th level of the profound realm, he can go anywhere in the world. Well, I can't be a flower in a greenhouse. On the path of cultivation, if you don't advance, you retreat. If I can take this opportunity to win over Lu Xingyue, it will also be a great help in confronting Morongju. It's like a pillow being sent when one is sleepy. Good, but I need to prepare first. I will set off for the land of Fusang tomorrow, to search for treasures, to subdue demons, and eliminate evil. Wang Rui made up his mind and firmly agreed. That night, in the cave paradise, Wang Rui was playing and having fun with the gluttonous beast and the golden-haired stone ape, Xiao Jin. Master, I want to go to the land of Fusang with you. Xiao Jin, having entered its growth phase, was already able to speak, though its voice was strange. Oh, Xiao Jin, why do you want to go and suffer with him? It's so good for me to just sleep every day and wait for food and drinks. It's very carefree. Naturally, someone had to worry about how to break through realms. The gluttonous beast kept yawning. Wang Rui ignored the gluttonous beast and was organizing his necessities, casually saying, "Aren't you in the Shumi ring?" "Of course I'm going." "No, I don't want to be in the ring anymore. It's boring. I want to come out and be with you. But if outsiders see you, this earth spirit monkey, it would be strange if they don't have bad intentions." "Master, don't worry, look." As soon as Xiao Jin finished speaking, it turned its ape body, and a dazzling light flashed, transforming into a dark and ugly monkey, with a hideous face and a hairy face like a thunder god. Wow, so impressive. Wang Rui was startled by Xiao Jin, his expression changing. This was such a powerful technique. Thoughts of the content from the great identification technique that identified Xiao Jin flashed through his mind. Earth Spirit Monkey. Born from the Earth Spirit Stone, can transform into various forms upon maturity, understands yin and yang, controls the sun and moon, and can shrink mountains. Its abilities are limitless. My 9 transformations profound art allows for boundless transformations. Upon completion of the 9 transformations, one lives as long as heaven and earth, and shines with the sun and moon. Xiao Jin's strange and loud voice rang out, proudly dancing around, a big ugly monkey shaking its head and tail like a madman. Wang Rui laughed happily. Haha, good, good. Let's go together. Follow me. Hey, Xiao Jin, can you teach me your 9 transformations profound art? The gluttonous beast exaggeratedly shouted. Brother Tiao, you can't learn this. Then how about you teach me the great devouring technique? This, you can't learn either. Chapter 74, The Tiger Harbors Malice. The next morning, a red glow flew from Star Moon Peak and suddenly stood in midair atop Gallon Peak. Good. Wang Rui, who was meditating, suddenly stood up. Xiao Jin, let's go. The golden-haired stone ape Xiao Jin, also sitting cross-legged, opened its eyes, with golden light flickering in its pupils. It did a somersault and stood respectfully behind Wang Rui. What is this? A spirit beast of the Taiji profound realm. Lu Xingyue was somewhat shocked upon seeing the ugly monkey with a hairy face and Thunder God's mouth. A spirit beast of the Taiji profound realm is no ordinary matter. Xiao Jin is a beast I tamed while training in the demon forbidden land, Wang Rui said slowly. A Taiji profound realm demon ape. The demon ape is a royal clan among demons. You need to be careful of the demon clan seeking trouble with you. Lu Xingyue frowned and said softly, ape-type demon beasts are inherently royal among the demon clan, and a Taiji profound realm ape demon status in the clan is equivalent to a direct disciple of the Divine Refinement Palace. If someone captures a true disciple of the Divine Refinement Palace as a pet, I fear the masters of the Divine Refinement Palace will immediately come to uphold the reputation of the sect, and even the Supreme Master of the Divine Refinement Palace may take action. If the demon clan's experts want to kill us, the Divine Refinement Palace won't just sit back and watch. It's nothing to worry about. Besides, who kills whom is still unknown. The powerful demon clan is full of treasures, Wang Rui said lightly, but he remained secretly vigilant in his heart. Let's go. The endless ocean is at the ends of the Sava Star. We can't delay. While Lu Xingyue spoke, her body soared into the air, stepping on a red-silver needle, her aura continuously spraying and swallowing, and in a flash, she was just a shadow at the edge of the sky. Wang Rui frowned and hurriedly followed with Xiao Jin. After advancing to the second level of the Profound Realm, True Essence Realm, Wang Rui's magical power became even more robust, and his speed of flying in midair increased. Moreover, the gluttonous beast's golden body had reached a small completion, and its body vibrated the air at a special frequency, minimizing resistance while flying in midair, making it even more effortless. Looking at the golden-haired stone ape Xiao Jin, Wang Rui was initially worried it wouldn't keep up, but Xiao Jin seemed to move even faster than him, somersaulting dozens of miles away. The three of them, one person and one monkey, flew in the airflow whistling past their ears, and the mountains and rivers below rapidly receding, feeling extremely pleasant and carefree. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Wang Rui suddenly stopped, and Lu Xingyue and Xiao Jin also came to a halt. Below was the capital of the Huaxia dynasty, Shengjing City. Wang Rui realized it had been a while since he last saw his father, Wang Tianda. Although he had sent someone with a message, since they were passing by Shengjing, he felt he should visit his father. Upon hearing Wang Rui explain, Lu Xingyue smiled slightly and said decisively, Wang Shidi, being filial to one's parents is the duty of a child. I will go with you. Lu Xingyue seems to have a good heart, but it still needs observation. Wang Rui thought to himself. With one person and one monkey, he flew towards Shengjing City. To avoid alarming the world, Wang Rui waited for a quiet spot on the outskirts of Shengjing City before landing on the ground and slowly walking towards his home. Along the way, Wang Rui acted as a guide. As the saying goes, a day in the mountains is like 1,000 years in the world. One had been cultivating in the mountains for many years, while the other was a newborn demon beast that hadn't seen much of the world. The girl and the monkey found their horizons greatly expanded, enjoying themselves all the way. Soon, Wang Rui could vaguely see the familiar Wang family mansion. As they walked, they suddenly heard a crowd ahead, with sounds of angry shouts and curses, and it seemed that Wang Rui's name was mixed in. This Wang Rui entered the Divine Refinement Palace through corruption and still dared to offend Senior Brother Morongju. Such evil deeds, Senior Brother Morong can endure, but we cannot. Lord Lu, calm down. My son entered through the selection of the disciples of the Divine Refinement Palace, which was witnessed by all the people of Xinjiang. And my son is naturally kind-hearted. The noise was unusually loud, accompanied by laughter. Wang Rui frowned slightly after hearing a few remarks and headed straight home. The bustling crowd ahead, eager to witness the spectacle, could not obstruct him. He seemed to part the waves, making the crowd stagger and retreat to the sides. The Wang family mansion had been recently renovated, featuring a bright red archway with imposing guardian lions standing by the entrance and high, smooth bluestone steps. A dozen house servants stood at the doorway, among them a few martial saints, with Wang Tianda, his father, leading the group. Wang Tianda was currently speaking with a middle-aged man clad in a red Taoist robe. The man's features were ordinary, but a long centipede-like scar on his face twitched as he spoke. Behind him stood dozens of disciples from the outer and inner courts of the Refining Spirit Palace, glaring arrogantly at the Wang family. Countless onlookers surrounded them, buzzing with discussions. Hey, that scar-faced man seems to be a master. From his attire, he looks like a disciple of the Refining Spirit Palace, Wang Rui thought. He focused his mind. Great identification technique. Lu Yong, identity, secret disciple of the Refining Spirit Palace. Second level of the Taiji Profound Realm, True Essence Realm, combat power value over 20,000 points. Special skills, 1,000 miles ice sealing technique, alchemy. Special treasure, cloud watching pearl. Heaven and earth luck, weak. Probability of victory, 100. Wang Rui's face turned pale. It was true that people have no malice towards a tiger, but the tiger has a heart to harm others. These despicable individuals could not deal with him, yet they had targeted his family while he was in seclusion. 10,000 years ago, his parents had self-destructed to save him. In this lifetime, he would not allow Wang Tianda to be humiliated. A dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them, and you will die. That was Lu Yong, a secret disciple of the cloud-watching peak, a lackey of Morongju. Lu Xingyue furrowed her brows, a faint murderous aura circulating around her. Suddenly, the scar-faced man pointed at Wang Tianda and began to curse. That Wang Rui is just a waste. Why did he suddenly become a genius? Don't expect your son to come and save you. He has offended senior brother Morong and is doomed to die. Wang Tianda trembled with anger. Is there no law in Wang's house? Humph. Just because Lu is a secret disciple of the Refining Spirit Palace, this statement, although not an imperial decree in Shengjing City, is a rule for you. I command you to slap yourself twice, and you must do it. Hand over your son's secret, and I might spare your worthless life. Lu Yong shouted arrogantly. Lu Yong was also all in, although he knew Wang Rui was not to be trifled with. Senior brother Morong was even more formidable. Since senior brother Morong wanted to investigate this matter, he had to reach a conclusion. Moreover, if he could obtain Wang Rui's big secret, it would be a leap to greatness. Lu Yong certainly had his own calculations. The onlookers and neighboring villagers were in an uproar. This person was too domineering and arrogant, even daring to bully the old Master Wang. Did he not know that young Master Wang was a genius of the Refining Spirit Palace? There was also the Lei family. The Lei family's young lady was said to be a master of the Refining Spirit Palace too. The several martial saint bodyguards of the Wang family did not dare to step forward to engage, as standing here without running away was already a testament to their loyalty in front of a secret disciple of the Refining Spirit Palace. Wang Tianda's complexion was pale, his body trembling. Ever since his wife's death, his family's assets had been seized, and he had been looked down upon. This kind of humiliation was not the first time. This time, fortunately, Lei Jun had sent martial saint bodyguards to indicate the Lei family's stance, so Lu Yong did not dare to be too reckless. However, after being pressured like this for more than 10 days, Lu Yong was quickly losing his patience, fearing that today would be a difficult hurdle to pass. Chapter 75. You are even worse than a monkey. Wang Tianda heard a familiar voice, froze for a moment, and suddenly turned his head to see his son, expressionless, walking slowly from the crowd. Lu Xingyue and the crowd took a deep breath, as if feeling the heavy familial bond between the two men. Her heart stirred slightly. Wang Rui's appearance attracted everyone's attention. Those who recognized him from the inner and outer courts of the Refining Spirit Palace changed their expressions and slowly retreated into the crowd. But Lu Yong did not come to observe the alchemy qualification test that day and did not recognize Wang Rui. Where did this lowly monkey trainer come from? Bringing a stinky monkey to run around the streets. Is this a place you can come to? Get out of the city. Lu Yong sneered at a young man with an incredibly ugly, dark monkey. Behind Lu Yong, some disciples of the Refining Spirit Palace who did not recognize Wang Rui also showed disdain, sneering and laughing. Wang Rui did not even look at Lu Yong. What secret disciple of cloud-watching peak? Just a mere dog. He completely ignored him. Wang Tianda quickly took a few steps forward, about to approach Wang Rui, when Lu Yong coldly snorted and suddenly reached out to grab Wang Tianda. I didn't let you go? Before he finished speaking. At the moment his right hand was about to touch Wang Tianda, Wang Rui's originally calm expression suddenly burst with sharp light, killing intent revealed. And he swept a glance at Lu Yong. That glance was like a thunderclap from the ninth heaven, a flash of lightning in the night. Lu Yong's mind shook, his expression changing drastically. In that instant, he felt as if he was not facing Wang Rui, but a giant beast capable of swallowing heaven and earth, exuding endless dominance and majesty. Lu Yong's right hand instinctively paused, and Wang Tianda had already reached Wang Rui's side. Wang Rui stood with his hands behind his back, as steady as a spear, and shouted, "You, get out of Shengjing City. I spare you a life." Beside him, Xiao Jin sensed Wang Rui's anger, his face fierce, baring his fangs and claws, ready to pounce and tear this human apart. "Who do you think you are? Just a monkey trainer?" Lu Yong's disciples behind him laughed scornfully. "Just because I am Wang Rui." Wang Rui spoke indifferently, a single sentence striking like a bolt from the blue, instantly causing those people to widen their eyes in disbelief. Wang Rui, brother Wang. The few remaining unwise disciples of the Refining Spirit Palace hesitated not at all, turning to flee into the crowd. At the same time, Lu Yong's face changed drastically, his centipede scar twitching violently. "So you are Junior Brother Wang. I came here today on the orders of Senior Brother Moro." Lu Yong found himself in a difficult situation but did not want to easily back down. What could a mere first-level disciple of the Profound Realm do to him? Wang Rui smiled, but the smile was somewhat cold. "What is Morongju? And what are you? You are even worse than the monkey I raised." "You." Lu Yong was furious. As a secret disciple, when had he ever been publicly humiliated like this? It was intolerable. He moved slightly, ready to soar into the air and show Wang Rui some power. Just as he moved, 2 feet off the ground, at that moment, Xiao Jin acted. With a roar that shook the soul, the small monkey, only knee-high, suddenly expanded in size, stomped hard on the ground, soared into the air, and with lightning speed, clutched Lu Yong's legs tightly, locked him in place, and smashed down hard. Boom! With a loud bang, the extremely hard blue stone street instantly exploded into a deep pit. Countless fragments flying, causing the onlookers to cry out in fright. Lu Yong felt a tightening in his legs, a surge of immense force coming, utterly unable to resist. In a split second, he found himself upside down, smashed into the pit. If it weren't for his strength at the second level of the Profound Realm, he would have been dead. Rumor has it that the Demon Ape clan possesses innate divine strength. Truly lived up to its name. Lu Xingyue's eyes sparkled with unusual light as she gazed at the ugly monkey, feeling quite moved. Bang bang bang. Another series of sounds followed as Xiao Jin took advantage of the heat of the moment, treating Lu Yong as a blacksmith's hammer and pounded him mercilessly. Ah! A roar erupted. Lu Yong unleashed all his power, breaking free suddenly, soaring into the sky, standing midair, his hair disheveled, clothes in disarray. Blood at the corner of his mouth, looking utterly miserable. This was his current state. "You despicable beast. Die." Cloud-watching pearl. Lu Yong was about to summon his treasure, the cloud-watching pearl, to take the monkey's life. But nothing happened. "My life treasure. I spent decades refining this life treasure." Lu Yong was taken aback and suddenly grasped himself, screaming, "My cloud bed pearl." Zhi. Little Jean held a silver-threaded Qian Kuan bag, its tail wagging wildly as it made a face at Lu Yong, screeching, "Big trash." Then it flew to Wang Rui's side, tossing the Qian Kuan bag into a black vortex that appeared out of nowhere, and it vanished. Lu Yong dove down fiercely, his face looking like a fierce ghost, his eyes blood red, roaring, "Return my treasure." He, treasure? I've seen your treasure. What kind of treasure can a person who is even worse than a monkey have? Ridiculous to the extreme. Wang Rui remained nonchalant, gently stroking little Jin's monkey head, which looked quite satisfied as it contemptuously stared at Lu Yong. What cultivator from the Refining God Palace? Nonsense, this must be a fake. Yeah, can't even deal with an ugly monkey. Truly trash, a waste. You keep talking nonsense. What ugly monkey? Have you ever heard a monkey talk? That's a divine monkey raised by a celestial being. The crowd, growing larger, pointed and whispered at Lu Yong, making him furious. Suddenly, a nightingale-like melodious voice rang out. "If the treasure is lost, it can be refined again. But if your life is lost..." Lu Xingyue gracefully stepped out from the crowd, speaking in a casual tone. Lu Senior sister, Lu Yong's heart sank. He couldn't even deal with a monkey, and Wang Rui also had profound strength. It seemed he had a close relationship with Lu Xingyue. Today he was doomed. Lu Yong's face changed colors, and he turned to flee. "Running away like this? You're even worse than a monkey," Wang Rui shouted sternly. With a soft sound, Lu Yong felt a blockage in his chest mid-air and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which splattered down. Wang Rui squinted his eyes, staring at Lu Yong's retreating figure. "If this were in the Refining God Palace, I would take your life on the life and death platform. Today, I will spare your life for the sake of your treasure." Hearing this, Lu Yong's body trembled, and he flew away even faster. Forget it. According to palace rules, it's a grave sin for secret disciples to kill each other. It's not worth it for such a person, Lu Xingyue advised. Chapter 76, The Endless Ocean. "Father, it was my oversight. I will send someone to take care of you in the future," Wang Rui stated firmly, planning to have Hong Xueqing send someone to keep an eye on the Wang family's mansion, facing the dozen or so servants and martial saints. His voice resounded like a great bell, echoing throughout the area. "You are my Wang family's people. You did not back down in the face of danger. Very good. I have always favored loyal and righteous individuals. Here are Sun Yuan pills. For ordinary people, taking one will enhance their physique and extend their life by 10 years. I reward each of you with one." His expression turned serious as he publicly bestowed ordinary Sun Yuan pills. What? Extend life by 10 years. My goodness. Young Master Wang is truly a celestial being. Damn it. If I had known those thugs were coming, I would have rushed in. I hope there's another chance next time. When those bandits come again, I won't let them go. The crowd erupted in excitement. 10 years of lifespan. Just like that, over a dozen pills were given out, extending over 100 years of lifespan. This would become a hot topic in Shengjing City, circulating for years and growing more exaggerated. Perhaps even claiming to extend life by 1,000 years. The servants and martial saints were overjoyed, carefully accepting the Sun Yuan pills and immediately swallowing them, fearing someone might covet them. These were treasures from the celestial realm. Even the emperor would likely be tempted. Their loyalty surged sharply. If there were a numerical value, it would at least be a perfect score of 100. These martial saints were sent by the Lei family, and the Lei family had done well this time. Wang Rui secretly nodded and loudly ordered several martial saints. Here are 10 Sun Yuan pills for extending life, and 10 Qi blood pills to help people break through to the peak of human immortality. You all must deliver these immediately to my grandfather, Lei Zhen, as you command. Young master. Several martial saints trembled as they held a jade box and swiftly left under countless intense gazes. Rewards and punishments are clear, treasures by people's hearts. In the future, even if someone comes to cause trouble at the Wang family. Just this Shengjing City alone is filled with nobles and common folk wanting Sun Yuan pills and Qi blood pills, enough to deal with them. Indeed, truly a dragon among men. Lu Xingyue silently admired. She had already discerned Wang Rui's intentions. That day, Wang Rui, Lu Xingyue, and little Jean rested well at the Wang family for a day. Summer Ningho Lei Zhen received the news and personally came to visit. And the family enjoyed a harmonious reunion. Of course, Wang Rui honored his father with a human-grade Sun Yuan pill, which could extend life by 20 years. Taking a second one would have no effect on extending life. Otherwise, one could live forever just by relying on this, and there would be no need for cultivation. Lu Yang's Qian Kuan bag contained 2 treasures. Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. One was the cloudbed pearl, an offensive treasure used in conjunction with the 1,000 Miles Eye Seal technique, which was useless to him and was directly tossed to the gluttonous beast, Tao Tai, as a snack. The next morning, Wang Rui urged the technique, and a small boat appeared out of thin air, colorful and quite beautiful. The 2 humans and 1 monkey leaped into the boat, flying towards the endless ocean at the ends of the earth, under Wang Tianda's reluctant gaze. The sound of wind and thunder roared, swift as lightning, as a ship's shadow flashed by. Meanwhile, the 2 humans and 1 monkey practiced spells, composed poetry, and enjoyed themselves in the Thunderwind boat. Thus, the Thunderwind boat flew continuously, day and night, not knowing how many thousands of miles it traveled after 10 or so days. During this time, in the Thunderwind boat, Wang Rui learned many secrets of the Saha world from Lu Xingyue. It turned out that in the land of Fusang in the Endless Ocean, there were 3 races: demons, monsters, and humans. The demons were not good demons, the monsters were not good monsters, and the humans were certainly not good people. The Fusang people were the most vicious and perverted, killing recklessly, plundering wealth, and committing all sorts of atrocities. Between heaven and earth, aside from the 7 sects of Immortal Tao, the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Valley of 10,000 Monsters, the Ghost Flame Sect, and other dominant sects, there were also many loose cultivator sections. The leaders of loose cultivator sects were generally experts in the Taiji Profound Realm and would not have the big shots of the Eternal Life Secret Realm appear. If a big shot from the Eternal Life Secret Realm established a sect, it would definitely be a major sect with the chance to compete for the position of a dominant sect. For example, thousands of years ago, the master of Lingjian Peak, Jian Linglong, became a giant after reaching the Eternal Life Secret Realm, establishing Lingjian Peak, defeating the Sun Moon sect, which was originally one of the 7 sects of Immortal Tao, and seizing the position of a dominant sect. Suddenly, one day, ahead, the water surged. The air became extremely humid, and a sticky, salty smell wafted through the air, along with waves of mysterious, oppressive, and dangerous aura. We've reached the endless ocean. An endless expanse of ocean appeared before Wang Rui's eyes, boundless and majestic, but shrouded in dark clouds, with raging waves crashing against the shore, incredibly perilous, hiding countless treasures and dangers awaiting the 2 humans and 1 monkey. Lu Xingyue brushed her jade hand through her flowing hair, saying, "This place is desolate and uninhabited. no longer within the borders of the Huaxia dynasty. Oh, it seems there is a coral reef ahead. Let us go there to search. Sea urchins, oysters, and blood corals over 100 years old are all major spiritual medicines for alchemy. Good. These are all excellent spiritual medicines. The two soared over to a large coral reef near the shallow sea. They saw that in the deep blue water, countless corals decorated the area like an underwater palace, vibrant and varied, resembling gigantic lotus flowers blooming on the seabed, while countless fish illuminated the ocean floor like clusters of dancing flames. There were also colorful, venomous sea snakes coiling among them, looking beautiful but extremely dangerous. For martial artists, going down to collect spiritual medicines would be a near-death experience. However, for experts in the Taiji profound realm, it was not a big deal. Wang Rui didn't make a move. His eyes flickered as he watched little Jean, who was eagerly bouncing around, excitedly leap into the coral group like a fish, exploring everywhere. Suddenly, it scooped up a clam the size of a bowl, pried it open, revealing the snow-white clam meat, which contained a blood-red pearl that exuded rich vitality and essence. Good. This is a blood pearl that has matured for over 500 years. If crafted into jewelry for wear, ordinary people can nourish their bodies, eliminate impurities and toxins from their blood, and prolong their lives. It is also an excellent spiritual medicine for refining earth-grade elixirs. Lu Xingyue looked at Xiao Jin with eyes full of envy. Unfortunately, Lu Xingyue cannot release the 8-headed demon puppets here. Otherwise, who knows how many treasures could be gathered. Wang Rui sighed inwardly. Chapter 77. A fortuitous encounter with the Millennium Dragon Turtle. We will gather all the way to the depths of the ocean. How about it? Wang Rui asked, raising his sword-like eyebrows. Good. At our speed, it may take us another 10 days to half a month to reach Fusang. However, the deeper we go into the sea, the more treasures and strange creatures there will be, but the dangers will also increase. The two soared into the endless depths of the ocean, with Xiao Jin following behind, leisurely riding the waves. After flying for a while, the mainland was no longer visible behind them. Looking around, the world was filled with ocean, an endless ocean. Not even half an island could be seen. Suddenly, the weather became very oppressive. Dark clouds rolled in, and a storm was imminent. The atmosphere on the sea was also very heavy. Wang Rui quickly released the Wind Thunderboat, and the three of them entered the boat. The Wind Thunderboat hovered in the storm, unmoving, releasing an invisible energy shield that kept all the wild winds and torrential rain outside the boat. Woo woo woo. Faint strange cries came from the storm. Master, this sound carries a strong scent of dragon turtle saliva in the wind. Good luck. We actually encountered a Millennium Dragon Turtle transforming into a flood dragon. Xiao Jin, being a spirit beast, or in other words, a demon race, is very sensitive to the demon race. It sniffed the scent carried by the sea breeze and suddenly transmitted its thoughts to Wang Rui. Millennium Dragon Turtle. After the 6th transformation of Wind Thunder, it can transform into a flood dragon? Isn't my dragon son Baxiao a dragon turtle? Perhaps. Wang Rui was suddenly startled and then delighted. In the endless ocean, there are giant turtles, an ancient exotic species. If it is born with fortune, learns to cultivate, and consumes spiritual medicines and rare treasures in this ocean every day, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, its bloodline will return to its ancestors. After 1,000 years, it will become a dragon-headed and dragon-tailed dragon turtle. After cultivating for countless more millennia and undergoing the 10 transformations of wind and thunder, it will reach the 10th level of the mysterious realm, and then it will have the chance to transform into a flood dragon, freely roaming the vast world. The dragon turtle is a 1,000-year demon beast, possessing the strength of the Tai Chi Xian realm. If it successfully transforms into a flood dragon, it would be akin to a human cultivating to the realm of immortality. It would become the favorite of heaven and earth, living for an entire epoch alongside the universe. Sister Lu, let's go. There is a Millennium Dragon Turtle transforming into a flood dragon nearby. Its entire body is filled with treasures. This is a rare opportunity. If we kill it, the benefits will be countless. Wang Rui soared up to search around, and Lu Xingyue was startled when she heard this, exclaiming in admiration that Wang Rui indeed has great fortune and luck, and inviting him along was certainly not a mistake. The two and the monkey rushed towards the direction from which the fishy smell was coming. Not long after, they saw the sky lit up with flashes of lightning and thunder, and a massive tornado rose up, swirling the boundless sea like a sea dragon, spinning violently. Within that terrifying tornado, there was a gigantic dragon turtle, fiercely raising its head and roaring. The turtle's body was surrounded by endless water vapor, forming a massive whirlpool. Resisting the lightning strikes that occasionally fell from the sky, Wang Rui shouted softly, "Great identification technique. Dragon turtle, identity, demon beast clan, ancient exotic species." After the 10 transformations of wind and thunder, can transform into a flood dragon, possessing boundless supernatural powers. 6th transformation of Wind Thunder, combat power value over 500,000 points. Equivalent to the 6th level of the Tai Chi Xian realm, Vast Realm. Special skill, Glazed Turtle Shell, Earthquake Mountain Shake. Special treasure, none. Heaven and Earth Fortune, weak. Winning probability, 60%. What a powerful dragon turtle. The strength of the 6th level of the Tai Chi Xian realm, vast and boundless, with great supernatural powers. If there are no celestial artifacts like the universe furnace, the winning probability against the dragon turtle is only 60%, but that's the challenge. Fortunately, it is only the 6th transformation. If it were the later transformations, Wang Rui wouldn't even think about it. He would just run away. Wang Rui immediately activated the gluttonous golden body, transforming into a beam of golden light, flying towards the dragon turtle in the tornado. The dragon turtle is at its most vulnerable moment when it completes the wind thunder transformation. If it succeeds, its magical power will greatly increase. And once it dives into the deep sea, even the great figures of the realm of immortality would find it difficult to kill it. Encountering a dragon turtle is such good luck. Lu Xingyue's beautiful eyes sparkled, showing great interest. Wait, there are other experts of the Tai Chi Xian realm lying in ambush near the dragon turtle. It seems they are also waiting for it to become weak. We are not the only ones. Be careful. Wang Rui's eyes flashed with countless images. A wave of enormous and overwhelming demonic energy surged into the sky, the wind howled, and the torrential rain poured down like a waterfall. Blinding lightning struck like divine swords from the heavens, directly slashing at the dragon turtle in the sea tornado. Soon, the two and the monkey were only a few dozen miles away from the dragon turtle, and they could see it more clearly. This dragon turtle was dozens of meters long, with a fierce and menacing dragon head, and its tail whipped like a whip. The pale golden shell plates on its body were each the size of a face, and now they were all raised, with reverse scales like knives. If these turtle shell plates were obtained by experts of the 5th level of the Xian realm, they could be refined into powerful magical treasures immediately. A demon beast like the dragon turtle, once discovered by humans, would not be let go by anyone, unless it was in the Valley of 10,000 Demons, which is the kingdom of demons and a holy place for them. Wang Rui felt from afar that this dragon turtle possessed incredibly strong magical power, and its imposing aura pressed down on them. If it weren't for his Xiantian soul-devouring armor and the addition of the universe furnace, with his mere 2nd level strength of the Xian realm, he would probably be stomped to death in one encounter. At this moment, the dragon turtle in the center of the sea tornado also sensed danger. As Wang Rui and the others approached, its cries became increasingly sharp and urgent. Waves of powerful magical power pulsed out, and hundreds of terrifying illusions appeared, seemingly trying to scare off Wang Rui's group and those hidden observers. However, this was of no use. Experts of the Tai Chi Xian realm, with their minds unified, would not be confused by any illusions, unless they were martial artists, who would go mad in that instant. At this point, they had reached the most critical moment of the dragon turtle's wind thunder transformation. If they passed this stage, it would advance to the 7th transformation, equivalent to the 7th level of the Xian realm's golden core realm. But if they fled or gave up halfway, they would lose their magical power at best and explode to death at worst. Wang Rui's eyes turned, and he confidently said, "The plan now is to wait. Wait for the moment when this dragon turtle is at its weakest, and then act immediately. But who will intercept the mysterious figures lurking in the dark? Since this dragon turtle was discovered by you, and you have a 3-year agreement with Murongju, this dragon turtle is filled with treasures and will greatly help you. So I will intercept that mysterious figure." Lu Xingyue's faint voice reached Wang Rui's ears from the storm, transmitted over 1,000 miles. "All right, then thank you. Xiao Jin, you help Sister Lu, and be on guard in secret. If I gain any benefits, you won't be left out." Wang Rui, seeing Lu Xingyue so understanding, was not polite. He now needed to devour a large amount of magical power to advance, especially since his dragon son Baxia is a dragon turtle. He wondered if devouring this dragon turtle would bring about any strange changes. Chapter 78. The Universe Furnace Hits the Turtle. Attention, it is about to begin. A thunderous roar drew Wang Rui's full attention to the dragon turtle. At this moment, the sea tornado became even more violent and frenzied. A massive blinding lightning bolt struck down, and a wave of surging magical power exploded from the dragon turtle, raising countless giant waves. Clearly, 2 large flesh lumps bulged on the dragon turtle's head, and in the blink of an eye, 2 several-meter-long coral-like long horns grew from the large flesh lumps. Meanwhile, the originally majestic and powerful dragon tortoise suddenly had its surrounding magical power dissipate, and the towering waterspout crashed down onto the sea surface, causing an unknown amount of seawater to pour down like a torrential rain, making it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. At this moment, the two men and a monkey were about to charge forward to capture the dragon tortoise. However, an unexpected change occurred. Dare to pick up cheap gains. A loud roar erupted from not far away over the ocean. A black light shot up into the sky, rushing towards them like a whirlwind. Wang Rui felt the air currents slicing across his face. As the black light flew, it generated explosive sounds like a cloak around it. An acoustic boom. A master. Leave it to me. Lu Xingyue had been waiting for this mysterious figure, and countless crimson silver needles suddenly appeared out of nowhere, flickering in the air like raindrops hitting banana leaves, flying towards the black light and colliding with it in an instant. You don't know what you're getting into. The mysterious figure let out a muffled grunt, evidently suffering a minor setback. Beside him, Little Jean roared, his furry face becoming increasingly terrifying, and his body swelled dramatically. He leaped suddenly, swift as lightning, and collided with the black light. Bang, bang, bang. The two men and a monkey engaged in a fierce battle, their magical powers radiating, stirring up towering waves and mist, making it hard to distinguish between them for a moment. All right, I'll deal with that dragon tortoise. Wang Rui's eyes flashed with divine light as he let out a fierce howl. Great slaughter technique, great divine power technique, great diamond technique, Xiantian's soul, devouring armor. Beep, beep. The combat power value stacked with great slaughter technique, great divine power technique, and great diamond technique, increasing from 20,000 points in the second layer of the Tai Chi Profound Realm to 60,000 points in the third layer, True Gang Realm. Beep, beep, using Xiantian's soul devouring armor. The combat power value automatically increased by 1 tier, rising to 100,000 points in the fourth layer of the Profound Realm, Qian Kuan Realm. The golden phantom of the dragon child Basha and the fierce-eyed Yazi appeared, and Yazi suddenly lunged into Wang Rui's body, merging with him. Oddly enough, the phantom of dragon child Basha seemed to have gained sentience. It did not integrate into Wang Rui's body, but merely shook its head and tail, silently roaring at the dragon tortoise in the ocean. Wang Rui's magical power surged, transforming into a golden meteor, charging straight at the dragon tortoise. He fiercely urged the soul-devouring armor in midair, and a dazzling golden light beam, about a meter wide, burst forth from the armor, smashing towards the dragon tortoise in its thunderstorm transformation. Beep, beep. The dragon tortoise's combat power value dropped from 500,000 points to 250,000 points. Speed and defense halved. Wang Rui's combat power value was 100,000 points, and now the dragon tortoise was in a weakened, defenseless state, but its 250,000 combat power value still far surpassed Wang Rui's. How could he win? Now, another loud shout. The cosmic furnace suddenly appeared in the void, radiating blinding golden light, with faint images of flowers, birds, insects, fish, ancient ancestors, and primordial beasts, all vividly alive. A raging red flame burst forth, enveloping the cosmic furnace, like a blazing sun in the sky, pressing down on the dragon tortoise. The speed of the cosmic furnace was not just hard to discern with the naked eye. It was completely invisible, surpassing time and space, pressing down in an instant. It slammed down onto the shell of the enormous dragon tortoise, which let out a shrill and tragic roar, its shell cracking, dark green blood splattering and dyeing a large area of the sea red. It shook its head, seemingly half dead from the blow. Heavenly net. Wang Rui urged his magical technique, and the red flames on the cosmic furnace transformed into a massive net, capturing the dragon tortoise, rendering it unable to move. Wang Rui was overjoyed and soared over to absorb the dragon tortoise's magical power. Suddenly, behind him, the faint sound of joy from dragon child Basha echoed, and a golden tortoise shadow rushed into the dragon tortoise's body. Within the fiery net, the dragon tortoise's eyes bulged. Its limbs stiffened, and its massive body trembled continuously, seemingly in great pain, slowly transforming into a dazzling golden light. Wang Rui couldn't help but stop, staring suspiciously at the massive golden light. In just half a tea's time, the golden light spun violently, exploded fiercely, blinding to the eyes, and when the golden light dimmed, Dragon Child Basha had transformed from a phantom into a half-real, half-illusory state. Master, I am Dragon Child Basha. Basha's slightly weathered voice echoed in Wang Rui's mind. Wang Rui was filled with surprise. Huh? You are Basha? Little Basha? You. Master, I originally needed you to reach the realm of eternal life to elevate me. But after devouring this dragon tortoise with a trace of primordial bloodline today, I am no longer a phantom. From now on, I can roam the vast world. However, my strength is still lacking. Basha slowly crawled to Wang Rui's feet, raising its head and lightly tapping Wang Rui. All right, although I couldn't absorb the magical power. Having Dragon Child Basha is still quite good. Let's see how strong Basha is. Wang Rui thought to himself. Great identification technique. Dragon Child Basha, identity, Wang Rui's spirit beast. Son of the dragon. Strong and burden-bearing. Able to move mountains and seas. Body as solid as a diamond. Impervious to innate spiritual treasures. Combat power value over 500. 000 points. Equivalent to the 6th layer of the Tai Chi Profound Realm, Vast Realm. Special skills. Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds. Dragon scale tortoise shell, tidal waves. Special treasures. None. Heavenly and earthly luck. Present. Winning probability. 100. Haha. 6th layer of the Profound Realm, Vast Realm. Amazing capabilities. Wang Rui burst into laughter. He never expected that on his first visit to the Endless Ocean, he would encounter a dragon tortoise. What a stroke of luck. What great fortune. Be careful. Suddenly, Lu Xingyue's warning voice came. In the distance, a black light accompanied by a violent sound wave rushed towards them, and in the blink of an eye, a deep pressure enveloped Wang Rui, causing his magical power to waver. If it weren't for the minor success of his gluttonous golden body, his physical body would have been on the verge of collapse. The power was immense, fierce, and terrifying. Not good. At least it's a master at the 6th layer of the divine ability Vast Realm. Wang Rui realized he was in danger. In the void, the roar of a dragon erupted, deafening. Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds. Basha raised its head and emitted the Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds. Streams of golden air rushed out from Basha's massive mouth, revealing countless mysterious characters. Stick, kill, seize, capture, pull, drag, spin, hammer. The golden airflow converged in an instant into 8 giant dragon figures, swirling around the oncoming black light, aiming to strangle it directly. Chapter 79. Breaking through the 3rd layer of the Profound Realm. Bang, bang, bang. The Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds continuously struck the black light, causing explosive sounds and flashes of light. The black light was suddenly shattered, and a middle-aged man dressed like a Japanese, wearing wooden sandals, with a short stature, a long beard, a grayish-blue complexion, and a sinister gaze, appeared, a clear sign of a criminal. At this moment, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, evidently injured by Basha's Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds. This middle-aged, sinister short man spoke in a strangely accented Chinese. Hee, you have such big guts. I never expected that after guarding this dragon tortoise for a month, just waiting for the moment it transforms, I would run into you all trying to snatch it. I will skin you alive. Great identification technique. Wang Rui focused countless images on this middle-aged short man. Watanabe Aikir, identity, samurai from Japan, owner of Moi Island. 6th layer of the Tai Chi Profound Realm, Vast Realm. Combat power value over 500, 000 points. Special skills, Black Sun Eclipse Light, Alchemy. Special treasures, none. Heavenly and earthly luck, extremely weak. Winning probability, 60. At this moment, Lu Xingyue and Little Jean shot over, forming a triangular formation around the short man Watanabe. Basha stood behind Wang Rui, its fierce eyes also glaring fiercely at Watanabe. Watanabe Aikir, with his sinister eyes turning, realized he would not benefit today. He stomped his foot and tried to escape. Trying to run? Wang Rui, enraged by the sneak attack, let out a cold scoff. Xiantian's soul devouring. A beam of golden light from his Xiantian soul devouring armor struck Watanabe directly, enveloping him. Beep, beep. Watanabe Aikir's combat power value dropped from 500, 000 points in the 6th layer of the Vast Realm to 250, 000 points in the 5th layer. Speed and defense halved. What? Damn thief. Watanabe Aikir exclaimed in shock. The murderous intent was evident as he suddenly struck with a palm. Black Sun Eclipse. A seemingly inconspicuous, bowl-sized black pillar of darkness shot out from his palm, crashing towards Wang Rui with incredible speed. It's so fast. I have to try. Great identification technique. Minor success in great identification technique. Marvelous. At this moment, countless images appeared in the depths of Wang Rui's eyes. Although Watanabe Aikiru was as fast as lightning, in the images, he appeared to move incredibly slowly. All his trajectories, past, present, and future, flashed clearly before Wang Rui. Wang Rui sneered inwardly, methodically activating the Great Devouring Technique. A dark and deep vortex appeared in the path of Watanabe's Black Sun Eclipse attack. As a result, the Black Sun Eclipse rushed straight into the suddenly appeared, incomparably dark and deep vortex as if it were delivered to him. Wang Rui let out a muffled groan. His and Tao Dai's devouring limit was at the 4th level of the Xian realm, but Watanabe's power level of 250, 000 was at the 5th level of the Xian realm. Pain and pleasure. The incredibly powerful magical energy flowed into his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. However, The magical energy of the otherworldly realm was too intense. It was like a heavy truck trying to pass through a small car-sized passage, causing his meridians and bones to crack and pain to reach his marrow. Beside him, Lu Xingyue raised her hand, ready to take Watanabe's life. But Xiao Jin pulled her back, shaking his head humanely, his face extremely serious. Huh, does this monkey know that Wang Rui can defeat that Fusang person? That Fusang person is at the 6th level of the Xian realm, while Wang Rui has just entered the Xian realm. How can he compete? Lu Xingyue was puzzled. However, it was said that spirit beasts that were subdued would not harm their masters in the Saha world, so she slowly lowered her hand, staring intently at Wang Rui. Die! Dark light burst from his palms, getting faster and faster, as if he were a humanoid black sun radiating boundless black light, enveloping Wang Rui completely. Devour! Devour! Absolutely cannot use the universe furnace. One smash would kill this Fusang person. A rare human must be devoured properly. Wang Rui's face turned pale, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, as countless dark vortices flickered around him, spinning violently, devouring Watanabe's black sun eclipse. Streams of powerful magical energy surged into his body, and he didn't know how many meridians and blood vessels burst. His entire body became a bloody mess, gradually bleeding from all 7 orifices. If it weren't for the minor success of Tao Ye's golden body, he would have already died. Beep, beep. The Master's power level rose from the 2nd level of the Taiji Xian realm's true essence realm, 20,000 points, to the 3rd level of the Taiji Xian realm's true energy realm, 50,000 points. Good. The magical energy finally broke through to the 3rd level of the Xian realm. Watanabe Ikaru, this human is not bad. Good. Master, I, the glutton, have also advanced to the 3rd level of the Xian realm. It's so much easier and more comfortable to advance with you. You need to speed up. Hee hee. Tao Tai was rolling with joy in Wang Rui's sea of consciousness. The 3rd level of the Xian realm. Huh? Wang Rui suddenly burst into laughter. Watanabe Ikaru, seeing Wang Rui already a bloody mess and still laughing, cursed loudly. Madman. Beep. Watanabe Ikaru's power level dropped from the 5th level of the Taiji Xian realm's otherworldly realm to the 4th level of the Taiji Xian realm's universe realm. At this moment, Watanabe Ikaru's face was filled with horror. He suddenly howled and unleashed all his strength, the black sun eclipse crashing into Wang Rui once again. Bang! With a loud noise. The black vortex surrounding Wang Rui was shattered by the impact, causing him to stagger back several steps. Run! He must be a monster transformed from the demon clan. Watanabe Ikaru leaped into the air to escape. Whoosh! A girl and 2 beasts instantly blocked his path. Wang Rui's eyes glimmered with a strange light. Magical energy erupted, and he soared into the air, shouting fiercely. Fusang Moxie, Island Master. We are disciples of the Alchemy Temple. You, a mere scattered cultivator from Fusang, a heretic, dare to oppose the Alchemy Temple. Do you want to die? What? Disciples of the Alchemy Temple. Watanabe Ikaru was startled, his face turning pale, seemingly apprehensive. Even if scattered cultivators are powerful, they are very wary of the 7 sects of the immortal Tao, because killing one of them would surely lead to endless pursuit. Just as Moxie Island Master Watanabe Ikaru was taken aback, Wang Rui called for the girl and 2 beasts to take action. The man and woman, along with the 2 beasts, unleashed overwhelming magical energy, launching a fierce attack on Watanabe Ikaru. Watanabe Ikaru's face turned ghostly pale. He knew this was a certain death situation. He never expected that he, who hunted geese all day, would have his eyes pecked out by the geese. However, you won't get away, even if I die. I will drag you down with me. Watanabe Ikaru roared fiercely. Bang! With a loud explosion, he self-destructed. Chapter 80. The Ambition of the Taiching Sect. A massive black pillar shot into the sky and suddenly exploded, creating a black mushroom cloud over 100 meters high, darkening the sky and obscuring vision. Blood rained down from the sky, and the man, woman, and 2 beasts were all blown away without a trace. After a long time, Wang Rui, Lu Xingyue, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Ba finally gathered together, all looking extremely disheveled. Wang Rui was covered in blood, with countless wounds deep enough to see bone. If it weren't for the great devouring technique and Tao Ye's golden body, this blow would have been enough to kill him 1,000 times over. Although Lu Xingyue was at the 6th level of the Xian realm, she also sustained serious internal injuries, blood at the corners of her mouth, her hair disheveled, and her clothes tattered, revealing glimpses of her flesh. The golden-haired stone monkey Xiao Jin was only at the 1st level of the Xian realm. Although he was born with a divine body, tougher than steel, the self-detonation of a 5th-level Xian realm expert could severely injure or even kill a 6th-level expert. Xiao Jin was supposed to be doomed, but fortunately, he was clever and hid behind Xiao Ba in the nick of time, escaping unscathed. Xiao Ba, the dragon's son, was the most at ease. With his 6th level strength, he activated his dragon-scale turtle shell, which was enough to withstand attacks from a 7th level golden core realm expert. Even an 8th level nascent soul realm expert couldn't break through his defense in one blow. He was merely blown away by the mushroom cloud several dozen miles. Wang Rui was still concerned, not expecting Watanabe Ikaru to be so decisive and self-destructive, almost taking them all down with him. One must not be careless on the path of cultivation. There are many scattered cultivators in Fusang, with hundreds and thousands of forces, mostly heretics. This Moxie Island Master is somewhat notorious, ranking as the 42nd out of the 72 Island Masters of Fusang. He had the fortune to obtain a cultivation technique from an ancient relic in his youth, thus becoming a scattered cultivator, killing mercilessly and being lawless. Lu Xingyue, being an old disciple of the Alchemy Temple, was well aware of the world situation. She explained the origins of Moxie Island Master. Wang Rui was also taken aback. If Moxie Island Master only ranked 42nd, how powerful could the first-ranked Island Master be? Could it be the secret of immortality? Moxie Island Master's lair is probably not far from here. We must eradicate him completely and root out all his treasures. He is just a small overseas scattered cultivator, yet has reached the 6th level of the Xian realm. He must have treasures that we need to obtain. Lu Xingyue gritted her teeth, angry at nearly being blown to death. Good. I have the same intention. Wang Rui nodded darkly. Let us find a secluded place to rest and heal in the Wind Thunderboat. I have healing pills that should be enough to recover in about 2 hours. Lu Xingyue was shocked. Wang Rui was truly not simple. He has a big secret. He easily subdued the dragon turtle, and even though he just entered the Xian realm, he can compete with Moxie Island Master. He became an alchemist not long ago and can already refine high-grade and earth-grade spirit pills. No wonder he has the confidence to challenge Morongju in 3 years. Let us go. The two of them and the two beasts flew away from the scene, seeking a secluded place. Xiao Jin and Xiao Ba stood guard outside while the two entered the Wind Thunderboat to heal. After a long while, Wang Rui suddenly opened his eyes, deeply exhaling, his gaze brighter than ever, and he stood up, feeling a powerful force filling his body. This is the 3rd level of the Xian realm's true energy realm. Are you done? Lu Xingyue, who had completed her cultivation earlier, stood quietly beside him. Let us go. Wang Rui leaped out of the Wind Thunderboat first. Good. Let us find Moxie Island Master's lair. The 7 sects of the Immortal Tao have all placed bounties on this Fusang 72 Island Master. We can also collect a reward later. Lu Xingyue followed Wang Rui into the sky, with Xiao Jin and Xiao Ba behind them. The 4 of them suddenly split up and began searching in 4 different directions. It was already late at night. The stars were bright. The waves gently lapped at their feet, and the sea breeze brushed against their faces, creating a scene of brilliance and tranquility. The 2 humans and 2 beasts flew and searched for thousands of miles before gathering back together. It's right ahead, Lu Xingyue said coldly. Wang Rui looked into the distance and saw an uninhabited island at the horizon where the ocean met the sky, shrouded in black mist, with jagged reefs and treacherous shoals surrounding it. It seemed that the black mist was part of a very powerful formation, and he wondered if they could enter. This formation is incredibly powerful. Lu Xingyue stared at the formation for a while, feeling a hidden malevolence and a surging killing intent, and couldn't help but gasp. This should be the lair of Watanabe Ichiro, the master of Immerse Island. I wonder if there are still enemies on this island, and with such a formidable formation. How can we avoid alarming the snake in the grass? Wang Rui hesitated. Master, my ability to reverse yin and yang and my fire-eyed golden vision are among the 3,600 great supernatural powers. I can discern yin and yang, stabilize the universe, and distinguish between true and false. This illusory spirit great formation, although formidable, is nothing to me. Xiao Jin's voice sounded in Wang Rui's consciousness like a treasure being offered. Good. This formation is not to be feared. Wang Rui said calmly to Lu Xingyue. Oh, you also know how to break formations? Wang Rui's assessment of Lu Xingyue's capabilities rose again. Xiao Jin took the lead, with Wang Rui and Xiao Ba following closely behind, rushing towards Immerse Island. Not long after they set off, suddenly, 6 or 7 men and women dressed in purple gold Taoist robes embroidered with the 8 trigrams flew from the horizon. These men and women were all flying on magical artifacts, experts from the Tai Chi mystic realm. Only disciples of the first major sect of the Immortal Path, the Tai Ching sect, wore the purple gold Taoist robes. Brother Long, this is Immerse Island. Watanabe Ichiro, the 4th-ranked master of the 72 islands of Fusang, is hiding on the island. I discovered this by accident. If we kill him, our sect will gain merit, which can be exchanged for many spiritual pills and magical artifacts. A young disciple excitedly relayed to a middle-aged man leading the group. What? A spiritual treasure-level alchemy furnace? If this news spreads, the big shots from the Eternal Life Secret Realm will probably come to capture the master of Immerse Island. The crowd was in an uproar. I've heard that Watanabe Ichiro is an expert at the 6th level of the Mystic Realm with incredible speed, creating sonic booms, and possesses the power of the Black Sun Eclipse, making him exceptionally formidable. With such a powerful formation on Immerse Island, even if we can gather the 4 symbols and 8 trigrams formation, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with him, another disciple said, full of worry. But Brother Long spoke confidently, don't worry, we're not the only ones here. The master of Immerse Island is an evil entity wanted by the 7 sects of the Immortal Path. Recently, the 46th and 59th ranked island masters have already been slain. Although the news of Immerse Island's master hasn't yet reached the ears of the big shots. Soon the disciples from the Heavenly Craft Hall and the Spirit Refining Palace will come, and they should be arriving soon. The master of Immerse Island is incredibly powerful, and this is his lair, so it will definitely be a fierce battle. At that time, let the people from the Spirit Refining Palace and the Divine Weapons sect take the lead and fight to the death with Immerse Island, while we reap the benefits. Brother Long said coldly, his eyes glinting. Chapter 81, The Vast and Majestic Cauldron. Brother Long, you're brilliant. The Spirit Refining Palace has recently been producing many talents. And last time they took first place in the trial of the Demon Forbidden Land, gradually threatening our Tai Ching sect's position. If this continues, it will be very unfavorable for our plan to unify the Immortal Path, a disciple asserted. To unify the Immortal Path is a grand goal set by the Supreme Leader and many elders. We must impose restrictions on all practitioners in the world. If they violate our Tai Ching sect's laws, they will be severely punished immediately. This is to act on behalf of heaven. Brother Long spoke passionately, gesturing widely. This is an unprecedented great undertaking. When the time comes, our Tai Ching sect will govern the Immortal Path, leading all immortals, with the Supreme Leader as the Heavenly Emperor. And everyone will be divine soldiers and generals. Yes, unify the Immortal Path and become divine soldiers and generals. Everyone laughed heartily. Brother Long's expression turned serious. The master of Immerse Island is incredibly formidable. We should not enter just yet. Let's wait for the other sect disciples to arrive and hide first. Several disciples of the Tai Ching sect found secluded spots to conceal themselves. About half an hour later, several figures appeared in the distance over the vast ocean, flying swiftly towards Immerse Island. With a whoosh, the sound of capes creating sonic booms split the air, churning up deep troughs in the sea and raising towering waves with immense momentum. At this moment, Wang Rui and his group had already entered Immerse Island. In an instant, a chilling wind blew, black mist enveloped the area, and the sounds of wailing echoed around them, with boundless malevolence rushing into their minds, causing even their souls to feel hazy. Xiao Jin let out a cold laugh, his face like a thunder god, and his eyes suddenly shone with golden light. With a hum, 2 golden beams shot straight into the black mist of the sinister wind. Sizzle! The boundless black mist dissipated like snow meeting the scorching sun, disappearing without a trace. Father, follow me. No matter how powerful this 7 Fiends illusory spirit great formation is, it is useless against me. Xiao Jin communicated with Wang Rui telepathically. Wang Rui nodded, and, along with Lu Xingyue and Xiao Ba, followed closely behind Xiao Jin. Although they were clearly in a canyon and could not turn, they followed Xiao Jin as he turned left and right, and although there was a towering cliff ahead, they charged straight ahead. Along the way, the killing intent was overwhelming, and the cold light of malevolence filled the area, indicating formidable restrictions and traps. However, Xiao Jin's ability to reverse yin and yang and his fire-eyed golden vision were indeed miraculous and powerful. They did not trigger any traps, and Wang Rui's group had already entered the depths of Immerse Island. In the center of the island was a lake covering dozens of acres, calm and serene, with no waves on its surface, except for a few bizarre reefs standing in the middle of the lake, which seemed to be the only unusual feature. This is it. Xiao Jin suddenly soared into the air, charging straight towards the reefs in the center of the island. 2 dazzling golden lights slammed into the empty space between the reefs. Boom! With a loud sound, the strange reefs instantly disappeared, and the calm surface of the lake erupted into waves several meters high, revealing a magnificent palace that seemed to be slowly rising from the whirlpool, supported by an enormous, invisible force. A resplendent palace. The plaque at the entrance was inscribed with the words Immerse Divine Palace. This Immerse Divine Palace was grand and magnificent, beautifully designed. Yet it appeared to have no lethal formations or restrictions set up. Although Watanabe Ichiro was an expert at the 6th level of the Mystic Realm, setting up powerful formations requires communication with heaven and earth, understanding the sun, moon, and stars, and integrating magical powers with the right timing and location, along with various formidable magical artifacts. It was already a stretch for Watanabe to set up a Seven Fiends illusory spirit formation outside. It was impossible for him to have arranged a powerful formation inside the palace as well. Wang Rui took the lead, bringing one person and two beasts slowly into the grand hall of Immerse Palace, the red palace door automatically closing behind them. The hall was extremely spacious and luxurious, with walls of jade, a floor of gold, and pearls as lamps, yet it was empty, indicating that Watanabe Ichiro was a solitary thief. In the center of the hall stood a several-meter-high ancient bronze alchemy furnace. This alchemy furnace, made of unknown material, faintly emitted a bronze glow, and wisps of fragrant medicinal vapor filled the air, indicating that this furnace was quite extraordinary. As Wang Rui and the others approached for a closer look, they noticed faint ancient bronze inscriptions appearing and disappearing on the walls of the furnace. What? Lu Xingyue suddenly lost her composure upon seeing the inscriptions, exclaiming in shock. A treasure-level alchemy furnace. Oh my god. No wonder the master of Immerse Island, a mere solitary cultivator without a sect, could cultivate to the 6th level of the mystic realm and possess such great powers. It turns out that he obtained a congenital spiritual treasure-level alchemy furnace from ancient ruins in the Endless Ocean. Among all magical treasures, alchemy furnaces are the rarest. Moreover, this furnace is even better than a life-bound treasure. It would be more than enough to exchange for hundreds of ordinary magical treasures. To make rapid progress, enhance one's magical power, and break through realms, having spiritual pills is essential. For practitioners, spiritual pills are like fine food for ordinary people. With a good alchemy furnace, the chances of destroying the furnace or exploding pills during the refining process can be reduced, and the quality of the spiritual pills can be improved. Just like a farmer who has fertile land can continuously produce high-quality food. Furthermore, alchemy furnaces are the most difficult to refine. Their materials and the formations used for refining are far more complex than those of ordinary swords and blades. Ordinary magical treasures typically have a few major formations, such as those that increase attack power or speed. However, alchemy furnace treasures have at least dozens of major formations, and sometimes even hundreds or thousands, including the Dampfire formation, Quenching formation, Cyclone formation, Congealing pill formation, and Golden crystal formation, among others. Therefore, alchemy furnaces not only can refine pills, their attack and defense capabilities are also among the strongest of all magical treasures. Being able to refine pills and having both offensive and defensive capabilities. Alchemy furnaces are the most important treasures for practitioners. Lu Xingyue's gaze inadvertently swept over Wang Rui and the two spirit beasts. Her brow slightly furrowed as she reluctantly stroked the Lingyun Ding. It's a pity I have my family heirloom, the Xingyue Divine Furnace. Legend has it that the ancient war god Xingtian's legacy contains countless treasures. Since you have the qualifications of a pill god, you cannot be without a good alchemy furnace. This furnace belongs to you. But you must make a blood oath to refine a batch of spiritual pills for me when you achieve great success in the path of alchemy. Deal. Wang Rui readily agreed to Lu Xingyue's request. This woman knows my strength and does not dare to compete with me, so she settles for second best, asking for a furnace to refine pill god-level spiritual pills. Truly decisive and exceptionally clever. I also happen to need a good alchemy furnace to cover for my possession of the celestial artifact, the Huanyu furnace. Yes, this congenital spiritual treasure is now mine. After Wang Rui made the blood oath in front of Lu Xingyue, he began to recognize the master of the Lingyun Ding. Unlike ordinary magical treasures, recognizing a master for a spiritual treasure is not easy. It usually takes at least 1 or 2 hours. Lu Xingyue felt relieved when she saw Wang Rui make the blood oath. Violating a blood oath would bring a curse from the entire Saha world, leading to a decline in fortune and continuous misfortune, so no practitioner dares to violate it, including the ancient giants of the eternal life secret realm. Chapter 82. Enemies Meet. Wang Rui began to recognize the master of the Lingyun Ding, and just a quarter of an hour had passed. Suddenly, the entire Moi Island shook violently, and the Moi Palace trembled fiercely. After a few moments, the main door of the Moi Palace suddenly exploded, and 5 or 6 figures suddenly appeared in the hall. Unexpectedly, after we worked so hard to break the island's protective formation, we were overtaken by others. Leave the spiritual treasure alchemy furnace behind, and we will spare your lives. As soon as the words were spoken, flying swords, treasure ropes, and various magical treasures rushed toward Wang Rui, who was beside the alchemy furnace. At the same time, many streams of magical power transformed into large hands that reached for the alchemy furnace. Who are these people? How can there be so many masters of the Tai Chi profound realm? Lu Xingyue was suddenly startled. With a whoosh, countless Xingyue divine needles transformed into a storm, intercepting several magical treasures, creating a cacophony of clanging sounds. Among them, a golden long rainbow, fierce and unmatched, suddenly broke through the needle shadows and rushed toward the alchemy furnace. Xiaoba suddenly let out the sound of the celestial dragon's 8 sounds, a majestic dragon roar resounding, shaking the void like rippling waves, encircling the incoming figures. Stumbling back, those figures retreated several large steps, all shaken as if struck by a heavy hammer. With a loud bang, Xiao Jin's figure swelled, performing a somersault and soaring into the air, striking that golden rainbow away. In an instant, a woman and 2 beasts fiercely fought against the incoming figures. Wang Rui knew he couldn't recognize the master of this spiritual treasure for now. He retracted his magical power and slowly turned around, his furious gaze sweeping over those who had attacked. Oh, the owner of this golden rainbow is actually Lu Yong. Lu Yong actually appeared in the endless ocean. This was something Wang Rui had never expected. He had just taught him a lesson in Shengjing City, and even took his lifebound treasure, the Huayun Pearl. How could he have acquired such a powerful magical treasure in such a short time? Humph. To strike a snake but not kill it is to invite harm. Wang Rui's killing intent surged, and he suddenly raised his hand, first putting the Lingyun Ding into his Shumi ring. Including Lu Yong, there were a total of 8 people, all masters of the Tai Chi profound realm. Among them, 5 had weathered faces, already middle-aged, and although they were masters of the profound realm, they had no magical treasures, only a couple of top-grade artifacts. Such a predicament indicates that they are scattered cultivators without a sect. Only those with shallow foundations and no sect resources would advance to the Tai Chi profound realm without any magical treasures. If they belonged to a major sect, any master of the profound realm would be rewarded with methods, supernatural powers, or magical treasures. The other 3 included Lu Yong and one other young man, who, judging by his attire, was a core disciple of the Tiangong Hall. He wore a set of bronze-colored battle armor covering his entire body, with sharp spikes on his shoulder guards and intricate, mysterious runes carved into his chest armor, gloves, and boots, emitting a faint glow, looking quite formidable. The last one was actually a secret disciple of the Alchemy God Palace, but Wang Rui did not recognize him. Wang Rui, you actually dare to steal the spiritual treasure alchemy furnace. Lu Yong was the first to recognize that it was Wang Rui who took the furnace. He was initially shocked, but then his centipede scar on his face twitched violently, looking fierce and menacing. Wang Rui stood proudly, his eyes shining with fierce light, glaring at Lu Yong. Lu Yong, you actually acquired such a powerful magical treasure so quickly. It seems your magical power has advanced further. Did someone help you? This is the golden profound sword bestowed upon me by Senior Brother Morong. Senior Brother Morong's magical power is boundless and his supernatural abilities vast. You can't even imagine it. Lu Yong gritted his teeth and said. His hatred for Wang Rui had reached its peak, and for that ugly monkey, he wished he could tear its bones apart, eat its flesh, and drink its blood. You are the newly advanced secret disciple, Wang Rui? Lu Shimi, why don't you discipline him properly? Why is he still acting recklessly? At this moment, the secret disciple Wang Rui did not recognize spoke up. It turned out to be Senior Brother Ling Xiaozi. 10 years ago, you broke through to the Tai Chi profound realm and became a secret disciple. Now that you have emerged from seclusion, your realm and magical power have increased a lot. This time, you actually came to the endless ocean to kill the master of Fusong Island. Lu Xingyue frowned slightly, a hint of worry flashing across her face. I came out this time for 2 reasons. First, at Senior Brother Morong's repeated request, to take care of Junior Brother Lu Yong. Second, I heard about the master of Fusong Moi Island and came to slay demons and eliminate evils. I didn't expect you to have gotten here first. Surrender it to Morongju? Ha. Upon hearing Ling Xiaozi's words, Wang Rui laughed in anger. Wang Rui, why are you laughing? A cold smile flickered across Ling Xiaozi's face. This legendary spiritual treasure-level alchemy furnace is truly tempting. Even the big shots of the eternal life secret realm cannot help but seize it. He must obtain it to refine high-quality spiritual pills and make rapid progress in cultivation. Ling Xiaozi was confident, as he shared the same 6th level of the profound realm as Lu Xingyue and could definitely hold her back. The other 7 people would easily deal with 1 person and 2 beasts. Wang Rui suddenly stopped laughing and coldly said, What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at you. As a secret disciple of the Alchemy God Palace, being such a rogue and shameless. A person like you, without shame, I would even disdain to have as a servant. You, a piece of trash, dare to think about snatching my alchemy furnace? Do you believe I could slap you to death right now? You, how dare you? After being scolded by Wang Rui, Ling Xiaozi was momentarily stunned, then became furious, his blood surging, and his face turning red as he shouted. Wang Rui, you are truly lawless and have a demonic heart. No wonder Senior Brother Morong said you have colluded with the Celestial Demon sect. It seems that is indeed the case. You have truly fallen into the demonic path. Only demonic disciples would insult their fellow sect members like this. Die, demon. At that moment, the one who attacked Wang Rui was not Ling Xiaozi, but the man from the Tiangong Hall. He stomped violently on the ground, sank his waist, raised his arms, and aimed at Wang Rui, delivering a fierce blow while lightly shouting, Binglang fist. In the blink of an eye, 5 punches were unleashed. 5 streams of magical power transformed into gigantic iron fists, connected like branches, consecutively crashing towards Wang Rui. What a wicked thief. The Tiangong Hall is my enemy. How dare you meddle in my affairs? A murderous intent suddenly surged in Wang Rui's heart. Great identification technique. Ouyang Tian, identity, core disciple of the Tiangong Hall. 4th level of the Taiji Xianjing, Qian Kuan realm, battle power value over 100,000 points. Special skills, Binglang fist, alchemy, special treasure, Binglang bronze divine armor. Heaven and earth fortune, extremely weak, victory probability, 90. Chapter 83, Rooting out the weeds. Wang Rui was filled with immense anger and had already developed a killing intent. The power of the Great Tao was fully unleashed. Great massacre technique, great power technique, great Vajra technique, Xiantian's soul, devouring armor. Beep beep. Battle power value stacked with great massacre technique, great power technique, great Vajra technique. Battle power value rose from 50,000 points in the 3rd level of the Taiji Xianjing to 100,000 points in the 4th level of the Xianjing. Beep beep. Using the Xiantian soul devouring armor. Battle power value automatically increased by 1 tier, rising to 200,000 points in the 5th level of the Xianjing. Xiantian's soul devouring. Wang Rui's mind moved. A bowl-sized golden beam of light shot out from the chest of the soul devouring armor. Clang, 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 clang. The 5 giant magical fists were pierced by the golden light and vanished into thin air. Ouyang Tian had no time to react before being struck in the chest by the golden beam. Beep beep. Ouyang Tian's battle power value decreased from 100,000 points in the 4th level of the Taiji Xianjing to 50,000 points in the 3rd level of the Xianjing. Speed and defense halved. Die. Wang Rui's Lingfeng boots flashed with light, and a golden figure instantly flickered, appearing behind Ouyang Tian in the blink of an eye. With a soft sound, a golden arm effortlessly penetrated Ouyang Tian's back. No. Ouyang Tian screamed in despair as his body suddenly exploded, shattering into pieces, blood gushing everywhere. Tiangong Hall. Core disciple Ouyang Tian, a master of the 4th level of the Taiji Xianjing, instantly killed by Wang Rui's strike. Lu Yong shivered, his heart pounding. How has Wang Rui become so ferocious? Ouyang Tian had the strength of the 4th level of the Xianjing and couldn't withstand a single blow. What realm is Wang Rui at now? Wang Rui, you truly are a demon, killing innocents, even murdering a member of the Tiangong Hall from the 7 sects of the Immortal Path. It seems you are truly intent on walking the demonic path. Ling Xiaozi gritted his teeth. He had not acted earlier just to observe Wang Rui's strength, but did not expect Wang Rui to be so fierce and ruthless, killing his enemy in one blow, leaving him no chance to act. Humph, you all will die today. Xiao Jin, Xiao Ba, kill for me. Wang Rui was truly furious. Completely furious. This Ling Xiaozi was shameless, reversing right and wrong, doing anything to achieve his goals. If he let the tiger return to the mountain, it would lead to endless troubles. It was better to root out the weeds. Hee, big trash die? Xiao Jin roared, his ape body violently expanding to over 10 meters high, leaping down like a demon god from the sky, aiming a kick at his old enemy Lu Yong. Golden Shin Sword. Lu Yong heard the monkey call him big trash, his face turning ashen with anger. With a loud shout, he summoned a golden long rainbow that shot into the sky, firmly stopping the giant ape's monstrous foot. Roar. A dragon's roar erupted in the void, deafening. It was the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon. The boss Yao paused, raising its head to emit the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon, with streams of golden air rushing out from its gaping mouth, revealing countless mysterious patterns of bells and tripods flickering constantly. Bind, kill, seize, capture, pull, twist, hammer. The golden air instantly gathered into 8 golden dragon figures, 2 golden dragons charging towards Ling Xiaozi, while the remaining 6 were divided among the 5 scattered cultivators and Lu Yong. For a moment, the golden dragons swirled and flew in the hall, dazzling and aiming to kill these 7 rascals in one fell swoop. Wang Rui waved his hand, and a massive black vortex several meters in diameter erupted, from which 8 shadows leapt out, demonic energy surging, splitting into 2 groups, 6 heavenly demonic puppets charging towards the 5 scattered cultivators and Lu Yong, while the other 2 firmly guarded the door of the hall. Heavenly demons. You are truly a spy of the heavenly demon sect. Lu Xingyue, why aren't you making a move? Ling Xiaozi exclaimed in terror, suddenly soaring into the air, fully unleashing his magical power. With a blue flame-long knife appearing in his hand, dozens of meters long, slashing down towards Wang Rui with immense heat and power. Great identification technique. Wang Rui lightly shouted, and countless images like flies' compound eyes flashed in his deep-set pupils. Ling Xiaozi's movements appearing incredibly slow in Wang Rui's eyes. Ling Xiaozi. Identity. Core disciple of the Refining God Palace. 6th level of the Taiji Xianjing. Vast realm. Battle power value over 500,000 points. Special skills. Blue flame knife technique. Alchemy. Special treasure. Blue flame knife. Heaven and earth fortune. Weak. Victory probability. 80. Xiantian's soul devouring. Wang Rui's mind moved. The Xiantian soul devouring armor buzzed loudly, releasing a brilliant golden light that enveloped the 7 people. Beep beep. Ling Xiaozi's battle power value decreased from 500,000 points in the 6th level of the Taiji Xianjing to 250,000 points in the 5th level of the Xianjing. Speed and defense halved. Go die? Wang Rui roared. A dazzling red flame wrapped around a golden light shooting into the sky, with infinite divine might suppressing the ages, the immortal artifact universe furnace smashing down. A scream was heard, blood rain erupted in midair, and a once formidable master of the 6th level of the Xianjing, Ling Xiaozi, along with his treasured blue flame knife, was smashed to pieces by the universe furnace. The immortal artifact universe furnace is so powerful, so terrifying. Meanwhile, Lu Yong and the 5 scattered cultivators were covered by the golden light of the soul-devouring armor, their souls nearly flying away, their strength and defense suddenly dropping by half. Just as they felt the golden rainbow's strength suddenly weaken, Xiao Jin's fierce face revealed its true form, unleashing all his power and stomping down heavily. In a daze, Lu Yong was flattened into a meat pie by a giant ape's foot. Bang bang. 2 explosive sounds echoed. Blood mist filled the sky, and 2 scattered cultivators were obliterated by the golden dragons transformed from the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon. Crack crack crack. 3 cracking sounds rang out, and the remaining 3 scattered cultivators were torn in half by the 6 heavenly demons, blood gushing out like a flood. Bloody terrifying. The entire hall was like a Shura hell. No, it was hell. 8 masters of the Taiji Xianjing, in just a few blinks of an eye, either turned to dust or were stomped into meat paste. The blood of the Xianjing masters flowed all over the ground, still faintly exuding magical energy. An incredibly pungent bloody smell permeated the air, rushing into Lu Xingyue's nose. Her beautiful face turned pale, her body slightly trembling. She had thought that since they were all core disciples of the Refining God Palace, she could act as a peacemaker. But now, Wang Rui actually had heavenly demonic puppets. And even more terrifying was that golden pill furnace. She had no idea what grade of treasure it was. And that incredibly powerful aura made her fear that even the slightest touch would lead to the same fate as Ling Xiaozi's. Wang Rui saw Lu Xingyue standing there in a daze, not daring to move. He raised his eyes slightly and said softly, "Sister Lu, you swear a blood oath that what happened today will remain between us, not to be revealed to anyone. Moreover, you must unite with me to deal with Morongju. I won't do anything to you." This Lu Xingyue had decent strength and was also the leader among the palace's secret female disciples. She could be recruited as a significant ally. Wang Rui had made up his mind, just waiting to see if Lu Xingyue would choose life or death. Chapter 84, Watanabe, Aikir's Treasure. Lu Xingyue glanced at the menacing ugly monkey, the dragon turtle, and the 8 heavenly demons, swallowed a few times, and solemnly bowed to Wang Rui. Xingyue is willing to swear a blood oath. If I reveal today's events, there will be no place for my burial. That Morongju is arrogant, and I have never gotten along with him. Good, good. Sister Lu, it was my rudeness. This is the golden Xian sword. A treasure to help ease your worries, senior sister. Wang Rui waved his hand, and the golden Xian sword, slightly trembling in the pool of blood on the ground, flew to Lu Xingyue's side and hovered there. Good, I'll accept it, Lu Xingyue said without hesitation, immediately dripping her blood to recognize it as hers. Since its previous owner, Lu Yong, was already dead, the golden Xian sword did not resist. Seeing Lu Xingyue successfully recognize the sword, Wang Rui nodded in satisfaction. Wang Rui was indeed cunning. This golden Xian sword was a gift from Morongju to Lu Yong. If he had me accept it, then if the events of today were ever mentioned, I wouldn't be able to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Lu Xingyue was meticulous. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she understood Wang Rui's scheme. However, the situation was more powerful than any individual. If she didn't want to die, she had to accept her fate. Wang Rui, you've killed Ouyang Tian from the Tiangong Palace, and it seems you might be in some trouble, Lu Xingyue said lightly, letting out a small sigh. What trouble? Wang Rui asked, somewhat puzzled. Ouyang Tian isn't much, but his wife is from the Spirit Sword Peak. The Spirit Sword Peak is known for protecting its own. And if his wife insists on causing trouble, she could still trace you. Lu Xingyue seemed to be well informed and knew quite a bit. It seems I've offended the Spirit Sword Peak again, but I've already offended enough people. I don't care about adding one more. Wang Rui said with a slight frown. Speaking casually, let's leave here first. Delaying may lead to changes. Wang Rui urged his mana, transforming into countless large hands that grabbed the jade walls, golden floors, and luminous pearls in the immerse palace, as well as several top-tier magical artifacts from the 5 scattered cultivators on the ground, all of which were collected into his Shumi ring. These items weren't of great value, but they were better than nothing. As for the treasure of the immerse island master, there was no time to search for it. He couldn't afford to lose big over something small. It was likely that other sects would receive news and rush over, and once the news of his slaughter of the Immortal Path practitioners spread, he would have no place to bury his body. Wang Rui collected the heavenly demon puppet and flew out of the palace with a woman and 2 beasts. He cast a spell, producing a purple pill fire from the universe furnace in his palm, burning everything instantly, causing the entire immerse palace to erupt into flames, turning into ruins that were about to turn to ash. Let's go? The 2 humans and 2 beasts rushed toward the endless ocean. Just as Wang Rui's group departed, a faint ripple of mana appeared, and several figures emerged from a secluded area above the ashes of the immerse divine palace. They were disciples of the Taiching sect. I didn't expect the immerse island master and the 8 Tai Chi Xian realm experts to turn to ashes like this. Seeing the 2's attire, they were also disciples of the Lianshan palace. The leading brother Long looked at Wang Rui's departing group with a cold and sinister gaze. What should we do? Are we just going to watch the Lingbao Dan furnace and the treasure fall into the hands of the Lianshan Palace disciples? But the Lingbao Dan furnace has the potential to become an immortal weapon. One Taiching sect disciple grew anxious. Brother Long's body shook. Naturally, we cannot let the treasure fall into the hands of those from the Lianshan Palace. However, we are probably not their opponents. I must seek help and notify the other brothers. As he spoke, he raised his hand sharply, and a 5-colored orb shot up into the sky, exploding with a bang, blooming into a giant 5-colored flower that lingered in the air. This was the Taiching sect's 5-color cloud-piercing pearl, a signal to summon fellow brothers for assistance. After the flower of the 5-color cloud-piercing pearl blossomed, Brother Long waved his hand, and several disciples of the Taiching sect followed the direction Wang Rui's group had flown away to track them. After some commotion, night fell, and it was pitch black over the endless ocean, with no visibility, leaving uncertainty about what demonic creatures might emerge in the dark. All right. We will rest here for the night. The group had been flying chaotically over the ocean and had lost their direction. Wang Rui raised his hand and released the wind thunder boat among a small grove of trees. Lu Xingyue took out a positioning compass artifact and calculated for a while, then confidently said, "We are currently to the west of the endless ocean. If we fly in this direction for 10,000 miles, we will reach the sea market established by the Sapala Merchants Alliance. We can go there to broaden our horizons. There are many treasures that cannot be found on land." The sea market established by the Sapala Merchants Alliance? Wang Rui seemed to have some impression, as it was mentioned in the book about the Sapala world. The Sapala Merchants Alliance was very mysterious. No one knew how powerful it really was, but its business spanned countless star regions and planets in the Sapala world. The Sapala star, where Wang Rui was located, was the main star of the entire Sapala world, naturally a focal point. Therefore, the Sapala Merchants Alliance established a maritime trading market above the endless ocean of Sapala star, where rare treasures could be found, and people, demons, monsters, or scattered cultivators could come to buy and trade. Even experts from other star regions and planets would come here to seek treasures. Good. Let's visit the sea market when the time comes. Wang Rui nodded, and then released 8 heavenly demon puppets to keep watch, allowing everyone to rest peacefully. Watching Lu Xingyue enter the wind thunderboat to rest, Wang Rui narrowed his eyes and began to recognize the treasure. Although the original owner, Watanabe Ichiro, was already dead, the innate spiritual treasure was extraordinary and would take at least an hour or 2. After only half an hour, Wang Rui let out a long sigh of relief. He had successfully recognized the treasure, thanks to the great devouring technique. It turned out that this Lingyun Ding was a true demon from the heavenly demon sect 1,000 years ago, crafted by the Howran divine demon, and later perished in the endless ocean during the immortal demon war. This treasure had been buried in the ocean for over 1,000 years. It was later obtained by Watanabe Ichiro, who had been fishing since childhood, allowing him to embark on the path of cultivation. Wang Rui probed his divine sense into the Lingyun Ding and was suddenly shocked. Oh, it's truly a case of finding something without searching for it. The treasure of immerse Island Master Watanabe Ichiro is all stored in this Lingyun Ding. Inside the ding were dozens of white jade gourds, each about half a person's height. Some were empty, while 10 were filled to the brim with spiritual pills. Wow. These are the Earth-grade spiritual pills of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the deadly golden pills. Each gourd contains 500 pills. 10 gourds mean 5,000 pills. These pills are made from 72 types of spiritual herbs aged over 500 years, capable of nourishing the body and divine sense, greatly enhancing mana. This is definitely a legacy of the Howren divine demon. No wonder Watanabe, a scattered cultivator, could cultivate to the 6th level of the Xian realm. The gluttonous beast exclaimed in surprise. These deadly golden pills were far superior to the chi pills used to enhance mana from the Lianshan Palace, and were the best choice for Xian realm experts to enhance their mana. Chapter 85. The Arrogant and Domineering Taiching Sect. In addition to the pills, there were over 30 magical artifacts in the ding, including swords, spears, and halberds. There were also more than 20 various magical robes. It seemed that Watanabe, this Fusang demon, had killed quite a few people, although there were no magical treasures. Collecting so many magical artifacts was impressive. Wang Rui was astonished. Inside the ding was a black jade slip. Probing his divine sense into it revealed a powerful technique. This was none other than Watanabe Ichiro's divine ability, incredibly potent. However, I could only increase one divine ability, which wasn't very useful. I might as well use it to reward loyal subordinates in the future. Wang Rui made up his mind. Indeed, one cannot become rich without unexpected windfalls, and horses do not grow fat without night grass. After finishing with the spoils, Wang Rui's divine sense probed deeper into the ding, where there were numerous large formations, layered and circular, resembling a maze. In contrast, the Immortal Weapon Universe furnace had no formations arranged inside. All formations were completely integrated into the furnace, relying solely on absorbing the essence of the immortal realm for energy. It turned out that Watanabe Ichiro did not have the ability to control the formations within this ding, which was why he did not carry the Lingyun ding as a magical treasure. Glutton, lend me a hand, Wang Rui commanded. The gluttonous beast became invigorated, and the combined divine senses of one person and one beast activated the great devouring technique, weaving through the dense formations, refining one formation after another. Not knowing how many formations were refined, one person and one beast controlled the dark vortex and charged forward, breaking through to the lowest level. A total of 996 formations. All were broken through and refined by Wang Rui, each formation marked with Wang Rui's imprint. In the future, anyone wanting to recognize the Lingyun ding or seize it would find it harder than ascending to the heavens. The gluttonous Tao Dai couldn't stop drooling, really wanting to eat this cauldron of Lingyun. If I eat it, I'll be amazing. Wang Rui helplessly nodded. You need to hold on. I still need this Lingyun cauldron as cover. Otherwise, if I refine so many high-grade elixirs, everyone will know there's something wrong. It will expose my universe furnace, and it won't be worth the loss. This Howren Shinma is surely skilled in treasure refining, having set up so many great formations. It's no wonder it's an innate spiritual treasure. Just 3 more core great formations are needed to reach the limit of 999 great formations, and there's a slight chance to advance to an immortal artifact. However, refining the spiritual treasure formations requires a big shot from the eternal life secret realm. We'll see when you become a big shot. Tao Tai seemed unable to resist the temptation of the Lingyun cauldron and fell silent after speaking. Coming to this endless ocean has truly been a big gain. Advancing to the 3rd level of the Xianjing True Gang realm, Longzi Baxia devoured the dragon turtle and can already fight back, obtaining the innate spiritual treasure Howren Lingyun Cauldron, 5,000 Earth-grade deadly golden elixirs to enhance mana, and over 60 magic tools. This is really comfortable. Wang Rui felt proud and almost hummed a little tune he sang in his past life at Siyun Building. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. At the intersection of sea and sky, 3 sword energies, like rainbows, shot towards the deserted island with a sonic boom, faster than Gung Yinzi, who practiced the great Gung sword chi instant kill method. Something's wrong, Wang Rui shouted, retracting the 8-headed heavenly demon puppets. Xiao Jin, Xiao Ba, and Lu Xingyue flew out from the wind thunderboat. Lu Xingyue shouted, "Who is it?" "Oh, that's the sword light of the Taiping Gate." The flying divine ability of the Taiping Gate, Taiping Sword Escape, is swift as the wind and as fast as lightning. It seems the visitors are not friendly. Swish. The 3 sword lights simultaneously stopped above the deserted island, revealing around 10 figures amidst the enormous sword energies. Leading them were 3 young Taoists whose eyes glimmered like divine crystals in the dark night. Wang Rui recognized these 3 at a glance. They were none other than the 3 secret disciples of the Taiping Gate who led the last expedition to the forbidden land of demons. Wu Li, Wu Yu, and Wu Jin, fellow disciples of the Taiping Gate. I am Lu Xingyue, a secret disciple of the Refining God Palace. The 7 schools of immortal Dao rely on one another. We do not interfere in each other's affairs. You came here late at night for what important matter? Lu Xingyue soared into the air, standing in midair, first trying to hold the Taiping Gate people with words. The 3 Taiping Gate Taoists looked at Lu Xingyue coldly and harshly, as if a king was looking at a minister during an audience, and said icily, You must have been deceived. We have never been to Immerse Island, not even seen it. Lu Xingyue laughed sweetly. Junior brother Long. Wu Li did not want to say much, only called out, and immediately a disciple stepped forward behind him, the one who had emitted the 5-colored piercing cloud pearl. But in front of these 3 secret disciples, he naturally became a junior disciple. To think that you, as secret disciples of the Refining God Palace, would lie without even a draft. You truly bring shame to the Refining God Palace. Several of us saw it. It was you who set fire to the Immerse Divine Palace, and 8 masters of the Taiji Xian realm entered, among whom were 2 from your Refining God Palace. Where did they go? Did you have an internal conflict over the spiritual treasure? Junior brother Long spoke clearly and plainly. Lu Xingyue's face turned pale. She didn't expect her careful planning to be seen through. This was bad. Wu Yu waved his hand, signaling junior brother Long to step back, and then said, The magic treasure of the demon cult is not something the immortal Dao can use. You are not suitable to use it. And you cannot refine the countless great formations within. It would be better to hand it over to us. You will also earn great merit. Otherwise, according to the rules of our Taiping Gate, anyone practicing demonic techniques or using demonic artifacts will be stripped of all Dao techniques at best and killed at worst. You need to think carefully. Moreover, your senior brother, Morongju, once said that disciples of the Refining God Palace are not allowed to have dealings with the demon Dao, let alone practice demonic techniques or use demonic artifacts. Another Taoist, Wu Jin, continued. Wang Rui laughed wildly, flying up to stand side by side with Lu Xingyue. You Taiping Gate want to eat meat, but you have to find a way to do it yourself. How can you speak so grandly about the filthy act of snatching spiritual treasures? What qualifications does the Taiping Gate have to manage the affairs of our Refining God Palace? Have you forgotten the spiritual sword calamity thousands of years ago that severely wounded the vitality of the immortal Dao, allowing the demon cult, 10,000 Monster Valley, and Ghost Flame sect to dominate for a time? Is that you, Wang Rui? It seems you have taken the Taiji Xian spirit pill and are now a secret disciple. But what did you just say? Are you tired of living? Wu Li's expression turned grim, and his eyes revealed a killing intent, staring hard at Wang Rui. It turns out that the spiritual sword calamity is the everlasting pain of the Taiping Gate, their Achilles heel. Jian Linglong was originally the unparalleled genius of the Taiping Gate. But this female disciple refused to abide by the rules of the Taiping Gate and rebelled against them thousands of years ago, breaking through to the eternal life secret realm, becoming an ancient giant, establishing Lingjian Peak, defeating the Sun and Moon sect, and becoming one of the supreme leaders of the 7 schools of immortal Dao. No matter who it is, as long as the spiritual sword calamity is mentioned, it is a naked and vicious slap to the face of the Taiping Gate. And disciples of the Taiping Gate will hasten to kill. Chapter 86. Can I make a move? What did I say? Are you deaf? Does the Taiping Gate want to manage the affairs of our Refining God Palace? Have you unified the immortal Dao? Wang Rui opened his mouth, placing a big hat on these 3 Taoists from the Taiping Gate. We never said that. Wu Li's face changed, and then the 3 leading Taoists exchanged glances. How about this? That Haran Shima was killed by someone from our Taiping Gate 1,000 years ago. According to reason, the Lingyun Cauldron must be handed over to our Taiping Gate for disposal. As for you killing the master of Immerse Island and obtaining many other treasures, you can keep them. Heaven and earth treasures belong to those with virtue. Do you still want the treasures of the master of Immerse Island? I think you are obsessed with demonic practices. Wang Rui's eyes sharpened, severely reprimanding the people of the Taiping Gate. If you do not hand over the demonic artifact, then you are leaning towards the demon Dao, and you will certainly become a demon in the future. Are you seeking your own death? Wu Yu's eyes shone with a fierce light, coldly saying, Seeking our own death? Wang Rui narrowed his eyes. It seems that your Taiping Gate really treats the immortal Dao as your family's business, wanting to manage everything. Then let me see if your Taiping Gate's Taoist techniques and powers have the qualifications to manage our Refining God Palace. What? Wang Rui, you actually want to fight us? The people of the Taiping Gate were surprisingly taken aback, as if they had seen something extraordinary. What? Can I make a move? The Refining God Palace has not stipulated that I cannot spar with you. Wang Rui smiled disdainfully. This is the new rule set by your senior brother Morongju of the Refining God Palace, to assist our Taiping Gate in managing the immortal Dao and eliminating the demon Dao. How dare you not listen to Morongju and want to fight us? Wu Li suddenly raised his hand, tossing over a golden talisman with densely written characters. What? Morongju, you are a great sinner of our palace. Wang Rui took the talisman, looked at it, and immediately tore it in half, roaring in anger. You have truly fallen into the demon Tao, even daring to insult the senior brother of the sect. It seems I need to teach you a lesson on behalf of Morongju. Today, I will bind you and personally deliver you to the refining god palace, handing you over to Morongju for his disposal. Wu Li raised his hand, powerful mana transforming into a flying sword aimed at Wang Rui, the sword light flickering, revealing Wu Li's immense strength and confidence. Great identification technique. Countless fly-like compound eye images began to lock onto the Taoist Wu Li in the depths of Wang Rui's pupils. Wu Li, identity, core disciple of the Taiping Gate. 6th level of Taiji Xian realm, vast realm, combat power value above 500,000 points, special skills, Tianlong true method, Taiping sword escape, alchemy, special treasures, by Yen bracelet. Reverse heaven annihilation pill, Taiping thunder shock child, heavenly and earthly fortune. Weak, winning chance, 50%, self-detonation can win. What? Ling Xiaozi is also at the 6th level of the Xian realm, and my chance of defeating him is 80%. However, my chance of winning against Wu Li is only 50%. There must be something strange. Could it be that special treasure, the heaven-defying extinction pill, or the Taiching thunderstorm child? Wang Rui's expression was fluctuating as he stared at Wu Li. He immediately activated the great identification technique to lock onto the nearby Taoists, Wu Yu and Wu Jin, only to find that both were also at the 6th level of the Xian realm, with a 50% chance of victory. And both possessed the heaven-defying extinction pill and the Taiching thunderstorm child. Just as Wang Rui was muttering to himself, Wu Li's mouth twisted into a sinister smile. And with a whoosh, the magical flying sword suddenly slashed toward him, tearing through the void, aiming to pierce Wang Rui's head. A casual sword strike. Yet the sword energy was so fierce, indestructible. Wang Rui knew he couldn't be careless. Great massacre technique. Great divine power technique. Great Vajra technique. Ding ding. Stacking the great massacre technique, great divine power technique, and great Vajra technique. His battle power surged from 50,000 points at the 3rd level of the Taiji Xian realm to 100,000 points at the 4th level of the Xian realm. Great devouring technique. A dark vortex about a meter wide suddenly emerged in the void, incredibly deep, and with a violent spin, it sucked in Wu Li's magical sword light. Bang! A faint explosion echoed from within the vortex. Wang Rui's face turned pale, his body swayed, and he tasted blood in his throat, swallowing it down instead of spitting it out. Huh! Wu Li exclaimed in surprise, suddenly pushing with one palm, sending forth an even more powerful magical flying sword, which traversed the void, aiming to chop Wang Rui into pieces. Humph! Those 3 Taoists possessed the heaven-defying extinction pill and the Taiching thunderstorm child, making the chances of victory too low, without absolute certainty. I must not use the Xiantian soul-eating armor and the universe furnace. Wang Rui sneered inwardly. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed, but Wang Rui had already vanished. Wu Li's magical flying sword directly struck an ancient bronze giant cauldron, sending sparks flying like fireworks. What? You can actually recognize the Lingyun cauldron as your own and refine the countless great formations within it? The 3 Taiching sect Taoists were suddenly taken aback. Everyone come in. Let us work together to use the power of the Lingyun cauldron to break out. Wang Rui commanded sharply as he entered the cauldron. Xiao Jin and Lu Xingyue, closest to him, immediately channeled their magical power and suddenly jumped into the cauldron. Want to escape? Not so easy. Heavenly Dragon True Law. Wu Li reacted extremely quickly. Seeing the others continuously entering the Lingyun cauldron, he suddenly urged his magical power. Crack! A pillar of magical power shot up into the sky from his body, transforming into a white flood dragon, agile and spiraling around, wrapping around the Lingyun cauldron, preventing it from rising. At that moment, a strong dragon roar sound wave burst forth, transforming into 8 golden dragons, charging toward the white flood dragon. It was the heavenly dragon 8 sounds of Baxia. Stick, kill, seize, capture, pull, drag, spin, hammer. The white flood dragon emitted a faint cry of pain, instantly shattering and disappearing without a trace. Wu Li's face turned pale as he stepped back, clearly having suffered a slight loss. At the same time, the dragon child Xiaoba transformed into a golden light and dove straight into the Lingyun cauldron. Go! Wang Rui shouted sharply, urging his magical power, and the Lingyun cauldron soared into the air, about to vanish from sight. Wanna run? Not so easy. The other 2 Taoists, Wu Yu and Wu Jin, reacted swiftly as well, transforming into 2 massive white flood dragons, shaking their heads and tails, and suddenly wrapping around the Lingyun cauldron, halting it in mid-air. Lingyun cauldron, break for me! Wang Rui roared, combining forces with a woman and 2 beasts to channel the 5-flame divine thunder formation within the cauldron. Instantly, Countless scorching five-colored flames shot out from the cauldron, burning the two white flood dragons to pieces, followed by a series of lightning balls that exploded, shattering the two white flood dragons conjured by Wu Yu and Wu Jin. The Lingyun cauldron was arranged with 996 great formations, each with tremendous power. Although Wang Rui had refined them, he didn't have the ability to activate so many powerful magical powers simultaneously. Otherwise, this group from the Taiqing sect could easily be annihilated. This time, the two men and two beasts chose to activate the five-flame divine thunder formation, which was an extremely powerful offensive formation. As the white flood dragons shattered, Wu Yu and Wu Jin trembled, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. 4 against 2, plus the innate spiritual treasure. They had both sustained serious internal injuries and nearly turned the tide against them. Chapter 87, The Great Ocean City. At this moment, quick, seizing the opportunity, Wang Rui and his group fully activated the Lingyun cauldron's gale formation, causing small storms to erupt. Buzzing and howling filled the air as the cauldron spun violently, and the sound of sonic booms erupted. The Lingyun cauldron flashed, became invisible, and had already reached the horizon between sea and sky, vanishing in a blink. You dare to be so bold. If that's the case, don't blame us from the Taiqing sect for being ruthless. From now on, there will be no place for you in this world. We must capture you alive, disable your magical powers, and subject you to countless tortures as a warning to others. Let's see who dares to defy us. Wu Li roared in fury, shaking the heavens and the earth. The 3 Taoists of the Wu character generation from the Taiqing sect all had ashen faces. Not only had they failed to capture their targets, but they had also sustained injuries, a true disgrace. That's an innate spiritual treasure, flying at an incredible speed. We can't catch up. I didn't expect them to refine the formations in the cauldron so quickly, but just a few miles away is the sea city of the Shoba Merchant Alliance. They will definitely go there. Issue a wanted jade slip and instruct all disciples of the Endless Ocean to pay attention to their movements. Wu Yu coldly glared in the direction the Lingyun cauldron had vanished, speaking each word with hatred. Across the boundless ocean, an ancient bronze cauldron soared violently, traversing the void, creating sonic booms as it passed over the ocean's surface, carving out a deep trench and stirring up monstrous waves. Suddenly, the giant cauldron plunged into the ocean, creating a series of large bubbles on the surface as it submerged to the ocean's depths. Activating the formations in the cauldron is extremely taxing on magical power. In just a short while, I have consumed more than half of my magical power, but I doubt they can catch up. Wang Rui let out a long breath, no longer activating the formations, but rather beginning to meditate to recover his magical power. I didn't expect Wang Rui to be so powerful now. Even the 3 top experts from the Taiqing sect can do nothing against him, Lu Xingyue said, her spirit uplifted. This innate spiritual treasure is far better than that wind and thunderboat. It's the best mobile cave dwelling. And it can also dive into the depths of the ocean, where no one can find us. We can cultivate while stealthily heading to the sea city. Good. Let's go to the sea city and seek opportunities. Wang Rui readily agreed. And the 2 men and 2 beasts slowly made their way toward the sea city within the cauldron. A few days later, 2 figures were leisurely flying in midair over the ocean. It was Wang Rui and Lu Xingyue. To avoid any unexpected situations, Xiao Jin and Xiao Ba stayed in the Shumi Ring. Ahead was the site of the Shoba Merchant Alliance's sea city. Wang Rui gazed far into the distance, where he saw a massive landmass. He couldn't tell if it was a continent or a large island, but there was a great city bustling with people, quite lively. The coast had a natural harbor, incredibly prosperous. Countless ships were docked in the harbor, with fishing boats, sailboats, and large ships constantly coming and going. Among them was a type of giant ship that even surprised Wang Rui. The ship was forged from steel, enormous like a mountain, floating on the sea like a small island, with people moving about like ants on it. Such colossal objects did not exist 10,000 years ago. These giant ships are from the Gaia star domain's main star, Gaia planet. They are the ships of the most powerful Great Xian Empire. It is said that the construction method of these giant ships comes from a destroyed extraterrestrial civilization, a world known as technology, which they call a mothership. These steel giant ships can cleave through waves on the sea, traveling thousands of miles a day. They are quite formidable. Lu Xingyue explained quickly upon seeing this. Wang Rui's expression grew serious. The Great Xian Empire. Isn't that one of the dynasties controlled by the Taiqing sect? I didn't expect even a small mortal dynasty of the Taiqing sect to have such strength. Yes, the Taiqing sect is the strongest. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so arrogant. Lu Xingyue said indignantly. Wang Rui recalled the ugly faces of the disciples from the Taiqing sect and felt extremely displeased, wishing he could kill them quickly. He calmed himself down and cheerfully said, "Let's go to the sea market and see if we can find some good treasures." The two quickened their pace and flew towards the distant continent. Upon reaching the sky above this continent, Wang Rui saw many people flying in the air. Of course, not everyone was at the Tai Chi profound realm. The vast majority relied on flying artifacts, moving at a slow speed. While he only spotted 1 or 2 experts at the Tai Chi profound realm, Wang Rui took out 2 flying robes from the treasure of immerse Island. And he and Lu Xingyue each wore one, concealing their Tai Chi profound realm powers and relying only on the artifacts to fly discreetly. The sea market was organized by the Sapana Merchant Alliance, but there were also many powerful sects and merchant associations involved, such as one called Huaxia Pavilion Ahead, which was established by our Huaxia dynasty. It not only sold various spiritual herbs, elixirs, artifacts, and treasures, but also purchased items. With Lu Xingyue as a guide, it was different. All right, since we are all Huaxia people, let's go take a look there, Wang Rui decisively said, stopping in front of a magnificent palace not far away. The plaque at the entrance of the palace bore the 3 powerful characters, Huaxia Pavilion. Just as Wang Rui and his companion landed in front of the Huaxia Pavilion, several young people immediately approached them, warmly saying, "Welcome, esteemed Dao brothers, please come in." These young people were all dressed in robes, their eyes shining with energy. And their vitality was strong, clearly indicating they were human immortals. In the secular world, they would be either martial arts masters or noble officials, living in wealth and glory. Here, however, they were just gatekeepers and guides. 2 of the young men led Wang Rui and Lu Xingyue into the Huaxia Pavilion. Inside, the pavilion was resplendent, resembling a royal palace, with hidden formations set up everywhere and a dense aura of power. "We are secret disciples of the refining God Palace." After saying this, Wang Rui pointed his hand, and a surge of power gathered at his fingertips, radiating a strong wave of energy. Tai Chi profound realm. Secret disciples. The 2 young men from Huaxia Pavilion were suddenly startled and immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "We greet the esteemed guests." Wang Rui's eyes twinkled as he took out 2 small bottles from his shumi ring, each containing 6 Qi blood pills. "These are Qi blood pills from my refining God Palace, specifically refined for the body and spirit. Each of you can take 1 bottle. It will greatly help you reach the peak of human immortal." "Thank you very much, esteemed sir." The 2 young men were delighted, thinking to themselves that the experts from the immortal Dao Overlord sect were indeed generous. "Brothers, may I ask if you have heard of any disciples from the Taiching sect coming to the sea market? I want to find some fellow cultivators to accomplish a significant task." Wang Rui squinted his eyes and asked casually, "Well, I heard that several masters from the Taiching sect's generation are meeting with the elders of the Sapana Merchant Alliance to discuss important matters. They seem to be waiting for some significant person," one young man slowly replied after thinking. "By the way, there's also a major event. I must inform you, esteemed seniors, that the young master of the demon cult, Demon Young Master Azura, is currently speaking with our pavilion master and elders in the Huaxia Pavilion. It seems he has recently gained a fortuitous encounter and perfected his demonic skills, planning to venture deep into the land of Fusang to slay some powerful demon beasts. If you meet him, be very careful. The Demon Young Master is in this sea market, and the 3 secret disciples from the Taiching sect are also here." Wang Rui's eyes flickered as a hint of confidence appeared on his face. Lu Xingyue, seeing Wang Rui's sly smile, couldn't help but send a voice transmission. "Do you have a good plan? The Taiching sect people are in the sea market, and they probably already know about us. Plus, there's unexpectedly a Demon Young Master. If he finds out you have the innate spiritual treasure alchemy furnace, he will definitely come to snatch it. I have my own clever plans." Wang Rui smiled slightly. "I wonder what treasures you have in the Huaxia Pavilion. I have dozens of artifacts I want to sell. Let's see what good things I can exchange for." Dozens of artifacts. Well, we cannot make that decision, but there is Senior Brotherly in the secret chamber ahead who specializes in receiving esteemed guests. Please follow me. The 2 young men led Wang Rui and Lu Xingyue through winding paths to the depths of the Huaxia Pavilion, in front of a great hall made of bluestone. Just as they arrived, the heavy doors of the hall opened silently, revealing a middle-aged man standing inside, tall and imposing, with a subtle aura of power emanating from him. Clearly an expert at the Tai Chi profound realm. "Welcome, Dao friends from the Refining God Palace. I am Li Shangyue, an elder of the Huaxia Pavilion." "Thank you, Dao friendly." Wang Rui nodded and walked into the bluestone hall, the doors closing automatically behind them. The hall was very quiet, empty, and devoid of any furnishings, with only a massive crystal stone in the center, emitting a soft light that illuminated every detail in the hall. "Dao friend Wang Rui, you truly are a proud disciple of the immortal Dao Overlord sect. This time you killed the master of immerse Island and obtained an innate spiritual treasure. Those disciples from the Taiching sect's generation are still waiting for you. But please rest assured, they will not know that you are here with me," Li Shangyue said with a playful smile, suddenly adding, "Dao friendly is indeed well informed." Wang Rui, and narrowed his eyes slightly, and said slowly, I do have some excellent artifacts from Mo Xiao Island. I wonder what good items Dao Friendly has. Recently, I indeed collected something good. Look, Li Shanhua said, pointing his hand, and a large stone slab shot out from the crystal, suspended by magical power. This was a large slab that looked like a stone axe missing its handle, pockmarked and uneven, quite unattractive. Wang Rui reached out, grabbed the slab, and suddenly felt his body sink. The stone slab almost fell to the ground. He had to use magical power to lift it, as it weighed over 10,000 pounds. How powerful! I heard that Wang Rui has only recently advanced to the Tai Chi profound realm, yet possesses such a strong body and dense magical power. He must have some secret. Li Shanhua's expression was quite complicated. What kind of stone is this? I've never seen it before. It seems to have no peculiar features apart from being heavy. Wang Rui spoke casually while activating the great identification technique. Ganqi, broken. What is Ganqi? And it's broken. Wang Rui pondered. Hearing Wang Rui say that this stone seemed to have no use, Li Shanhua's expression became slightly awkward. Well, this stone slab, after being refined multiple times by our Huaxia Pavilion's treasure refining experts, whether through true fire, elixir fire, or soaking in limitless water, cannot be refined even a bit. We even used flying swords to try and cut it, but couldn't make a dent. So this must be a heavenly material and earthly treasure. Only naturally grown strange objects can take on this special axe-like shape. Thus, we offer this unique treasure to the most discerning experts. What? You don't even know what it is? You can't refine it? Wang Rui was dumbfounded. Was he being regarded as a fool? Dao friend, why do you say that? Look, if such a spiritual treasure can yield 20 artifacts, I will let this heavenly material go for you. How about that? Li Shanhua offered enticingly. 20 artifacts? Wang Rui rolled his eyes, staring at Li Shanhua as if he were an idiot. Brother Shanhua, this heavenly treasure is truly too precious. I cannot afford it. How could I bear to take it from you? Li Shanhua's face twitched slightly, and he softly said, I feel like I've known you for a long time. How about this? Even 10 artifacts will do. I consider you a friend. How can that be? This treasure is so valuable. If understood thoroughly, it could definitely lead to an advancement to the eternal life secret realm. How could I rob Brother Shanhua of his fortune and luck? Wang Rui shook his head with righteous indignation, exuding an aura of integrity. Ha. Lu Xingyue beside them could no longer hold back, watching the two, clutching her stomach and laughing heartily. Li Shanhua couldn't help but blush slightly, shaking his head and saying, Brother Wang, why must you tease me? I have recently taken in some disciples, and at the moment, I don't have so many magical tools to reward them. The endless ocean is not like the land. Without flying magical tools, it's almost impossible to move an inch. If we encounter any demon or beast, we might not even be able to save our lives. Alas. Oh, is that so? Since you are in such a difficult situation, I will help you out. Brother Shanhua, my magical tools all come from the master of Majiao Island, Watanabe Ichiro, so let us take from the ocean and use it in the ocean. I hope to make a friend like you, Brother Shanhua. Wang Rui thought quickly, raised his hand, and 10 magical tools flew out from his shumi ring, floating in front of Li Shanhua. I don't want this stone piece either. Let these magical tools serve as a good connection. Who knows when I might need to trouble you in the future. Li Shanhua felt quite embarrassed that Wang Rui was so generous. 10 magical tools, just given away like that. In the secular world, they could be exchanged for several large cities, enough to claim kingship or emperorship. You must accept this strange stone. Otherwise, I would rather not have those magical tools. Li Shanhua shook his head, his gaze very firm. Since Brother Shanhua is so insistent, then I will accept this stone piece. Wang Rui continued. Also, Brother Shanhua, you know I'm currently in some trouble. Could I borrow your place to cultivate for a while? What do you think? If I don't agree to such a generous offer from Brother Wang, wouldn't that be worse than a beast? This greenstone hall is where I meditate and cultivate. No one will come here. You can cultivate here without any disturbances. Li Shanhua accepted the 10 magical tools, bowed respectfully, and then left the hall. Chapter 89. The True Celestial Demon Puppet. Sister Lu, what do you think this stone piece is? Do you recognize it? Wang Rui asked. Lu Xingyue took the stone piece and pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. I don't know what it is. Could it be a fossil from the ancient wilderness? But it doesn't have any spiritual energy. You exchanged 10 magical tools for such a stone piece. You're quite generous. It's okay. Li Shanhua is the local tyrant here. Building a good relationship might give me a way out if anything happens. Wang Rui said as he tossed the stone piece into the shumi ring. All right. Lu Xingyue was taken aback and didn't dare to oppose. Illusory void, great formation. Wang Rui activated his magical power, slightly activating the illusion formation within the Lingyun cauldron. The entire cauldron was instantly filled with thick mist, bizarre and swirling, covering Wang Rui and his group, transforming everything into pieces of illusory and false scenes. like a mirage. This was another great formation within the Lingyun Cauldron, called the Illusory Void Great Formation. It was used to create illusions and confuse. After all, this was Li Shanyue's territory, and no one knew what arrangements he had here. This is a gourd full of Earth-grade Fatality Golden Pills, 500 of them. Take them to cultivate. They can enhance your magical power and speed up your breakthrough. Wang Rui took out a large white jade gourd and handed it to Lu Xingyue. A whole gourd of Earth-grade Fatality Golden Pills. The Fatality Golden Pills are even better than our Refining God Palace's Essence Pills. This is truly precious, Lu Xingyue exclaimed. With this gourd of Fatality Golden Pills, I won't need many days to greatly increase my magical power. I'll only be one layer away from the 7th layer of the Golden Pill realm. Lu Xingyue was not being coy and immediately swallowed the Fatality Golden Pills and began to cultivate. Wang Rui, on the other hand, was pondering. The dragon child Basha didn't he need to cultivate as it would grow stronger with his own strength. Xiao Jin had been consuming spirit-controlling pills in the Shumi ring, and it seemed she would soon break through to the 3rd layer of the mysterious realm. My strength has also made significant progress. Great identification technique. Wang Rui's identity. Young master of the spirit-controlling sect, secret disciple of the Refining God Palace, elder of alchemy, 3rd layer of Taiji mysterious realm, true gang realm. Combat power value over 50,000 points. Special skills, gluttonous golden body, Xiantian soul-devouring armor, great devouring technique, great slaughter technique, great spirit-controlling technique, great identification technique, great divine power technique, great diamond technique, great refining pill technique, alchemy technique, 100 cracking ape claw. Special treasures, broken ganchi, meteoric iron Shumi ring, universe furnace, wind thunderbolt. Lingfeng boots, 48 magical tools. Special spirit beasts, golden-haired stone monkey, growth period. Dragon child Basha, growth period. Dragon child Yazi, phantom. Heaven and earth fortune, unmentionable. With the Lingyun Cauldron, things became much more convenient. After all, the immortal tool universe furnace couldn't be exposed unless one was sure to annihilate everything. Otherwise, if the news of the immortal tool leaked out, there would be no place for him in the Saha world, and he would undoubtedly die. The 996 great formations within the Lingyun Cauldron were extremely powerful, but activating them consumed a lot of magical power, making them not very practical. Wang Rui muttered to himself, Master, I have a solution. The gluttonous little voice of Tao Dai rang in Wang Rui's mind. Oh, what is the solution? Wang Rui communicated with Tao Dai through his divine sense. Master, have you forgotten those 8 celestial demon puppets? Back then in the abyss of the demon domain, they were forcibly upgraded to the celestial demon realm, but their divine sense is still at the earth demon level, and they don't have magical power. Wang Rui nodded. Right, they indeed don't have magical power. If we could devour a real celestial demon, we could naturally elevate them to true celestial demons with magical power. But there are no celestial demons here, and they are not easy to devour. But now, Master, you have many magical tools, right? 8 celestial demons, with the power of devouring a dozen magical tools, should be able to elevate them to true celestial demons with magical power, and then they can activate formations in the cauldron. The gluttonous little one spoke confidently. Good, good. This is a deal, a dozen magical tools for 8 celestial demons with magical power. This business is worth it. Let us start now, glutton. Wang Rui was overjoyed and immediately ordered Tao Dai. Wang Rui's divine sense suddenly entered Tao Ye's body. At this moment, within Tao Ye's belly, 16 magical tools slowly disappeared into a rapidly spinning black vortex. The 8 celestial demon puppets stood obediently at the bottom of the furnace, not moving at all, while golden runes swirled around them on the furnace wall. Suddenly, a torrent of 5 colors rushed down from the top of the furnace, enveloping the 8 celestial demon puppets. Within the 5-colored torrent, there were the 5 great seals of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth shining with treasure light. Tao Dai slowly explained. The materials of those magical tools include wood, earth, and metal, all different. Only with all 5 elements can the celestial demon puppets possess magical power. Endless 5-element energy rapidly seeped into these celestial demon puppets, and their originally hideous faces began to humanize, while the black scales on their bodies became darker and thicker, and their demonic bodies grew stronger. After an unknown amount of time, the roar of a demon echoed, and one of the celestial demon puppets transformed its entire demonic face into that of a handsome young man. Its demonic claws condensed, and a ball of black demonic energy slowly took shape in its palm, the first celestial demon puppet to possess magical power. At that moment, in another room within the Huaxiao Pavilion, Li Shangyue was staring at a bronze mirror, which clearly reflected the scene in the Greenstone Hall. He saw Wang Rui and the others sitting upright, cultivating, with nothing unusual happening. Li Shangyue was unaware that Wang Rui had already made arrangements. What he saw was all an illusion. He furrowed his brows, muttering to himself, I wonder if that stone axe piece is truly a good treasure. 3 days later, all 8 celestial demon puppets that had advanced from earth demons had gained magical power, becoming true celestial demon puppets in every sense. From now on, these 8 celestial demon puppets would be enough to activate a great formation within the Lingyun cauldron to unleash its power, greatly enhancing Wang Rui's strength in battle. Master, I have broken through to the 3rd layer of the Taiji mysterious realm, the true gang realm. Xiao Jin cheered with joy in the Shumi ring. Good. Wang Rui was delighted and praised Xiao Jin. The formations in the Lingyun cauldron consumed a lot of magical power, and the 8 celestial demon puppets could only activate one at a time. To simultaneously activate over 900 formations, it would take several thousand celestial demon puppets. It seems I need to find a way to get more celestial demons into the cauldron. As Wang Rui was contemplating, a surge of powerful magical energy suddenly pulsed from Lu Xingyue on the other side of the Great Hall, wave after wave, unending. The life-taking golden fruit was indeed extraordinary. I had already reached the peak of the 6th level of the Xian realm, just 1 step away from the 7th level, the Golden Core realm. Lu Xingyue stood up, her smile enchanting. Chapter 90, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. I had also practiced a bit earlier, and my strength had improved. Wang Rui stroked his chin and smiled coldly. This time, I must have a good fight with those secret disciples of the Taching sect. Seeing the undisguised killing intent in Wang Rui's eyes, Lu Xingyue's heart skipped a beat, and she hesitated before softly saying, I can at most fight one of them to a draw. Killing him would be extremely difficult. As for the other 2, I'm afraid you won't be able to deal with them either. Moreover, if we kill the disciples of the Taching sect, it would be a terrible disaster. It doesn't matter. I have my own clever plan to kill with a borrowed knife. We have been hiding here for 3 days, and the people from the Taching sect cannot find our whereabouts. They must be very anxious. Let's do this, Wang Rui explained while withdrawing the illusory void great formation, a look of confidence on his face. Are you talking about the young master of the demon sect, Azura? Lu Xingyue was suddenly shocked. Wang Rui smiled and nodded at Lu Xingyue. Brotherly, we still have important matters to attend to. Thank you for your place of cultivation. Wang Rui called out loudly to the Qing Stone Great Hall, not caring whether Li Shangyue could hear him, as the 2 exited the hall and soared into the sky. After leaving the Huaxiao Pavilion, the 2 flew towards the vast ocean, getting farther and farther from Haishur, until they disappeared between the sea and sky. As they were flying, 3 dazzling sword lights suddenly appeared in a triangular formation, surrounding them, rushing fiercely, with a huge sonic boom, like lightning, instantly arriving before them. It was Wu Li, Wu Yu, and Wu Jin. If you resist, we will take your lives. Wu Yu shook his head, seeming to be confident of victory. Wu Jin snickered, cursing fiercely. Haha, last time you actually dared to injure me. You 2 bitches, kneel down. You bully too much. Wang Rui's eyes turned, channeling his magical power, and shouted loudly, his voice deafening, carrying far away. You Taching sect oppress our Lei family. But don't forget, the unparalleled genius of the refining god palace, Lei Tingyu, is my cousin. You have offended her. Senior sister Lei will definitely not let you go. Ha, what is Lei Tingyu? She is shamelessly colluding with the demon young master. Azura, we will eventually find refining god palace and publicly punish this Lei Tingyu as a warning to others. Ha. Wu Li and the others burst into wild laughter, finding it extremely amusing that Wang Rui would use Lei Tingyu to threaten them. Suddenly, a change occurred. A majestic shout came from afar. You have such boldness, daring to insult Tingyu. You ignorant fools. In the distant void, a young man appeared. It was none other than the demon young master, Azura. He stood on a startling rainbow, his demonic aura overwhelming, hands behind his back, slowly walking over from the clouds. The overwhelming demonic energy spread, as if the blazing sun in the sky were about to be covered by endless demonic clouds, plunging the entire ocean into boundless darkness. This was the 2nd time Wang Rui had seen the demon young master, and his heart suddenly raced. What terrifying demonic power! Great identification technique. Azura. Identity, young master of the demon sect. 7th level of the demon realm, combat power value over 1 million points, equivalent to the 7th level of the Xian realm. Golden Core realm. Special skills, great destruction technique, 5-in demon technique, demon bow shaking heaven arrow, demon sect disintegration technique, alchemy technique. Special treasure, 5-in demon order. Heaven and earth fortune, yes. Chance of victory, 40%, can win with self-detonation. Great destruction technique. Ranked 8th among the 600 great divine powers. This Azura has such great fortune to obtain the great destruction technique. Wang Rui's face turned pale. I heard that the Taching sect is arrogant and considers itself the leader of the immortal path. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems utterly arrogant. Azura stepped forward slowly, standing tall and proud, his eyes full of mockery as he surveyed the 3 secret disciples of the Taching sect. Azura, we know you are in this high sure, and we also know that your demonic power has greatly advanced. We were just about to slay demons and eliminate evil, but unexpectedly you came to our door. Good, good. I didn't expect to achieve 2 goals with 1 arrow today. Wu Li saw the demon young master actually appear, and there was a hint of amusement on his face. Bold Wang Rui, Morong Ju indeed did not speak falsely. You and that Lei Ting Yu are colluding with the demon path, betraying the immortal path, truly not worth lamenting. Wu Yu said sharply. Azura, in fact, we have long wanted to lure you out, to use your head in exchange for a postnatal spirit treasure from our Taching sect. Wu Jin spoke calmly, with a confident demeanor. Oh, Wang Rui was surprised. These 3 disciples from the Taching sect didn't show any panic upon seeing the demon young master, but instead seemed confident. They posed as if to slay demons and eliminate evil. Do they have some powerful backup? Slay demons and eliminate evil? Use my head to exchange for a postnatal spirit treasure? The demon young master's eyes flashed with demonic light, suddenly laughing wildly. You disrespect Lei Ting Yu. I originally just wanted to punish you a little, to break your hands and feet, and feed you to my 5-color demon. But I didn't expect you to be so bold and arrogant, actually wanting my life. Very well. Then I will forcibly collect your souls to feed the 5-color demon, so that you can never reincarnate for countless lifetimes. Then let us see who takes whose life. Wu Li's face was resolute as he suddenly swallowed something, then let out a fierce roar. Endless magical powers surged from his body, swirling with smoke and clouds. Shooting straight into the clouds, condensing into a white dragon over 100 meters long, bearing its fangs and claws, looking down upon all beings, instantly changing the color of the wind and clouds, causing a tremendous wave to rise over the ocean. Boom, boom. It was as if a real heavenly dragon was about to descend from the immortal realm, with thunder and lightning, dark clouds rolling. And raindrops the size of beans began to pour down. What? How can there be such powerful magical power? A few days ago, Wu Li was not this strong. Did he hide his strength initially? Wang Rui's expression changed, his heart shaken. Senior brother, I will assist you. The other 2 disciples of the Taching sect, Wu Yu and Wu Jin, shouted, swallowing something, their violent magical powers soaring into the sky, instantly forming 3 gigantic white dragons in the sky, opening their bloody mouths. Patrolling and moving, incredibly ferocious. How powerful. If they had such terrifying magical power a few days ago, and hadn't revealed their trump cards, I would have been doomed. Wang Rui's expression changed unpredictably. Chapter 91, each showing their fierce might. Heaven-defying extinction pill. The demon young master, Azura, pronounced each word distinctly. His eyes shimmered with unusual light. Regardless of the 3 white dragons locking onto him, he calmly said, the Taching sect's heaven-defying extinction pill allows you to temporarily possess the strength of the 7th level of the Golden Core realm at the 6th level of the Xian realm. But it comes with great harm. Consuming it reduces your lifespan by 50 years. It seems you truly set a trap to deal with me. Willing to sacrifice 50 years of life to take my life. On the side, Wu Yu said coldly, a single heaven-defying extinction pill requires dozens of 1,000-year spirit herbs and 10 years of refinement. It is much more precious than ordinary treasures. You can let us use such a valuable divine pill. After you meet the King of Hell, you can close your eyes. Demon young master, come and take your life. Wu Li suddenly roared fiercely, urging his magical technique, pointing at the demon young master, the 100-meter-long white dragon in the sky, with a thunderous dragon roar, revealed its fierce appearance, carrying countless thunder and lightning, charging down with an overwhelming momentum. Its massive bloody mouth not only enveloped Azura, but also Wang Rui and Lu Xingyue. In an instant, everywhere was filled with wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The invisible magical power pressed down all around, as if it were a copper wall and iron bastion. No good. Can't break out. Quickly enter the Lingyun Ding to hide. Wang Rui saw the situation was not good and immediately released the Lingyun Ding, hiding with Lu Xingyue inside. It was very safe in the Lingyun Ding. Wang Rui was pondering deeply. It seemed he had underestimated the heroes of the world. The disciples of the Taiching sect were indeed formidable. The overwhelming magical power attacked the Lingyun Ding like knives and swords, as if trying to break in and seize the nest. Ding ding ding. The unmatched magical power kept crashing against the Lingyun Ding, attempting to penetrate and corrode the great formation inside, to refine the Lingyun Ding. Truly a reckless thing. Wanting to refine the Lingyun Ding while dealing with the demon young master. Wang Rui snorted coldly. I will use your strategy against you. Let you all fight to the death. Although the 3 disciples of Taiching were temporarily at the 7th level of the Xianjing Golden Core stage, Inside the Lingyun Ding were Wang Rui, Lu Xingyue, Xiao Jin, Xiao Ba, and 8 heavenly demons, a total of 12 Xianjing masters. Relying on the great formation within the Ding, they could withstand it. Wang Rui deliberately abandoned the protection of a few unimportant great formations, allowing the magical power to corrode and refine them. Thus, the 3 Taiching disciples would think Wang Rui and his group were not to be feared, and naturally focus all their efforts on the demon young master Azura. Outside the Lingyun Ding, the battle between the 3 secret disciples of Taiching and the demon young master was fierce, shaking the heavens and the earth. Ha ha ha, senior brother. We have already refined several great formations of the Lingyun Ding. Wu said to Wu Li, that Wang Rui is a turtle in a jar, he won't last long. The main focus is to concentrate our strength and kill the demon young master. We absolutely cannot let him escape. If we can't kill him, we won't receive the sect's rewards. Our losses would be great, not only losing 50 years of lifespan, but also having our consciousness eroded by the extinction pill, making it impossible to break through to the golden core stage in the future. Wu Jin said fiercely, ha, you 3 think that with just the mere extinction pill you can kill me? A frog at the bottom of a well, die? The demon young master Azura emerged from the void above, revealing a palm-sized, pitch-black, profound token. The dark demonic energy transformed into blooming ink lotuses, blocking the 3 white flood dragons that charged down, preventing them from advancing. The demonic energy surged, and the 5 demon orders suddenly rose with red, white, black, green, and blue massive, sinister demonic shadows, leaping fiercely to engage in battle with the 3 white flood dragons. 5 demon technique. Wu Li gritted his teeth, suddenly raised his hand, and a jade bracelet appeared in the void, buzzing and rotating continuously, with strands of green flames spraying forth, looking extremely powerful. This was Wu Li's life treasure, the green flame bracelet. Fight! At the same time, Wu Yu and Wu Jin both shouted loudly, also summoning their life treasures. Wu Yu's was a silver fan, shining brightly, with countless beams of silver light shooting out, dazzling the eyes. Wu Jin's was a pure white flying dagger, seeming almost alive. Incredibly agile and swift, as if it had a nose and eyes, exuding a killing intent. In an instant, the void trembled, the air ripped apart with a loud bang, and 3 beams of light, 1 green, 1 silver, and 1 white, surpassed the speed of sound, fiercely crashing towards the demon young master Azura. Good treasures. No wonder they are from a great sect of the immortal path. When the demon young master Azura saw such formidable life treasures flying towards him, his expression turned extremely grave. In an instant, he pointed his 10 fingers, drawing mysterious and beautiful arcs in the air, causing the surrounding air to resonate with the frequency of those arcs, rippling like waves. Great destruction. The demon young master's eyes shone with brilliance, his voice thunderous, echoing between heaven and earth. The moment those 3 words were uttered, he pointed at the 3 treasures. Bang bang bang, with 3 consecutive loud explosions. The indestructible 3 life treasures exploded violently, turning into powder and disappearing without a trace. Great destruction technique. You actually obtained the great destruction technique. Wu Li's eyes widened in disbelief, roaring in frustration. Good, now is the time. Go. Wang Rui and the others urged the Lingyun Ding violently, descending and breaking through the magical power suppression of the 3 Taoists, plunging into the endless ocean. The Great Destruction Technique is truly ranked 8th among the 3,600 great divine abilities. It's so powerful. With a single strike, the 3 life treasures were shattered. Wang Rui squinted his eyes, feeling deep apprehension towards the demon young master's Great Destruction Technique, unsure if he could withstand it. Lu Xingyue steadied herself and said with fear, not to mention 1 or 2 treasures, the Great Destruction Technique, when cultivated to the extreme, can destroy boundless worlds, even annihilate the void and everything, returning all to silence. However, the demon young master Azura only has the strength of the golden core stage. For now, we can rely on the innate spirit treasure Lingyun Ding to withstand it. However, a single strike of the Great Destruction Technique consumes a lot of magical power, and it also slightly depletes lifespan. The demon young master has already expended a great deal with 3 consecutive strikes. Hee, Wang Rui sneered. Using others' knives to kill and driving tigers to swallow wolves has indeed worked. Wang Rui and his group activated the hidden spirit formation in the Lingyun Ding, sinking deep into the ocean. At this moment, above the ocean, Wu Li, Wu Jin, Wu Yu, and the demon young master fought fiercely. The sky darkening and the sun and moon losing their light, immense magical power raging, causing boundless giant waves, and countless creatures in the ocean perished. Although the demon young master Azura seemed precarious, Wu Li, Wu Yu, and Wu Jin were still unable to gain the upper hand. As the effect of the extinction pill was about to wear off, if they couldn't capture the demon young master soon, once the effect faded, the three would have no place to die. Chapter 92. The Yellow Bird is behind. The three had been brothers for 100 years, cultivating together, inseparable, and had long understood each other's intentions with just a simple glance. Taiching Thundershock. With a roar, the three simultaneously raised their hands, launching 3 red spheres at the demon young master, spinning rapidly as they approached him, exploding violently before even reaching him. Boom, boom, boom. The sky shattered, the earth quaked, and a mushroom cloud hundreds of meters high rose. In the air, the 3 white flood dragons and the 5 colored demons turned into nothingness. Countless seawater was lifted into the air, and sea fish, shrimp, sharks, and jellyfish were blown into pieces, flying into the sky, and then raining down like raindrops. The ocean surface formed a massive whirlpool hundreds of meters wide, rotating violently. If this explosion had occurred on land, an entire city would have been destroyed. The Taiching Thundershock is terrifying. Although the Lingyun Ding had already sunk to the depths of the ocean, it was still shaking violently from the explosion. If it had been on the ocean surface, even with the protection of the innate spirit treasure, it would have likely caused everyone to faint from the blast. It was actually the Taiching Thundershock. The demon young master's roar came from within the mushroom cloud, his clothes tattered, face pale, blood at the corners of his mouth, and he shot out from the mushroom cloud in a disheveled state, the pitch-black demonic treasure, the 5 demon order, seeming to have developed cracks. What? He didn't die from that? Go. The 3 Taoists of Taiching were filled with terror, turning to use the Taiching sword escape, transforming into 3 giant swords, making explosive sounds as they shot away like lightning towards the horizon, trying to escape. Great destruction. The demon young master's fingers vibrated at a strange frequency, pointing slightly at the distant blurry figures of the 3. Bang bang bang. The protective treasures and clothing of the 3 from Taiching exploded, leaving a hole the size of a bowl on their backs, blood gushing out uncontrollably. The 3 were struck like lightning, their magical power dispersed, and they plunged into the ocean. Just as the 3 were about to fall into the ocean, an unexpected change occurred. A dazzling golden light erupted from Wu Li, catching the 3 of them and retreating towards the horizon where the sea met the sky, disappearing in a flash. After unleashing a great destruction technique, the demon young master Azura also spat out a mouthful of blood, his form swaying unsteadily. He was severely injured, nearly out of energy, and did not pursue them, stepping on the stunning rainbow and flying away into the distance. Half an hour later, on an unknown deserted island, a golden talisman plunged down from the clouds. As soon as it hit the ground, the golden talisman turned to ashes, revealing 3 bloodied, staggering Taoists from the Taiching sect. Thud! The 3 spat out another mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. The demon young master didn't chase us, right? Wu Jin asked with endless hesitation. Wu Li frowned and said softly, "No, I estimate he isn't doing well either." Wu Jin sighed. "This time, we have lost more than we gained. Issue the Taiching talisman decree. Say we were attacked by the demon young master and his followers, heavily wounded. Gather all the disciples of the Taoist sects in the endless ocean to hunt down the demon young master." Wu Li's face was like a ghost, unable to swallow this anger. He had lost 50 years of lifespan for nothing, and it was unlikely he would break through to the Golden Core realm in the future. His lifebound treasure was gone, and the Taiching Thunder Jinzi he had worked so hard to obtain. All right. Wu Jin immediately took out a golden and silver-colored decree and wrote blood letters on it with his own blood. No need to mention Wang Rui from the Lianshan Palace. We can't expose the news of his innate spirit treasure for now. Once we recover our power, we'll go find them for revenge and make them wish they were dead. And that Lei Tingyu from the Lianshan Palace must die too. These people have all fallen into the demonic path. They all deserve to die. After finishing, Wu Li took out a bottle of healing elixirs and swallowed several at once. Not long after, Wu Jin had completed the blood decree and solemnly recited, "By the mandate of heaven, the Taiching decree states, disciples Wu Jin, Wu Li, and Wu Yu encountered the demon young master on the endless ocean, attacked and heavily wounded by his demonic followers, in dire straits. All disciples of the Taiching sect, upon receiving this decree, come quickly to rescue. All disciples of the Taoist sects, upon receiving this decree, come quickly to rescue. Exterminate demons and eliminate evil. Merits are boundless. Thus it is decreed." Strangely, as Wu Jin finished each word, it automatically ignited and turned to ashes, soaring into the air and faintly transforming into many golden seal characters, shooting off in all directions. The 7 sects of Taoist supremacy each have their own talismans. Once this Taiching talisman becomes a blood decree and ignites, all disciples of Taoist sects within 100,000 miles can sense it. Crafting such a decree is extremely difficult, with a failure rate of 90%. It is only used in true life and death crises. Wu Yu also swallowed some elixirs, preparing to meditate and heal. His brow stood up, and he said fiercely, "That Wang Rui from the Lianshan Palace, a worthless piece of trash, actually dared to lead the demon young master here, causing us to suffer like this. If we don't catch him and let him experience all kinds of torture, I can't swallow this anger." Just as Wu Yu finished speaking, a wild laughter suddenly erupted. "Ha! Since you suffer like this, then just go die?" At the same time, a huge bronze alchemical furnace soared from the depths of the ocean, landing right above the three on the deserted island. Ling Yunding, it's Wang Rui. The three of them were startled and then burst into laughter, searching for something with great effort, only to find it effortlessly. "Throw down the furnace, sever your limbs, and I might consider sparing your life." Wu Jin's eyes were filled with greed, staring intently at the Ling Yunding. You are heavily wounded and on the brink of death, yet you still want to covet my treasure. You really don't know how to write the word death. Wang Rui's cold laughter came from within the furnace. "What do you want?" Wu Li's face turned serious as he shouted, "Do you want to betray the Tao? We are secret disciples of the Taiqing sect. As long as you dare to make a move, you will never turn back, doomed to eternal suffering." Wang Rui slowly spoke from inside the furnace. "Alas. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Your greed has led to your downfall. If you had mentioned me at all in the Taiqing decree, I would have hesitated to act against you. Unfortunately, you didn't mention me in the slightest. If I kill you, the demon young master will take the blame. What does it have to do with me? Ha ha, you dare, you bastard." Wu Yu jumped up, but before he could finish, a loud explosion rang out, and the Ling Yunding's 12 Tai Chi Xianjing masters fully activated the wind array within the furnace. The entire furnace emitted a fierce aura, crashing towards Wu Yu like a comet from the heavens. Chapter 93, Dead Men's Wealth Comes Quickly. Buzzing, the Ling Yunding traversed through time, space, and the void, shaking like ripples. Bang! Wu Yu exploded without resistance, blood and flesh flying everywhere, splattering all over Wu Li and Wu Jing. You, demon, how dare you?" Wu Jin's words were not finished when there was another loud explosion, and his vision went black. He knew nothing more. Wu Li's face turned pale, his gaze dull. His two close disciples had just been blown up right before his eyes by a small fry, a mere ant. What Tao? What eternal secret realm? All turned to smoke. This was truly unjust. "Wu Li, what do you have to say now?" Wang Rui's figure soared out from the Ling Yunding. Wu Li trembled slightly, his eyes darting around before suddenly kneeling down, repeatedly bowing his head. "Senior brother Wang Rui, spare my life, spare my life. It was my fault for not recognizing greatness. I beg senior brother to spare my life. I am willing to make a blood oath, never to reveal today's events." "Oh, a blood oath, is it? But I think you'd better just die." Wang Rui suddenly urged his power, and the Ling Yunding behind him tore through the air with a thundering sound, crashing forward. "Ah!" Wu Li let out a tragic scream, exploding into a rain of blood that splattered onto Wang Rui's protective shield, sizzling. "Utterly ridiculous. Do you really think I'm a novice? Such people cannot be left alive. The longer they live, the more dreams they have. Better to kill them outright." Wang Rui's power transformed into a large hand, grabbing the 3 Qiankuan storage bags from the blood pool, leaping back into the furnace, plunging deep into the ocean. The Ling Yunding swiftly descended into the depths of the ocean, silent and unseen. "It's nothing. Just going out to see how the demon young master and the 3 disciples of the Taiqing sect are faring," Wang Rui said with an expressionless face. He had just gone out and killed 3 secret disciples of the Taiqing sect. This was a great calamity. Once exposed, there would be no place for him to stand in the Saha world. How could he let Lu Xingyue know? Wang Rui knew that it wouldn't be long before the death of these 3 secret disciples of the Taiqing sect would shock the entire Saha world. Although the decree they sent out did not mention him at all, placing all blame on the demon young master, the demon young master knew he was present. If a war between the Tao and demons was truly sparked, and someone investigated closely, it would be very dangerous. "So who won and who lost?" Lu Xingyue hurriedly asked. "I only saw from a great distance, but it seems the 3 of Wu Li were at a disadvantage. As for whether they will be killed by the demon young master Azura, I don't know," Wang Rui said calmly. "The demon young master probably won't easily kill the secret disciples of the Taiqing sect unless he wants to provoke a war between the Tao and demons. We must be particularly careful of Wu Li and the others in the future." Lu Xingyue appeared confident. "Humph, the demon young master doesn't dare to kill, but I dare." Wang Rui sneered inwardly. "Now that we have the Ling Yunding, we can continue heading towards the land of Fusang. Who knows what other opportunities we might find?" Wang Rui smiled slightly, seeking Lu Xingyue's opinion. "All right, we must go to the land of Fusang." Lu Xingyue nodded and went deeper to the other side of the ding to cultivate. Wang Rui also began searching through the Qiankuan bags of Wu Li and the others. As dead men's wealth comes quickly. TSK. Master, you are becoming more decisive in your killings. I really didn't misjudge you. What does the Saha world lack the most? Talent. Gluttonous Tiao couldn't help but praise. Tiao Gu, you talk too much. How could my master not be powerful? Once I become an immortal or a Buddha, let's see who dares to touch a hair on him. Xiao Jin was having a great time playing in the spirit beast space of the Shumi Ring, which was vast and included mountains, rivers, and lakes, even housing ordinary wild beasts for the spirit beasts to hunt. Xiao Jin, can you help me pick a few peaches to eat? I haven't had them in many years, and I'm a bit craving. Xiao Ba said while lying under a peach tree, watching Xiao Jin happily munching on the peaches above. Wang Bagu, wait a minute, Xiao Jin said, tossing peaches as he ate. Damn it, how many times have I told you? I'm not a Wang Ba. I'm Long Zibaxia. Xiao Ba shouted angrily, his turtle head held high, his mung bean eyes glaring at Xiao Jin. Wang Rui was speechless. Here I am, working my ass off outside. And you two are enjoying yourselves. Wang Rui slowly poured all the items from the 3 Chinquan bags into the Shumi ring and began to count carefully. The first thing that caught his eye was 6 large greenskin gourds, each half a person tall. It goes without saying that they were definitely used for storing elixirs. I wonder what elixirs the disciples of the Taiching sect used to cultivate. Wang Rui pondered as he reached for one gourd. Upon opening it, he found pill-sized elixirs the size of longan, milky white and translucent, with what seemed to be a baby sitting in the center of the pill. Good elixir. This is the Taiching sect's Ning Ing Dan. Although it's just a human-grade spirit pill, it's an essential item for golden core experts to condense their yuanying. It can also be used for healing or significantly enhancing mana. Each gourd contains 500 pills. Good. Truly not bad. Even though I look down on human-grade spirit pills after receiving the inheritance from Pillmaster, they can be used to exchange for treasures, reward disciples, or win people's hearts. Wang Rui could discern the formula of the Ning Ing Dan. He was almost certain he could refine high-grade spirit pills later. It's a pity I didn't get the Defying Extinction pill. Otherwise, I could refine some, and who knows when they might come in handy, Wang Rui muttered to himself. The last treasure was a white jade slip, with a white dragon vividly depicted on it. He didn't know which Qianquan bag it came from. But upon probing with his consciousness, he realized it was the divine ability of the Taiching sect's Tianlong Zhenfa. Together with the black eclipse light from the Lord of Moe Island, he now had 2 more divine abilities. Wang Rui had temporarily not cultivated, as he was primarily focused on exploring treasures and seizing opportunities in the endless ocean. It seemed that these 3 had lost all the good things in their struggle with the demon young master, such as the life-bound magic treasures, defying extinction pills, and Taiching thunder-shocking child. What a pity. Wang Rui shook his head repeatedly. The gluttonous foodie, Tiao Tiao, couldn't take it anymore and said faintly, Master, just give it up. You're being too greedy. That defying extinction pill and Taiching thunder-shocking child, even if the secret disciples of the Taiching sect could get one, it would be incredible. How could there be more? Your current wealth is that of a noble. Among the secret disciples, aside from Morong Ju, I don't see anyone who can compare to your wealth. We won't even talk about fairy artifacts and spiritual treasures. You currently possess 1 inner Dan of a 6th-tier demon centipede and a complete set of its shell. You've gathered hundreds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the endless ocean, like snow pearls, blood corals, etc. Hundreds of pounds of precious refining materials like red gold copper, mysterious iron, secret silver, and refined gold. 9 gourds containing a total of 4,500 earth-grade deadly golden pills, and 6 gourds with 3,000 human-grade Ning Ing Dan. 2 divine ability jade slips, Black Eclipse Light, and Tianlong Zhenfa. 32 top-tier intermediate magical artifacts. Really? Am I really a noble? My gluttonous baby? Wang Rui, in a good mood, also liked to act like a clown. The gluttonous foodie, Tiao Tiao, rolled his eyes and ignored him. Chapter 94, The Pursuit of the Immortal Path. Just as Wang Rui and his group were heading towards the land of Fusong in the Lingyun Ding, the deserted island where Wu Li and the others had been killed started to liven up. A sword chi, like a shocking rainbow, fiercely whizzed through and then hovered above the deserted island. It turned out to be a middle-aged man in a white scholar's robe, with a cold expression and a powerful aura of magic. He was not any less formidable than Wu Li and his disciples. The 3 disciples of Wu Li sent out a Taiching talisman seeking help, and according to the talisman's guidance, they should be on this deserted island. Huh, what is this? Wu Gu suddenly leaped down from midair, staring at a pile of severed limbs and fragments on the ground, shocked. Could it be that 3 disciples have such great courage? Is there anyone in this world who dares to kill the secret disciples of the Taiching sect? Wu Gu, I didn't expect you to arrive first. We received the talisman seeking help and also rushed here. At this moment, several rays of light flew in from all directions, and several Taoists, all dressed in Bagua purple gold robes, were secret disciples of the Taiching sect. Wugu nodded with a sullen face, not saying a word. Where are the three senior brothers? Someone asked. Look. Wugu pointed his hand. What? Could it be that the three senior brothers? Everyone fell silent. Humph. Although this world is vast, aside from the demon young master Azura mentioned in the talisman, who dares to kill my Taiching sect disciples? Even the island master of the first-ranked Fusang 72 Islands would not dare to kill the secret disciples of my Taiching sect. Wugu was furious. Suddenly, a sound explosion appeared in the distance, stirring up monstrous waves, and 5 sword lights simultaneously shot over. Seeing these 5 sword lights, Wugu hurriedly said, Wu Yuan, Wu Jing, Wu Li, Wu Zhen, Wu Jiu. You all came. Wugu, your speed is so fast. The 5 from the Taiching sect flew to the island, and upon seeing the bloodstains and corpses on the ground, their faces turned ashen. I can't believe that damned demon young master actually dared to kill our Taiching sect disciples. He must not want to live. Not long after, 6 secret disciples of the Taiching sect from the Wu character generation arrived on the deserted island. The strength of the Taiching sect was truly terrifying. It was no wonder they were called the number 1 in the Saha world. 2 hours later, 1,000 disciples of the Taiching sect had arrived. The weakest among them were peak human immortals with flying magical artifacts, and about 30 secret disciples had come. With 6 Wu character generation disciples and 6 level experts in the vast realm as their mainstay. The 6 great experts of the Taiching sect, when combined, were enough to sweep through countless loose cultivation sects in the entire endless ocean. Experts in the 6 levels of the vast realm have great divine abilities and can naturally establish their own sect. Although they are certainly not a major sect of the immortal path, they can dominate a part of the loose cultivation sects. As experts in the vast realm have long lifespans and can refine magical treasures and spiritual pills. At this moment, wonderful music resounded in the void, auspicious clouds floated, and an invisible aura of pressure swept out from the clouds. Real person Yu Yang has arrived. Taiching sect disciples, hurry to welcome him. Wugu shouted sternly. All the Taiching sect disciples were taken aback and quickly stood respectfully, raising their voices loudly, echoing in the air. Welcome real person Yu Yang. In an instant, over 1,000 Taiching sect members shouted in unison, their voices shaking the clouds, their momentum overwhelmingly powerful, making even the aura of an emperor in the mundane world seem like child's play in comparison. A golden carriage slowly emerged from the clouds, and everyone gasped in awe, for this incredibly luxurious carriage was being pulled by 4 huge white dragons, soaring through the clouds, as if an immortal had descended. Standing on the carriage was a middle-aged Taoist, standing tall like a spear, his eyes slightly closed, left hand behind his back, and right hand holding a whisk. His expression solemn, as if the heavenly emperor had descended to inspect the rivers and mountains. Although the white dragons were not true dragons, they already possessed the strength of the Tai Chi profound realm, actually pulling the carriage. A disciple from the refining god palace looked shocked, muttering to himself. Silence. This is a great divine ability user among the secret disciples of the Taiching sect, equivalent to Master Morong Ju's senior brother. Only the most outstanding secret disciples are granted the title of real person, and at the very least, they have broken through to the Golden Core realm or the Yuanying realm, or are figures who are not lost in the womb. They will also be the main competitors of Master Morong Ju at the upcoming gathering of immortals. A nearby disciple from the refining god palace revealed an expression of immense envy. The 4 white dragons pulling the carriage soared through the clouds and stopped in midair. Real person Yu Yang opened his eyes, divine light flashing, surveying the crowd, and in an instant, everyone involuntarily lowered their heads. Wugu was about to report. But real person Yu Yang had already spoken. I already know, the 3 senior brothers have been killed. I sensed the thick death energy and resentment of the 3 senior brothers. They truly died with their eyes wide open. Real person Yu Yang's voice was thunderous, resounding like a clap of thunder, not to be doubted. As soon as he finished speaking, real person Yu Yang waved his hand lightly, and the dragons automatically pulled the carriage, swiftly flying into the clouds, heading towards the Taiching sect. Obey the decree. All the disciples of the Taiching sect bowed and greeted in unison. Immediately issue a bounty order for the immortals. Send it to all sects in the immortal path. The 6 wordless generation Taoists roared, piercing the heavens. This time, the Taiching sect was truly enraged. The battle between immortals and demons, a bloody storm, was about to unfold. What about the mysterious Wan Yao Valley and the Gue Yin sect, which had always been closely connected to the Tianimo sect? Wang Rui and his group, while collecting spiritual herbs and battling demon beasts, suddenly discovered a massive sea ship on the vast, deserted ocean after leaving the deserted island for who knows how many miles. The appearance of this giant ship was quite strange. It had no masts or sails. And at the bow, there were more than a dozen gigantic demon fish that Wang Rui had never heard of, pulling the ship forward at great speed. Although these giant fish had enormous bodies and gaping mouths, their auras were not strong, only second or third ranked demon beasts. What is this? Wang Rui wondered. Lu Xingyue explained, we should be close to the land of Fusang. This should be a sea ship of the Fusang people. Great. Let's go take a look. Wang Rui put away the Lingyun Ding and flew with Lu Xingyue to the ship's vicinity. The people on the ship quickly noticed the two floating in the air. After a few loud shouts, a large group of people, numbering several hundred, surged out of the cabin, crowding the deck. Looking up at Wang Rui and Lu Xingyue with expressions of respect and fear, bowing to them. These people had towering hairdos or were half-bald. Dressed in attire completely different from that of the Huaxia people, many with one or more sabers at their waists. Wang Rui frowned, thought for a moment, and asked, "Where's this? Explain it to me." Chapter 95, The Battle of All Races. Immortal Masters, this is near Zhuochong Island. We are fishermen from the island. Living off fishing and gathering for generations. An elder from Fusang respectfully explained to Wang Rui. Zhuochong Island? How far is it from here? Wang Rui was determined to check out the island. The Fusang elder subtly frowned. About 1,000 miles to the north. All right, let's go to Zhuochong Island. Wang Rui and Lu Xingyue soared into the sky towards Zhuochong Island. It wasn't until Wang Rui and Lu Xingyue disappeared from sight that the atmosphere on the strange ship relaxed somewhat. A young Fusang man asked the elder with confusion, "Father, didn't we escape from the island? Zhuochong Island is currently being troubled by the demon race and may not hold. Why send those two immortal masters to their deaths? Hehe. These Huaxiao people always come to our Fusang land seeking adventure and treasure. This time, let them suffer a great loss. It would be best if they were killed by the demon race." The Fusang elder had a sinister smile on his face. The Fusang people were indeed treacherous and cunning. Soon, Wang Rui and Lu Xingyue, in the Lingyun Ding, had traveled hundreds of miles. Suddenly, 100-meter-high white mist rose from the ocean far ahead, accompanied by the eerie sound of a baby's cry. The sound was mournful and chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. Something is strange. Wang Rui urged the Lingyun Ding to dive into the deep water, slowly approaching that direction. At that moment, in the white mist, 6 Fusang people, each with solemn expressions, held large flags about 3 to 4 meters long, radiating silver light, dazzling and bright. They were spaced several hundred meters apart, floating in the ocean and forming a circular pocket shape. Each person looked tense, their faces taut, revealing a hint of an impending storm. Suddenly, a rumbling thunder echoed from the ocean surrounded by the 6, raising white-capped giant waves, as if something massive was about to emerge. Everyone be careful. The shark infant beast is about to attack with divine thunder. One of the elders with a dove-like face shouted seriously to the others. Start. The dove-faced elder roared, channeling his magical power, waving the silver flag in his hand. Layer upon layer, circle after circle of silver ripples spread from the flag. Upon hearing this, the other 5 tightened their brows, channeling their own flags, and in an instant, a massive silver light shield appeared out of nowhere, completely covering the area where the giant waves were rising. The Lingyun Ding had submerged nearby, and Wang Rui was startled to see a giant azure shark over 100 meters long in the ocean. The inner core of the shark infant beast at the Tai Chi Xian realm was an excellent material for refining heavenly-grade elixirs, so he activated the Great Identification Technique. Shark infant beast, identity, demon beast clan, demon beast 9th rank, combat power value, 100,000 points, equivalent to the 4th realm of the Tai Chi Xian realm. Special skill, Blue Water Divine Thunder, Special Treasure, None, Heavenly and Earthly Fortune, Extremely Weak, Probability of Victory, 100. At that moment, the shark infant beast trapped in the silver light shield went berserk, and after a shrill cry, the hundreds of meters of white mist suddenly shrank violently towards the center, instantly becoming only a few meters in size, forming a milky white gas mass. Simultaneously, the sound of thunder began to rumble from within the mist, deafening, like thousands of troops galloping, shaking the 6 Fusang experts' heads and making them tremble. Suddenly, the thunder ceased, and as the 6 were puzzled, countless azure light orbs the size of bowls shot out from the white mist like a storm, with an unmatched momentum, crashing violently into the silver light shield. Bang! Bang! Countless scorching light bursts flashed, causing the entire silver light shield to tremble and sway, with blue and silver flickering together, appearing on the verge of collapse. The dove-faced elder's expression turned stern as he shouted, "Fellow Taoists, this is one of the shark infant beast's killing moves, Blue Water Divine Thunder. It won't last long." After saying this, he channeled his magical decision, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood onto the flag in his hand, causing the silver light to surge. The flag shot out a silver beam as thick as a water barrel toward the silver light shield, stabilizing the shield somewhat. The other 5, seeing this, remained silent. each also spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, their flags shooting out silver beams, stabilizing the entire silver light shield, making it even more radiant. All right, well done. Now let me take this demon beast's life, the dove-faced elder said with delight. Just as the 6 Fusang people seemed to have the upper hand and were about to take the shark infant beast's life, an unexpected change occurred. From the horizon where the sea meets the sky, a shocking demonic aura suddenly surged, with rolling demonic clouds, demonic roars, and gusts of cold wind. Countless amounts of seawater were swept into the sky, forming a gigantic sea tornado, with lightning and thunder flashing within. A deafening sound echoed through the void. In the Saha world, the immortal path is unkind. We, the demonic, beast, and ghost races, for the welfare of all ages and the foundation of eternal life, declare that we cannot coexist with the immortal path. What? The battle between immortals and demons has begun? No, it's not just the battle between immortals and demons. It's the battle of all races in the Saha world. Is it because the 3 wordless generation disciples of the Taqing sect were killed by the demon Sha? Lu Xingyue and the Lingyun Ding faintly heard the demonic roar, her face turning pale. The battle of all races in the Saha world. Wang Rui couldn't help but swallow hard. This was something he had not experienced in his previous life, but had heard his parents mention. The battle of all races, a rare occurrence in 100,000 years, was a great destruction. Who knows how many experts would die? At that moment, the dove-faced elder on the ocean shouted, "What? Such powerful demonic energy. It's the Tian Mo. Not good. It seems the demon race and the demonic race have joined forces." The nearby Fusang people trembled, their faces ashen. "The Tian Mo is coming. Master, what are you waiting for? Capture the Tian Mo to enhance our strength. The battle of all races is coming. Everything else is false. Only strength is real." The gluttonous beast Tao Tai shouted excitedly. Wang Rui focused his gaze upward, and indeed, within the deep demonic energy tornado in the high sky, thousands of figures of Tian Mo appeared, faintly visible, densely packed, like locusts, each emitting eerie demonic sounds that chilled the heart. At that moment, the trapped shark infant beast in the ocean let out a shriek, surprisingly speaking in strange human language, sounding deafening. "Tian Mo Taoist friends, save me." 6 Fusang people were horrified, their faces pale. At that moment, they were reluctant to part with the soon-to-be captured shark infant beast. After all, these 6 silver flags were one-time use forbidden magical treasures, consuming a lot of effort from the 6 of them. Once used today, they would be gone forever. A cold snort came from the magic gas tornado, and suddenly dozens of heavenly demons pounced violently at the 6 people from the depths of the magic gas. And a chilling demonic sound filled the air. Chapter 96, Capturing the Heavenly Demon. Perfect timing. I was just worried about finding the heavenly demons. With all my strength, activate the Lingyun cauldron to capture the heavenly demons. With Wang Rui's command, Lu Xingyue, who had broken through to the 3rd level of the Xianjing realm using the spirit control pill, along with the golden-haired stone monkey Xiaojin, who was at the peak of the 6th level of the Xianjing realm, the dragon child Basha, and 8 heavenly demons, plus Wang Rui himself at the 3rd level of the Xianjing realm, formed a group of 12 Xianjing experts. They all fiercely activated the Lingyun cauldron, crashing into the dozens of heavenly demons that were diving down. Xiantian soul-devouring armor. Xiantian soul devour. The ancient bronze Lingyun cauldron radiated a dazzling golden light, instantly enveloping the 50 or 60 heavenly demons. Beep beep. All the combat power, speed, and defense of the heavenly demons were halved. Great recognition technique. Countless images flashed in Wang Rui's eyes, and the movements of the heavenly demons began to appear incredibly slow to him. He took a deep breath and roared, "Capture!" Wang Rui and his group activated the capturing formation in the Lingyun cauldron with all their might. In an instant, howling winds arose, and countless small tornadoes appeared in the void, moving swiftly. Each small tornado controlled a heavenly demon, rendering them unable to move. The faces of the heavenly demons were twisted, their eyes red, their arms coiling like dragons, yet they could not break free from the tornado, helplessly watching themselves being sucked into an incredibly deep black vortex that appeared out of thin air. Their vision darkened, and they seemed to vaguely hear a crisp child's voice. Great devour technique. Then their consciousness went blank, and they knew nothing. Generally, the heavenly demons leading the charge were at most of the 1st or 2nd level of strength. Wang Rui's soul-devouring armor directly halved their strength, and with so many experts in the cauldron fully activating the innate spiritual treasure to capture them, they had no room to resist and were swallowed into the belly of the gluttonous beast, losing their consciousness and becoming heavenly demon puppets under Wang Rui's command. The 9th heavenly demon puppet, the 10th heavenly demon puppet, the 11th heavenly demon puppet. As the number of heavenly demon puppets in the cauldron increased, 2 great formations, The Gale Formation and the Illusory Space Formation were simultaneously activated. The Gale Formation made the Ling Yun Cauldron's flight speed increase rapidly, almost like teleportation, flashing in and out of sight. The Illusory Space Formation created illusions for the heavenly demons, making them feel as if they were facing the wrath of a demon god. And they did not dare to resist. In just a few moments, dozens of heavenly demons were captured, and there were already 69 heavenly demon puppets in the cauldron, equivalent to 69 Xianjing realm experts. No one would believe it if told. This was even more than the core disciples of some small immortal sects. How powerful! The Fusang people were stunned to see the ancient, majestic cauldron showcasing its might. These were dozens of heavenly demons, and they usually fought with scattered heavenly demons, experiencing mutual victories and defeats. They thought the owner of the cauldron was about to commit suicide, but the outcome was beyond their expectations. In just a few moments, the heavenly demons were gone, clearly captured or destroyed. The owner of the cauldron was truly terrifying, causing the faces of the Fusang people to turn pale and their bodies to tremble slightly. Wang Rui had just wiped out dozens of heavenly demons when suddenly a part of the rolling magic clouds in the sky was missing and golden sunlight shone down. Damn it! With a cold shout from the magic gas tornado, hundreds of heavenly demons surged out. Among them were obviously elite heavenly demons, at least of the 4th level. The roar of demons erupted, and hundreds of heavenly demons obscured the sky, charging towards the giant cauldron suspended in the air. The magic gas surged. Dark light shot out in all directions, and countless magical treasures and artifacts tore through the air, crashing violently against the Ling Yun cauldron. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive sounds continued, and black light bursts flashed constantly, causing the Ling Yun cauldron to retreat repeatedly. The group inside the cauldron felt a bit dizzy but suffered no injuries, as it was an innate spiritual treasure, not something ordinary magical artifacts could easily break through. Perfect timing. Wang Rui was furious. With a thought, the Xiantian soul-devouring armor unleashed its full power. A vast golden light surged like a raging tide, layer upon layer, enveloping a radius of hundreds of meters, having the strength of all heavenly demons within. Capturing Formation, Gale Formation, Illusory Space Formation, Demon God Formation, and Demon Control Formation, a total of 7 formations. Among them, the Demon God Formation was the most marvelous, requiring 30 heavenly demons to activate even slightly. Countless magical powers surged out of the Demon God Formation, instantly transforming into several large, human-like demonic faces, incredibly ferocious, racing towards the heavenly demons with mouths wide open to devour. The avatar of the demon god. When the heavenly demons saw these monstrous faces, they all screamed, with some even turning to flee. In less than a moment, half of the hundreds of heavenly demons were devoured by these monstrous faces and thrown into the black vortex, entering the belly of the gluttonous beast, turning into heavenly demon puppets. Hundreds of heavenly demons soared through the air, their pressure overwhelming. The 6 Fusang people dared not move, fearing being attacked by the heavenly demons first. Yet, in just a few breaths, the number of heavenly demons was halved again, which was truly shocking. The elder with the crow face could not contain his shock and shouted, "It must be a senior from the Eternal Life Secret Realm. Definitely a senior from the Eternal Life Secret Realm. Ha! We are saved. A senior from the Eternal Life Secret Realm is here. These mere heavenly demons are nothing to worry about. Hurry, let's put in more effort to capture this shark infant beast and present it as a gift to the senior." All right, absolutely. If we could receive guidance from the senior, it would be invaluable for our entire lives. The 6 Fusang people began to exert more strength to subdue the 10th level demonic beast, the shark infant beast, trapped in the silver light shield. At that moment, in the center of the magic gas tornado, the magic clouds blocked the sun, and the sinister winds howled. A man dressed in a hideous battle armor sat on a black jade throne, his emotionless demonic eyes fixed on the magnificent Ling Yun cauldron. When the man on the throne saw countless faces resembling humans and demons suddenly rush out from the Ling Yun cauldron, swallowing all the heavenly demons without resistance, he suddenly stood up, his face filled with shock. The magnificent Ling Yun cauldron of the great demon god. Good, great fortune, great luck. I, the black jade heavenly demon general, must obtain the Ling Yun cauldron, and from then on, I will soar to the sky, stepping into the true demon realm and becoming a demon god. Ha! The black jade heavenly demon general laughed wildly. Suddenly, Wang Rui in the Ling Yun cauldron was jolted, and he quickly looked towards the depths of the massive magic gas tornado in the sky, a strong sense of danger rising deep within his heart. While fighting the heavenly demons, he remained deeply vigilant. The demon generals of the demon race were all at the 7th level of the heavenly demons, above the 7th level of the Xianjing realm, with the strength of the golden core realm, commanding 10,000 heavenly demons. The Taiji Xianjing had 10 levels, And at the 6th level of the vast realm, one could move mountains and seas with great divine powers. The 7th level of the Golden Core realm condenses all divine powers within into a divine core, greatly increasing not only magical power and lifespan, but also offering a glimmer of hope to achieve the Eternal Life Secret Realm. The Eternal Life Secret Realm has a lifespan of 1 epoch, equivalent to 129,600 years, akin to experiencing a great calamity of heaven and earth. If the strength of the Eternal Life Secret Realm is like an emperor in the secular world, then the 7th level of the Taiji Xianjing Golden Core realm is like a crown prince. Chapter 97. The Greedy Heavenly Demon General. In the first immortal sect, the Taiching sect, any disciple who cultivates to the realm of the divine core is referred to as a true person, signifying their nobility and prominence. The demon sect's young master Ashuro is merely at the Golden Core realm, but possesses overwhelming demon power. From this, one can see what level of expert the Black Jade Heavenly Demon General is. The Black Jade Demon General stood beside a tall demon, who respectfully reported, "Lord Demon General, our army of 10,000 demons has lost over 2,000 to that treasure cauldron. The losses are severe. Could there be experts from the Eternal Life Secret Realm inside the cauldron? Shouldn't we retreat? Humph. If there were ancient giants from the Eternal Life Secret Realm, we would have turned to ashes by now. Why would we be wasting words here? I'll take matters into my own hands and seize the Howren Lingyun cauldron." As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Jade Demon General suddenly waved his hand, and in an instant, his massive demon body vanished, traversing the void and shooting down with ferocity, launching a powerful attack. The demonic energy surged, and the killing intent was deep. All his combat power was unleashed and slammed into the Lingyun cauldron. With a loud bang, the Lingyun cauldron flew back hundreds of meters. Although Wang Rui was unharmed, his head buzzed. As everyone was in a daze, the seductive demonic voice echoed, "People inside the Lingyun cauldron, come out quickly. Tell me all your secrets. Come out." Amid the boundless demonic energy, the voice of the Black Jade Demon General could easily disrupt the nerves and thoughts of a Taiji Xianjing expert, compelling them to respond to his summons involuntarily. When Wang Rui heard this demonic voice, it seemed that all his magical power was frozen, and he began to lose control, showing some signs of demonic transformation. "Hold! Devour the sun and moon." The gluttonous Taodai roared heavily. A dark, deep vortex several meters wide in the Lingyun cauldron spun violently, swallowing all the demonic voices, leaving it empty. Ugh! The gluttonous Taodai has sustained serious internal injuries. Bastard! Wang Rui was furious, his face darkening as his mind raced. Great identification technique. Black Jade Demon General, identity, demon race, 7th level demon, combat power over 1 million points, equivalent to the 7th level of Taiji Xianjing, Golden Core Realm. Special skills, great segmentation method, 1,000 illusions demonic voice, demonic disintegration technique. Special treasure, method golden book. Heaven and earth luck, weak. Victory probability, 40, self-detonation can win. This is bad. The great segmentation method, famous among the 84,000 methods, is said to be able to break anything in the world. Moreover, this Golden Core Realm demon has over 1 million points of combat power. Even if I use the Xiantian soul-devouring armor, this demon still has 500,000 points of combat power, absolutely not something I can contend with. I can only outsmart him. Lord Demon God, wait. I will come out. Wang Rui's eyes turned, and he shouted, suddenly flying out of the Lingyun cauldron. Oh, really came out. The Black Jade Demon General was overjoyed. If this human had died inside the Lingyun cauldron, apart from using the great segmentation method to destroy the cauldron, he wouldn't have had any good options. Unexpectedly. Haha. Good. Not bad. You human are quite perceptive, a remarkable individual. How about this? You will be my slave, and I will spare your life. The Black Jade Demon General was very pleased to smoothly obtain the Howren Lingyun cauldron. Wang Rui smiled, bowing and approaching the Demon General slowly. I don't know which Lord Demon God is present. It's all my fault for not recognizing Mount Tai. This kid is quite good. The Black Jade Demon General was somewhat pleased to hear the human refer to him as Lord Demon God. My lord, this Lingyun cauldron is a gift from a humble individual to you. Wang Rui lowered his head and was less than 100 meters away from the Demon General. Just then, great slaughter technique. Great divine power technique. Great diamond technique. Xiantian soul devouring armor. Ding ding, combat power value stacked with great slaughter technique. Great divine power technique. Great diamond technique, rising from 50,000 points of the 3rd level of Taiji Xianjing to 100,000 points of the 4th level of Xianjing. Ding ding. Using Xiantian soul devouring armor, combat power value automatically increased by 1 tier, rising to 200,000 points of the 5th level of Xianjing. Xiantian soul devouring. In the blink of an eye, Wang Rui's combat power surged, and a dazzling golden beam shot out from the Xiantian's soul, devouring armor, traversing space, unavoidable, and directly slammed into the Black Jade Demon General's eyes. Ding ding. The Black Jade Demon General's combat power dropped from over 1 million points at the 7th level of Demon to over 500,000 points at the 6th level. Speed and defense halved. The Black Jade Demon General let out a scream, his pair of crimson demonic eyes bleeding tears from the golden light. His demonic soul wanting to flee, his whole body numb and weak, his strength suddenly having. Here is your Lingyun Cauldron. Wang Rui shouted fiercely, a crimson light suddenly rising. Soaring into the sky, the universe furnace resembling a golden sun rising, with faint images of flowers, birds, insects, fish, ancient ancestors, and primordial beasts, lively and lifelike. Wang Rui appeared like a god reborn from fire, holding a gigantic golden alchemical furnace, leaping fiercely and flashing before the demon general, pressing down like holding a golden blazing sun. There was no scream, only a loud bang. A spray of demonic blood burst in the sky, and the Black Jade Demon General at the 7th level of Demon was smashed into meat paste by the universe furnace. From the blood and meat remnants fell a palm-sized golden page. Wang Rui quickly snatched it into his hand, focusing to see it was the method golden book. Great segmentation method. Truly, fortune favors the bold. Who told this demon general to be so greedy? To be crushed to death by his own strength in the golden core realm of the 7th level of Xianjing. Wang Rui laughed madly and soared into the Lingyun Cauldron. Lu Xingyue saw Wang Rui fly out of the cauldron and instantly blow up the golden core realm demon sect, feeling more and more that Wang Rui was unfathomable. She deeply understood what it meant to be in the golden core realm, among the many secret disciples of the refining god palace. Those who reached the 7th level of Taiji Xianjing and cultivated transcendent abilities above the great golden core were no more than 50. Perhaps 3 years later. It wouldn't be impossible for him to challenge Morongju. An uncontrollable thought surged in her mind. Quick! Use all your strength to control the Lingyun Cauldron to capture the demons. The demon general is dead. They will probably run. Wang Rui landed back in the cauldron, loudly commanding. At this moment, the remaining thousands of demons were already in disarray, each like headless flies, and the demonic energy vortex became chaotic. Wang Rui and the others jointly activated the great formation in the Lingyun Cauldron. The cauldron spun violently, traversing, and strong tornadoes emerged. With countless monstrous faces bursting out from the cauldron, wherever they went, the demons were swept in and devoured into the belly of the Taodai. The Howren Lingyun Cauldron was undergoing changes unknowingly. As more demon puppets filled the cauldron, the entire cauldron suddenly seemed to be filled with life and energy. And the formations that couldn't be activated before began to loosen. When the Howren demon god forged this cauldron, it was to better control his army of demons. The more demons the cauldron absorbed, the greater its power, and the stronger the formations inside became. The gluttonous Taotai explained, if we could have 100,000 demon puppets, all used as labor, we could unleash the full power of the Howren Lingyun Cauldron. The power of the 996 formations is boundless. Below the eternal life secret realm, no one can rival. 100,000 demons? Wang Rui was shocked. 100,000 demons is equivalent to 100,000 Taiji Xianjing experts. Where would I find so many laborers? If the demon race finds out, they will stop at nothing to kill me. Chapter 98, The Mysterious Man in Black. However, I know of a secret teleportation passage that can take me to Demon Star. Now that the war of all races has begun, many demons should descend to the Saha world. 100,000 demons is not impossible. Wang Rui's heart ignited with passion. The Howren Lingyun Cauldron roamed freely in the sky, transforming like a shifting shadow. As the number of demon laborers increased, the speed of the cauldron grew faster, and the power of the formations became more formidable. The Lingyun Cauldron appeared in the western sky, sweeping toward the gathering place of demons. Countless tornadoes surged, and hundreds of demons vanished without a trace. In the next blink, it reappeared in the southern sky, swallowing countless monstrous faces, and again hundreds of demons disappeared. Half an hour passed, and all the demons that had scattered in the sky were sucked into the cauldron. The demons disappeared without a trace. The ocean was sunny and bright, with the warm sun shining down, incredibly comfortable. Wang Rui's Lingyun Cauldron contained a total of 8,000 demon puppets, while the remaining 2,000 had vanished without a trace. This time, I really struck it rich. 8,000 demon laborers at the heavenly extreme Xianjing level. Most importantly, I also obtained the great segmentation method. Wang Rui couldn't stop smiling. It's a big windfall, a stroke of luck. Xiao Jin nodded affirmatively, pounding his chest hard, making a thumping sound as if beating a war drum, and happily did a somersault. Master, you are so powerful, can you get me a brother? I'm so bored every day. Lungzi Xiaoba looked pitifully with his small eyes. Well, I will try my best, Wang Rui rolled his eyes. I'm not the Dragon King, your brother Isnt born by me. Do you think it's that easy to get one? The 6 Fusang people below were dumbfounded. They were initially worried that Wang Rui might fall into a predicament and face death, but they didn't expect him to display such immense power. Bursting the Heavenly Demon General and annihilating the Heavenly Demon Army, as if it were a piece of cake. Truly, one slap could kill oneself. The 6 of them didn't dare to move. If they happened to encounter an irritable big shot, and you ran, he would slap you down. And you would become a squashed mosquito. At this moment, Wang Rui and his group controlled the Lingyun Ding to slowly descend onto the heads of the Fusang people. The 6 of them wiped the sweat from their foreheads, waiting for the verdict. Who are you? Suddenly, a dignified male voice came from the ding. And the 6 knew it was definitely that young-looking big shot, almost kneeling down. The elder with a bird face wiped his sweat and bowed deeply. Reporting to you. We are the elders of Zhuochong Island. I am the Grand Elder. Recently, for some unknown reason, the number of demon beasts near Zhuochong Island has greatly increased. We came to hunt the demon beasts and protect the safety of Zhuochong Island. When I was in Huaxia, I heard that you Fusang people are treacherous and bloodthirsty. I wonder if that is true. Wang Rui snorted coldly, as if a thunderclap had struck, causing the 6 Fusang people to feel a loud bang in their hearts. And their bodies lost all strength, with 2 unable to hold on and collapsing to the ground. Please spare our lives. Spare our lives. Those are just rumors, just rumors. The bird-faced Grand Elder trembled slightly, murmuring weakly to himself. If the 6 Grand Elders died in this ocean, the entire Zhuochong Island would be finished. Absolutely annihilated by the demon beasts, and the whole clan would perish. Well, but I have also heard that the Fusang people have a virtue since ancient times, which is to admire the strong and be willing to serve the strong. I wonder if that is true? Wang Rui slowly finished speaking and coldly smiled in the ding. Since he needed to avoid the wind in the land of Fusang, he had to find a hidden place to settle down first. Zhuochong Island was not bad. Taking it down as a base for his power development would also be good. In the future, eliminating enemies and rival factions would also be a boost. However, the Fusang people would forever be slaves. The faces of the 6 Fusang people changed dramatically. Some were filled with joy, some were full of doubt, and some looked invigorated. The bird-faced Grand Elder suddenly knelt down, holding the demon beast core of the shark infant beast in his hand, and passionately declared, Jin Sin swears a blood oath to serve you for eternity. If I break this oath, may both man and God punish me, and may heaven and earth not tolerate me. The other 5 elders glared at Jin San with some dissatisfaction, then knelt down in unison, shouting, We swear a blood oath to serve you for eternity. If we break this oath, may both man and God punish us, and may heaven and earth not tolerate us. Good, good. Not bad, not bad. From now on, you people of Zhuochong Island will be my servants, Wang Rui said impatiently. Upon hearing this, the 6 people below were greatly pleased, each puffing out their chests as if receiving exceptional praise. Jin San, come and tell me about your Zhuochong Island and the land of Fusang. The rest of you, get the boat ready and lead the way to Zhuochong Island. Wang Rui commanded the 6 with authority. Yes, sir. Jin San's bird face was filled with joy as he looked around at the other 5, proudly heading towards the Lingyun Ding. The other 5 were so angry they were about to explode, muttering curses under their breath, saying things like, My Koizumi family will definitely be favored by the master, and my ape family will definitely win the master's favor, reluctantly urging the giant fish demon beast pulling the boat towards Zhuochong Island. At this time, in the distance, several mysterious figures dressed in black were secretly observing everything. One black-clad person said hatefully, The person in that ding is very powerful. We arrived too late. They actually suppressed an army of 10,000 heavenly demons. Initially, they thought that since there were no major sects in the land of Fusang, they could come here to absorb the origin powers of immortals, demons, beasts, and ghosts with the onset of the great battle of the myriad races, but they didn't expect such a formidable character to be here. Another mysterious black-clad person looked very unwilling. That ding is a powerful treasure. Should we kill our way in to seize it and then take their origins? Another mysterious person said arrogantly, Yes, we cannot expose ourselves now. Otherwise, the immortals, demons, beasts, and ghosts will all come to hunt us down, which would be troublesome. Since they are already in internal strife, we will lurk in the shadows and make a profit from the chaos, letting the conflict among the myriad races become even more intense. One day, we will make our move to clean up the aftermath. At that time, no matter what immortals, demons, beasts, or ghosts, we will capture them all and unify the Saha world, dominate the heavens and all realms. The group of mysterious black-clad people whispered for a long time, and the leader suddenly waved his hand, causing a black portal to appear in the void, rippling with waves. The mysterious figures leaped into it and disappeared. However, Wang Rui and his group were unaware that this land of Fusang was also not peaceful. It seemed that the Saha world was being targeted by a mysterious force. 3 days later, Wang Rui and his group could see an island in the distance. They were finally about to arrive at Zhuochong Island. One person on the ship soared into the air, respectfully saying to the Lingyun Ding in midair, "Master, I will go notify the clan to prepare for your welcome." After saying that, he turned and flew towards the island. As the island got closer, Wang Rui carefully observed everything on the island from the Lingyun Ding. In front of him was a large port. There were hundreds of ships of various sizes, and their styles were quite different from those in Huaxia. On the other side of the port, there were also 6 or 7 huge sea ships pulled by demon fish. Chapter 99, Occupying Zhuochong Island. At this moment, the port was densely packed with kneeling Fusang people. The men had top knots and wore short jackets, some barefoot and others wearing wooden clogs. The women had their hair in a bun and carried small bundles on their backs, not knowing what was inside. No matter who it was, everyone was obediently bowing their heads and kneeling, not daring to look up. In the distance, countless people were streaming towards the port. Wang Rui nodded, not seeing any practitioners. It seems that Jin San was telling the truth. The area around Zhuochong Island spans 400 or 500 miles, with a population of several million. The 6 Grand Elders were the leadership class on the island, while the rest were aristocrats made up of martial artists, totaling over 10,000 people, with the rest being ordinary citizens. Looking far, there were also cities on the island, mostly made of stone houses, bustling with people, quite lively. Outside the city were large patches of farmland, with golden rice ears, and many farmers working hard in the fields, a picturesque rural scene. It seems these 6 Fusang people have managed the island quite well, Wang Rui nodded. At this time, Jin San and the other 6 led the way in front. And soon, the Lingyun Ding descended in front of a large mansion. The area around the mansion was filled with green pines, and as the breeze blew, the sound of the pines was rolling, with a refreshing fragrance wafting through. Not far away was a clear lake, making for an elegant and unique environment. This large mansion was originally Jin San's residence, but it had been vacated. Wang Rui and his group exited the ding, bringing Lu Xingyue, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Ba, and directly entered the main hall, where he sat at the head seat. The 6, including Jin San, stood in a line beside him. "Not bad. You all did well today. Since you are my servants, there should be rewards for your merits," Wang Rui said, producing 6 small jade bottles. "This is a low-grade life-giving golden elixir, 6 in each bottle, to increase your magical power." Jin San and the others immediately reached out to take the bottles, holding them tightly and greedily eyeing the bottles in each other's hands. Indeed, although the land of Fusang was rich in resources, it was fundamentally lacking. The methods and powers were scarce, so spiritual pills and treasures were very few. Wang Rui nodded inwardly. "Jin San told me that your strength is at most the 3rd level of the Xian realm, the true Gang realm, which is considered a third-rate island in the land of Fusang. However, since you have become my slaves, I will unify the land of Fusang and establish a dominant sect. At that time, your contributions will be significant." Wang Rui coldly smiled and painted a grand vision for these 6 people. "We vow to follow you to the death, my lord." The 6 were so excited that they trembled and immediately knelt down. "You don't need to worry about the frequent activities of the demon beasts. I will send out 500 celestial demons right now to clear them out," Wang Rui said casually. "What? 500 celestial demons?" 500 celestial demons at the Tai Chi Xian realm. "My lord can command the celestial demons?" The 6 began to sweat like peas on their foreheads, filled with fear. Luckily, they followed the lord and became his servants. "Jin San, you lead the elders, and I will send you another 1,000 celestial demons. Go and investigate the lairs of the island masters of the 72 islands of Fusang. If you gain anything, there will be heavy rewards." Wang Rui commanded the Fusang people while sitting at the head seat in the hall. The servants dare not disobey. Jin San was overjoyed, not expecting that one day he would have 1,000 celestial demons at the Tai Chi Xian realm under his command. In fact, he didn't know that these celestial demons were puppets. They would die if Wang Rui ordered them to. Wang Rui waved his hand impatiently. "All right, I need to enter seclusion for a while. You may go now. I need to rest." "Yes." The 6 Fusang servants bowed their heads and retreated. Once the 6 left, Lu Xingyue laughed out loud, unexpectedly finding you to be fit for being an emperor. Wang Rui rolled his eyes. Such Fusang people were only good for being servants. Xiao Jin suddenly made a face, scratching his head, and said shyly, "Can I go to the island to play with Xiao Ba?" Yes. I haven't swum in a long time." Xiao Ba raised his big turtle head, his big turtle eyes wide open. Go. Wang Rui shrugged helplessly. repeatedly waving his hands. It seems there is not much danger on the island, especially since I sent out 500 celestial demon puppets to kill the demon beasts and collect heavenly treasures around the island when we arrived. It should be very safe. Are you really going to be a local emperor in this wild land? Lu Xingyue blinked her beautiful eyes, asking curiously. Lu Xingyue nodded slightly with a serious expression. My plan is twofold. First, to collect more heavenly treasures. I want to refine a large number of spirit pills. Second, to find and kill the island masters of the 72 islands of Fusang. They are all moving human treasure troves, Wang Rui said confidently. Lu Xingyue's eyes sparkled as she nodded repeatedly. A quarter of an hour later, Wang Rui and Lu Xingyue each went to their respective bedrooms to rest. Wang Rui sat cross-legged in the elegant bedroom, a hint of seriousness appearing on his brow. The war of the myriad races had begun, and he didn't know how many celestial demon armies had descended on the land of Fusang. This endless ocean was originally the base camp of the demon beasts. Where was the army of demon beasts? After thinking for a while, his expression became increasingly grim, as if a layer of frost had settled on his face. He also wondered how Tingyu, who was cultivating the Divine Spirit Sutra, was doing. She was a secret disciple and might also be involved. After pondering for a moment, he solemnly took out a lightning-shaped talisman, activated the spell, and with a thought, dense tiny characters appeared on the lightning talisman. In the world of Saha, with thunder and lightning, all barriers are eliminated, thoughts in unison, and hearts connected. Swift. After reciting the spell, the lightning-shaped talisman suddenly lit up, arcs of electricity swirling, and it tore through the void, vanishing from sight. The heart connection talisman from Tingyu in the celestial demon star has been sent out. I hope she can sense it. Wang Rui sighed, took out the golden book of methods from his shumi ring, and pondered. Legend has it that the golden book of methods is a rare treasure that fell from the immortal realm to the world of Saha. With 2,100 volumes, recording the top-ranking great methods among the 84,000 methods, and the Great Partition method is one of them. If that celestial demon had attacked the Lingyun Cauldron with full force using the Great Partition method right from the start, it might have led to a different outcome. One must learn from this lesson. Even when fighting a rabbit, one must use full strength. There are also the Black Sun Eclipse Light and the true law of the Celestial Dragon, which must be well cultivated in the cave heavens and blessed lands. The more divine abilities and methods one cultivates, the more powerful the great golden pill of divine ability will be when reaching the 7th level of the Tai Chi Xian realm. And there will be greater hope to break through to the realm of eternal life in the future. His own strength is indeed insufficient. He can absorb the vitality of the immortal realm once a month through the universe furnace. It seems he needs to quickly break through from the 3rd level of the Xian realm to the 4th level of the Qiankuan realm. Once he reaches the Qiankuan realm, Qian represents Yang and Kuan represents Yin. The magical power divides into Yin and Yang,